Chapter 44. We're probably getting along. It took a lot of hard work, really hard work, to explain the situation to the goddess of time, but I somehow managed to convince her. I already threw 90% of the blame for that to Kuro. Well, it isn't really wrong to say that she is at fault, as even Einstein agreed that it was mostly Kuro's fault, not to mention the goddess of time. By the way, after Liliasen gained consciousness, she's been trembling with a blank look on her face, but I feel like she's somehow staring at me with grudging eyes. Incidentally, before she was acting like that, she told me, "I need to talk to you about something after we return," in a voice that seemed to resonate from the pits of hell. I remembered she once asked me, "You're not hiding any friendship you had with any other outrageous people anymore, right?" And I replied with, "I don't know any other demon anymore." But she's a god, not a demon, and I also didn't know that she is the god of creation. If I were to say something like that, would she forgive me? My future looks grim. However, receiving the blessing of Shallow Vernal Sama. Shallow Vernal Sama is the world's god, and receiving her blessing means that Mayama has received the blessing of the world itself. I don't know, why is Shallow Vernal Sama tilting her head? As if to confirm the goddess of time's words, Shiro-san tilted her head as if it was natural, and looking at her response, the goddess of time held both of her hands on her face. Somehow, the goddess of time resembles Lilia-san. She's probably feeling really troubled right now. Let's also prepare some tea cakes. Kaido-san, you like baby Castella, right? And Shiro-san completely ignored the goddess of time, who had her hands on her head. The goddess of time really looks pitiful there. Also, please don't treat it like all people like baby Castella. It's true that baby Castellas are the food that I brought into my mouth the most since I came to this world. After all, I've been eating it at least one almost every day. However, it isn't that I like baby Castellas, but it's because of that little demon girl that invades my room every day, bringing it with her, so I ate them. And every time I would politely have some, I would find that its flavor changed. Just yesterday, it was filled with red bean paste. Where does her tremendous obsession with baby Castellas come from? Apparently, the best thing about them is that they're easy to eat and they don't break when you carry them around like cookies. Is that so? By the way, what food does Shiro-sen like? I don't have any preference. Fumo, I like sweet stuff like confectionaries. I like apple pies. I guess you would rather call them ripple pie in this world. I particularly liked it that I even tried to make it myself, but I couldn't make it very well. I can't really do anything more for the goddess of time, so I just put her aside for now and started chatting with Shiro-san. Shiro-san listened to me with a blank expression on her face, and after she looked like she understood something, she waved her finger. Then, a ripple pie, which seems to be freshly baked, appeared on the table. Here you go. Ah, thank you very much. A freshly made one just appeared out of nowhere. So did it come out from something like a magic box? No, I just made it just now. Is that some kind of power that the god of creation can do? Yes. I feel like it's a colossal waste of power, though. That might be so. Once again, I think it's a problem that I'm talking to the god of creation so casually, but Shiro-san doesn't seem to mind it. Or rather, she looks like she's having fun as the corners of her mouth are raised up a bit, and as we're having a conversation about something I can understand, I'm also having fun. Lilia-san and the others still seem to be in the middle of a discussion about the summoning magic circle, as once the chaos in their minds began to fade, they resumed their conversation on that subject. I can't follow their conversation at all, so Shiro-san will have to talk with me for a while longer. I see. So this is what it means to be a capture target. That's definitely not the case. Dear Mom, Dad. Well, there's been lots of confusion, and it might be rude for me to say this. I have lots of things to complain about, but I enjoy talking to Shiro-san in a different way than when I'm talking with Kuro, in one way or another. We're probably getting along. Quietly stepping away from Kaido and Shallow Vernal who were chatting with each other, Kronois, Ein, and Lilia looked at each other. Kaido-san is amazing, for him to be that close to the god of creation. I feel suffocated just looking at the god of creation, not to mention having a conversation with her. No, Lilia. Your reaction to her presence is normal. Shallow Vernal Sama is clearly different from us, and the magic power she was clad in intimidates everyone around her. Therefore, unless you're a very strong person, you shouldn't be able to act as usual in front of Shallow Vernal Sama. How is it that Mayama is able to have a normal conversation with her? Looking at Kaido, who is somehow happily talking with Shallow Vernal, Lilia exclaimed in admiration while Kronois inserted a follow-up. Just as Kronois said, the magic power of an almost omnipotent being like the god of creation, Shallow Vernal has exerted a pressure that would inadvertently intimidate everyone, even with just the magic power that's leaking out of her body. Even though they're not as strong as Shallow Vernal, the Supreme God Chronois and the Duke rank high-ranking demon, Ein can still be intimidating before the less powerful humans. That is also what Kiromwena did when she visited Lilia's mansion before. However, just like what Kiromwena was doing in the beginning, both Chronois and Ein would normally try to avoid unnecessarily intimidating the people around them, suppressing the magic power in their bodies, and that's why Lilia was able to hold conversations with those three people, even though she was still nervous before them. However, Shallow Vernal has no such thoughts in her mind, as even in normal times, she isn't particularly suppressing her magic power. Of course, it's insignificant compared to when she's releasing her magic power at full force, but even so, the being called God of Creation, Shallow Vernal is beyond standard, as even just the magic power clad in her body is powerful enough to rival the magic power that Chronois and Ein emit when they're ready for battle. Therefore, for him to exchange words properly without being intimidated by Shallow Vernal should have been impossible to do so without the power of the top class of the world, such as Chronois and Ein. It's probably a special characteristic of his. It's only a guess, but Kaido-san's body, or rather, his magic power seems to be accepting and adapting to non-hostile magic power at a frightening rate. I see, speaking of which, he did release his magic power while imbuing his will in it. Magic that influences the mind and emotions must be his forte. And for him to be able to go against the magic power of Shallow Vernal-sama, he must have one heck of a talent. That's probably the reason why Kuroma-sama held such a strong interest in Kaido-sama. That really might be the case. The more powerful a being is, the more interesting it may be to find someone like Mayama, who hardly has any power, but was able to exchange words with them as an equal. In fact, I also found him interesting when I heard your thoughts just now. Yes, so to speak, Kaido is a very rare and interesting existence for overwhelmingly strong people like Chronois and the others. Although his existence is so small that it can be said to be vulnerable for these women, he was still someone that will not be intimidated unless they release their magic power filled with hostility. Recognizing once again the rarity of the existence of beings like Mayama Kaido, after being silent for a bit, Krinoa turns toward Lilia with a serious expression on her face. Lilia, you better be careful from now on. He easily enthralls those who held great power, which means that there's a high chance that such beings will hold interest in him. However, even though they may hold interest in him, the question of whether they would like him or not is another matter. Why, yes. Listening to Chronois, who told her about it with a serious expression on her face, Lilia seems like he had somehow guessed the meaning of those words, as she sat up straight and nodded her head. Yes, it's easy for Kaido to attract the attention of strong beings. That is to say, there is a good chance that he will continue to attract the attention of such strong people in the future. Be especially careful with the Six Kings. The only one you and that guy have properly spoken to is the Underworld King, right? Don't think of that thing as the standard for the Six Kings. That thing is quite an oddity, even in the demon realm. If you can, stay away from the territories of the War King and the Death King. If their mood is ruined, they will kill you without mercy, even if you're an Otherworlder. Especially the Death King, Isis Remnant. You've probably seen her before, right? That thing's very existence is a lump of death. Take great care not to get involved with her. Yes. After taking in the meaning of the words that Chronois seriously said, Lilia very nervously nodded her head. She originally never planned to visit the War King and the Death King's territory, but after hearing those words just now, she thoroughly etched it on her mind. Seeing Lilia like that, Chronois slightly smiled. Well, if the situation gets too out of hand, you can always give me a shout. I'll lend you a hand at that time. I'm one of the supreme gods, and I don't think I would arrive too late to take on the Six Kings. Those words reassure me. While watching Chronois and Lilia exchanging words, I was quietly thinking. The Death King Isis, the king of the sorrowful souls, who rules over a multitude of undead. However, if he were to meet her, if it's Kaido-sama, her eyes were looking at Kaido as he exchanged words with the god of creation, as if she were expecting something. Chapter 45. I've been invited on a date. Returning to Lilia-san's mansion, I feel exhausted as if that conversation with the goddess of time had taken days, even though it should have only taken a few hours. Ein-san wanted to talk with the goddess of time a little more. Or maybe they're actually talking with their fists, as we parted ways with her at the temple. It may really be just as Kuro thought, those two somehow might really be close with each other. When we got the carriage, Lunamaria-san was there to receive us, and she approached us with a somewhat worried look on her face. "Welcome home, my lady Mayama-sama. Thank you for receiving us, Luna." "My lady? You look very tired. I thought you would be able to deal with the conversation with the goddess of time, but..." "No, it would have been nice if it was just the goddess of time. But I never expected that I would meet the god of creation there." When Lunamaria-san called out to her, Lilia-san muttered as her shoulders slumped down, as if to say she was seriously tired. Hearing those words, Lunamaria-san looked astonished for a moment before tilting her head like she heard something strange. "What are you saying, my lady? Why would the god of creation visit the human realm except for the Festival of Heroes?" "Yes, that's really what I thought." My lady." While her face was facing down to the ground, Lilia-san muttered, then immediately turned towards me and grabbed my collars with both of her hands. The face that was looking at me was half crying, with an expression that looks like she's already being desperate about something. "Seriously, what the heck does this mean, Kaido-san? You said that you don't have any connections with other outrageous people before. And, no, I also didn't know that." As she held onto my collar, she rocked my body back and forth while raising her complaints. "But Lilia-san, isn't the force you're using too strong?" I can't breathe. It seemed that Lilia-san, who was finally released from her already extremely nervous state, had the switch of her temper completely turned on, as the power she's using to swing my body is getting stronger and stronger, and the person herself seemed to be completely oblivious to it. "You had a connection with the most outrageous person, though. Why, of all people, do you have a connection with the god of creation? And what do you mean you got her blessing? What the heck does Kaido-san want with me?" "Why, Lilia-san neck, can't breathe." My lady." Lunamaria-san seems like she's also flustered, as she's trying to calm Lilia-san down, but she doesn't seem to hear her at all. "I don't even feel like I'm alive anymore. I mean, that's the first time I've heard the voice of the god of creation, you know? You don't know any other outrageous people anymore, right? That's really the last one, right? Please just say it now if you actually know the World King or someone like her. It's because my heart can't take it anymore." "No? Before that, your hand." I'm going to..." My lady. This is no good. I couldn't grasp my consciousness anymore. I feel like my body is also physically floating, but Lilia-san is really absurdly strong. I can't break free from her grip at all. Speaking of which, I think Kuro had mentioned before how people can reinforce their body using their magic power. I guess once I learn that, I'll be able to endure something like this. "My lady." "What is it, Luna? We're talking about something really important here. I understand how you feel. I'm sure that you've been through a lot. But if you don't let go of him soon, Mayama-sama's soul will begin departing to another world before I can even finish explaining myself." Kaido-san. I'm sorry. Are you alright?" After Lunamaria-san's voice finally reached her ears, Lilia-san's face turned pale, and she hurriedly lets go of her hand that was holding my collar. When I was finally released from her grip, I can't feel my body anymore and felt it tumbling on the ground. My body really was floating there. Somehow, I feel like I saw my dead mother and father waving at me. "Kaido-san, please get a grip of yourself." Along with Lilia-san's voice, which sounds like it's becoming farther and farther, I feel like my consciousness is disappearing. Waking up after losing my consciousness, I saw Lilia-san apologizing to me in a dojiza. Receiving such an apology from her to such an extent, it was me who felt rather apologetic instead. Well, I was also the cause of this problem in the first place, and considering the anxiety that Lilia-san received today, there is no way I can complain about it. I'll do anything as an apology, or so Lilia-san said such a dangerous statement. But I'm also feeling sorry myself, so I told her not to worry about it, and just went back to my room. I'm not as tired as Lilia-san, but I'm also quite tired today, so I went back to my room and leaned my body deeper into the chair, drinking the coffee that was held out to me like it was normal, while thinking about the events that happened today. You could say that it's really like Shiro, but good work out there. I'm really tired. I'm not going to Tsukomi about Kuro being here as a matter of course from the time I returned, and I just told her about today's events while drinking coffee and eating some baby castella. Speaking of which, in the end, does Einsan and the goddess of time get along at all? They look like they would bite each other's heads off earlier. They certainly are fighting with each other often, but the one who acknowledges Kronois-chan's ability is Ein, while Kronois-chan also acknowledges Ein's ability. They had probably fought a battle that would result in a draw like usual, and they were now drinking alcohol together now. Fumu, When she says it like that, you could certainly say that they are good friends. The goddess of time and Einstein friends who always quarrel with each other, and the fact that they can talk to each other without reservation about their true feelings shows how close they are. Well, but if that were the case, I would have liked it if she explained they were like that beforehand. It seems like Kaido-kun went through lots of troubles, huh? It feels like most of them were Kuro's fault, though. Aha, that might be so. Seeing Kuro wryly smiling, I can't help but smile as well. As I thought, I somehow really am feeling at ease when I'm talking with Kuro, probably because she's the person I've been talking with the most since I came to this world, so it's much more comfortable since I don't have to worry that much while talking with her. No, well, she was originally the underworld king, an outrageous high-ranking demon, but she doesn't usually have that majesty that kings have. Era? Why do I feel like I'm being ridiculed here? It must have been just your imagination. While Kuro's expression changed as she fumbled around, I can feel myself calming down as we continued to leisurely chat, relieving the fatigue I felt on this day. After continuing to talk for a while, Kuro clapped her hands as if she suddenly had an idea. Ah, that's right. Kaido-kun, are you free tomorrow? Rather than just tomorrow. I'm usually free until we get back home, I guess. Did she come up with something absurd again? It would be great if it was something that isn't too tiring, but... Look, I told you that we'd go out just the two of us before, right? Ah, yeah? You did say that. That's what Kuro whispered to me just as she was about to Lilia-san's mansion back when she came to visit. Remembering that, I nodded at her words, and Kuro continued speaking with a big smile on her face. So tomorrow. Let's go on a date tomorrow. Dear Mom, Dad. I've already been used to Kuro's usual absurdness, but she said something even more outrageous today. What I'm trying to say is, how should I say this? This is the first time in my life, but I've been invited on a date. Next time in Yusho, a certain main heroine who hadn't been in the past few chapters had become angry. What would happen to Kaido? Will they find the hidden Dragon Balls inside her One Piece? And what is the secret of Kiromwena's baby Castellus? Find out next time. Chapter 46. My date with Kuro has begun. It was the 15th day of the month of fire, the day after that disastrous conversation with the goddess of time. And I am now standing in front of the fountain in the capital. Yesterday, Kuro suddenly invited me to go out with her, and before I knew it, I am going to tour the streets of the capital with her. Kuro, who seems to have some strange information regarding dating, had been throwing a tantrum, saying that if we don't meet up in an appointed place, it's no good. So here I am, in front of the fountain where I first met Kuro. The sun has just risen to its peak, and checking the time in my pocket watch, it's about an hour before noon. I guess it's about 10 minutes before the time we planned to meet up. In the first place, it's quite strange to meet up with someone who always shows up when I least expect it, so it's kind of refreshing waiting for Kuro like this. Kuro seems like she wanted to do the standard sorry, did you wait? And no, I just got here. Exchange, but does she really need to be elaborate on this meetup like yesterday? As a result of that, I arrived first and waited here. After waiting for a while, watching the people passing by, and although it was also a standard, I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me. Kaido-kun, sorry did you wait? No, I just got here. As we discussed, I turned around, returning the words that Kuro wanted to hear, but my thoughts froze right at that instant. Kuro, who has just appeared, wasn't wearing the long coat so sloppy that it could be mistaken for a robe that she always wears. Short-sleeved lace tunic that gives the impression of being white and elegant, and brown shorts that seem to complement her beautiful thighs that are as white as porcelain. The long black coat that she usually had its shape changed to a sleeveless jacket, and the hem that reaches below the knee matches well with her white tunic. And although she was lightly dressed, her appearance still looks somewhat elegant. What should I do? She's absurdly cute. She is so cute that the Lulicons would give their thumbs up, and those who aren't would be more inclined to consider becoming one. Kaido-kun, no, I was just a little surprised to see you dressed so differently. I see. What do you think? Does it suit me? Yeah, it looks really good on you. Thanks. I think that bashful smile just now is foul play. This is no good. I'm starting to feel very nervous. It may be something that I'm shameful about for a 21-year-old man, but I can only count on one hand the number of times I've gone out with a woman. Moreover, those handfuls of experiences also include those times I went out with Lunamaria-san and Sieg-san, which should show that my experiences in my previous world are equivalent to zero. It's the first time in my life that I've even been on a date with someone, and no matter how much I recognize this as just going outside to hang out with Kuro, it would be stranger for me if I'm not nervous at all. Moreover, Kuro is a beautiful girl who is looking at me favorably. No matter how familiar I am with her, I can't help but feel a blush rise on my cheeks when she gave me that charming smile. Speaking of which, you're quite famous, Kuro, so is it okay for you to walk around the city? For the time being, I'll try escaping to another topic. It's not because I can't think of ways to praise her clothes and not be able to speak at all, or for some lame reasons like that. Kuro is the underworld king, one of the pinnacles of the demon realm. Her face is known from the previous Festival of Heroes, and she's a very famous existence herself. If we were to put it like when I was back in my previous world, it's like having a prime minister or the emperor himself appearing in the city, which would cause a great uproar, though no one among the surroundings is causing any ruckus. I wonder why? Fufufu, I wouldn't make such a mistake. I've properly clad myself with information concealment and recognition inhibition magic, so they would know if I talk to the person myself, but they wouldn't know I'm here unless I want to. Or so Kuro told me, puffing out her modest chest. The smug look she had on her face is annoyingly cute. There's still a lot of things I don't understand about magic, but does that mean that the nearby people wouldn't recognize Kuro as the underworld king? Or rather, it's more like they don't feel anything out of place when they see me. Well, it's more like they would recognize me as a city girl you would normally see walking around here. I don't know if I should say I understand or not. Well, let's just put that aside and get going. As Kuro explained, recognition inhibition magic is, to put it simply, something unnatural. Even if you look at the unusual situation where the underworld king is walking around the city, you would think it's natural. Or perhaps, a magic that would make people recognize it as a scene no different from their everyday life, combined with the information concealment magic, which apparently makes it so that if she doesn't talk to the other person directly, they won't know that Kuro is the underworld king. Well, it would be difficult to understand theoretically if you think about it in detail, so it would be better to just recognize it as magic being able to do something awesome. Speaking of which, where are we going today? Incidentally, the escort for this date is Kuro. Normally, it would have been me, the man, who should have been the one escorting her, but I've only been in this world for less than 2 weeks, and I've only been in the city a few times, so it's difficult for me to do that. That's why Kuro, who often visits the Symphonia Kingdom, is the one showing me around the city. There are a variety of shops around here, and we can go around there, but it's almost lunchtime already. There's a place where food stalls gathered a short walk away from here, so let's go there first. Oh, the food stalls of this world, huh? That sounds like fun. The Symphonia Kingdom has an advanced food culture, so there's lots of good food around here. Seeing the happy smile on Kuro's face, a smile inadvertently appeared on my face as I nodded my head. I don't know if my personality could be described as having a good match with Kuro's innocent and cheerful personality, but I enjoy being together with her, as a smile naturally appears on my face. I'm tired after all the things that happened yesterday, and today, I'll enjoy the opportunity of this short period of rest that Kuro has prepared for me. Now then, let's go. Wait, Kuro. What's the matter? After cheerfully declaring so, Kuro takes my hand with action that looks like it's natural for her. And no, my hand. Aren't you supposed to hold hands on dates? That really might be so, but then, it should be alright. Come on, let's go. Why, yeah. After telling me like that, as if it's natural, Kuro proceeded to pull my hand and walked forward. Wait a sec there, Kuro-san. Your guard is a little too loose. Or rather, your hands are tiny and soft. I'm starting to get nervous again, even though I'm starting to calm down. I guess this is also one of those days where I'm going to be mentally struggling all day. Dear Mom, Dad, this may be an over-the-top template development in a way, but in any case, in this way, my date with Kuro has begun. Chapter 47. Sounds like a flag to me. The area we arrived at under the guidance of Kuro is a different kind of bustling place than the one we were in a while ago. When I heard the words food stalls, I couldn't help but think of it as the festival stalls that could be found back in my previous world, but the stalls lined up here look more like a shopping street. There are many small shops lined up on both sides of the street, and the people passing by all had a cozy, enjoyable atmosphere around them. I've heard from Kuro that the area where I've been shopping before is full of large shops, especially those that deal in clothing and furniture, because there are many mansions of nobles erected nearby. On the other hand, it seems that the Adventurers Guild and many apartment complexes nearby this place, and that's why there are many shops here that deal with food and drinks. As one would have expected, it's currently lunchtime, so not only is there a lot of people on this street, but I can also smell the appetizing scent of food wafting in from the shops here and there. It's a good time to eat now anyway, so we decided to have some lunch and then go walk around the city, and so we came to a restaurant that Kuro recommended. There are benches and tables in front of the small wooden restaurant, and I personally prefer the atmosphere of a restaurant that caters to the masses. Good afternoon, Oya. Isn't this the Underworld King? Welcome. When Kuro stood in front of the store and greeted them with a bright smile on her face, a woman of delicate age who seemed to be human came out of the store. The woman, who looks like the owner of the store, notices Kuro and smiles back, as if she had spoken with her before. I'm here to eat lunch. Thanks for your patronage. Oya, is that child over there Underworld King's acquaintance? He's Kaido-kun, a child from another world. Speaking of which, it was rumored that someone from another world had come this year other than the hero-sama. Welcome. Come and fill yourself up. Yes. Thank you very much. It seems that no matter which world it is, the auntie's talk skills are very good. She then led us to our seats with a light conversation and sat down with Kuro. Although we were led to our seats, this place isn't really a cafe or a restaurant, so they didn't have a menu, but the shopkeeper Annie just led us to our seats and began cooking our meals. A few minutes later, as the scent of meat wafted around, it has meat and vegetables of differing colors sandwiched in between two pieces of beautifully baked bread was brought over. Is that a baguette sandwich? It's a visually stunning dish, consisting of a large piece of bread filled with meat and vegetables sandwiched in between. This certainly looks delicious. Thank you for the wait. This is our special red bear sandwich. Now dig in. Yay? Is it just my imagination? Did the shopkeeper auntie just say this is a red bear sandwich? When she mentioned bear, is she saying that this sandwich has bear meat in it? No. It might just be that bear meat is a common ingredient in this world, but, if possible, you shouldn't have told me before I ate it. You should have at least told me after I took my first bite. Unaware of the conflict within me, the auntie left after serving the food, and Kuro is just like usual as she began to eat her red bear sandwich like it's delicious, as if she's not bothered at all. You're not eating, Kaido-kun? It's delicious. Thank you for the food. I should change my perceptions. This is a different world, a world with common sense different from my previous world. Besides, back in my previous world, or rather, in Japan, bear meat may not be very common, but there were still some places where you could eat bear meat. That's right. Let's just think of this positively. Let's just think that it's good that this isn't made of snake meat or frog meat. Receiving Kuro's words, I hold the red bear sandwich in my hand and bit into it in one go. Tasty. You see, the food they make here in this shop is really good. I've heard that bear meat has a strong, gamey stink and taste, but this meat doesn't have any stink at all. Rather than having any leftover gamey taste, it tasted rather refined instead. The taste of the meat itself is very light, but that's why it's not overpowering and rather matches the vegetables and the sweet and spicy sauce, so it doesn't feel too heavy despite the volume of its appearance. The scent and flavor of the bread, which is baked to be a little crusty, splendidly combined in my mouth, and the sweet and spicy sauce increases my appetite, making me want to take another bite. Kuro, who had been watching me greedily devour the sandwich with a smile on her face, suddenly began to look around and muttered while tilting her head, as if she found something strange. I feel like there's hardly any people nearby. Really? I thought this place was pretty bustling already, so there are usually more people here. The Adventurers Guild is nearby after all. It should have been more crowded here during lunchtime, but I hardly see any adventurers today. Indeed, now that she mentioned it, I don't think I've seen many people who look like they're weapon and armor-wielding adventurers. Thereupon, the shopkeeper auntie, who may have heard Kuros mutter, stopped wiping another table and approached us. That's the thing, though. There have apparently been sightings of a herd of wyverns up north in the mountains. It looks like the Adventurers Guild and the Night Order have been working together since this morning to take them down. It's very unusual for a wyvern to build its nest so close to the city. Doesn't that sound pretty bad? Wyverns. A pterosaur in which its wings and hands were one. A monster that can be considered as a standard in fantasies. The name of the monster itself sounds quite frightening, but from the way the Annie spoke about it, it seems that they were seen quite close to the city. Moreover, with a herd of those wyverns, wouldn't they be able to cause damage in the capital? Thinking this, I timidly asked, and Kuro let out a small smile in response. Don't worry, wyverns have low intelligence compared to the dragons, and they were categorized as weak monsters. Is that so? Young man, you should take what she said with a grain of salt. The wyverns are obviously as weak as ants for the underworld king, but even one of them is a terrifying monster for humans. That's why the Night Order and the adventurers formed a subjugation team early on and set out to defeat them. When Kuro just referred to the wyverns as weak monsters, the auntie corrects her with a wry smile on her face. If that's the case, as expected, it will be a pretty big battle to defeat those wyverns. There might even be some injuries and deaths among the Night Order and the adventurers. It's not that I know any of the knights or the adventurers, but, for instance, if Kuro were to defeat those wyverns, wouldn't she be able to defeat them in an instant without any of them having to get injured? Kaido-kun, I can understand why you think like that, but that's no good. Sensing my thoughts, Kuro muttered in a serious tone, unlike the lightheartedness she is earlier. This is a trouble that happened in this country, in the Symphonia Kingdom. I shouldn't be carelessly involved in it. Sure, just like Kaido-kun thought, it'll be over in an instant if I go out there. It doesn't matter if there are hundreds or thousands of wyverns, I'll be able to take them out in an instant. But that's no good. A quiet, yet somehow solemn voice resounded. Her golden eyes looked straight at me, with the majesty of a real king dwelling within them. As long as it takes the form of a monarchy, all the trouble that occurs within its territory must be resolved by this country's power as much as possible. If they would just keep on relying on demons, they would lose the trust of their own citizens, and the equal relationship between demons and humans will be destroyed. Of course, if I'm formally asked for assistance, I'll comply, and if I think it's too much for the people to handle, I'll help. But as long as that's not the case, I, as one of the 6 kings, can't just get involved in every single thing for no reason. I didn't even feel like refuting her. Indeed, the thoughts that came to my mind were just based on my emotions, and Kuro's words are entirely correct. This kind of situation made me realize that Kuro really is much older than me and her ideas were more level-headed than mine. After having said all that, Kuro's expression crumbles and a reassuring smile appears on her face. Well, it will be all right. There are lots of excellent knights in this country, and since they're near the city, that would also make them able to easily restock the stuff they would need. Yeah, that's right. We've also got plenty of adventurers here, and they certainly wouldn't want to be late in getting some shares in those wyverns. In that case, that's a relief. Dear Mom, Dad, I heard a wyvern nest has been built near the royal capital. Kuro and the auntie said that it's safe, but I wonder why. I don't know if it's just my imagination or not, but that sounds like a flag to me. In the mountains north of the royal capital, a subjugation team composed of knights, adventurers, and environmental investigators from the royal capital was formed to exterminate the wyverns that build its nest in these mountains. This is the largest monster extermination operation that happened in recent years, and as the flesh. There are famous adventurers and division commander rank knights, as well as those who have experience in defeating wyverns in the past, so there shouldn't be any problems happening, is what everyone on the subjugation team thought. The members of the subjugation team that had arrived at the rocky mountainside, where the wyverns were presumed to have built their nest based on the reports were now trembling in fear. Before them lies numerous wyvern corpses, but the person who killed them was not from the subjugation team. Captain, how is it? They're unmistakably dead. However, there aren't any wounds on their bodies at all. The knight who was entrusted to lead the subjugation team has a strained expression on his face after receiving the report from his subordinate. In fact, before they came here, they had encountered and defeated 2 wyverns. However, the wyverns were acting strangely. It was the first time they've ever seen a wyvern look so desperate, even though they have defeated them many times before. When they arrived at the nest at a pace faster than they had expected, they found more than 50 dead wyverns, and none of them had any wounds. Captain, this is, perhaps, the only one who could do something like this is. At the words of the knight who asked while looking pale and his body slightly trembling, the captain also arrived at the same conclusion with fear appearing on his face. Yes, these 2 know. This situation could be described as abnormal, and the one who could do it. And as if to affirm their premonition that they don't want to come true at all, a shadow comes down from near the top of the mountain. Impossible. Why is she in a place like this? Even though she wasn't supposed to be out of the demon realm very often. The 2 people who saw this shadow. No, all the members of the subjugation team shuddered with fear visible on their faces. They would normally never meet her in a place like this. Her, who is a symbol of fear that can be likened to a calamity. The Death King, Isis Remnant. When those words were muttered by someone, the king of the dead, clad in the deaths of many beings, descended before their eyes. Chapter 48. I can't taste it at all. Finished eating lunch. Both of us sat up from our seats and went to pay the bill. Food stalls are basically places where you pay in exchange for goods. And in fact, this shop seems to be a place where you usually pay in advance. However, it seems that the shopkeeper Annie's confidence in Kuro is so high. As Kuro's her regular customer, it's all right for her even if Kuro pays later. Thanks for the food, it was delicious. Ah, Kuro, here's the money. It's okay. I'm the one who invited you, so I'll pay for it. No, as expected, that is. When we walked towards the Annie to pay the bill, I called out to Kuro who was taking out her purse, but she just said that it's her treat. However, even if this is just a date for argument's sake, and even if she is older than me, I'm still feeling awkward having Kuro, who looks like a young girl, treat me. It's all right. Even with this appearance, I still have a decent amount of money. Decent, you say? Is there even anyone in this world who has more money than the Underworld King? Is Kuro really that rich? Hearing what Kuro cheerfully said, the auntie spoke with another wry smile on her face. Kuro doesn't usually wear a lot of accessories, and she's mostly only eating commoner's sweets, so I didn't really get the impression that she was rich. The way the auntie is speaking, she's among the top in the world in terms of wealth. I guess that should be expected from the Underworld King? No, but where does she get her income as the Underworld King? You don't know, young man? The Underworld King is the creator of magic tools. She would obviously get an outrageous amount of money for that. Hearing what the Annie said, I began to understand why. The Sedich Magic Tool Company, which has the largest market share in the world when it comes to magic tools. The chairman there is under Seksan's subordinate, and Seksan is Kuro's family. And if I carefully think back upon it, Seksan may have said that the chairman of that company is his subordinate, but he never said that the Sedich Magic Tool Company is his own company. To sum it up, Kuro was the one who created the Sedich Magic Tool Company, huh? In other words, Kuro is in an honorary president-like position of the world's largest company. With a position like that, she would obviously have money. Kaido-kun, Kuro, do you mind I pay for this after all? Why? I understand that Kuro is rich, and I can understand the reason why she insists on paying. However, as a man, I also have my own little pride, so I wanted to at least pay for our meal. Granted, the money I currently have was given to me by Lilia-san, and I didn't earn this myself, so I don't really think this is something I can say. Hearing what I said, Kuro tilted her head in wonder. It was quite unusual since she usually seems to know everything I'm thinking about. In the first place, she was the one who wanted to do the standard exchange, and her knowledge regarding stuff would usually be half-baked, so she may just be unfamiliar with this type of relationship. Underworld King Sama. Wouldn't it be uncouth to ask him the reason for that? Really? Yes, that's right. There are just some things that men can't back down on. Isn't that so, young man? Ugh, hi. Yes. It seems that Auntie noticed my petty vanity, telling me that with an amused smile on her face, while Kuro was getting more and more curious as she tilted her head. Well then, with both of your meals combined, it will be 12R, but since the young man is showing his manliness, I'll just push it down to 10R. Thank you very much. Well then, we'll be off. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Come back when you want to eat again. The price was about 600 yen per piece, which is very reasonable considering its volume. It also tasted good, and I'll definitely come back for more. However, I feel that this Annie might make fun of me because of this event, so I'm a little anxious to come back. After paying, I walked away from the store while pulling Kuro's hand, who was still looking at me in wonder. So where are we going next? That's right, we just finished having lunch, so let's just take a look around for now. I think we should get something to drink. I said to Kuro as we walked down the street lined up with stalls again, and Kuro replied with a bright smile on her face. I nodded in response to Kuro's words, patting my chest in relief, as it seems that she will not be pursuing the matter as advised by the shopkeeper auntie for the time being. It seems that she also had some recommended shops for drinks, so Kuro pulled my hand and brought me to a stall, to a shop that somehow looks like a small greengrocer. Hello, do you have some seal fruit? Oya? Underworld King Sama, welcome. Seal fruit, right? Yes, there's a good one here. The man who seems to be the shopkeeper smiled at Kuro and said a few words in return. It seems that she's a frequent visitor to this area. Listening to Kuro's request, the owner takes out a black spherical object about 30 centimeters in diameter. Is it that seal fruit? It kinda looks like an iron ball though. What about the hole? I'll open it myself. I will just put 2 straws in it. Yes, I would have paid for it again if I could, but Kuro refused to back down this time, saying this time is on me. so I just left it to her. Kuro receives the mysterious black sphere and 2 straws from the shopkeeper and pays him money. But still, it seems that there are also straws in this world, huh? I wonder what they're made of. I don't think it's made of plastic, but based on its color, probably wood? Or perhaps, is it made with some sort of grass? This might also be something passed on by those who hold the role of hero back then. By the way, Kuro, what the heck is that? It's called seal fruit, and sealed within its husk are lots of fruit juice. The husk covering it is hard, so you have to cut a hole in it to drink the contents. In short, is it something like this world's coconuts? It certainly does resemble it now that she told me that. Putting aside the fact that it's all black though. Incidentally, I think the husk is about as tough as steel. I heard that these were sometimes used to make armor. And how can you make a hole from a fruit with a husk as tough as steel? Correction, it isn't something similar to coconuts. It was completely different from a coconut. I got to touch it for a bit, and it certainly looks incredibly hard. But if it's as strong as steel, seriously, how can you make a hole in it? Wouldn't it be impossible unless you have a drill or something like that? I could just do this though. Wah. In response to my doubts, Kuro just nonchalantly pointed at the husk of the seal fruit with her finger and easily poked a hole in it, as if it was something easy to do. Wait a sec there, let me get this straight. The seal fruit is a coconut-like fruit filled with juice inside, and its husk is as tough as steel, that it is even used to make armor. And now, Kuro just easily punched a hole in it with her finger. Which means, Kuro can pierce through iron with just her finger? The heck, that's scary. Stop, let's put that aside for now. Kuro, that is, you only punched through one hole, but why are there 2 straws in it? I mean, when you're in a drink, both people have to drink in the same glass, right? Aha, sheetit. I should have noticed it earlier. Kuro has not only gained one-sided knowledge regarding my world, but she's also not very knowledgeable about love affairs. And that is why we ended up in this situation. 2 straws for 1 drink, just like the ones that couples do. Come on, Kaido-kun. Drink along with me. No, please wait a second there. I've got something very important to tell you. We're not in a cafe, nor are we inside a shop. It's early afternoon, and we're in the middle of a busy street. Seriously, right here? You want me to drink that together with you right here? Doesn't that completely look like a penalty game? No, I would seriously die from embarrassment if I were to do that. No, Kaido-kun, drinking together with me. Do you hate it? I'll drink it. Yes. I somehow tried to get away from that embarrassing situation, but I immediately caved in when I saw Kuro's eyes staring at me with a forlorn expression on her face. There was nowhere for me to escape at all. Slumping my shoulders and gulping the saliva that gathered in my throat, I spent the next few minutes playing back the scene of my humiliation, drinking juice with Kuro right in the middle of the road. Dear Mom, Dad, I heard that the juice from the seal fruit is very tasty, but in this situation, I can't taste it at all. Chapter 49. The Underworld King is too strong. I will answer one of the outrageous questions of this world. I just had one of the most embarrassing experiences of my life. It's important to note that I have no taste for things like that, nor do I get any pleasure from doing it. Nevertheless, on the main street early in the afternoon, I suffered a level of psychological damage that almost amounted to a public execution. That's where the cruel disparity exists. It seems that Kuro is currently under the effects of 2 types of magic: information concealment magic and recognition inhibition magic. So people around her don't notice that she's the Underworld King unless she speaks to them directly. It was a measure to prevent people from gathering around the famous Kuro when I'm going with her, but this resulted in an explosion of damage concentrated on me. The fact that people around us perceive Kuro as an ordinary girl in town is a tremendous negative factor that will only befall on me in this situation. In other words, I was perceived as a man in his 20s, drinking seal fruit like a couple in the early afternoon with a little girl who was only about 140 centimeters tall. Being recognized as a lullicon by the people around us is already inevitable. Kaido-kun, what's the matter? Well, I was just thinking about how I'm going to walk around town from now on. My shoulders slumped as I replied to Kuro, who was tilting her head in wonder while still holding my hand. If we were just holding hands, we would still have passed as a brother and sister. No, wait. Speaking of which, haven't I heard from someone how the age of marriage in this country is low? So, maybe that scene just now wasn't at a level where it was disturbing for the nearby people. Then, it's probably okay, right? No, leaving aside the psychological damage inflicted on my mind, what I did might be safe for the public's eyes. As we walked around while I thought about this, I noticed that the atmosphere around me had changed a bit. The number of restaurants I could see has decreased, and their small-scale shops that look like street vendors were increasing. Somehow, doesn't it look like the atmosphere has changed a bit? There are lots of shops selling personally created magic tools around here. Personally created? Most of the livelihood magic tools circulated in the market were made by one of the trading companies. But as long as you have magic crystals, you can make your own magic tools as well. Most of the company-made magic tools are cost-efficient, whereas most of the personally created ones are one-of-a-kind, and there are lots of unusual ones among them. So you might find a bargain among them. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Livelihood magic tools are an indispensable part of life in this world. There are a variety of magic tools that I have seen and used in Liliasan's mansion, including magic tools that illuminate, release water, and make fire. In a sense, it can be said that they play the role of mechanical technology in our world, and some of them even have performance that far surpasses that of my previous world. For example, in the room Liliasan assigned to me, there is a magic tool that regulates the temperature within a set range, which can make the room instantly warmer or cooler with just a touch. I wish we had them back in my previous world as well, because they are so much better than air conditioners. It seems that many of those magic tools are sold around here, and some of them may even have special effects, and I was simply excited looking around for them. There's a stall that has balls of water moving through the air, while there are some with wind swirling around them. As my attention was stolen away by this fantastical scene around the stalls, my eyes were suddenly drawn to one of the signboards. Spatial movement magic tool? What kind of magic tool is this? Oh, customer-san have great eyes. This magic tool is great because it lets you record a certain place and teleport there in a fraction of a second. That's amazing. Can it teleport you to faraway places? Of course. As expected, you can move from the human realm to the demon realm or the god realm. But if it's within the human realm, that would be this magic tool's forte. Furthermore, you can use this bad boy over and over again. That means you can travel as much as you want with this magic tool. In response to my question, the shopkeeper casually explained. It seems that this magic tool can do that so-called warp. I guess recording a place means that you would have to visit the place at least once before, but I still think it's an awesome magic tool, and I honestly want it. However, if it has that great of an ability, it would probably be expensive. By the way, how much is this? We're having a sale today, so you could take it for just 30,000 R. 30,000 R, huh? As I thought, it really is quite expensive. Around 3 million yen, more than half of what Liliasan gave me before, but considering that I would be able to teleport as much as I want, it might have been pretty cheap instead. In fact, even if I have 50,000 R, it doesn't seem like I will ever use it all up, so should I buy it? Can I? Stop right there, Kaido-kun. I was curious and was going to ask for a more detailed explanation, but at that moment, Kuro interjected. After looking at the spatial movement magic tool once, Kuro speaks to the shopkeeper. A one-time disposable magic tool costs 10,000 R, and you're saying that this spatial movement magic tool that can be used multiple times costs 30,000 R? What did you say, Underworld King-sama? The storekeeper looked astonished when he saw Kuro. I see. She hadn't spoken to her earlier, so he hadn't noticed that Kuro was the Underworld King, huh? For a magic tool with a performance that high, I'd say it would cost at least 5,000,000 R. I think that's at least 5 white gold coins. That's really cheap, isn't it? That is air. The shopkeeper, who was clearly trembling, turned pale, and from the flow of their conversation, there were apparently some flaws in this magic tool, and I was almost fooled. Or rather, a magic tool for spatial movement would originally cost at least 50 million, huh? The magic crystal used for this. I guess it has around 30% purity, right? The technique used to make it is also sloppy, and the best that it can do was probably just allow you from one town to another, right? Moreover, with a magic crystal of this size and purity, it would take half a month to reuse it once it's used, right? No air. Kuro, what do you mean by purity? The higher the purity of a magic crystal, the more magic power it can store, and the speed and efficiency of replenishing the reduced magic power from the air will also increase. So, the higher the purity of the magic crystal, the more expensive it is. Does that mean that the magic crystal used for this is a cheap one? Moreover, it's pretty small. Spatial movement magic requires a large amount of magic power the farther the distance you would travel. So if it's a magic tool that's good enough to travel from one country to another, it would need to have a magic crystal with at least 80% purity and about 3 times this size to be able to properly use it. I see. The shopkeeper certainly didn't explain the distance that it can move to or the time it takes to reuse it. In other words, this magic tool can only transfer for about a few kilometers at best, and moreover, once you use it, it will take more than 2 weeks before you can use it, or the owner needs to replenish it with a large amount of magic power. Teleporting from one place to another certainly is its forte, and it can certainly be used over and over again, but thinking back to what he said, he hasn't said anything specific about this magic tool. How clever. If it weren't for Kuro, I would have become an easy customer for him. So, I'll have you know that this child is a very important friend of mine. Please accept my apologies. The shopkeeper, who was sweating profusely and a really pale face that he looks pitiful, after hearing Kuro's words, vigorously bowed down in a dejiza. It's certainly true that he almost cheated me, but he had just cleverly described it. He didn't tell a lie about it at all. There would be a fine line if you're asking me to determine it as a scam or not. Even if he had tricked me into buying this, it could be said that it was just me being careless for buying something without checking carefully. Moreover, considering that he was found out by an outrageous being named the Underworld King, I can't even blame him myself. I mean, he's already crying there. Kaido-kun, what do you think? Should I give him my scolding? No, it's fine. No real harm was done, and he already apologized, so, well, if that's what Kaido-kun says, if the next time I see you, you're still doing the same thing, I'm going to get a little angry. Why, yes. I won't do it again. Feeling a little sorry for this man in his late 30s who was crying while desperately on a dejiza, we left that place and walked with Kuro through the stall area again. Thanks to Kuro, no real harm was done earlier, and in a way, I've learned a good lesson. Kuro, can you tell me how to know the purity of a magic crystal when I see one? It's difficult to tell if you want clear details on how to tell its purity, but it would be easy if you just want to roughly know a magic crystal's purity. The higher the purity of a magic crystal, the darker its color is. You can use that as criteria to tell a magic crystal's purity. I see. Apparently, it seems that the more valuable a magic crystal is, the darker its color becomes. That means the most expensive magic crystal is black in color. Wait a sec. The necklace that Kuro gave me. That necklace with detection magic imbued in it was all black in color. Doesn't that mean that this necklace is absurdly expensive? Did Kuro just nonchalantly give me something so amazing to someone like me, who she had just first met? Seriously, how rich are you, Kuro? As we walked along the street filled with stalls, realizing once again how amazing Kuro is in many ways, I suddenly felt an intense presence. What's that? Something's coming. Apparently, Kuro felt it too, as we stopped walking and turned our gazes upward at about the same time. Immediately after that, we heard a scream-like cry, though I don't know where it came from. It's wyverns. Along with that scream, the surroundings became noisy all at once. Before my line of sight, 7 large shadows that move as if they were circling above the royal capital, monsters with green scales and huge wings. The figures of several wyverns were there. Why are wyverns here? Did they fail to subjugate them? That's impossible. Quickly call the night order. Bellows and screams come from all around the place, as the obvious anomaly of wyverns attacking the royal capital. It appears that the strange presence I felt a moment ago was due to my sympathy magic sensing the approach of the wyvern. However, I wonder why I'm feeling this. It's just that the emotions I'm feeling from the wyverns was fear and uneasiness. Did they run away from the subjugation team? I don't think they would engage in battle against the wyverns without setting up a barrier spell first though. But 7 of them is too small to be considered as a flock, so I guess it's normal to consider them as survivors who have escaped for their lives, huh? They probably ran away from something that wasn't the subjugation team. Kuro calmly replied to my mutters, but the situation is quite tense. So to speak, there are wounded beasts flying in the sky, and it wouldn't be strange if it attacks at any moment. They are circling in the sky right now, but if all of them attacked at once. Kuro, Kaido-kun, do you remember what I said before? I told you earlier about how I'm staying out of the trouble that's in this country for no reason. That is to say, I would only get involved if I had a reason for that. In response to the flustered me, Kuro replied with words that sounded like quiet mutters. She sounds indifferent when she quietly says that, but why is it from within those words? I feel anger, even though I'm finally having my fun date with Kaido-kun. Kuro wa. With words that sound like she's trying to hold back her anger, Kuro snapped her fingers. Thereupon, a huge magic circle appears in the sky above, filling my field of vision. I was really looking for this. I've been all dressed up. So, when someone just suddenly intrudes, I'm going to be angry, you know? Immediately afterwards, the sky above turned black as if it was being dyed in paint. A little while later, the black sky returns to its original color, and the 7 wyverns that used to be circling in the sky weren't there anymore. Not even their shadows could be seen. And with that, those hindrances disappear. Come on, Kaido-kun, let's continue our date. Kuro-san? What the heck just happened? They got in the way of our date, so I got rid of them with spatial annihilation magic. Is that so? Spatial annihilation magic? The heck is that? That sounds really frightening even with the name of the spell, though. Did you just erase them? Did you just annihilate all of them? Hey, as expected of the Underworld King. That title of hers isn't just for show. It clearly should have been a crisis for the country, but she just ended everything with a snap of her fingers. Or rather, those wyverns that disappeared after seconds of their entry is too pitiful. I never dreamed that the day would come when I would feel sorry for wyverns. Dear Mom, Dad, wyverns have appeared in the royal capital, and I thought it would be a critical situation, but the Underworld King is too strong. Chapter 50. Feel in Love. Even though some troublesome stuff happened, the person I'm with is almost the strongest being in the different realms of this world, so our date continues without any problems. Look, Kaido-kun. They're selling a condiment that was popularized by someone who held the role of hero. Mayonnaise? So this condiment was passed down to this world too, huh? I guess this is a good time for me to try a new flavor. Just don't put it alone in a baby Castella. No you don't at that. Looking around the market where the food ingredients are sold. There are so many different colored flowers for sale. Looking at them makes me feel like I'm really in a different world. Kaido-kun. That flower could bite you. So be careful. What did you say? Or rather, why didn't you say that first? Sorry. However, those flowers taste great. No. Even if you tell me that, I wouldn't know. Almost bitten by a strange colored flower in a flower shop. Kaido-kun, which do you think suits me more? Kuro normally wears black clothes, so wouldn't the silver necklace suit you better? I see, but this one's quite short. It might snap if I go into my demon beast mode. And what is this demon beast mode? It's when I take the form of a demon beast. I think I would turn Ito a beast about the size of Act. I'm sorry, even if you tell me that, I wouldn't know. Window shopping at a shop that sells ornaments. Kaido-kun, I bought some meat skewers, let's eat. Yeah, thanks. Yes, it's good, but this meat tastes kinda unusual. What kind of meat is this? This is the meat of a tyrant worm. Phew. Surprised from the ingredients used in the other world. What book are you buying? Preferably one that I can read in my free time, but I wonder what's good to read. Then how about this? It's a book about the dramatization of the story of the first hero. The story of the first hero, huh? That sounds interesting. I knew that the first hero is an amazing person, but I wonder what she was like. Kaido-kun has met her before though. Shocked from the truth that came to light in the bookstore. Kuroma-sama, excuse me for interrupting. Yahoa? Ein-san, when did you? What's the matter? We received a message carried by a hummingbird sent from the royal palace, asking to directly meet you to thank you for your recent subjugation of the wyvern. I'm in the middle of a date though. I respectfully obey. We will now conduct a bloodbath. I'll leave it to you. No, you shouldn't. I'll leave it to you there though. Ein-san, stop. Just when I think that the threat of the wyverns in this country is gone, realizing that another threat, the maid, is about to befall the royal palace. We passed our time like that. There were some hectic times and times filled with fun, and before I knew it, time went by in a flash. That's quite a day. I had lots of fun. Yeah, I feel like some absurd stuff happened here and there though, but it certainly was fun. Sitting side by side with Kuro at the fountain at the plaza as the sun sets, we exchanged words as if we were immersing ourselves for the lingering memories of the day. Time flew by so quickly. When was the last time I spent a day this boisterous, yet fun? Kuro, thank you for today. I also had lots of fun. Let's go out together again. As Kuro looked at me with a big smile on her face, I also thanked her with a smile of my own. Today has been really fun, and I've learned a lot of things I didn't know before. But at the same time, I've realized once again that since I came to this world, Kuro has given me lots of things, and how I've always been in her care. And at the same time, I've also realized that I didn't know Kuro at all. It's like Kuro knows everything about me, but I only know a small part of how great she is as the Underworld King. Until now, I was okay even with that. She's on a completely different level from me. and it's only natural that I don't understand such things. However, spending time with Kuro today made me want to get to know her better. I felt like I didn't want to be just the only one receiving. I also wanted to give something back. We still have lots of time. There's no need to rush it. Yeah, as I thought, she saw through what I'm thinking. We've only been in this world for a little over 2 weeks, and I don't think we've spent much time together yet. That's no reason for me. The length of time we've had together doesn't matter. I thought such things were only happening in stories. I admit, before I knew it, this feeling was born in my heart so naturally that I didn't even realize it was there. Towards this innocent, cheerful, free-spirited, and kind out-of-the-norm demon, I'm feeling attracted to her. I thought Kuro is someone formidable that I can only wallow in regret. After all, she's strangely sharp regarding my habits, but thoughtless and dull regarding relationships like this. I guess you could say it's a reckless challenge in a way, but like Kuro said, there's no need to be impatient because we still have lots of time. Let's get to know her little by little. Let's get closer to her heart little by little. Kuro, I don't know when the next time will be, but can I ask you out next time? I'm looking forward to it. For the time being, let's start by becoming aware of this feeling today. And after that, let's put those thoughts into action. Honestly, I'm new to all of these, and I have lots of concerns, but let's do our best. Dear Mom, Dad. In a way, this might be the biggest change that have come to me since I've arrived in a different world. This me, that had been pushing away all connections with other people back in my previous world, have come to a different world, and after meeting a strange demon, I fell in love. Parting from Kuro at the fountain at the plaza, I began walking down the path towards Lilia-san's mansion as the sun sets. Thinking back on the fun I had today, I naturally walked forward with a faint smile on my lips, and after a little while, I felt uncomfortable. It was currently dusk, and this place should have been crowded with people returning home or those going out to have dinner, but the wide, straight road was enveloped in an odd silence, with not even the shadow of a soul in sight. It's as if the space I was currently in was cut off from the world, as if this place were the only one that was clearly abnormal, naturally making me stop in front of such a scene. What the heck is hap? Immediately afterwards, a chill ran down my back, and I could feel the hairs on my body raising. The buildings in the vicinity were melting as if they were rotting, and the road in front of me was collapsing, a sensation so horrifying that it was almost impossible to imagine such a scene in my mind. I don't know why, but my body was shivering, and it felt like the sound of my thirsty throat was loudly resounding in my ears. And it isn't just in my head, all of my body, and the instincts within it were warning me that something very frightening is coming. It's different from the pressure I've felt from Kuro's magic power when she asked me in Lilia-san's mansion before. It's a really terrifying feeling, making me feel helpless before it, warning my instincts of this being that releases a pressure that's more fundamental than Kuro's. It's so dense that you can even say that I'm feeling it on my skin. The presence of death. And then, from the end of the dimly lit road which is tainted with silence, that appeared. Long hair as white as ashes, morbidly white skin, deep and gloomy blood-like crimson eyes. A woman dressed in gothic dress-like clothing, wrapped in a pale blue light, just like fluttering dandelions, were approaching my direction with an eerie presence around her. She looked like a ghost, but she held beauty that could be described as unequaled, but even this beauty of hers accentuates the fear I'm feeling. I can't breathe well. My instincts tell me to stay away from her. Don't get involved with her, quickly get away. However, contrary to such thoughts, my body seems like it was frozen, making me unable to move. What a strange magic power. Are you a hero? Her cold voice resounds, and her red eyes look at me. I feel as if my whole body is stuck in an illusion, as I dumbfoundedly look back at the woman before me. The sun is setting, and in the middle of the road that had begun to get dark, I stand before the incarnation of death. Chapter 51, We've Become Friend. Back in my previous world, New Year's was filled in the snow of winter, embracing every person with winter's cold embrace. But the New Year's in this world has a weather that's supposed to be warm and close to spring, but my body is currently being strangely wrapped in an unpleasant coldness. I don't need to think about the cause, for the cause of this is the entity that appeared before me. This chilliness I feel is too cold, as if my soul was frozen. On the way home from my date with Kuro, I encountered this woman with a strange atmosphere, asking me if I'm a hero. I have to make a reply, but my body just shakes and doesn't move properly, even though my instincts are telling me that I have to reply and that she isn't someone I should ever defy. I repeat, are you the hero? As if my continued silence was off-putting, the woman changed her tone to a slightly stronger one and asked me the same question again. It was as if I was being strangled by an invisible hand, pushing me down with an oppressive, suffocating feeling. I'm an otherworlder, but I'm not the hero. I see. The woman nodded to the words that I barely managed to squeeze out, without showing any particular reaction. The silence is heavy. I feel as if the air itself has weight. The trembling in my body grows even stronger, wanting to get rid of this hellish feeling as soon as possible. After a few moments of silence, the woman holds out her hand to me to shake my hand. Isis Remnant. Nice to meet you. The moment I looked at the held-out hand, what rose in my hand was an intense sense of discomfort, a feeling of fear, far greater than my mind can tolerate, and I feel like nausea was rising from the pits of my stomach. I have to escape, run away, run. My instincts were intensely screaming at me. The hand that is supposed to look white and beautiful looks like the sickle of the Grim Reaper. I mustn't hold that hand. If I were to hold her hand, I would die. Don't defy her. Don't go against her. Don't take my eyes away from her. One after another, they resounded in my head like an alarm clock waking me up from sleep. Seeing me like that, the woman slightly lowered her eyes, and at the moment I saw that, a single emotion appeared in my heart. Deep sorrow and intense loneliness. A feeling of solitude so intense. Those were the emotions that were read by my sympathy magic. As soon as I understood that, a thought arose in my mind different from the one I had before. I don't know the logic for this thought, nor do I have a clear reason or basis for it. But for some reason, if I were to run away here, I feel like I would regret it for the rest of my life. My body naturally moved, and I found myself slapping my cheeks with both of my hands. The bizarre fear that still assaults my body hasn't disappeared. However, the thoughts that were coming to my mind are about to become something completely different. Get your head out of your ass. Go think about the situation more seriously this time. What did this person ever do to me? Did she do any harm to me, or had she ever directed her hostility towards me? No, she didn't. She had only asked me if I'm the hero, and then introduced herself and asked for a handshake. She didn't do anything strange. I stare into the woman's red eyes, which seems somewhat startled, and as I reach out to accept the handshake, an intense sense of discomfort assaulted me again. Clenching my teeth within this dizzying fear and discomfort, I still tried to desperately move my hand. I don't have any basis for my actions, nor do I have any reason why. I don't even know why I'm so desperate. However, I feel like I have to hold this person's hand, right here, right now. If I had been in the same situation before I came to this world, I would have definitely run away. However, when I came to this world and met Kuro, I understood that even a single goodwill could save a person's heart. I've learned how glad I am to have her reach out to me, even if I'm hiding deep within the darkest depths of my heart. For this reason, if I'm the only one who can reach into the depths of this person's heart at this moment in time, then there's no way I can run away from here. Kuro had mentioned it before, how my body will naturally try to adapt to non-hostile magic power. If I were to attribute this unspeakable fear I'm feeling from the magic power that the woman before me was clad in, then stop shaking there like an idiot, and get on with adjusting with her magic power. I don't know if it had been answered because of my scream within my heart. Clenching my teeth so hard that my lips were bleeding, I desperately tried reaching out. Little by little, for every centimeter I'm closer to her hand, I feel like the discomfort I'm feeling softens. The trembling of my hand gradually diminishes and slowly, as if the world had been in slow motion, I reached out for the woman's held-out hand. How much time passed? Anyway, my hand reaches the hand of the woman who had spent a ridiculously long time waiting for me to hold it out the whole time. Grasping her cold hand, I closed my eyes once and, with a smile on my face, I spoke. My name is Isekaied. It's nice to meet you. Isis-san. As I held her hand, the fear and discomfort I'm feeling finally disappeared, and I was able to naturally speak with her. Isis-san looked stunned as she stared at me, and after nodding once, she spoke. Her voice sounds heartless, but it sounds like she's trembling, and I could also feel a hint of relief from her voice. Isekaied. Can I just call you Kaido? Yes. Kaido. Let's get married. Please wait a sec there, I don't know what you're talking about. Something strange. Just when I thought I had finally managed to introduce myself, she suddenly asked me to marry her for some reason. It doesn't make any sense. It's as if she just leaped out of the process and burst straight to the end. In response to my reply, Isis-san had a sincerely happy smile on her face as she continued speaking. My hand, you grasped it. I felt happy. That's why marriage. Era? That's strange. I just felt a chill run down my back different from what I felt before. It was just my imagination, right? I felt like I was getting a cold impression from her before, but she's now looking at me with such heat in her eyes that I think she would end up burning me. What should I do in this situation? I need to say something. Air. How about we start as friends for now? When I fearfully suggested so, as I carefully choose the words I say, Isis-san's cheeks turned red and she happily smiled. Friends. Kaido's friend. I'm happy. It appears that she liked it, as Isis-san repeatedly said the word friends over and over again like she's in delirium. It's that. How should I say this? I guess she's one of those intense ones. Having a little chat with Isis-san, we had a particularly casual conversation. It was already getting dark, so when I told her I need to leave soon, Isis-san had a lonely look on her face as she muttered. Kaido, where do you live? I'm living in Duchess Albert's mansion just down this street. Can I come to visit you sometimes? Ah, yes. Of course, you can come over anytime. I'll go tell the homeowner myself. Wouldn't I? Be a bother. It's all right. You don't have to act that reserved. Isis-san and I are friends, so you're welcome to come over anytime. When Isis-san timidly asked me that, I told her that she can come to visit me whenever she wants, and a really happy smile appeared on her face. Looking at her like that, she just looks like a normal pretty woman. Seriously, I'm wondering why I'm feeling that frightened of her just now. After happily nodding at my words, Isis-san takes out a blue flower from somewhere and holds it out to me. This is for you. Thank you very much. I'll take good care of it. A flower with blue petals as clear as ice. Receiving the flower, which I haven't seen before, from Isis-san, and after thanking her, I store it in my magic box. Well then, I'd better get going. Let's talk again next time. Thank you. Kaido. I love you. Thank you very much. Well then, see you later. See you later. For some reason, a strange chill creeps behind my back again. After putting that strange chill aside and bowed my head to Isis-san, who was giving me a small wave with her hand, I left the place. Dear Mom, Dad, there really was a lot of things that happened today. In a way, this may be the first time in my life that I've worked so hard. But because of that, Isis-san and I have become friends. It was in a corner of the vast demon realm, a region covered by ice that hasn't melted for thousands of years, a place known as the Land of Death. In a room within a huge castle covered in thick ice, a girl called as the incarnation of death had a happy expression on her face. Kaido, saying the name of the young man he met today, her cheeks blushing as if she's in love with him. The Death King, Isis Remnant, muttered to herself as she stared at the books stacked like a mountain. I found him. I finally found him. I'm not mistaken. Kaido. Kaido is my fated one. Muttering so, Isis holds a book, her favorite book, within her embrace. The book tells the story of a young girl who falls in love with a man she met by chance, and as she sees herself in the girl's eyes, her cheeks blushed, and she mutters the name of the man in her thoughts over and over again. The name of the young man from another world who took her hand after the thousands of years of fear, the hand of someone who had always been walking in solitude. The Death King, feared by most of the beings in this world as the symbol of death. Her mind was now only filled with thoughts of that young man. Chapter 52. Intermission. Isis Remnant. 1. The King clad in death. Two colors of flashes of light ran through the corner of the vast demon realm, while thunderous sound rang out in the surroundings. Just as thousands of tree roots rose like spears piercing the skies, an extremely cold wind blowing down from the skies froze them. Just like a rush of magic power blowing like storms, two shadows were confronting each other in the center of the trembling atmosphere. Lilywood, don't interfere. I can't let you go to the human realm, Isis. The two existences facing each other are both beings that are so known in the demon realm that no one doesn't know them. The battle between they who were part of the Six Kings, the Death King, Isis Remnant, and the World King, Lilywood Yggdrasil, is so fierce that it can rightly be called a natural disaster, and all the things in the surroundings that were as far as one's sight can see have turned into a wilderness. The beginning of this event started about half an hour ago, when Lilywood tried to stop Isis from going to the gate leading to the human realm, and as a result, it had turned into a battle. This is unrelated to you, Lilywood. I'm related to this. Right now, the demon realm and the human realm have just signed the Treaty of Friendship, and it's still very unstable. We can't afford to damage the trust that we've finally built. So, why are you stopping me? Do you really want me to say it? I wouldn't like to say this if I could. However, your existence is dangerous in this situation. Why? The magic power of death that you're clad in is nothing more than an object of fear for living beings. You're wrong. Stop turning your eyes away. You yourself know of this as well, that you are an object of fear for your people. The truth is that she didn't want to say such condemning words. Lilywood has an expression on her face that seems like she had bitten down on a bitter war, but she need to ruthlessly tell her the truth, and when Isis heard those words, her eyes widened and she stiffened. A moment of silence appeared, but it is quickly broken by the swelling magic power of Isis. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. With her cries and screams, in response to her fury, Isis's magic power exploded, forming an extremely large magic circle in the sky that shook the air. Seeing the extreme magic that is filled with her killing intent, clearly different from the magic she used before, Lilywood calmly looked at it and formed a magic circle of the same size on the ground. The Six Kings' extreme magic. It was enough to turn dozens of kilometers around them into ashes, and rather than intercept it, Lilywood aimed to offset it with magic of the same scale to protect the lands of the demon realm. However, before the storm formed by Isis can be unleashed and descend down from the skies, a jet-black magic circle appears superimposed on the bluish-white magic circle in the sky, and with the sound like shattering glass, the magic circle formed by Isis disappeared. This is, before the surprise too, Kiromwena appears between them as her coat, which has turned into black wings, flapped in the air. Did I make it in time? Yes, thank you for your help, Kiromwena. As expected, there was a limit to how much damage control on the surrounding area with just me alone. Lilywood lets out a sigh of relief at Kiromwena's appearance and thanked her, while in contrast to her, Isis clenched her teeth. Kiromwena, you're also going to interfere? No, it's not like I'm trying to interfere or anything like that, and I know how you feel, Isis. But could you at least wait until the world is a little more stable? Hearing Kiromwena's words, Isis bit her lip as if to say that she still wasn't convinced, but she didn't try to force her way through like she did when she was just being confronted by Lilywood. She might be able to do it if it was just Lilywood, but if Kiromwena joined in, the possibility of breaking through was equal to zero. After being silent for a while, Isis clenched her fists and silently left the place, her body slightly trembling. Looking at her departing figure, who even looks like she's somehow crying, Kiromwena lets out a big sigh. It seems like she's having a rough day. Isis, I mean. I suppose it can't be helped. The human realm and the god realm have signed a treaty of friendship, and she herself knows it, but still, no matter what happened, she's still thinking about someone who would accept her, even in the human realm or the god realm. Isis is pretty lonely after all, especially since we've been so busy lately that we haven't been able to talk to each other. Thinking about Isis, who had just left, both Kiromwena and Lilywood had a somewhat sad expression on their faces. 2 years after the Treaty of Friendship was signed, for the sake of peace between the three worlds that have begun to work hand in hand, both Kiromwena and Lilywood have been going back and forth between the human realm and demon realm lately, but Isis hasn't visited the human realm or the god realm since the Treaty of Friendship. No, it should be better to say that she wants to visit, but she was stopped. Isis, who is always clad in the magic power of death, is an object of fear in both the human realm and god realm, to the extent that those who were faint of heart would pass out just by the mere sight of her. Therefore, in this situation where the world wasn't stable yet, they couldn't let her move around as she pleased. Kiromwena, why is Isis so obsessed with the human realm and the god realm to such an extent? Are we not enough to divert her out of loneliness? It's just a guess, but I think it's because we can't truly help Isis from her loneliness. The reason for this is very simple. We have great power. It's because we have great power? UNN. I think this is what Isis is probably thinking. The reason why we treat Isis normally is that we are powerful enough to oppose her, or to put it in another way, if we didn't have our power, we wouldn't have accepted her. What she's looking for is someone who would unconditionally accept her. Even if she's not strong enough to go against her, someone who will still take her hand without fear. I think that's why she's trying to get close to the less powerful humans, because she wants to find someone like that. I see. However, that's impossible, isn't it? I can hardly believe that there's a human who can stand before her magic power of death. It certainly is difficult. Even Hikari-chan couldn't do it. The being that Isis seeks. a being who would accept her even without power to oppose her. The chances of such a being showing up are almost non-existent. Even the human with the strongest heart that they know of, the hero Hikari, was also unable to face Isis properly. Her body was shaking before her, struggling to get her words out. That alone would be enough to say that she had a strong heart, but it was quite lacking compared to the being Isis wanted to find. Remembering the face of Isis, who was about to start crying just now, Kiromwena and Lilywood sadly looked down. The land of death, in the castle of ice. Within it lives the Death King, Isis Remnant, who is shedding tears. Yawa? Why? Why? She is a being born from the magic power left behind by a multitude of dead beings. In other words, it can be said that her very existence has the concept of death as her core. Therefore, from the moment she was born, the magic power of death was kept in her body, and this magic power of hers intimidates the people around her, regardless of her intentions. It doesn't matter whether or not Isis is hostile to the other person, or whether or not the person she is facing is afraid at all. Those things don't matter at all, for the instincts of every living being were rejecting her existence. Hence, she was lonely. Isis is perceived as an object of fear by most of the beings in the demon realm. She's a ghost, and even though her race was supposed to be quite close to the whites and liches, even those who were under the undead species feared her. She is a being who was named as one of the 6 kings because of the threat she clads in her body, and is said to be the most dangerous of the 6 kings. However, she has no intention of spreading death indiscriminately. She would even try to be as friendly as possible with those who weren't turning against her, but the magic power of death that her body was clad in won't allow it. The only people who can face Isis without fear are those who have power comparable to hers. But conversely, those who don't have such power fear her and keep away from her without exception. That fact gives her a strong sense of loneliness, and Isis has spent thousands of years holding on to that smoldering feeling. It would have been better if things had remained as it is. If she had remained defeated from this feeling, she might have been happy in some way. Despair would be born when one hopes. The moment the 3 realms, the demon realm, the human realm, and the god realm, joined hands, and her world expanded. A faint hope appeared in Isis's thoughts. If the demon realm is no good, but if it's the human realm or the god realm, if a being that accepts her exists, even if such being held no power to oppose her magic power of death, the hope she embraced came back to her with great despair. No one would ever truly accept her for who she is. No one will take her hand from the bottom of their hearts. These overflowing emotions turned to tears, and the king clad in death roared alone. The one she's been seeking for thousands of years. It wasn't until nearly 1,000 years later that he appeared. Chapter 53. Intermission, Isis Remnant. 2. The being that she had been waiting for. In one corner of the castle of ice, the Death King, Isis Remnant, quietly flips the pages of the book in her hand. Her expression is so tainted with loneliness that you can even feel the coldness in it. The only sound that exists in that quiet castle is the sound of books being read. It has almost been 1,000 years since the treaty of friendship between the 3 realms, the demon realm, the human realm, and the god realm. During these millennia, the environment surrounding the demon realm has drastically changed, and the demons have been accepted by the humans and the gods as good neighbors, and the world has expanded greatly. However, the world surrounding Isis remains closed. Or rather, it has become worse than it was 1,000 years ago. Currently, the demon realm and the human realm have very friendly relations with each other, and the 6 kings, the pinnacle of the demon realm, were also related to the human realm in their own ways. The underworld king, who was naturally sociable and kind, made her a trusted figure among the humans and the gods, and there were many followers of the underworld king, even among the humans. The world king was especially worshipped by the elves and some other tribes, and in some regions, she has gained a large number of followers. The war king has a rough personality, but his open and honest boldness and the stoicism of his in regards to battles, making it that many adventurers pray to the war king for victory when they are about to throw themselves into dangerous battles. The Dragon King provided the flying dragons under his command as a means of transportation, and peddlers, in particular, began to think of the Dragon King as a god of commerce and carry around dragon ornaments as good luck charms. Since the phantasmal king changes his appearance frequently and rarely appears in public, even Isis, who was among the 6 kings, doesn't exactly know what he's doing. But it was said that he has the largest amount of subordinates among the 6 kings, and that he supports the peace of the world hidden behind the shadows. And so, even the six kings had adjusted to the expanded world and established their own standpoints. Yes, except for Isis, the Death King. To be precise, one could also say that the standpoint of the Death King is also changing. Yes, as an object of fear, that is, she was considered as the most fearsome and dangerous among the six kings, and was feared as the symbol of death by both the humans and gods. She was angry and frustrated that all the other members of the six kings were on good terms with the others, and she tried everything she could to establish good relations with the humans. However, it all ended in vain before the magic power of death that she was clad in. The humans are especially sensitive to the emotion of fear compared to the demons, and as the World King feared, they had never accepted Isis at all. The hope she held had turned to despair, and as she shed tears to the extent that she can't shed tears anymore. Before she knew it, the despair she held reached to the point that she could only feel resignation. As a result, she rarely leaves her castle of ice except for the Festival of Heroes, and she spends her days flipping through the vast number of books she has collected from around the world. She doesn't know whether she could call it fortunate or unfortunate, but she has more money that she can spend. This is because there are many rare ores and gems in the land of death where she lives, and many of them are coveted by many. She had amassed a huge amount of money after giving permission to mine them, and even if she doesn't do anything, huge amounts of money are still delivered to her. At first, knowing that most of the humans wanted them, Isis tried to offer them free of charge, but she ended up frightening them instead. Regarding the permission to mine, she thought that she had given them permission to mine wherever they wanted and as much as they wanted. But those who were mining never go near the area around Isis's castle, where the best veins of ore are located, and as if they didn't want to provoke her, they were only mining a small amount from the veins at the edge of the land of death. And thus, she uses the money she had earned to buy books to distract herself from loneliness, and Isis may have gathered a vast number of books in her castle. The books she had gathered to distract herself from loneliness. Ironically, the loneliness of reading a book alone in her castle has turned the loneliness she's carrying on her little shoulders to become even greater, and as a result, her loneliness had turned her into someone very gloomy over the last 1,000 years. In the mountain range located in the northern part of the Symphonia Kingdom's royal capital, Isis floats around. She rarely goes out of her home except for the Festival of Heroes, but that doesn't mean she doesn't go out at all, as she visits the human realm a few times a year. There are two main reasons for this. The first one is to buy a new book, and the other is for her small hobby. Isis has read thousands and thousands of books, but perhaps because she is envious of the connections the other people had, among the books she read, she likes to read novels that depict romance between men and women. She especially likes stories about men and women of different status falling in love, as she always read them eagerly, putting herself in the shoes of the female characters. When she finished reading a novel she particularly liked, she would go and collect some of the items and flowers that appeared in the story as a souvenir, which had become a small hobby of hers. This time, she had visited this mountain range because there was a scene in the novel where the male protagonist went to pick a phantom blue flower growing on the top of the mountain range to give to the woman he loved. But that's a story that had been adapted into a fantasy novel, so the real blue flower that was growing on top of this mountain range. The blue crystal flowers may be rare, but they are common enough that it isn't necessary for someone to climb this mountain range, much less know if these flowers actually grow on top of this mountain range. The animals and monsters that live in the mountains sensed her approach and began fleeing, which is something that she's already used to. Isis doesn't seem particularly concerned about it as she continues ascending the mountain. Those beings who happened to build their nest in her path, like the wyverns, were unfortunately be visited by the walking calamity of death. Hindrances. After silently muttering so, Isis released her magic power of death towards the surroundings. The wyverns' lives literally just ended, and they began falling to the ground like leaf beetles, forming into a mountain comprising over 50 corpses. When she reached the top of the mountain, she found the blue crystal flower growing there, and with a smile of satisfaction, she plucked the flower, casted a state preservation magic on it, and stored it away, and after fulfilling her purpose, she began to return back to the way using the path she came from. Thereupon, ahead of the direction she's traveling at, she saw a large number of humans in front of the wyvern's corpses, and as Isis approached them, she tilted her head. When the humans, who were trembling as if they're frightened, saw Isis's approach, their expressions turned pale, and the leader of the group bowed his head, trembling in fear. D. Death, King-sama. What are you doing here? W. We are here to subjugate the wyverns. These ones. Why, yes. When Isis called out to him, the man was clearly frightened as his voice trembled when he replied. That's to be expected, for these humans, encountering the Death King, Isis remnant, outside of the Festival of Heroes is considered as a calamity that means death, as some of the members of the subjugation team look at her in tears, and some of them have already fainted on the ground. In the human realm and the god realm, she is known as a dangerous being who will kill any beings she doesn't like, but as far as Isis is concerned, putting aside unintelligent monsters like wyverns, she has no intention of needlessly hurting humans who haven't pointed his or her sword at her. However, the magic power of death she was clad in creates an image of death against the subjugation team. They had already had their own deaths in their minds many times, and their instincts were intensely screaming for them to run away. As if to say the mood she held after finding the blue crystal flower in the place just as the story told was ruined, Isis showed a slight irritation on her face, and at the same time, it was noticeable in her magic power of death. Yua. Was he an adventurer? One of them shouted out and began running away, and as if it had sparked the trigger, one after another, the members of the subjugation team began to flee from that spot as fast as they could. However, it's only the adventurers who ran away, and even though the members of the Night Order may be aware that they are carrying the fate of their country on their shoulders, their bodies tremble to the extent that their armor clatters, but still they remain in place and continue to bow before Isis. After coldly looking at such a scene, Isis walked past the trembling knights with nothing more to say and began walking down the mountains. She knows it herself, but their unreasonable rejection towards her irritates her, and as she continues on her way with a distinctly sullen expression, different from the good mood she was in earlier, she suddenly stops on her steps. This magic power. Is that Kuromwena? Feeling the magic power of one of the other members of the Six Kings, Kuromwena, from the direction of the royal capital, she moved her gaze towards that direction, and there, she saw the spatial annihilation magic that had been activated above the royal capital and immediately disappeared. Seeing the magic that Kuromwena activated, Isis thought for a moment. Because she's not feeling so good now after she encountered the subjugation team, she thought that she would just talk with the good-natured Kuromwena to get rid of some of her depression. Settled with those thoughts, Isis began to slowly move forward on her path towards the royal capital. Perhaps because she just thought of it as a mere whim and that if she wouldn't mind even if she didn't see her, Isis moved slowly and only arrived at the royal capital just as the sun was setting. She doesn't know if it's because most of the inhabitants had heard about it from the adventurers who had fled earlier, as most of the residents had entered their homes, waiting for the symbol of calamity to pass through their city with bated breaths. It was already a familiar sight to Isis, and it could be said that whenever she visited a city, sooner or later, it was always going to become like this. However, the only one different from usual is that a young man was standing at the end of the path that Isis was walking through. The young man was looking at the approaching Isis with stunned, frightened eyes. However, the way he was frightened was a little different from the subjugation team that she had encountered earlier. The men of the subjugation team were frightened because they knew what kind of existence Isis is, while the young man seemed to be frightened as if he had encountered something unknown to him. What a strange magic power. Are you a hero? Because of his unusual reaction and the fact that he was clad in magic power that feels a little different from the humans of this world, Isis asked, thinking that this young man is the one who holds the role of hero this year. If he's a human from another world, there's a chance that he may accept her. Isn't on her mind anymore. She has already tried that many times towards those who hold the role of hero back then. However, the result was nothing different. She understands that she is also an object of fear to the otherworlders as well, and Isis herself isn't particularly expecting anything different, as she had just called out to him as a mere greeting. I repeat, are you a hero? She already expected that he would be like that, but when the shivering young man didn't reply, Isis just asked him one more time. Because of the fact that she was irritated with that encounter she had earlier, her words laced with a little bit of sullenness are released with the magic power of death, and after the young man's shoulders twitched, he looked a little frightened as he spoke. I'm an otherworlder, but I'm not the hero. I see. Hearing the young man's reply, Isis was frankly a little surprised. She honestly didn't expect him to reply anything. She thought that this conversation would either end with him trembling, unresponsive, or him running away in fear, but even as the young man trembled, he replied. To stand before Isis, who was clad in magic power of death, a person must have a certain amount of strength in their heart. But moreover, the current Isis is in a very bad mood, making the magic power of death she was clad in to be more vicious than usual. He isn't as strong as the knight he saw earlier, but for him to be able to reply even as she was displeased, something that knight couldn't do, this young man may be a person with a pretty strong heart. Slightly revising her perception to this young man, Isis holds out her hand towards him. Isis. Isis Remnant. Nice to meet you. Introducing herself, she held out her hand. Isis herself knows more than anyone that this is just a futile act. This is only a formality, as it's proper to hold out your hand to someone you're greeting. It doesn't matter how strong-minded he is. As long as he's a living being, as long as he doesn't have the power to oppose Isis, he wouldn't be able to hold the hand that she offered to him. Looking at the hand that Isis held out to him, the young man clearly became more frightened as he took a step backward. This is the ending that she knows of, a natural event that has been repeated thousands of times, something that will never change. This shackles, this curse that she had been burdened with from the moment she was born. Isis had no intention of blaming the young man for his reaction, as she tried to gently back away from him so as to not scare him further. The scene that happened after that, though, isn't something that Isis knows of. It's something that she hadn't expected. A dry sound resounded in the silence, and the hand that was about to pull away stopped. What is he doing? Before Isis's eyes, the young man suddenly slapped his cheeks with both of his hands, and after closing his eyes once, his eyes with strong will turned towards her. Those eyes aren't those of the weak who are frightened of her, but they aren't those of the strong who have the strength to oppose her like the other members of the Six Kings. They are the eyes of a challenger who is frightened and intimidated, but is ready to face the challenges on his path. Isis was sure of it. The young man in front of her is trying to challenge himself, even with his weak body and meager magic power. Even as he doesn't have an ounce of strength to oppose Isis, and yet, he's still trying to challenge her magic power of death head-on. Her heart began to greatly tremble, and that feeling that should have disappeared long ago, the feeling of hope began to rise up from the depths of her heart. It's impossible. There's no way he can do it. Despite the way her heart felt, she couldn't drop the hand she held out. No, she strongly felt that she shouldn't put it down. As if in response to the small wish Isis faintly held deep in Isis's heart, the young man trembled and slowly. He's really slow in his advance, but his hand certainly started to move a little bit closer, clenching his teeth so hard that it was bleeding, like he was enduring his fear. He's desperately trying to respond to Isis's wish. If she were to describe it, it's a miracle that could only happen at this moment of time. If Isis didn't like the book she read, she wouldn't have walked out of her castle today. If she hadn't seen Kiromwena's magic, if she hadn't encountered the subjugation team and felt displeased, she wouldn't have come to visit the royal capital. If she hadn't mistaken the young man for a hero, she wouldn't have called out to him. And if the young man, Isekaied, hadn't met Kiromwena, he wouldn't have tried to challenge himself. All of these varying factors meshed with each other like a miracle, and as a result, this moment came. After a really long time, Kaido's hand finally reaches Isis. The wish that she had been hoping for thousands of years, and had almost given up on getting it. She, who had been despairing about why she was born with this kind of power, and for what reason she was born for. She, who shed tears to the point that she couldn't shed tears anymore, lamented the changes around her. And yet, all the while, she continued to wait for such an existence in the depths of her heart. Even if he didn't have the strength to resist her magic power of death, he still faced and overcame it. The being who could hold her hand. My name is Isekaied. It's nice to meet you. Isis-san. Directed towards her. The words spoken with his gentle voice and the warm smile he had melted the ice that had enveloped Isis's heart. And at that moment, Isis was really strongly convinced that she was born to meet this young man. To meet Kaido? How unusual. Isis, I never expected that you would visit me. Lilywood, what do you think? Would be a good souvenir. A souvenir, huh? Are you going to bring it to visit someone? I found a friend. Lilywood looked slightly surprised about the fact that she would receive a visit from Isis, who doesn't often leave her castle, but her surprise became greater when she heard the reason for her visit. You found a friend, huh? Is it a high-ranking demon? Or perhaps a high-ranking god? No, a human. What? Like I said, a human. That is. Is there someone among the humans who hold that much power? Hearing the word human that Isis told her, Lilywood asked, looking unusually distraught. However, the asked Isis just looked at her in puzzlement as she tilted her head in wonder. Kaido isn't strong though. Compared to their knights, he was much weaker. He also had small magic power. And yet, this human has become your friend? Kaido. He held my hand, and he said that I could visit any time I want, with a smile on his face. Is that human actually a monster? Hearing the words that Isis happily said while her cheeks were blushing red, Lilywood looked stunned, as if she heard something unbelievable. At least, Lilywood couldn't believe that a mere human could resist Isis's magic power of death. Kaido said he's an otherworlder, but he's not a hero. An otherworlder? If his name is Kaido, is he male? He was kind and cool. That's strange. I've heard from my followers that attended the evening party in the Symphonia Kingdom before that there was an accident in the summoning of Hero this time. But I'm told that the otherworlders who attended that evening party were that one man who held the role of Hero and two women though. Since Lilywood has many followers around the world, one of them had attended the New Year's party held in the Symphonia Kingdom, and she had heard about the accident regarding the summoning of the hero. However, she doesn't remember hearing about the existence that matches with the person that Isis talked about. Why didn't Kaido participate there? I don't know, but it's certainly hard to imagine him having something else to do around that time. At that point in time, it had only been 4 days since they came to this world. In that case, it's possible that he's being unfairly treated by the country. No, it's just a possibility, okay? It's just one of the plausible reasons. I see. Seeing the obvious change in the atmosphere around Isis, Lilywood hurriedly told her that it's just her guess. It's just hypothetically speaking, okay? But what if, hypothetically, this Kaido-san had been unfairly treated? Whoever did that, I'm going to kill them all. And, no, let's calm down, okay? You look like you're going to destroy the country. Any country that torments Kaido should be destroyed. Lilywood was convinced. If that really was the case, Isis would seriously kill all those culprits, even if it meant destroying the Symphonia Kingdom. Wryly smiling upon the words that Isis said with a straight face, Lilywood hurriedly sent a transmission to her subordinates with her magic power and ordered them to investigate this matter as soon as possible. However, look, if you do that, won't that kind Kaido-san that you mentioned be sad? If Kaido will be sad, I won't destroy them. I will just leave them half dead. For that Isis to obediently pull back. Seriously, what kind of person is this Kaido-san? Isis's reaction, which is unthinkably honest compared to back then, surprised Lilywood again, and she decided to talk with Isis about the first topic of their conversation, a souvenir. At first, Lilywood was skeptical about the existence of this unknown human, but when she saw Isis looking really happy as she talked about Kaido, she also naturally smiled. A person that Isis gets so much into. I'm a little curious. Come to think of it, the Festival of the Elves will soon be held in the Symphonia Kingdom. Fumu, that should be a good opportunity for me. I'll go visit them at that time. Lilywood, are you listening to me? Yes. It's your first visit there, so I think it would be better if you bring something consumable. Since he's someone from another world, I think food from this world might be good. I see. Lilywood, can I have some fruit from the world tree? I don't mind, but could it be that you're planning to bring that? Is that no good? I'm not saying that it's no good, but it might frighten them away if you suddenly bring something too expensive. Lilywood, who could be said to be extremely sensible among the 6 kings who held each of their own unique personalities, let out a sigh after hearing Isis's words, but still didn't complain and went along with her choice of souvenir. It's something she hasn't seen for a long time now, and seeing Isis's heartfelt feelings he brought out. She's feeling heartfelt gratitude to Kaido for melting the ice in the Death King's heart. Chapter 54, looked scared. For some reason, it looked very hectic inside the mansion just when I returned a little later than planned due to my meeting with Isis-san. And when one of the servants led me to Lilia-san's office, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san were there, and for some reason, when they saw my face, they made a relieved expression on their faces. Welcome back, Kaido-san. I knew there was no chance of that happening since you're with Kiromwena-sama, but I'm glad you're safe. What's going on? Tilting my head as I asked that question at Lilia-san's relieved tone, a possibility came into my mind. They were probably talking about that one incident where wyverns showed up in the royal capital. Though they may look a lot less impressive because Kuro quickly dealt with them, but after thinking about it again, it may be a big deal. And the fact that I came home later than planned made Lilia-san worried about my safety. I was about to sit down and apologize for causing her to worry, but the words that came back were different from what I expected. Kaido-san, I've already told this to Aoi-san and Hina-san earlier, but for a while, or at least, just tomorrow, please refrain from going out. Era? Weren't we talking about the wyvern? Did something else of note happen? No. It might just be that they were being alert if there were still other wyverns flying around in the area. Today, we've heard that Death King Sama has been sighted around the royal capital. The Death King? It seems that she really isn't talking about the wyverns. Speaking of the Death King, if I'm not mistaken, the Death King was one of the bad-tempered ones among the 6 kings along with the War King, and was said that they would kill you if you displeased them. I see. I guess I can't blame them for being so cautious when one of them is nearby. Death King Sama is always clad in magic power of death and is extremely dangerous. If you are feeble-minded, you will faint at the mere sight of her. So, please refrain from going out until we acquire some accurate information regarding this matter. Era, that's strange. I wonder why. But while she was talking about that, Isis-san's face popped out of my mind for some reason. I don't really know what this dangerously sounding magic power of death is, but if she's talking about something that would make you pass out just standing before it. I think I encountered a similar situation a while ago. Mayama-sama? Is something the matter? No. Ha ha ha. No. There's no way that's possible, right? We're talking about one of the 6 kings, you know? We were talking about beings that were the pinnacle of the demon realm, and beings that one wouldn't usually see except at the Festival of Heroes, you know? And yet, there's no way that I had just encountered one like that out of nowhere, right? It must just be imagination, and I must have been mistaken. However, let's check it out a bit, just to be sure. Lilia-san. That Death King. Her name isn't Isis Remnant, right? Kaido-san. How do you know the name of Death King Sama? You wouldn't have been able to know her name unless you've seen the person herself due to the information concealment magic. I see. Isis-san really is the Death King, huh? However, she certainly may have been terribly intimidating, but I don't think she has a bad temper though. No, she certainly had a rather strong personality, though it was in a different way, but I don't think she's the kind of person who would just kill someone just because she finds him displeasing. My lady, is it just my imagination? It's just that I have a very bad feeling about this. That's unexpected, Luna. I actually feel that way too. No, Air. Kaido-san, where did you hear that name? You heard it from Kiromue-sama, right? If it's Kiromue-sama, I think she wouldn't be affected by the information concealment magic. So you must have heard it from Kiromue-sama? I'm begging you, please tell me that's the case. I'm sorry. I met her just now. I told Lilia-san, who looks like she's relying on me with a desperate look in her eyes, that I've already met the Death King. Immediately after that, like a puppet that had lost its strings, Lilia-san's face slammed into the desk. My lady, please get a hold of yourself. Lunamaria-san hurriedly ran up to her, but Lilia-san didn't even move and kept her face down, and after a while, she stood up and slowly walked towards me. Lilia-san, gay? Feeling that there's something strange in the surrounding, I was about to say a word of defense, but Lilia-san grabbed me by my collar before I could even finish speaking. What do you mean? Wow, Lilia-san. It hurts. Why? Are you always? Every single time I take my eyes off you, you would always get to know one of the outrageous beings in the world. Holding my collar, Lilia-san began to shake my body back and forth with tears in her eyes, and my head jerked back and forth with the ridiculous force my body was being swinged. On top of the pain, I feel like my body is floating up the ground. Are you doing this on purpose? You must have been doing this on purpose, right? How come you would know another one of the 6 kings just after that short period of time? Moreover, it had to be Death King Sama this time. Why did you have to get to know the scariest one? No, my lady. As expected, there's no way he's meeting one of the 6 kings on purpose. Lilia-san isn't looking like she's half crying anymore. She's completely crying already. I know that I can't say this since I'm actually the cause of her tears. She must have been really worried. I'm really sorry, but I'd like it if you could release me as soon as possible. At this rate, I feel like I would get to Mom and Dad's side before I can explain myself. Also, Lunamaria-san, please stop calmly throwing your tsukomis there. SHD. I'm going to lose my consciousness again. Anyway, I'm glad that you're safe even after encountering Death King Sama. No, my lady. I doubt that Mayama-sama is safe a while ago, though it's mainly because of my lady. Air. Kaido-san. I'm really sorry, are you alright? Yes. Somehow, after shaking my body in midair for a while, I don't know if Lilia-san finally regained her composure. She was now repeatedly saying her apologies while making sure I'm alright. I feel like I've been fainting frequently since I've come to this world, though it's mainly at the hands of Lilia-san. However, to get acquainted with Death King Sama after Underworld King Sama, Mayama-sama really never ceases to amaze me. Well, I don't really know if you could exactly call your relationship with Death King Sama as something friendly, but that's right. I've heard that Death King Sama is a person that's hard to please, so I'm just glad that you've made it back safely. Regarding that. It seems that they were really frightened of Isis-san, as Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san don't seem to think that I've become friends with her. I guess the cause of all of their fears must be that unordinary aura I felt when I first met her. I think they called it the magic power of death. In fact, after I talked with her, she seemed rather kind though. I guess I shouldn't tell them about that topic for later, huh? That would be no good, huh? I should tell them that I told Isis that she could come visit me anytime she wanted to. She would come visit another time. The moment I timidly told them, the two of them stiffened, as if time had completely stopped. And a little later, Lilia-san asked me with a pale, or rather, with a face that looked like it had completely lost its color. She would visit? Death King Sama will. It's not that you're actually saying that she's coming to kill us all, right? Yes. We've become friends, so she asked me if she could come visit me, and so, I told her she could come over whenever she wanted. You become friends? With Death King Sama? You're just kidding, right? I mean, we're talking about Death King Sama here, the most frightening among the 6 kings, you know? She's the kind of person who would break many people's minds just by encountering her. No, we've really become friends. She also gave me an unusual flower. When Lilia-san asked me with a dumbfounded and broken smile, I feel a little scared while I explained it to her and took out the blue flower that Isis-san gave me. That is a blue crystal flower, huh? It seems that an incredibly powerful state preservation magic has been casted on it. My lady, this really is. Stop, I don't want to hear it. Lilia-san, looking at the blue flower, the blue crystal flower, Lunamaria-san sounds dumbfounded as she mutters, while Lilia-san just covered her face with her hands when she heard it. Looking at her grim and sorrowful appearance, Lunamaria-san also looked shaken as she began to gently pat Lilia-san's back. My lady, please stay strong. What the heck's going on with Kaido-san's unique friendships? It now looks like it's more amazing than mine. I mean, it's already at the level where you can crush Albert Duchy with just a word. My lady, I can understand how you feel. Yes, it's really just that Mayama-sama had become too abnormal. He could already be described as a monster in some way, and my lady has done nothing wrong. Luna? The people I've come to know certainly are outrageous, though it's quite vexing being called as a monster. However, when I see Lilia-san looking like a crying child in front of me, there's no way I can complain about their words and just feel sorry instead. Leaving Lunamaria-san to comfort Lilia-san for a while, and as if she has found the right moment, she quickly stood up and bowed her head to Lilia-san. By the way, my lady, I would like to take some time off tomorrow. Wait a second there. Why are you trying to escape all by yourself? Please let go of me, my lady. Meeting Death King Sama isn't something you could just laugh at. I still have my mother waiting for me to come home alive. I'll never let you go. You want me to go face Death King Sama all by myself? That's impossible. I was clearly overwhelmed when it was just Kiromwena-sama who was visiting us, and you're now telling me to welcome Death King Sama. I will never forget the days I spent in the service of my lady. Why are you assuming that I'm going to die? Seeing the touching scene the two of them have suddenly turned into a grappling match, I once again recognized the magnitude of the situation. Dear Mom, Dad, Isis-san is coming to visit another time, but when I told them about Isis-san, it seems like both Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san looked scared. Chapter 55. It seems that I'm getting along with Sieg-san. After Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san's battle settled down, looking at the two of them who had returned to how they usually were, I began thinking about something. I still don't know when Isis-san will come to visit, so I'll put it aside for now, but since I'm talking to them now, I think I should talk about the Sacred Tree Festival which I've been thinking about for a while now. I heard about this a while ago, but there seems to be a festival called the Sacred Tree Festival in the Elven Forest. The Sacred Tree Festival, huh? Yes, it certainly is right around this time of year. I've never participated in it before, but I've heard that it's the biggest festival for the elves. Lilia-san has never participated in this festival before. I had the impression that Lilia-san was someone who knew everything in the world, and when I heard that it was a pretty famous festival, so it was quite surprising that Lilia-san had never participated in it. Lunamaria-san realized that the Sacred Tree Festival I had just mentioned had something to do with the earlier suggestion of helping Lilia-san have a change of pace, so she nodded once before speaking in her tone that she usually has. I can understand why you're always forgetting about it, but in case you forgot, my lady used to be a princess and the head of the Knight's Order. So, she didn't have that much opportunity to go out of the royal capital. I feel like you've added a few unnecessary comments there, but yes, it certainly is as Luna said. I haven't traveled outside the royal capital very often. Half-baked it may be, I'm still royalty, and I was left out in regards to diplomacy-related stuff. Even if she looks like a woman who thinks with her muscles and grew up in some kind of wilderness, my lady is actually like a doll trapped in a box. I would resolutely deny the first half of what she said, but the second half is generally true. It's easy to forget because of how friendly and approachable demeanor, but Lilia-san is a member of the royal family who is right to the throne, and she's in a slightly difficult position of being the king's older sister, and in addition to that, the king dotes on her so much that he didn't want to let her out of the royal capital very much. As a result, although she may have traveled with Lunamaria-san before, it's not very often, and there are still many areas which she only knows only through the information she heard. Putting that aside, does that mean Kaido-san would like to participate in the Sacred Tree Festival? Why? Yeah, I heard that it's a famous festival, so I'd like to see it if possible. Isn't it all right? The Elven Forest is famous for its beauty and its abundance of trees, and since both my lady and my Amasama have been so busy lately, wouldn't it be just right for a change of pace? When I nod at Lilia-san, who asked that while tilting her head, Lunamaria-san also added some favorable words. Seeing her glance and the nod she sent towards me, it seems that Lunamaria-san agrees that this festival is a good change of pace for Lilia-san. The conversation would go on smoothly, is what I thought would happen, but Lilia-san was looking at the two of us like she's thinking about what we could be up to now. That certainly is a great choice if we want to go sightseeing. However, putting aside attending the Sacred Tree Festival, I've never visited the Elven Forest before, so I'm a little nervous. Don't you have any information about it, Lunamaria-san? I had heard that Lunamaria-san was a half-elf, half-demon hybrid before, so I asked her if she knew anything about the Elven Forest since she had elven blood in her veins, but Lunamaria-san shook her head. My father certainly was a half-elf, but he passed away when I was very young. My mother may have brought me to attend the festival in the demon realm several times, but I've never visited the Elven Forest before. Is that so? Yes, since the Sacred Tree Festival is mainly a festival for the elves, the people who know more about it must be a pure-blooded elf. Even though this country apparently have good relations with them, but there was still a part of us that would feel uneasy if we go to a place where we lack information. Lilia-san may have agreed with participating, but because she's in charge of us, it seems that she wants more information in advance. That's when a woman suddenly came to my mind. Would Sieg-san know about this? Indeed, Sieg is a pure-blooded elf that was born in the Elven Forest. Luna, around this time, is Sieg in the middle of patrolling? Yes, perhaps. I'll call for her. Apparently, Sieg-san seems to be from the Elven Forest and seems to be the perfect person to ask about the Sacred Tree Festival. After receiving Lilia-san's words, Lunamaria-san went to call Sieg-san. Sieg-san is one of the people working at Lilia-san's mansion, and it was quite fortunate that she's an easy person to ask questions to, as I've talked to her a lot. Briefly explaining the situation to Sieg-san, who arrived a few moments later, it looks like she understood as she nodded her head, and after sitting down on the reception room's couch, she looked ready to answer our questions. She just sat down next to me like it was obvious. But isn't her vigilance to me too weak? Ugh, something smells good. Calm down. Keep calm. Speaking of which, I don't even know where the Elven Forest is in the first place, but is it far from here? I see. Then, would it be difficult to go there by carriage? Arriving there by flight? Through something like magic? Dragon. I see. So there's also that way of traveling around here, huh? It seems that the Elf Forest is a reasonably far away from the royal capital, and it would take too much time to travel by carriage. So it seems that one would usually ride a flying dragon when traveling in such distances. I didn't know this, but it seems that using flying dragons seemed to be the mainstream method of transportation to get around and carry supplies, and there are even some merchants who specialize in it. In short, these flying dragons are like the airplanes back on Earth. In that case, the time is just about right, isn't it? Is anyone allowed to join that festival? That's good. I'm relieved. I heard that it's a festival about hunting and harvest before, but... I see. The festival lasts for 2 days, huh? Fumu. So they would hold the hunting tournament on the first day, and the people would harvest on the second day, huh? Ah, is that so? I'm looking forward to that. The Sacred Tree Festival apparently lasts for 2 days, with the first day holding the hunting tournament, in which participants hunt in a predetermined area and prizes are awarded to winners based on their game. Then, on the second day, everyone would begin harvesting in a safe area. It seems that even children can participate in this event, and even I, who can't hunt, can participate without any problem. I've been told that the fruits of the hunting and the harvest are to be cooked and eaten on the second night, as everyone offers their thanks for the bountiful harvest. Yeah. Then, a lot of people would come visit every year, huh? Please wait a moment, you two. Ah. While Sieg-san was courteously explaining about the Sacred Tree Festival, for some reason, Lilia-san stopped us for a moment. When Sieg-san and I turned towards her while I tilt my head, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. What are the both of you doing just now, Kaido-san? Sieg? No. Sieg-san was explaining about the Sacred Tree Festival to me. Sieg-san isn't able to speak in the first place, so how does Mayama-sama understand Sieg's explanation? That is, well, I can somehow understand it based on her gestures. When the two people asked me as if they're seriously wondering about it, I replied to them while tilting my head. Thereupon, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san look at each other before making somewhat astonished expressions. My lady, could you understand what she said? No, all I could see was just Sieg nodding, shaking her head, and occasionally moving her hands. Ah, that's right. Thanks to my sympathy magic, I was able to read what Sieg-san wanted to say to me not with words, but with her emotions, and I thought it was very easy to understand because she was also adding some gestures with it, but for Lilia-san and the others, it just looks like Sieg-san is making gestures while I talk to myself. I see, Sieg. The reason why you took the initiative in escorting Mayama-sama was because you don't need to write to have a conversation with him. After hearing what Lunamaria-san said, Sieg-san deeply nodded once, and for some reason, she looked taken aback before turning towards me, and then began waving her hands while looking really flustered. She tells me that it's not just because it was convenient for her, but because she likes me as a person. She's probably worried that I've been hurt by her earlier affirmation, but I'm strangely embarrassed when I heard such a thing from a beautiful woman like Sieg-san. As for me, Sieg-san is a very easy person to talk to, so I've been talking to her every time I see her regularly, but I know that Sieg-san is a kind person, so she wouldn't react in such a way, but there was a part of me that was honestly worried that she finds me annoying. However, with the way she acted just now, I was very happy to find out that Sieg-san, who I've talked the most in the mansion aside from Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, looks favorably towards me. Dear Mom, Dad, Sieg-san has told me lots of things about the Sacred Tree Festival. Also, I'm happy to say that it seems that I'm getting along with Sieg-san. Next time in Yusho, The Death King's Invasion. Chapter 56. It's going to be another rowdy day. 2 days passed since we decided that we're going to participate in the Sacred Tree Festival, and it is now the 18th day of the month of fire. Luna Maria will look into the exact date of the Sacred Tree Festival, and she said that she would prepare the things that need to be done, like preparing a flying dragon for us to ride on. So all we have to do now is wait. As a side note, thanks to the book that Kuro wrote before, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san are now able to use their magic power successfully. I'm told that they're going to start practicing the actual activation of magic today, but since they're like me who came from another world, I wonder if they would also be able to use an unusual kind of magic? Walking down the corridor while thinking about this until I reached the dining room. I woke up early today and thought there would be no one in the dining room, but when I entered, I saw the figure of someone inside the dining room. I reflexively bowed my head. Good morning. Momo, you're quite early. That's a good attitude to keep, Mayama. Humans only have a finite amount of time, so try not to waste it. I shut the door in silence. That's strange. I somehow have a feeling that there's someone here that shouldn't have been here. Did I open up the wrong door? That must be it. All right, let's try again with more gusto. What the heck are you doing? That's supposed to be my line instead. Why are you here, Chronoisan? Yes, in front of the table in the dining room, there sits a supreme god who was supposed to rarely visit the human realm except at the Festival of Heroes, the goddess of time, Chronois, and she was drinking tea there like it was normal. On a side note, regarding the way I call her, it's just that I've been calling the god of creation, Shiro-san, by her name in our previous conversation, and so, she strongly said that she won't allow me to call her with a sama attached to her name, so I ended up calling her by her name, Chronoisan. Me? I am here at Lilia's request. I told her before to call me if trouble occurred. Well, I didn't expect it to happen this quickly, nor did I think it was because of the worst case possible. No way did something happen. Eh, Chronois-san. Hearing Chronois-san speaking like an emergency happened, I hurriedly asked since I thought it would be something that would require the presence of Chronois-san, a supreme god, but Chronois-san made an expression like she was really dumbfounded, and as her red and blue heterochromatic eyes turned towards me, she let out a sigh. Well, I guess I can understand the troubles that Lilia is going through with this guy. I came here because of that situation that you went into. I heard that you became acquainted with the Death King. Yes. Isis and I became friends 2 days ago. That power of yours that blesses you with connections may as well be a curse, huh? What has happened that you have found the Death King in such a short period of time? No, it's really just a coincidence that I met Isis-san. I know that. Still, it's quite unusual for someone to get to know 2 of the 6 kings in less than 20 days, especially the Death King. It's not that the Underworld King dragged you and introduced you to her, right? Yeah, well, that's a sound argument I can't refute at all. Indeed, carefully thinking about it, the people I've known since I've come to this world are truly some of the most powerful people in this world, and some of them hold the highest position and status. You could describe it as fortunate in some cases, but you could also describe it as unfortunate. I could understand the feeling of why someone would describe it as a curse. However, let me say one more thing. Aren't you also included among that group of outrageous people I've met? Moreover, to have been acquainted with the Death King of all people you could meet. If it was someone like the World King, she would have been someone easy to talk to. Is Isis-san really that feared by everyone? That one is pure, in both good and bad ways. That's also why she's so much worse than the other members of the 6 kings. There are many occasions when she doesn't make sense. Hearing Chronois-san's words makes me feel a little complicated. I know that I haven't exchanged that many words with Isis-san yet, but I think I know that she's not a bad person. Isis-san seemed really happy when she was talking to me. That would mean that she was probably lonely all the time, and that's how I feel from the emotions I could read with my sympathy magic. Feared as a monster by both the demon realm and the human realm because of the magic power of death she was clad in, and being constantly exposed to the gazes of fear, I can't even imagine what it felt like being in her situation. That's why I couldn't agree with Chronois-san's comment about Isis being bad, so I just replied with silence. Thereupon, Chronois-san nodded once with a somewhat impressed look on her face, and right at that moment, something that looked like a blue bird appeared before me. A hummingbird. Good grief. Speak of the devil, and she appears, huh? What's this? Just think of it as a convenient way of communicating through long distances using magic, just like a short letter delivered by messenger birds. Touch it, and her message should appear. As I'm surprised by the sudden appearance of the blue bird, Chronois-san gives me a brief explanation about it. Hummingbird. Where have I heard that before? Didn't Kuro mention that before? As I tilt my head, trying to recall where I've heard those familiar terms, the blue bird disappears as I touch it and glows in a bluish-white light in the air before disappearing. Today? Afternoon. I'm coming to meet you. That's freaking scary. Did she just send me a cursed letter? Anyway, it seems like this message came from Isis-san, and it looks like she's coming to visit today. Chronois-san looked at the message and muttered, I guess it's a good decision for me to come, huh? Before she stood up from her seat and left the dining room, heading towards Lilia-san's room. It's currently past noon, and me, Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san, and Chronois-san gathered at the entrance of the mansion to welcome Isis-san's arrival. It's clearly different from when we welcomed Kuro. We were now greeting her with just a few amount of people instead of that time where there were lots of people who welcomed Kuro as, under Chronois-san's direction, the feeble-minded and those with little magic power were ordered to stay in their room, which also includes Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. I don't know if it's because Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san are very anxious, as they are both repeatedly correcting their posture with a pale expression on their faces while waiting for Isis-san's visit any moments now. You don't have to worry, Lilia. You just have to follow my lead. See, Chronois-sama. Chronois-san calms Lilia-san with lines that only Eichmanns would say, and Lilia-san looks at Chronois-san with eyes that look like she's relying on her. It appears that Lilia-san and Chronois-san have some kind of mutual understanding in that talks they had before. I don't know if it's because they're sympathizing with each other about being troubled with the higher-ups, but it seems like Lilia-san relies on Chronois-san very much. As we wait within that tense atmosphere, a bluish-white light appears around the gate, and behind that light, Isis-san appears. Dressed in the same Gothic Lolita-style dress she had before, she began floating her way and slowly approaching my way. I don't know if it's because my body had already gotten used to her magic power of death since that time I met her. I'm not feeling the same way I did, but looking at Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, who were repeatedly trembling, it seems that her magic power of death manages to reach where we stand even within the distance between us. And just like the Eichmann she is, Chronoi-san naturally moves Lilia-san behind her, protecting her from Isis-san's magic power of death. When Isis-san notices me, she has a happy expression on her face as she speeds up a bit to get in front of me. Kaido, good afternoon. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. I'm not a bother, am I? Good afternoon. It's not like you're a bother or anything like that. It's good to see you again, Isis-san. Isis-san timidly asked me, so I returned her greeting with a smile on my face. Thereupon, Isis-san smiled like a blooming flower and happily nodded her head. As I thought, I really can't imagine her as a person that's hard to please. It's been a while, Death King. Chronois, what are you doing here? I know the homeowner of this place. At any rate, it seems that you have visited at quite the reasonable time. Lilywood said, it would be rude to visit around noon, and I should wait until afterwards. I see it's the World King's advice, huh? I guess that's to be expected from the so-called conscience of the Six Kings. To Chronois, who vigilantly speaks to her, Isis replies without seemingly bothered by her. Anyway, why have you come here today? I've come to visit Kaido. Ah, Kaido. Here, I've brought some souvenirs. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the trouble. Isis-san announced as if she suddenly remembered it, and held out a basket of some kind of fruits, and as I'm wondering if I should accept it while disregarding the homeowner, Lilia-san. But, since she currently looks pale while trembling behind the Chronoi-san, I decided to accept it and convey my thanks. Thereupon, Isis-san happily smiles again, and as her cheeks were slightly red, she spoke. If you're happy with that, I'm also happy. Who the heck is this woman? Looking at Isis-san, who was fidgeting as she adorably poked her fingers together and shyly smiling. For some reason, Chronoi-san had a dumbfounded expression on her face. Dear Mom, Dad, Chronoi-san appeared, and then Isis-san appeared, and how should I say this? I guess it's going to be another rowdy day? Chapter 57. Lilia-san fainted again. After finishing her greetings to me and Chronoi-san, Isis-san looked around once and finally settled her sight on Lilia-san. The homeowner. Why, yes. My name is Lilia Albert. Nice to meet you. And nice to meet you too. Ah, I see. She wants to say her greetings to the homeowner, but she didn't know who the homeowner was, so she looked around for any people that might look like it. When Isis-san asked so, Lilia-san nodded her head with clear anxiousness on her face. Even that Lilia-san is so frightened to this extent. I wonder how dreadful her magic power of death originally is. No, the pressure she's releasing is considerably lesser today. Her mind greatly influences the magic power of death she's releasing, so she must be in a very good mood today. Sensing the doubts that came to my mind, Chronoi-san whispered more information. It seems that her magic power of death was greatly affected by her emotions, so if Isis-san is in a bad mood, she would look more atrocious, and conversely, if she's in a good mood, she becomes less intimidating. Perhaps because of that, Lilia-san is also able to properly converse with her even though she's still trembling. So Chronoi-san also looks at both of them with a slightly relieved expression on her face. By the way, there's one thing. I want to ask you. What is it? New Year's evening party. Why is it that only Kaido didn't attend? Hi. Isis-san's voice clearly becomes lower, and Lilia-san reflexively jumps back. Perhaps Isis-san is releasing a rather atrocious magic power of death. Not only Lilia-san, but even Lunamaria-san's legs are trembling now. And seeing the situation, Chronoi-san immediately intervenes between Lilia-san and Isis-san. Wait, Death King, what are you planning to do when you ask something like that? What I'm going to do? If Kaido was being tormented by someone here, I will kill everyone related to it. Wait a sec. Isis-san, if the homeowner there is tormenting Kaido, I'll kill her. I don't know how Isis-san knows about the evening party, but I can tell that the current situation is being caught up regarding this topic. Chronoi-san is clearly about to fight with Isis-san, glaring at her with her sharp eyes, while Isis-san is also looking at her with her freezing gaze. And also, is it their magic power that was clashing between them? I can even hear the air creaking. Doesn't this situation look really bad? Do you really think I'm going to let you do that? If you interfere, I'm also going to kill you. TSK. I knew it would turn like this. Please wait a minute, Isis-san. Kaido. When I saw Isis-san and Chronois-san look like they would really start fighting, I hurriedly called out to Isis-san. I don't know where she got that information from, but it seems that Isis-san misunderstands that I'm being tormented here, and I, as the person in question, must first of all tell them the truth. Isis-san, even if that were the case, fighting here is no good. Mayama, stop. With the way she is right now, she's in no condition to converse with. I understand. If Kaido says so, I won't fight. What? When I told her not to start fighting here, Isis-san quickly listens to me and the tense atmosphere she previously had dissipates. Chronois-san looked as if she doesn't understand what's happening, but I think it's better if I clear up Isis-san's misunderstanding first. So I ignore Chronois-san for the time being and begin explaining to Isis-san. That day I was invited by Kuro, the Underworld King, so I wasn't able to attend. Underworld King. You know, Kiromwena? Yes. Anyway, that's why I'm not being tormented by anyone in particular. Lilia-san has been really good to me, and I've always been in her care. Is that so? Lilia? I'm sorry. Why yes. As I thought, Isis-san really has an honest personality, as after hearing my words, she understands that what she heard before was just a misunderstanding and immediately bows her head to Lilia-san and apologizes. After seeing one of the 6 kings suddenly bowing her head to her, Lilia-san looked dumbfounded as her trembling stopped due to the confusion she's feeling and nodded her head. Besides, Isis-san is an incredibly strong person, so you shouldn't just say you'd kill someone without a second thought. I understand. I won't just say that I will kill someone. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. If Kaido is happy, then I'm also happy. Oi, seriously, who the heck is that? It's not someone else that's wearing the skin of the Death King, right? When I thanked Isis-san for listening to what I said, Isis-san nodded with a smile while her cheeks were adorably blushing. Yep, I think she really is a good, honest person, and the public's perception of Isis-san is probably largely due to the effects of her magic power of death. Patting my chest after feeling relieved, for some reason, Chronois-san looked confused as she whispered something to me. Oyu, how in the world did you manage to tame that unreasonable Death King? No, it's not that I tamed her or anything like that. No, she was originally the kind of person that's so unreasonable that it makes the head of the people around her hurt, and she would even resort to using force when someone disagrees with her. How did you make her listen to you like a loyal dog? Are you a monster? For some reason, the Supreme God thinks of me as someone inhuman. To me, though, Isis-san has always been like this since the moment I met her, but it seems to be different from the public's perception of her. I think it was the public's perception of her that's wrong, though. I think Isis-san is an honest and kind person, but could it be that the magic power of death she was clad in caused unnecessary misunderstandings? As I was thinking about this, Isis-san turned to Lilia-san again, and with a calm tone, she spoke. Kaido said that he had always been in your care. That's why I am also thankful to you. If there's anything I can do to help, just say it. It would be my honor. As if she didn't expect those words to come out from her mouth, Lilia-san stuttered while she resolutely nodded her head, filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. Oh, does that mean, for example, if Lilia says that she wants to procure blue diamonds and ice crystals that can be mined from under your home, you would accept? Blue diamond. Ice crystal? Chronois-sama? That should be one of the world's finest jewelry that only appears on the market a few times a year. If you want them, I can give you as much as you want, you know. Yeah, I still don't understand the cost of living in this world very well, but it seems that in the area where Isis-san lives, an extremely rare jewel can be mined, and Isis-san that it's all right for Lilia-san, for Albert Duchy to procure it. Isn't that great? My lady, we could even make a fortune as a jeweler with this. Please wait a moment. I can't keep up with what's happening. My lady. Lilia-san had already reached over her tolerance limit. Luna Maria-san rushed over as Lilia-san's eyes turned in circles. It's a scene that I've become rather used to seeing lately, but in a way, it can be said that it's my fault again, so I feel somewhat sorry for it. Isis-san, shall we go inside for now? I'd like to talk with Kaido about lots of things. Yeah, we didn't get to talk much last time. We've got lots of time today, so let's just sit back and have some tea while we talk. I'm looking forward to it. Though I said that, since I can't really do anything about it, I'll just show Isis-san around for the time being. Because of her magic power of death, the only people who can properly speak with her are me and Chronoy-san. So I was originally supposed to be the one who will be guiding her in the mansion, so there's no problem. Seeing the sincerely happy smile on Isis-san's face while her cheeks were slightly blushing red, I also smiled at her and headed into the mansion. Lilia, you're really filled with all sorts of troubles, huh? I'll go send you some good stomach medicine next time. I heard Chronoy-san's voice from behind, sounding like she was really pitying her from the bottom of her heart. Dear Mom, Dad, with Isis-san's arrival comes some troubles, and I don't know if you could say that it has become a tradition these days, but Lilia-san fainted again. Chapter 58. It seems that Noon-san was the hero, giving Isis-san a brief tour around the mansion, but it was just as I thought. Everyone is frightened by the magic power of death that Isis-san was clad in, and it seems that it would be difficult for us to talk in rooms with many people in it like the dining room. Lilia-san is still unconscious, so I left her under Lunamaria-san and Chronoy-san's care, and after asking to only bring us a cup of tea, I brought Isis-san into my room. Honestly, that's the choice I made after thinking that it would be easier for Isis-san as well, as there are no other eyes on her. It may look like there would be problems in a situation where a woman is alone in a man's room if you were just reading it from this novel. And even if the words, all men are wolves, states that I'm a wolf, Isis-san would be something like a dinosaur or a dragon, so there wouldn't be any problems at all. By the way, my room. This room that Lilia-san lent me is honestly too large for one person, and this is just a guess, but I think that this room is prepared for important guests. The room is so large that you'd think it was a hotel suite, and although it's just an estimate, I think it would be more than 15 tatami mats. There's a large bed, high-class furniture, and even a sofa and table for guests. As soon as I offered the guest sofa to Isis-san, who was looking around the room with great interest as soon as she entered the room, Lunamaria-san immediately brought us tea and cookies. As expected, even Lunamaria-san would tremble when she's close to Isis-san, so fearing that she would accidentally drop her tea, I received it at the entrance of the room and brought it to the table myself. Here, Isis-san. Thanks. Thank you for the meal. With a small smile on her face as she sat down across from me, Isis-san received the tea and sipped some, and then brought a cookie into her mouth. Those cookies look like they're bite-sized enough to me, but Isis-san still broke that cookie in two and ate each piece with a small mouthful. Isis-san, who has the appearance of a fleeting beauty, smiling as she eats a cookie with her small mouth, looks as adorable as a small animal, making all the people who see her have smiles on their faces. Delicious. I'm glad that you like it. Though I said that, it's not like I'm the one who made those cookies. No, if I'm together with Kaido, anything I eat tastes great. Thank you very much. How should I say this? Isis-san is unlike the other people I've been around with before. She holds tremendous power, but she's ladylike and somehow looks fragile. If I were to compare her to something, she would be like a snowflake, a beauty holding unto a delicate loveliness. And how should I say this? It's like she really emanates femininity. And I'm feeling strangely embarrassed by the fact that Isis-san is turning her unconcealed favorable emotions towards me. As Isis-san was looking at me, who was in that kind of situation with a really happy smile on her face, as if she's curious, her gaze began to move around my room. Kaido's room looks beautiful. I tried to make it as clean as when I borrowed it. I think the only thing I brought into this room myself was books. Does Kaido like books? Yeah, I used to read a lot of novels and stuff like that back in my world. Well, most of them were light novels though, but I don't think it would be an exaggeration to call myself a book lover. When Isis-san hears my words, she seems to have a happier expression than she did before. I also read lots of books. Really? I guess we have that in common. Having something in common with Kaido makes me happy. Ahaha. In that case, Isis-san has lots of books back in your home. If I remember correctly, I think I have about 10 million books. That was a lot more than I had expected though. That's almost like... No, her home had completely turned into a library. Anyway, Isis-san seems to like books, and perhaps because she's happy to have found a common hobby with me. But her voice sounds more enthusiastic than before. That's amazing. Isis-san must really like books. I like Kaido more. Thank you very much. That's right. I don't know much about books in this world, so if you can tell me about any books you find interesting, that would be great. Her pure favorability punched straight towards me. I don't know if it's because of happiness or embarrassment, but my heart's strangely beating fast. What books does Kaido like? I like books that were based on legends. I guess something like adventure stories. That's what I've been reading recently. While answering Isis-san's question, I brought out the book I bought a few days ago and just finished yesterday. A book that's telling the story about the adventures of the first hero. It was recommended to me by Kuro, so I bought it, and it was quite interesting. It is based on historical facts, but since there's magic in this world, it kinda looks like a fantasy novel, and I was so engrossed in the story that I finished it quickly. I've also read that book before. It was interesting. Yeah, it was quite an exciting book, a true adventure story. It was apparently based on a true story, so that means it really happened, right? That book is quite faithful to history. But some things are different. Is that so? The book tells the story of the first hero's subjugation of the Demon King, and if they were to exactly base it on history, it would essentially turn into an adventure story that won't be written in just a single book. However, the story up to the defeat of the Demon King was written in considerable detail, but after that, the story of how the Treaty of Friendship between the three realms was just summarized. Probably because this is a book written in the human realm, or perhaps because of the effects of the information concealment magic, there aren't many details about the Six Kings. Since Isis-san is one of the Six Kings who knew what happened around those days, she probably knows which part of the book was embellished. It's like hearing the hidden truth behind a story, and it's making me a bit excited. It was written in the book that she had returned to her previous world, but she actually didn't return and stayed together with Kuromuena. Speaking of which, Kuro also said something like that. She said that I've already met her. She is now calling herself Noonda. I feel like something earth-shattering and extremely important has just been revealed. That is to say, is that really what I think it is? Noon-san is the first hero? I see. Now that she mentioned it, indeed. If I were to also base it on what Kuro said about how I already met her, the only ex-Otherworlder I've met since I came to this world is Noon-san. That sounds really important. Hikari said that, don't tell the others. And it's fine for me to know about this. Rather than Hikari. I like Kaido more, that's why. It's alright. I have no idea what's alright with that, but I guess, from Isis-san's point of view, it doesn't seem to be a problem for her even if she tells me the identity of the first hero. Well, I might also lead to this answer if I just thoroughly think about what Kuro had said, so as long as I don't go around telling people about it, I guess it should be okay, right? Yeah, even Noon-san might also have information concealment magic around her anyway. I may have found this out because I've spoken to Noon-san myself, or because one of the Six Kings is telling me about it, but she may have done appropriate measures so that other people aside from me won't hear it. How should I say this? I feel like I've found out an extraordinary secret, but well, it should be alright since Isis-san seems to be having fun, right? Dear Mom, Dad, Isis-san seems to like book. Also, I found out something new. It seems that Noon-san was a hero. Chapter 59. Isn't it alright if I can show her my cool side for a bit? It seems that Isis-san has read a lot of books, and we had a lot of fun talking about it. I was mainly the one asking questions while she answers them, but it seems like Isis-san herself really enjoys it and answers every single question. Apparently, not only do they have history books and adventure stories in this world, but they also have grimoires and other kinds of books that don't exist on Earth. But what really caught my interest more than anything else was the books that are like fantasy novels. Because of the existence of hero summoning in this world, they were extremely familiar about the existence of other worlds. That's why many writers in this world fantasize about Isekaied. In other words, they were writing novels about our world or other worlds they could imagine. For me to come across novels talking about being transferred to another world right after we were transferred in this world is kind of... The more I hear about it, the more interesting the books in this world sound like. I'd like to read more of those books too. Then, I'll bring various kinds of books next time. Really? I'm looking forward to it. After hearing that I became more and more interested in the books of this world, Isis-san said that she will be lending me her books, and I replied to her with some eagerness in my tone. We continued chatting about books for a while, and when the topic of conversation died down, I began to leisurely sip my cup of tea that had cooled down. And that's when I noticed it. There's something with a faint glint in Isis-san's eyes while she looks at me. Tears appeared in her eyes, and a single drop ran down her cheek and fell on the table. Isis-san. What's wrong? I'm sorry. It's just that. It's been a long time since I've had so much fun. When I called out to her, worried that something was wrong, Isis-san replied with a soft mutter. I feel like her reply contained emotions that couldn't be easily expressed in words, making me hesitate to give her a cheap reply. After letting that brief pause of silence pass for a moment, Isis-san began to talk about herself, one piece of information after another. It seems that from the moment she was born, Isis-san has had a potent amount of magic power of death in her body. And until now, she has been hated by many creatures. In the beginning, she couldn't handle her magic power of death very well, and if Isis-san were to feel negative emotions, her magic power of death would reap the lives of the people around her. Most living things in this world, including plants and animals, were unable to resist Isis-san's magic power of death. In those days, Isis-san was definitely spreading death wherever she goes, just like a walking disaster. There is no one who doesn't feel negative emotions in their daily life. Frustrated by trivial conversations, feeling worried when things don't go well, feeling lonely when they're alone. No matter how much Isis-san wishes to get along with others, all creatures would be frightened by her approach and die. After spending a long time like that, little by little, Isis-san became able to control her magic power of death, but in the end, she was unable to completely stop it from being released from her body. But in those days, she had the six kings to converse with, beings that have a power that rivaled or even surpassed Isis-san. Seeing that some people can converse with her, she felt really happy at that time. However, the existence of the other members of the six kings, these existences that hold monstrous power equal to her, ironically, became the fact that drove Isis-san more into a corner. Her equals, the other members of the six kings who were beings that she felt were similar to herself. As months and years pass, their family and subordinates began to increase, and as they gradually became the center of the demon realm, adding up the signing of the Treaty of Friendship between the three realms, not only demons, even gods have begun to gather around the other members of the six kings. And thus, Isis-san was left behind. While Isis-san could only interact with people with power almost as high as hers, the other members of the six kings were on friendly terms with the less powerful humans. Isis-san couldn't help but be envious of them. It was hard just being able to watch as the other members of the six kings interact with the humans. Even if she enjoys all the conversations she had with the other members of the six kings until now, it seems that every time she hears them talk about the human realm, inexplicable loneliness welled up within her mind, making her shed tears all alone countless times. To Isis-san, I was her first human friend she had ever made, and she was very happy about that. After I finished listening to Isis-san, I get up from my seat and moved over to her side, touching her slightly trembling little hands, and as gently as I could, wrapping it in between mine. Kaido, to be honest, I can't understand all of the painful feelings that Isis-san has been feeling for thousands of years. I can't even say that I understand what you're feeling. I don't think I could even act cool like somehow do something to ease your loneliness. And unfortunately, that's also not something I can say, and I think that's also something I can do. It might be unfortunate in some way, but it might also be fortunate in another way. I think I should clearly say that I'm just an ordinary person. If I can't accomplish something more than I can handle, all I can do for the trembling Isis-san is just be me and just face her straight directly in front of her. The reason I'm able to talk to Isis-san normally is because of my sympathy magic, a rather unusual ability of mine. You could even say that it was just a coincidence that I happened to be the one with this power. However, I'm sure that this is just one of the things that may be destined to happen. And so, whenever you're feeling lonely, you can come wherever you want. There's not much I can do, but if it's talking with you, then I will always be here. Don't worry. I will say it now. I will never be afraid and reject you in the future. That much, I can promise you. I don't know if I was able to convey it to her well, but I think I was able to somehow convey my feelings. I was able to overcome Isis-san's magic power of death due to my sympathy magic, and although it can be said that it was just a coincidence that I have this ability, but this ability is in a sense my own. It would just be nonsense if I keep on thinking about what would have happened if I didn't have my sympathy magic here, so I'll just do my best to put it to good use for Isis-san. Receiving my words, Isis-san looked down while her body was slightly trembling, and a little later, as if she had snapped, she leaped towards me. Isis-san. Feeling her cool body temperature and touch of her soft body, I could also smell the flowery scent wafting from her hair. Kaido, I love you. I love you. I really love you. I was surprised when she suddenly hugged me, but when I saw Isis-san burying her face in my chest and her shoulders trembling with her voice, I couldn't say anything else. Isis-san is one of the six kings, powerful beings exceeding human knowledge, and one of the strongest in the world. but she isn't an invincible being who will never feel hurt. The proof of this is Isis-san, who was hugging me as if she's clinging unto me, with tears streaming down her face. Her trembling shoulders looked terribly small, looking so fragile as if it would break just by touching it. I hugged Isis-san's body as gently as I could, as if I were touching a delicate piece of snow sculpture, while she continued to cry, as if she was releasing her overflowing sadness that had accumulated for 1,000 years. Dear Mom, Dad, I won't just tidy up Isis-san's situation with simple words like, Isis-san is pitiable, and I don't think there's much I can do for her. But for now, isn't it alright if I can show her my cool side for a bit? Chapter 60. I couldn't believe it immediately. After she stopped crying, Isis-san and I spent time chatting about various topics again. Isis-san has a happy smile on her face the whole time, and I can tell that she really enjoys talking with me, which also makes me happy. But before I knew it, the fun time had already passed, and it has already become dark. As Isis-san is about to go home, looking a little sad, I see her off the doorway. Kaido, thank you for today. It was so fun. I also had a great time. Please come visit again. Why yes, Death King-sama. P. Please come visit us anytime. Thank you. Lilia, the next time I come, I'll bring lots of jewels with me. No, that is. Even though she looks like she doesn't want to be here, I don't know if it's the pride of being the homeowner or not. Lilia-san has somehow managed to make a frantic smile on her face and said her goodbyes to Isis-san, but she stiffened when she heard Isis-san's reply to her. It seems that blue diamonds and ice crystals are incredibly expensive, and even though Isis-san had said that she would give it to her, the earnest Lilia-san seems to be planning to clearly buy it from her. But then, she will have to negotiate the price with Isis-san. If that were to happen, I have a feeling that Lilia-san's nerves will be worn out at an alarming rate. Well then, goodbye. See you next time. After talking with Lilia-san, I saw Lilia-san's lonely expression on her face again. It could be said that it's natural for Isis-san to be that lonely because of the environment she's been in, but she really looks lonely right now. Isis-san has been really enjoying her time today, and it seemed like she's filled with happiness the whole time. However, that's probably why she can't help but feel lonely going home like this. It seems that Isis-san is living in an ice-covered area in the demon realm, but there are no other residents around aside from Isis-san. Isis-san, you and in? Kaido, what's the matter? No, it's just that if it's fine with you. In the next opportunity one have, can I be the one to visit you next time? Is that alright? Yes, if that's fine with Isis-san though. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing my words, Isis-san smiled and repeatedly nodded with a smile that looked like a blooming flower. Yep, those matters regarding how I would be able to go to the demon realm or whether I, a human, would be able to survive in a place filled with a surrounding filled with ice or not, I will think about those things later. And thus, with a really happy smile on her face, she began walking away, turning around and waving her hand multiple times as she left. After seeing off Isis-san until she was out of sight, I was about to follow Lilia-san back to the mansion too, but Chronoy-san, who had been silently watching as we send Isis-san off, spoke to me. Mayama, do you have a moment? Yes. Although she seems to be someone serious right from the start, Chronoy-san has a very serious expression on her face, and as I'm slightly pressured by the atmosphere around her that seems like she has decided on something, I nodded. Then, after notifying Lilia-san and moving to the nearby garden, to a place where our conversation can't be heard by others, Chronoy-san silently spoke. I was hesitating whether I should tell this to you or not, but after seeing what happened with the Death King today, I decided that your existence is beyond my expectations. Therefore, I would like to give you an advice. An advice? This is just advice. It's up to you to decide how you want to act after hearing my words, and I don't want to force you to do anything. However, for the sake of your future, keep this in mind. I wonder what Chronoy-san is going to say. If she said that she's saying this after seeing today's events, it would most likely be related to Isis-san. If that's the case, I'm wondering why I'm feeling like it would be a little late for her to tell me something like that after I've met her. For some reason, though, there's an uncomfortable feeling in my heart that is strangely unsettling while I waited for Chronoy-san's words. After a brief silence, Chronoy-san looked at me with her red and blue heterochromatic eyes and spoke. Don't trust the underworld king, Hiromwena, too much. Whatever she may have said, I wasn't able to immediately understand what she meant. Don't trust Kuro? What in the world does that supposed to mean? I understand that you hold favorable feelings towards that. And also, I know that that is greatly trusted not only in the demon realm, but also in the human realm and the god realm. But it's not like I'm telling you that that is an evil person. Then, however, I don't believe that to be such a pure being either. No, in fact, I'm rather wary of her. Why? After reflexively asking her back, I immediately regretted it. I'm feeling that I didn't want to hear anything else she's going to say if it's possible, but I couldn't cover my ears, and I just waited for Kronoi-san's words. I have several reasons for this, so I'll go through them in order. Mayama, did you know that there was once a war between the demon realm and the god realm? Yes. I heard there was a war a long time ago. Why would she ask me that? I have a bad feeling about this. She is bright and innocent like a child, and she is wise enough that she could see through other people's minds. And she's someone I owe a great debt of gratitude for showing the dispirited me the right path. I may still not know her well, but I'm beginning to realize that my heart is captivated by her. She's my very important friend. However, I still don't know anything about Kuro. I don't know what kind of person she is and how she has lived her life until now. Only a handful of people in the demon realm and the god realm know what happened back then. But what happened back then wasn't a war, it was an invasion. It happened about 20,000 years in the past. An incomparably powerful demon united the powerful demons and invaded the god realm. This is the truth of the war between the demon realm and the god realm, personally spoken only to a select few. You should understand what I mean by now. Yes, the demon that attacked the god realm is the same demon we currently know as the underworld king, Hiromwena. Dear Mom, Dad, Kuro is someone really important to me, and I wanted to get to know her better. However, those words she had just told me, I couldn't believe it immediately. Lilywood, welcome. Sorry to bother you. Looks like today's visit went well. You can tell? Yes, you look like you're in a good mood, like you finally knew that you could now talk with the humans right now. When Lilywood heard that Isis was going out to visit her friend at the mansion of a human, Lilywood was quite worried while she was giving her advice, but after seeing the state of Isis now, she immediately knew that her fear was groundless. She must have enjoyed today's events that much. Isis seemed to be in a very good mood, that her magic power of death she was always clad in is now releasing lesser pressure than ever before. By the way, what are you doing? Kaido said that he likes books. That's why. I will bring these books as presents to him. Even before she had come to visit Isis, Lilywood had noticed that she had been picking up various books and piling them up, and then separating them as if she was sorting them. It seems that she was selecting the books she would give to this human friend of hers. Lilywood had a smile on her face as she looked at her like that, but when she casually glanced at the books, she stiffened. Isis. Isn't this a grimoire related to ancient magic? What do you plan to do with the books you placed on that side? If Kaido wants this, I'll give it to him. No, that's no good. There's some pretty dangerous magic written here. Wait, that book you're holding in your hand, isn't that also one of the forbidden books? I wonder if Kaido will be pleased with these. Wait a sec there, Isis. Don't start wrapping it up like it's natural. Stop right there. Let me see all the books you have stacked up. Flusteredly rushing over to Isis, Lilywood looked at the stacks of books. Ancient magic grimoires, books with descriptions about forbidden arts, ancient documents that are already on the level of national treasures. There was a pile of books so rare that they could easily collapse the economy of the human realm. The castle of ice within the land of death. This place is usually surrounded by an eerie silence, but the worried screams of one of the 6 kings were resounding around the land of death today. Chapter 61. I've learned a lot about another side of Kuro. The words that Kronoi-san told me. The story of Kuro being the one who once caused the battle between the demon realm and the god realm didn't enter my mind at all. I can understand your bewilderment, but for now, let's move on with the story. Yes, Kronoi-san quietly told the confused me. I can certainly think about this later, but for now, let's not miss out what Kronoi-san has to say. Well, even though I'm telling you what kind of being she is, I haven't seen the entirety of that battle either. I've seen it up to the point where Hiromwena, who had invaded the god realm, confronted shallow Vernal Sama, but when I was on my way to the scene, Ein stopped me in my tracks. I see. Even Ein-san was there. When she mentioned that, I can understand why. It's not surprising that she was part of the battle at that time since Ein-san is a maid serving Kuro, and I also heard that she's been in Kuro's family for the longest time. We've fought many times since then, but vexing it may be, we still haven't been able to conclude that fight. Anyway, One of the reasons why you should be wary of Kuromwena is that is the one who once attacked the god realm. You saying one of the reasons means that there's still more to it than that, huh? Omo. The second reason is that, since that battle, that demon has been hiding her true form and power. Her true form. Come to think of it, I remember Kuro saying that she can change her form at will. However, the only form I've ever seen was the usual little girl form. So I assumed that form is her most basic form, but it seems like I was mistaken. You may already know about this. That can change her appearance and gender. Although she's under the so-called indefinite demons, as long as one is a living being, we would have a true form in which we can exert our strength the most. That may be acting based on her form of a little girl right now, but when she attacked the god realm, she had a different form. A different form? Yeah, a monster made of jet black smoke, as if it was a gathering of all the darkness in the world. That is that demon's true form. I'll be honest with you. The moment I've seen that form of hers is the first time in my life I felt the feeling of fear. It was to the point that I thought she might be equal to the god of this world, Shallow Vernal Sama. In fact, I'm still having that thought since after that battle with Shallow Vernal Sama. She's still calmly living in peace. Shiro-san is the god of creation, the being who created this world. She is the closest one to the word omnipotent that Ein-san, someone who had equal abilities as Kronoi-san, says that she can't oppose, and she should have been the strongest being in this world. Kuro fought her and survived. I don't think Shiro-san is the type of person who would consider the thoughts of someone that she had just fought against. Shallow Vernal Sama only said one word about that battle, that it was a draw, and though she didn't say anything else, you should be able to understand how unbelievable that is, right? Yes. In other words, Kuro has the power that was on par with Shiro-san, the god of creation, or that's at least, in terms of just the aspect of their combat abilities. I see. If that's really the case, it's natural for Kronoi-san to be wary of Kuro. The reason being is that Kuro is the only person who can possibly kill Shiro-san. Then, Kronoi-san, who is absolutely loyal to Shiro-san, would be wary of her. That is undoubtedly the strongest among the six kings. However, to the best of my knowledge, she hasn't shown her true form since that battle. I see. So that's why Kronoi-san is so wary of Kuro. The two reasons I've mentioned up to this point certainly are the main cause why you should be wary of that demon. However, those two weren't the most important reason. What does she mean by that? So far, Kronoi-san has talked about the battle between the demon realm and the god realm, and that Kuro holds an immense amount of power, and both of those reasons should have been enough to convince me. But the most important reason seems to be something else. The most important reason why I'm so wary of the demon named Kuromwena is because her existence itself is too much of an enigma. An enigma? Yeah, no matter how powerful the members of the Six Kings are, they too have lives and a will. For example, the Death King is a being born from the gathered magic power of the dead, while the World King is the spirit born from a large tree, the World Tree. But no matter how much I investigate, Kuromwena is the only one I can't figure out. That is a being filled with a complete enigma, whether when she appeared or where she appeared, and even her purpose is almost completely shrouded in mystery. Her purpose? Yeah, it's completely unknown. We don't know why that invaded the god realm, or even why she's raising so many demons and humans like they're baby birds. We don't have any idea why. However, despite her childlike personality, she's a being holding superior intellect and ability. There has to be some kind of purpose in her actions, but I don't see it at all. Kuro has indeed reached out to many demons and humans and held out her hand to them, and those people she saved adore her. Until now, I had only thought it was simply because of her good-natured personality, but Kronoi-san seems to think that Kuro has some other goal in mind. It seems that even the one who has served her the longest time, Ein, doesn't know what her purpose is. However, Ein had heard Kuromwena say a few words once after she finished raising one of her baby birds. That this one is no good too. This one is no good too. Does that mean that Kuro is raising demons and humans for some kind of purpose? I don't know. I don't even know what she's trying to achieve. That's all I'm going to say. Well, I've been telling you all these threatening matters. In the end, I don't know anything about that demon, so I also don't know the truth. I may just be thinking about it based on my own convenience. But reality isn't something you can just pass by without any thinking. It's unstable, like the fleeting clouds in the air. If you're certainly basing it on that, as only Kuro would know something like that, I don't think you would get the answer and just think of all possible reasons for your own convenience. Omo. As I said before, I don't think that demon's evil. Well, I may have also said that she's not that pure of a being either, but I don't think there's any person in this world who is truly pure aside from shallow vernal Sama. No, I don't think that airhead goddess is that pure of a being too, but she'll probably get angry if I say this, so I'll just keep this thought to myself. Mayama, this is just an advice. I'm not going to tell you what to do from now on. However, this is just my thought. But if it's you, perhaps, you would be able to understand the mysteries hidden deep within Kuromwena's heart. These mysteries that neither I nor I could ever reach. The mysteries hidden within Kuro's heart. Trust is a beautiful emotion, but it can also cloud a person's eyes. So, I have decided to tell you about one of that demon's aspects that I have seen with my own eyes. Keep this in mind, but don't think about it too much. Just be yourself, and judge her true worth based on what you feel. Yes, it's certainly as she said. The figure of Kuro that I just heard about is only one aspect of the underworld king, Kuromwena from Chronoisan's point of view. What is Kuro thinking, and what does she want to achieve? That's something I'll have to think about in the future as I interact with Kuro. For the time being, though, I'm glad to know a little bit about Kuro, a side of her which I never had the chance to know before. Come to think of it, there was also that person. Another one of the 6 kings, who I don't understand in a different way from Kuromwena. A person you don't understand in a different way from Kuro. Umo. The phantasmal king, no face. A being whose purpose is easy to understand, but I don't even know where and what that demon usually does, let alone what that demon's real name and appearance is. That demon is quite the eccentric one, a demon that can't be seen aside from the Festival of Heroes. I wonder what that person's like. A boisterous and irritating fellow. Saying that with a wry smile on her face, Chronoisan began heading towards the mansion, as if to say our conversation is over. The phantasmal king, no face. The king without a face. Perhaps I may also meet that person one day. Dear Mom, Dad, I was shocked by the various things that Chronoisan told me, but looking at her from another person's eyes, I've learned a lot about another side of Kuro. Chapter 62. I feel like I'm getting a little closer to Kuro. At a clear, pleasant dawn, standing in front of me in the garden of the mansion is Yuzuki-san, who was running around the garden at a frightening speed. Mayama-senpai, this is so much fun. You're really fast. I can't catch you with my eyes anymore. If I can get into the Olympics with this, I'm sure I'll win. Ahaha, that would certainly happen. Although it had only been a few days ago since both Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san awakened their magic power almost at the same time, probably because they were otherworlders, just as Kuro said. Both of them hold abilities that are different from the norm. Yuzuki-san seems to have a tremendous aptitude for body-strengthening magic, and after just a few days of awakening her magic power, she has acquired a level of physical ability that could be called inhuman, especially since running was originally her forte, so when it comes to speed, it seems that even Lilia-san and the others are no match for her. Incidentally, body-strengthening magic itself is a magic that can be said to be the most basic of the basic, and I can also use it, but, unfortunately, I don't have any talent in that kind of magic at all. It seems that Yuzuki-san could originally have a record of 12 seconds for a 100-meter run. At this point, she's already much faster than me, who was only around 14 seconds. But with the speed Yuzuki-san has when she uses her body-strengthening magic, running for about 100 meters would only need her about a second. In terms of speed, you could say she could reach over 300 kilometers per hour. That's right. When Yuzuki-san uses her body-strengthening magic, she can run as fast as a bullet train. Magic really is amazing. By the way, when I tried using body-strengthening magic myself, and when I tried a 100-meter run, my record was originally 14 seconds, turned into 13 seconds. Clearly speaking, it was a difference that could be described as something within calculation error. And Kusunoki-san doesn't seem like she can use a special kind of magic, but she has an unusually high aptitude for Earth attribute magic. And if it's an Earth attribute magic, she can even use intermediate ranked magic. Therefore, if the magic Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and I were to be ranked, based on combat abilities, mine would be the weakest. Well, it's not that I'm saying that magic is all about having high combat abilities and we never had a chance to fight in the first place, but the young man side of me still finds it kind of disappointing. I know that this is a peaceful world, and it's forbidden to use attack magic in urban areas, and I don't think that I would want to fight against monsters. But, however, I'm a boy after all. It's hard not to yearn for the cool offensive magic, and it's always a good idea to have some means to protect yourself in a pinch. And so, are you seeking for something to happen? After telling her about the events that happened this morning, I asked Kuro, who hadn't shown up for the past few days as she seemed too busy. Thereupon, Kuro looks unusually puzzled, as if to say that my question was clearly unexpected. No, Kaido-kun. Isn't this where you do that? Isn't this where you pursue what Kronois-chan told you the other day? Isn't this where you would go, Kuro? Who the heck are you? Or something like that. Yunin? Era? How come Kuro knows about that? Kronois-chan is a really serious person after all. She had asked for my consent first before coming to you and talking about this. Kaido-kun. How should I say this? I guess that's really like Kronois-san. I see. I don't know if there's such a thing like a privacy protection in this world, but it seems like Kronois-san had asked for Kuro's consent about the fact that she would tell me about some parts of her background. I guess she really is like Lilia-san. Kronois-san must have a very upright personality. Well, it's not that it really matters though. It doesn't really matter? No. Look, Kaido-kun. Wasn't that a pretty shocking fact? That is pretty shocking, and I've also had various thoughts about it, but it's just that those situations which I've never expected. How should I say this? I guess I got used to it. Somehow, it kinda looks like Kaido-kun had grown to be someone indomitable. It's not that I don't have some thoughts on Kuro's past based on the things Kronois-san told me. And of course, I was quite surprised, but after thinking about that matter in my own way, I concluded that I don't really understand even after thinking about it. But look, aren't you wondering what my true form is? I think she mentioned you were a black smoke, right? In short, you're some kind of cotton candy monster, right? That's not even close at all, though. I see him. Well, I guess I don't really care about it that much. Yeah. As if my reaction was unexpected, Kuro looked very surprised and confused while I just drink my coffee. I certainly am shocked to hear that Kuro had once attacked the God Realm and that she was hiding her true power and form, and I thought about it a lot the day I heard it. However, I thought that even if I were to ask you, you would just dodge the question anyway. Hi. And no, I don't know. What if I could have given you some kind of hint? But well, even after thinking about it, my thoughts just ended up with so what? Even if Kuro is actually the big bad guy, and even if she asked me what I can do about it, I can't really do anything about it. Kuro is far more powerful than I am. It would be a matter regarding whether there's even anything I can do. On the other hand, if she was just a good-hearted person, just as I've always thought, then there's nothing wrong with that. In the end, there's nothing I can do about this question even if I think about it. Moreover, even if Kuro had invaded the God Realm with malicious intent in the past, and even if you had some kind of plan on why you're taking care of me, I don't think that it's going to stop me from being thankful to Kuro, and I don't think that it's going to change the fact that Kuro is an important friend of mine. So, it doesn't really matter. SHD. What you said somehow sounds cool. I can't even think about how to respond to it. Well, that's why I'd like to hear about it from Kuro if you're willing to talk to me about it, since I'd also like to know more about you. But I'm not really that much in a hurry to hear about it from you. MHHMM. Yes, that's the conclusion I arrived with after thinking about it. I'd love to hear it if Kuro would tell me about it, but I don't want to force her to tell me something she doesn't want to talk about. So, I'm not going to press her with all sorts of questions. However, I'm not going to just wait for her to tell me about it. I would also think about it and get to know Kuro better. In that case, wouldn't I naturally hear the answer when it comes? How should I say this? It may have been because I've gotten used to this world, but I feel like I'm beginning to think about all things more calmly. I don't know if it's because she didn't like how I explained it, as Kuro seems to be sulking as she pouted her cheeks, but it doesn't seem like she's able to come up with any particular words to refute my answer. Her childlike behavior is so adorable that I unconsciously reached out my hand and poked her swollen cheek. Hiya. KK Kaido-kun. What are you doing all of a sudden? Era? That reaction of yours looks new. Suddenly poking a girl's cheek. That's cellular harassment. Sexual harassment. MNNGGGHHH. Sorry. How should I say this? Thinking about how we usually act, it's kind of amusing how our positions are reversed right now, and I can't resist laughing. Kuro looks like she's sulking, as she looks at me with her cheeks puffed out like a hamster stuffing itself with sunflower seeds. But she doesn't look scary at all, and instead, she just looks cute. It's not that my heart is beating fast. It's just that I was surprised to see that Kaido-kun became a little bit cooler to my liking. Did you say something? I didn't say anything. Kaido-kun, you idiot. Like I said, I'm sorry already. Until now, I may have been taking the attitude of taking a step back behind Kuro since I'm quite grateful that she saved me. However, when I've abandoned those thoughts and gotten closer to her, I could see a side of Kuro that I've never seen before. There's no need for me to make assumptions based on the things I've heard from others. Looking at Kuro with my own eyes, I think it's fine if I slowly think about it. About what kind of person Kuro is, and how I would interact with her. Well, anyway, for the time being, I guess I should start putting the grumpy princess in a good mood. Dear Mom, Dad, I have lots of things in my mind, and it isn't that I'm not feeling anxious. However, I may not have any basis for it, but I feel like I'm getting a little closer to Kuro. Chapter 63. I encounter a strange shopkeeper. It's the 23rd day of the month of fire. I was taking a leisurely stroll through the streets of the royal capital, which was bustling with activity in the late afternoon, by myself. Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and I were able to learn magic, although it was still the basic ones, so we were able to walk around without someone guarding us, but only within the royal capital. For some reason, though, Lilia-san was frantically trying to get someone to escort me, but she finally yielded in the end. I wonder why she was that stubborn earlier. Could it just be that Lilia-san was quite worried because my combat prowess was inferior to Kusunoki-san or Yuzuki-san? My magic indeed has no combat power at all, but I think it's safer in a way because my perception ability is unusually high. So if someone with malicious or hostile intentions gets close to me, I'll know immediately. As for my combat ability, it seems that Kuro has some idea about it, so she will probably teach me battle-oriented magic to the extent that I can protect myself. I don't know what kind of magic she will be teaching me, but I'm glad that I will finally have some means to protect myself, and I'm honestly looking forward to it. As I was walking around thinking about that, one shop suddenly caught my eye. A little distance away from the main street, it was a shop with a sign that says Miscellaneous Goods Store. Speaking of which, we will be traveling to the Elven Forest soon to participate in the Sacred Tree Festival, so I might as well somehow prepare myself. I may not be joining in the hunting tournament, but I will still be joining in the harvest, and if we're going to harvest fruits in the forest, I might as well have at least one knife. Hello? When I opened the wooden door and entered the store, the interior of the store was larger than I thought it would be from the outside, with several shelves neatly lined up. Nonchalantly looking around, I couldn't see the shop owner, so I tried calling out, but I received no response. Era? Anyone there? I tried calling out again, a little louder this time, but still, no response came back. The door wasn't locked, which should mean they were open. Just then, I heard a faint voice from the back of the store, and so, I turned my head in the direction of the voice. What the heck is this? How am I going to live with this kind of earnings? At the back of the store, at what appeared to be a counter, a scene that I couldn't believe was happening in front of my eyes. Even though I've finally set up a shop in the royal capital, all of this is useless if customers won't even come. At the counter, an object that seemed to be the shopkeeper was mumbling as it counted coins. That, in itself, isn't a strange sight, but the problem was the appearance of the shopkeeper. A yellowish-brown fluffy and flexible, limbs made of cloth. It kinda reminds me of a deformed cat. No, there's no way that's a cat. I can't find the correct words to explain this bizarre scene well. In short, a stuffed cat-like object is mumbling while it's counting coins. Why is this person wearing a stuffed animal costume indoors? Is she an idiot? I wonder if there are any good stories about how to make money without working. I thought if I just open a store, customers will come with all their money even if I don't move, but stocking up goods is a hassle, and this shop isn't even getting popular at all. The sight of this weirdo in a cat costume complaining while counting coins feels terribly surreal, and to be honest, I deeply regretted entering this store. From the sound of her voice, she seemed to be a young woman, but the costume she's wearing is already ruining everything. If a rich and nice-looking customer comes, I'll make sure I will sell them all sorts of things. Yep, she obviously looks dangerous. Let's get out of here before she sees us. Really, if only a good sucker were to. Ah shit. She noticed. Did her eyes glow just now? A very awkward silence passed between me and the shopkeeper before I quickly turned around and was about to scamper towards the door, but, welcome. She was already in front of me. What the heck was that? In an instant, she had ran past me, and moreover, she was already leaning her back behind the door when she called out. Facing this situation where it clearly looks like she won't let me get away, I reflexively stepped back. No, seriously, this is quite the strange shop I entered. May I ask what you're looking for? Well, it was a esteemed customer's lucky day, for we have just finished stocking up on our supplies. And no air. You're saying you just finished stocking up on your supplies. It's completely obvious that you just lack customers, and a lot of these supplies are unsold though. Damn, I've completely became her target. a stuffed animal rubbing its hands together as it slowly walked my way. I felt fear just like when I'm watching a B-rated horror movie. I was just checking out for a bit. It's not that I'm here to buy anything. No, today is your chance. Here, look. We're offering a discount only for today. It obviously looks like you just came up with it. Did you even try to sound a little bit convincing? However, the other party could still be said to be a pro in her trade, and I honestly don't have any talk skills that could help me get out of situations like this. Should I just take it like I've been bitten by a stray dog, buy some of her stuff, and go home? By the way, what's your budget? Hey, around 5,000 R. Or so. In fact, I have more than 40,000 R, but I'm not stupid enough to honestly tell her about that. The clothes I'm wearing may not be that flashy, but it still has a quality that wouldn't look out of place even if a noble were to wear it. So I decided to say an amount of about 500,000 yen, because it will likely cause me a lot of trouble if I said an amount that was too low. This way, even if I was forced to buy until the very last coin of this budget, I would just resign myself and think like I had fallen under the fangs of an unscrupulous salesman. 5,000 are, huh? I felt like the shopkeeper's eyes had changed colors. I can't see her eyes because she's wearing a costume, but it's like her mood has somehow changed. To be specific, it's like she has found a good prey. Well, what is she going to do now? She'll either try to force me to buy stuff with threats or probably drag me around with her honed negotiation skills. Either way, she's a professional and there seems to be no way for me to escape. In front of me, the shopkeeper, who was gasping for breath, slowly put her right on the ground, followed by her left knee, and finally, she brought her hands on the ground. Please buy something. A digiza that I never expected. Throwing away all the shame and pride of a merchant, in a very refined and unhurried manner, she got down on a digiza. I'm begging you. I haven't had a good meal in a few days. And as if it flowed along with her digiza, tears began streaming down her eyes. I was dumbfounded and speechless in front of the woman in the costume kneeling on a digiza in front of me. Dear Mom, Dad, how should I say this? I came across someone weird again. And so, I encountered a strange shopkeeper. Chapter 64. She was quite the weirdo. A stuffed cat getting down on a digiza in front of you. I wonder what's happening. It was supposed to be the scene where I would cry in sorrow after losing some of my money. But it feels like I'm being made fun of, especially since she's in a costume. Please raise your head. For the time being, could you please show me what products you have? But before that, do you mind? Would you stop talking to me like we're equals? You see, I'm a clerk while you're the customer. So if the customer uses honorifics, it feels like my super sales talk would explode. If it's going to explode under such limited conditions, I don't think you could call that super at all. Also, that half-baked way of talking, you're calling that honorifics? No, I'm also not that good at speaking to others with honorifics. But I can say with certainty that there's something different from her belief. But well, no matter how you look at her, she's clearly a weirdo, so I would prefer if I keep my distance by speaking to her with honorifics. But I guess it's more important if we finish speaking with each other so that I can get out of here as soon as possible. Alright, this will do, right? That's okay. I can see you want to go home as soon as possible, Aura, but I'm a merchant, so it's my duty to release your want to buy, Aura. Suddenly looking energized, the shopkeeper in a costume vigorously stood up. How should I say this? It's just that this stuffed costume of her is ruining everything in all kinds of ways. Seriously, what the heck is with this person? Voila. This blazing gaze. I see. So that's how it is, huh? That passionate gaze of yours must mean that you're interested in me. Huh. I understand. I can understand why. In front of the beautiful me, it can't be helped if one opens up their eyes and awakens their inner hot, burning, seething manly desires. What the heck is this person talking about now? I feel like I can't even keep a straight face in front of her now. She's probably making a really smug smile inside that stuffed costume of hers, but I can only see it as a pervert wearing a stuffed costume, a self-proclaimed beauty with a disgusting behavior. However, without caring about my reaction, the shopkeeper continued to speak. Alright, then, as a merchant, let's settle it this way. You buy 3 products of mine, and I'll tell you my 3 sizes. No thanks. An immediate reply? See, can't you at least look embarrassed or something like that? Unfortunately, I don't find your proposal appealing at all. She would definitely only tell me the 3 sizes of that stuffed animal she's wearing, right? She'd probably just say 100, 100, 100 or something like that. Then how about this? You buy 5 products of mine, and I'll have dinner with you, your treat. Please excuse me from that. A denial that sounds like begging. Dinner with a pervert in a costume is just a punishment game. Also, even if she's trying to nonchalantly tell us that she's allowing us to buy her a meal, it's probably just because she wants us to buy her a meal. However, if you were to tell such a dangerous-looking pervert the reason straight away, you wouldn't know what she'll do. So I'll be as indirect as possible. I mean, having dinner with someone whose name I don't even know. Come to think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. As expected, everyone would be bothered not knowing the name of this pretty, beautiful me. No, not really. As for me, let's see. You can just call me Alice, the beauty wrapped in mystery. You sure you don't want me to call you the Cheshire Cat instead? Who the heck is the cat? For a beauty like me to be treated like a cat, what are you trying to say? Haha, this guy's amazing. One amazing pain in the ass. Honestly, this might be the first time. The first time I felt like punching someone I just met. Also, doesn't she know about the fairy tales on Earth? I guess not everything is passed down by the previous people who held the role of hero. Hey, Era? It kind of feels like someone is looking like they want to kill me. That gaze must be that, right? Just gazes of embarrassment. My name is Isekaied. Nice to meet you. Also, can I punch you once? It sounds like there's something frightening added to your self-introduction, though. I can call you Kaido-san, right? Well, your cool face really suits your fantastic name. Just gazing at you makes my heart skip a beat. That's why. Please put those clenched fists of yours away. It seems like my fists were clenched before I knew it, as Alice pacified me while her stuffed costume is slightly trembling. However, it still kind of feels like I'm somehow being made fun of. No, this won't do. Don't let yourself be dragged on her pace. Once again, nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. Letting out a big sigh, I regained my composure and held out my hand to shake hands with her. Alice also reached out her hand, the stuffed costume's large hand, and held my hand. Then, out of nowhere, a sound like breaking glass could be heard, before Alice's stuffed costume burst open. When the stuffed costume burst open, what appeared was dashing, wavy long blonde hair, and beautiful blue eyes that looked like fine sapphire. There was a beautiful girl that could even be mistaken for a bisque doll, dressed in clothing that looks like it was patched up with numerous pockets. Why did my magic break? The young girl. Alice dumbfoundedly mumbled as she continued staring at me, and immediately afterwards, as if the sound of an explosion resounded, her face turned bright red. Alice, whose face turned red like a boiled octopus, immediately let out a scream and ran towards the counter with terrifying speed. Then, she vigorously began fishing out something on the counter, and a little later, she took out a white mask. I think it's called an opera mask. Anyway, she took out a mask that covers her face above her nose, and after hurriedly putting it on her face, she let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. It's just that it's been a long time since I talked with someone face to face, so I couldn't speak properly without it. And you're fine with that mask? Yes, as long as half of my face is covered. It seems that Alice is extremely embarrassed not to have her face covered, and she wasn't able to talk properly without something to cover her face. That's why she was wearing that costume just now. No, well, it doesn't seem like she really needs to wear that stuffed costume, but let's not Tsukomi about that. Anyway, what the heck are you suddenly doing, Kaido-san? From which outlandish kingdom are you, stripping a girl in the middle of the day like this? No, I also don't know what just happened, or rather, don't describe it in a way that would cause misunderstanding. You were only stripped of your stuffed costume. No, I'm still feeling very tainted in my opinion. So tainted, I can't become a bride anymore. With the opera mask on, Alice returned to how she was earlier, and she began throwing raging flames all over the place. However, it just almost feels like a false accusation, because I don't know why her stuffed costume burst open just by touching it. However, the fact that the stuffed animal turned into this young girl, and also because of that scream I heard earlier, makes me feel a little guilty. I'll buy 5 items. How about a bit more? If you want, I could even open up my chest area for a little bit. Hearing my mutters after I gave up, Alice's eyes immediately sparkled. We've only just met, but I think I already have an idea how to handle her. How should I say this? Her attitude is kind of refreshing to see. Dear Mom, Dad, Alice is a pain in the ass, coercive, and an easily embarrassed miser. In short, she was quite the weirdo. Chapter 65. She seems to be hopelessly lacking in business abelites. So, what's Kaido-sen looking for? I will be going to the Sacred Tree Festival, and I thought I would find things in preparation for that. Alice asked me, shaking her long blonde hair, and I told her the reason why I came here. The fact that she's no longer wearing that stuffed costume makes her somehow look different. As long as she takes off her mask and stops talking at all, would she have looked an easygoing beauty? It feels like her personality is ruining everything though. Heath, the Sacred Tree Festival, huh? Leave it to me. Within this store, aside from food, you can find anything. Why don't you have food here? I mean, if I were to sell food here, I would end up eating them. What the heck is this extreme disappointment I'm feeling? Seriously, is it really alright to rely on this person? No, I don't feel that it's going to be alright. Anyway, let's just buy 5 of the cheapest things I can buy and go home. By the way, is this your first time joining the Sacred Tree Festival, Kaido-san? Yeah. Then, it's a good idea to get yourself some good shoes. Shoes. When I heard him recommending shoes, I just tilted my head, not knowing what she meant. Yes, it's a common mistake that first-timers make. You would be walking inside a forest, and not every path you would pass through would have a good footing, and it would be difficult walking through that with hard shoes. I see. Most of the shoes in this world are indeed leather shoes, and the shoes I'm wearing now are also quite hard. I also have my pair of sneakers, but they don't really match the clothes I'm wearing right now and they stand out from the surroundings, so I kept them in my magic box. The Sacred Tree Festival is in 10 days, so you should buy them now while you can and get used to wearing them. So, you're saying that it's better to prepare soft shoes for me to wear, huh? That's right, and this is the one I recommend. This one is made from the skin of the aqua lizard, which has excellent elasticity. They stretch well and are durable, so unless you have the foot size that ain't normal at all, they should fit. Plus, they're dirt resistant, so you can even walk past beast tracks filled with confidence that your shoes won't get dirty. Somehow, doesn't that sound like a decent sales pitch? Taking the shoes that Alice offered me with a smile on her face, I looked over them, and they certainly looked soft and comfortable to wear. In terms of color, they are a calming dark gray, and the design is nice without being too flashy. I honestly wanted them. They certainly look good, but wouldn't this be expensive? That's right, we've used some good materials with that pair. How about 100R? I'll buy it then. Thank you for the purchase. It was just about 10,000 yen. It was quite a bargain. Or more like, no matter how I look at it, doesn't it seem like it was too cheap? Even though I'm not familiar with the prices of the goods in this world, I can tell that these shoes are pretty good. No, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just happy that I get to buy something good at a low price. But seeing her appeal earlier where she's back to the corner as she's about to lose her money, I can't help but be concerned about the situation of Alice's purse. Isn't this too cheap? Wouldn't Alice be at a disadvantage with this cost? No, not really. I mean, that's shoes I made myself, and I'm also the one who acquired the raw materials used in it. Is that so? Are aqua lizards that easy to hunt? Yeah, they're just 3-meter-long lizards after all. They're quite easy to hunt. A 3-meter-long lizard. Wouldn't that be large enough to call it a monster? Do humans in this world hunt 3-meter-long lizards like it's something normal? The heck is that? That looks scary. In front of the slightly surprised me, Alice moves in front of the shelves where weapons such as knives and swords are lined up. If you're looking for a harvest knife, here's where they are. Looking at Kaido-san, you don't look like you're used to handling knives, so I think you would want a simple one. Is that so? Yes, it's no laughing matter if you suddenly cut your own or someone else's hand. I think you should get one with a blade that's rather short and not curved. Alright, how about this one? What's that? This knife is made from electrum, which is a little heavy, but it's very stable. The biggest feature of this knife is that there is a magic crystal in the center of the blade, and when you imbue your magic power into it, a blade made of wind would spread out of the blade, so even an amateur can cut stuff easily with this. The magic crystal used in this knife is also a good one, so you won't run out of magic power if you just normally use it. It would be a different story if you force a large amount of magic power into it and make the blade huge though. She took out something that looks really amazing again. In short, this is also a type of magic tool, something that helps the user to cut properly even if they're not that good at handling a knife just by deploying a blade of magic power. The blade of the knife is pale golden in color, while the handle is also finely crafted, that it looks like a piece of art that seems to have some value. This would be a really expensive item this time. I remembered seeing something similar to this one when Kuro and I went to the magic tool market before. The one I remembered was a bit bigger than this one, but I think it was about 2,000 R. I'm sure anyone would find a 200,000 yen knife to be pretty expensive, But Kuro said that it was the right cost for magic tools that can also be used as a weapon. How should I say this? This certainly looks good, but it looks really expensive. It's certainly more expensive than those shoes earlier. How about 500 R? I'll buy it. Thank you for the purchase. It was surprisingly cheap. Or rather, no matter who looks at it, this is too cheap. Could it be? Hey Alice, could it be that this is also? Yes, I made it too. I knew it. I mean, most of the products in the store are things that are made myself. That's also because we don't have the money to buy them from other places. Surprised at her words, I looked around the shop. Shoes, clothes, accessories, weapons, magic tools. Did Alice make all of this? That's amazing. She can make shoes, sew clothes, a good sense of making accessories, smith weapons, get her own materials, and all of the products here are so good that anyone would think they were made by professionals. How the heck can she be so poor that she can't even eat a decent meal when her specs are that high? Why isn't this store popular at all when you are selling so much good stuff for a really cheap price? That's the thing. Well, even I don't know why, but most of the customers would leave the moment they opened the door. Is it because the decorations in my interior look bad? No, I'm pretty sure that's just because they immediately ran away after seeing the shopkeeper wearing a stuffed costume, isn't it? That's also what I was going to do earlier, so? No. Even if customers won't come here, that's another matter. There are plenty of other ways for her to make money from her that. No, if you can't sell it in your store, why don't you just wholesale it somewhere else? No. As I said, if you can make something this good, if you wholesale it to a company, wouldn't they buy this from you? I hadn't thought about that. How should I say this? She really is quite the disappointing fellow. She has very high specs that she would be able to earn a lot of money even if she were to not seriously work hard for it. But her character, or rather, her usual behavior, is ruining it all. No, rather, at this rate, even if she were to wholesale her items to a company, I think she would still fail. But speaking of which, I went to apply to open a store before, but I was almost beaten up by them, telling me not to come back. Did you go there in that stuffed costume of yours? Well, that should be obvious, right? Are you an idiot? I've strangely been told that a lot. Correction. She already failed. This is no good. Her specs are too high, but she's too fatally disappointing. Well, seriously, I guess it really is as it was often said, that God doesn't give two gifts. I don't remember giving anyone any abilities, though. Hush it there, airhead goddess. Dear Mom, Dad, the items in Alice's shop were all first class, but unfortunately, Alice seemed to be hopelessly lacking in her business abilities. Chapter 66, strangely stayed in my mind. So that's a total of 4750 R, but since you bought so much, I'll just leave it to 4700 R. I took out the 5 silver coins from my purse and handed them to Alice, who looks like she's in a good mood when she said that with a smile on her face. In the end, I ended up buying just until I used up the budget I told her earlier. It's not really because of Alice's super sales talk, but simply because all the products in this store are very good. Not only did I buy shoes, a knife, a water bottle, and some survival magic tools in preparation for the Sacred Tree Festival, but I also bought some clothes. All of the clothes are of comparable quality to the ones I'm wearing now, and the designs might be simple, but they are also what you would call casual wear back in my previous world. I don't know if Alice has good taste or not, but I couldn't help but buy them because they were all elegant and made to look good even if it were nobles who were wearing them. Well, this is the first time I've sold this much since I've opened my store. Kaido-san, please visit our store again. All of these items that I never thought were made by the shopkeeper are quite good, and I'd like to see more of the magic tools next time. Whoa, I somehow feel like I'm being slightly insulted there, but I'm so happy now that I will forgive you. Well, I didn't really know what to expect at first, but when it was all over, I think I got a good deal and found a good store to buy stuff. As they said, they have everything but food stuff. There were also a variety of interesting trinkets and magic tools, so I'll come back to look around again. When I finished shopping, I thanked Alice and was about to leave the store, but at that moment, Alice spoke. Kaido-san, can I have a moment? As thanks for all the things you bought, I'd like to give you a warning. A warning? At those words, I turned around and looked at Alice, but her expression was hidden behind her mask, so I couldn't read it. The emotions I felt from my sympathy magic also seemed to be calm. It's as if she was just making small talk, but I somehow feel like there's something strange in the mood. I think there is also one story that's like this back in your world, Kaido-san. That a hero who gets too close to the sun would get their wings burned and crash to the ground. If I remember correctly, Wasn't she talking about the story of Icarus of Greek mythology? The story is about Icarus, who flew through the sky on wings made of wax, but he got too close to the sun, so his wings made of wax melted, and he fell to the ground. But why did she suddenly bring up such a story? She said that it was a warning, so I guess this is the message she probably wants to tell me. The closer you are to great beings, the greater the chance of risks suddenly coming from unexpected places. Please keep this in mind. This world isn't just filled with good people, and if those wings of yours were just born from hubris, those fake wings will just melt, and you may end up crashing on the ground, you know? Or something like that. Well, just keep in mind that humility is the best policy. Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like there's meaning in her words, but it's like I strangely can't understand Alice at all. One minute she's throwing out a warning like her sharp eyes could see through everything, but she would suddenly be smiling like a fool in the next minute. It feels really strange. It's as if I'm peering into a hole that I can't see the bottom of, as if I can somehow understand her, but the words to describe it were caught behind the back of my throat. However, it doesn't seem like Alice wants to say anything else, so she removes her gaze from me and sits down on the counter again. Thinking that I probably wouldn't arrive at any answers even if I keep thinking about it, I gave Alice a slight wave before leaving the shop. Dear Mom, Dad, the shopping at Alice's store ended well, but the last words Alice said strangely stayed in my mind. After Kaido left the store, Alice slowly shifted her gaze to the door where Kaido left from and muttered, "The Underworld King, the Death King, and on top of those two, the supreme god of the god realm." For him to intermingle with those three, I thought he was some kind of monster. Turns out he's just a normal, slightly good-natured, but a normal person. Absent-mindedly muttering to herself, some kind of noise rang out before Alice's figure blurs and her appearance changes back to the stuffed cat costume she's wearing before. Then, Alice sits down on the seat near the counter and, out of boredom, began lining up and counting coins. Yes, she knows. About how Kaido is an otherworlder, and about how Kaido interacted with Kiromwena and Isis. Knowing all of it from her own network of information, she feigned ignorance and approached him. "You have to be careful, Kaido-san. The world isn't as bright as the theaters, for there are always people lurking around in the backstage. Sooner than you may think, there will be some people who will start seeing the value of who you are," muttering to herself, in a mocking tone to Kaido who isn't here. No one can see her expression because of the stuffed costume she's wearing, but the atmosphere around here is completely different from the carefree shopkeeper she was until a while ago. As if waiting for Alice's atmosphere to change to one that contained sharpness, she heard the sound of a door opening in the quiet shop, and a man clad in a black robe hiding his face walked in. The man quietly moves to the shelves in front of the row of weapons, and after grabbing a small dagger, like a flowing stream, moved towards the shelves where the clothing was placed, and after grabbing the black clothing and wrapping it around the dagger, he placed them on the counter. Alice, who had been unresponsive and counting pennies all that time, looks at the dagger wrapped in black clothes, and as if she's letting out a sigh, she moved her head. "You're the Shadow Edge, aren't you? Huh. How come my core business isn't doing well at all, but my side job, is this thriving? Or rather, I wish you lot would stop calling me with that embarrassing pseudonym. There's someone I need you to deal with. Depends on how much and who it is." The man quietly announced Alice's other name. The pseudonym she was known in the underworld. The act of wrapping the black cloth around the dagger is a sign of a request for her about a job related to the underworld. Requests that wouldn't be brought to the light. Things that could only be done by those who dwell in the darkness of the world. 1 white gold coin for an advance. An additional 3 after your success. That ain't too bad. The person must have been someone troublesome, huh? I need you to deal with the whole family of a baron. A noble in this country, huh? Yeah, here's the list. The man places a single white gold coin on the counter before holding out a stack of papers. Alice reads what is written on the paper for a while, and when she finishes reading, she hands the stack of paper back to the man. Alrighty. Then, regarding this request, the deadline is? If possible, within 10 days. Method of death. It's best if you were to kill him in a way that would look like he committed suicide. Okay. Well then, please come back in 10 days with the 3 white gold coins. Yeah. After that short conversation, the man leaves the shop. After seeing him off while still wearing her stuffed costume, Alice began flipping the white gold coin she received with her finger and muttered, "Kaido-san, human life is something that can be bought cheap. Just for these few coins, it would disappear like a fleeing dream." After catching the falling white gold coin and casually tossing it into the counter's drawer, Alice takes one of the silver coins that Kaido used to pay her and smiles. Well, but I guess I can only pray today that a murder request for you won't come. The sun was setting and the shop looked gloomy, but the girl living within that house had a peaceful smile on her face. 10 days later, the day when Kaido and the others left the capital for the Sacred Tree Festival, only she and her client knew at the time that the whole family of a certain barony would commit suicide, causing a bit of a stir in the royal capital. Chapter 67. I'm going to try to be proactive. When I came back to the mansion, it seems that Lilia-san was calling me, so I went towards her office. When I opened the door and entered, Lilia-san turned towards me with a mysterious look on her face. Welcome back, Kaido-san. Yes, I have returned. So who is it now? UNN. Looking at me with a worried expression on her face, Lilia-san asked me while her hands were slightly trembling, but I didn't immediately understand what she meant, so I tilted my head. Who on earth did you get to know this time? The World King-sama? God of Fate-sama? If there's anything I need to know, please tell me now. How should I say this? It seems like I've really pushed Lilia-san to the corner. She already has tears in her eyes. No, I'm really sorry. I feel guilty that I've met some really outrageous people in rapid succession, and I'm really giving Lilia-san a lot of troubles, so I tell her about Alice, who I just met today. After intently listening about what happened when I met Alice for a while, Lilia-san pats her chest, as if she really felt relieved. Thank goodness. It's someone I don't know. Somehow I'm sorry. No. I should be sorry instead for being oversensitive. I'll try to report to her even the smallest details more properly from now on. While thinking about this, I turned my gaze to Lilia-san's desk and found many documents on it. It doesn't seem like they were letters, as although I can only see it from a distance, it looks like they're accounting-related documents, as there were numbers lined up in rows. Kaido-san, what's the matter? No, it's just that this is the first time I've seen Lilia-san working. I see. I may be inexperienced, but I'm still in charge of many people's lives. Also, simply because of my personality, I don't feel comfortable leaving everything to others, so I try to do the work I can do myself. To be honest, until I met Lilia-san, my image of nobles was that they were always self-important and arrogant, but I've realized since coming to this world that it was just my prejudice. Especially Lilia-san, who doesn't look like a noble in a good way, but even though she's only 1 year older than me, she's a splendid person that I wholeheartedly respect. It seems that there are no important confidential documents among them, so since it's safe for me to look at them, I look at the documents that Lilia-san is dealing with from a little distance away from her. The fact that there are lots of numbers lined up must mean that they're accounting related. Perhaps she's calculating the expenses and incomes. Is it because the currency they use is different? It's not the same shape as the one I know, but it serves the same purpose. But I think the one Lilia-san is holding is this world's abacus. As I watched the scene in front of me for a while, a question popped into my head. I wondered if there are any calculators in this world or something like that. No, it's not like I'm saying that calculators are better than abacus in every way. After all, if one is skilled in using abacus, they will be able to perform calculations at a terrifying speed. However, that's only for a small percentage of people. In fact, Lilia-san has been looking at the documents over and over again, calculating each time while slowly moving the abacus. I think that with her pace, she will take lots of time to finish calculating everything. I've put Lilia-san through lots of trouble already. I'd like to help if I could, but unfortunately, I only learned about using abacus a few times in elementary school, and I'm not particularly good at math. If I try to help with my incapability, I would just end up being a hindrance. But if I had a calculator here, I might be able to help Lilia-san with her work, and even if she didn't allow me to help, it would certainly be able to improve her work speed. But unfortunately, I don't have a calculator at hand at the moment. To be precise, I had a pocket-sized calculator in my backpack when I came to this world, but the calculator is a mechanical technology of our world, and right now, it's in the custody of the goddess of law. Normally, I would have stopped there, but a thought came to my mind. There were convenient items here called magic tools, supporting the livelihood of the residents of this world, and some of them even have capabilities far beyond the mechanical technology of my previous world. There are magic tools that act similar with a lighter, and there's also a magic tool that functions like an air conditioner. That's when I wondered if there was a magic tool that could perform calculations like a calculator, and even if there wasn't one, I will just have it made. However, I'm still a novice when it comes to this world, so I don't know if there is such a magic tool or if it's really possible to make it based on what I'm thinking. I guess the best way to find out is to ask the creator of magic tools, Kuro, who is the most reliable source of information when it comes to magic. With that in mind, I leave the room so as not to disturb Lilia-san any further, and as I walk down the corridor to my room, I put together in my mind what I'm going to ask Kuro the next time she comes to visit. Dear Mom, Dad, I want to make Lilia-san, who I've caused lots of troubles, to somehow have an easier time in her work. That's why, even for a little bit, I'm going to try to be proactive. Isis's castle, which was wrapped in ice. In one of the rooms, the World King, Lilywood Yggdrasil, had a very tired expression on her face. In contrast to Lilywood, who really looks like she's mentally fatigued, Isis, the lord of this castle, is in a very good mood as she stared at the bundle of packaged books. Lilywood, thank you. Thanks to you, I've decided on which books I'm going to give to Kaido. That's good. No, seriously, with that, the world's economy remains in balance. She desperately persuaded Isis, who was about to give him books of tremendous value, such as grimoires with ancient magic written on it, and forbidden books with the methods to make secret medicines, to pick and choose the safest ones from her collection of over 10 million books. It was a really tough and long process, and thanks to that, Lilywood was completely exhausted. Sorry to bother you, Isis. Hiromwena, welcome. I made a new type of baby castellas, so I'm here to share. Era, you're also here, Lilywood. Hiromwena, if possible, I wish you had come a little earlier. As if she appeared exactly at the moment. As if she appeared right at the moment when they've just finished selecting the books. Hiromwena appears, and seeing her arrival, Lilywood mutters as her shoulders slump down. Seeing Lilywood like that, Hiromwena tilted her head before turning towards Isis, and tilted her head again. Era? Isis, you're in a great mood. What's up? I made a human friend. Seriously? Yes, I was skeptical too. But in fact, Isis went to visit this person the other day, and she's been in a good mood ever since. Hearing the words that Isis happily announced, Hiromwena made an expression of disbelief, and Lilywood, who also had the same reaction not long ago, said her thoughts. Yeah, there's an amazing child out there, huh? Isis, what kind of child is that? He said. He knew Hiromwena. His name is Kaido. Huh? Kaido. You're talking about Mayama Kaido-kun. You know about him, huh? I've been seeing him almost every day. He's my favorite child right now. Hearing Isis mention Kaido's name, Hiromwena looked really surprised. I see. Kaido-kun became friends with Isis. Hiromwena. Who exactly is this Kaido-san? According to what Isis said, he had some kind of special ability, but is it really possible for him to resist her magic power of death? It's true that Kaido-kun has a slightly unusual power called sympathy magic, making him have the ability to adapt to non-hostile magic power, but just having that ability doesn't mean he would adapt to just about anyone. What exactly do you mean? Kaido-kun's magic power would certainly adapt to other people's magic power, but the basic premise is that Kaido-san has the will to be friendly with that person. Otherwise, he won't be able to adapt, and even if he does, he also won't just adapt with someone's magic power in an instant. Just as Hiromwena said, Kaido's sympathy magic doesn't help him cope with other people's magic power in an instant. Kaido needs to have the will to adapt to it, even if it's subconsciously, and that means Kaido doesn't hold hostility towards that person. In other words, Kaido-kun still felt Isis's magic power of death, and yet he still tried to get along with Isis and desperately tried to adapt while being exposed to her magic power of death for a reasonable amount of time. I think that's why he was able to adapt to her magic power of death. That's quite an unbelievable person, isn't it? I still can't believe it. Hiromwena quietly told them. Kaido himself said that it was thanks to his sympathy magic, but it couldn't have happened if Kaido hadn't wanted to reach out to Isis in the first place, and despite the painful thoughts inflicted on him, Kaido still tried to befriend Isis. A fact that she unexpectedly found out. No one knows if it's because of happiness or not, but Isis's cheeks turned bright red as she stared in empty space, as if she had fallen in love again. In contrast to Isis's reaction, though, Lilywood seems to be trembling in fear. I guess it might be impossible if you met Kaido-kun just when he first came to this world. However, Kaido-kun has been so cool lately that even I'm surprised. He's a kind child who's doing his best for the sake of others after all. Well, that's why I like him so much. Kaido is kind and cool. I see. Speaking of which, Hiromwena, you just mentioned that you're seeing him almost every day. That must be why you've been visiting the Symphonia Kingdom so much lately. Aha, well, I suppose so. Lilywood, who became more and more interested in Kaido after hearing Kiromwena and Isis talk about him, nodded, looking forward to her upcoming visit. And since she also found out why Kiromwena has been visiting Syphonia Kingdom so often lately, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. In that case, I guess I can ask Kiromwena for the next meeting regarding the Festival of Heroes in the Symphonia Kingdom, huh? Don't want to. In the years where the Festival of Heroes was held, Kiromwena and Lilywood, who have close ties to the human realm, share the responsibility of meeting with each country. They are discussing the order of the pilgrimage that would be done by the one holding the role of hero and the event that would be held in the Festival of Heroes. They still hadn't decided on the appointment for this year, but if Kiromwena frequented the Symphonia Kingdom, Lilywood thought that she would gladly accept if she were the one going to the meeting there, but her reply was just the words, "Don't want to." The king over there treated Kaido-kun as an outcast, so I hate him. He treated Kaido as an outcast? Hearing the words Kiromwena said, Lilywood placed her hand over her face. Those things she said. The matter of the Symphonia Kingdom not sending an invitation to Kaido was actually something that Lilywood also had her followers look into, making her understand what happened, but she hadn't told Isis about it. She kept it a secret because she didn't want to think about what Isis would do if she knows this. But when she heard that Kaido had told Isis that he just couldn't go because he already had something he had to do, she thought that she could finally feel relieved just a few days ago. But a bomb was dropped in a place she never expected. Hearing Kiromwena's words, Isis quietly muttered, before she quickly stood up. Stop for a moment, Isis. Where do you plan to go? Symphonia Kingdom. Please wait. That is, Isis. Stop. Kiromwena, noticing that her eyes were obviously focused towards the Symphonia Kingdom, and Isis was about to head there to literally erase the king. Just when Lilywood was desperately trying to stop her, Kiromwena also stopped Isis. Lilywood felt relieved that there's someone who also had the same thoughts as her, as she turned towards Kiromwena, who was probably on her side. But her next words made her turn pale. That's right, Kiromwena. You tell her as well. Let me help you. Hey, thank you, Kiromwena. Together, those idiots who tormented Kaido. Let's kill them. Killing them is no good. If you do that, Kaido-kun will be really troubled. We should just threaten him until his mind breaks, so that he won't do anything stupid again. I understand. So we'll just turn him into an invalid person. What kind of frightening stuff are you talking about? Isis, too, don't agree with her. Looking closely at her, she could see that even the smile on Kiromwena's face disappeared, as she's clearly angry, saying horrible things like it's normal. Please wait. I will be the one going there, okay? I'll make sure that the Symphonia's king would apologize, okay? So I'm begging you, don't do anything. That day, in the peaceful land of death, because of her worries, one of the 6 kings, the World King's scream resounded. Chapter 68. It seems that I will be its patent holder. There are only 2 days left until the Sacred Tree Festival. We're planning to head there the day before it starts, so we'll be leaving for the Elf Forest tomorrow. The Elven Forest seems to be an extremely lush place, and since this is the first time I'm going out of Symphonia's royal capital, I'm really looking forward to that trip. I was also able to get Kuro to teach me some new magic, a means of self-defense that I had been thinking about for some time, so I guess I would be able to protect myself when I need to, right? I think it's starting to take form, but Kaido-kun, using this magic too much is no good, okay? It has a heavy burden on your body, after all. Well, I guess you're already feeling it now. My whole body hurts. See that? I'm gonna cast recovery magic on you, so stay put. I've learned a new magic, and as a result of that, I've been lying on the floor with painful muscle ache all over my body, and seeing me like that, Kuro wryly smiles before casting recovery magic on me. After a warm light envelopes my body, the numbing pain in my body eases. The magic that Kuro taught me is a combat-oriented magic that's making use of my sympathy magic, though it's also the type that has a backlash, and since the me who doesn't have that much magic power can't use it for a long time, it's really a magic that I could only in emergencies. However, it's a magic that fulfills the demands I have in mind, and it has made a moderately amusing effect. Well, I just hope I won't have to use it, but speaking of which, I had something to ask Kuro. Is there a magic tool in this world that acts like the machine in my world called calculator? Calculator? What kind of technological machine is that? It seems that calculators haven't been passed down by previous people who held the role of hero, so I go on to explain what a calculator is to Kuro. I wondered for a moment why they've passed down mayonnaise and stuff like that, but not the calculator. But thinking about it, it has never occurred to me until I saw Liliasen struggling with her calculations. The reason is that as soon as I came to this world, I entrusted my technological items to them, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I had a preconceived notion that technological items are no good in this world, and I didn't think that it would be possible to recreate that with magic tools because I didn't know that magic tools can be made individually. The previous people who held the role of hero probably also had the same preconceptions, and most importantly, I heard that unlike me, that guy who's holding the role of hero is rather busy. They are traveling around the world in a year to give speeches, so they would be more conscious about the food and clothing around them. And compared to the books and other forms of entertainment they may encounter on their travels, I think it's almost impossible to get involved in anything related to accounting. Thinking about this, I told Kuro about the calculator and asked her if there was something similar here. If one doesn't exist, I also asked her if it's possible to recreate it. Is that something Kaido-kun thought of? No, it was just a common tool back in my world. After she finished listening to my explanation, Kuro looked quite surprised at first. Then, she put her hand on her chin and began thinking for a while. I think that can be recreated. However, that's something I never thought about. It's true that if you record the formula, you would be able to calculate it in an instant, but I didn't think about that at all. Magic and math are two different things, and the idea of using magic to support calculation never entered my thought. Now that you mentioned it, I was just thinking why I hadn't thought of that before. Now that she mentioned it, I think I can somewhat understand. The technological machines we use back in our world were products made by science, and in a sense, connected with mathematics right from the start. However, the magic in this world is a separate entity from science, and it seems like they had no idea of connecting it with mathematics. In that sense, the person who made the first calculator and the computers must have been a real genius. Kuro became silent again for a while, and after taking out a piece of paper and pen, she began writing something on it. After she's done, her black coat spreads out like a curtain, and she calls out to it. "Sex, you there? What's the matter? Oya, isn't this my Amadano? It's been a while. It's been a long time, Sex-san." From behind her coat, Sex-san appeared, wearing a mask that looked like some tribe might be used in a ritual, and even though we've met before, I was still surprised when a bony hand appeared. As I recall, from what I heard when I met him before, he usually wears a ceremonial mask to make it easier to distinguish him from other liches. It's certainly easy to distinguish him, but this makes it look like he's at a carnival. Well, if that's his personal hobby, that's not something I will interfere with. After exchanging a brief greeting with Sex-san when he appeared, Kuro handed Sex-san the piece of paper she had just written on. This is a magic tool that Kaido-kun had thought up, and I had written here the technique needed to make it. This is quite a brilliant idea. No, that isn't really my idea. I just gave her the details of a tool I had been using back in my previous world. What do you think? This would start a revolution. Can we start mass production? Yes, as expected of Kuroma-sama. With this technique, we could make it fairly cheap. What the heck's happening? I feel like the situation is getting bigger and bigger. For my part, I was just hoping that I could get Kuro to make a calculator like Magic 2 and give it to Lilia-san, but Kuro and Sex-san's reaction to it somehow looks unusual. Kaido-kun, can I make and sell this calculator at my company? Yeah, I don't really mind. Or rather, it's not like I'm the one who invented it. Kuro asked me with a somewhat serious expression on her face, and I replied that it's obviously fine with me. Thereupon, Kuro nods once before turning to Sex-san. Thank you. Then, Sex. Yes, then, regarding my Amadano's right. How about half of the net profit from this magic tool? The flow of the conversation somehow turned strange. Half of the net profit? Does that mean I'm getting paid? Basically, you'll be paid every month. No. Could you please wait a sec? I'm telling you this isn't something I invented. This is something that came from my previous world. That might be so, but in this world, Kaido-kun is the one who invented it. What should I do? In short, this means that I'm the one who holds the patent rights for the calculator, right? Aren't patents something that would bring in really large amounts of money? No, it's not that I don't like getting paid either. I'm only going to be in this world for a year, and even now, I'm feeling doubtful if I can even spend all the money that Lilia-san gave me. Lilia-san, I can do that. For example, would it be fine if I were to hand over the rights to Lilia-san to Duchess Albert? Yes, of course, that's fine. What to do with your right is up to you, my Amadano. But if you want to do this, I think it would be better to have Duchess Albert in this conversation as well. You're right. Ah, that's right. Sex, you're going to visit Lilia-chan next time, right? Why don't you bring Kaido-kun in on the discussion then? Fumu, that could work. For the meantime then, let's make this magic tool and let's see it in action. Ah, that would be thankful. It seems that it's a done deal that they would make a calculator, temp, for me, which should make Lilia-san's job a lot easier. To be honest, I just need enough money to enjoy this world, and if Lilia-san doesn't mind it, I'm fine with handing over all of that rights to her. Dear Mom, Dad, when I talked about getting Kuro to make me a calculator, we ended up talking about rights and all that stuff, and the situation seems to have become larger than I expected. The point is, if we were to make a calculator in this world, it seems that I will be its patent holder. The sound of a pen that had been echoing in the quiet office stopped, and Lilia raised her face from the documents she was looking at. What in the world is that? I think I felt a horrible chill run down my spine just now. Her face slightly turning pale, Lilia muttered. That premonition she had won't appear until just a few days later. Chapter 69. I was scouted. Under the clear, refreshing skies, in preparations for the Sacred Tree Festival that we're heading to now, we are now standing before a large gondola and 2 white dragons. For us to arrive in the Elven Forest, we're going to ride these flying dragons, or rather, as if we're riding a flying carriage. The gondola is made of those levistons that kind of looks like those crystals you see in a certain castle in the sky. It seems that when you put magic power in the gondola, it would be able to float, while the 2 dragons would pull it. It is said that these dragons, called white dragons, are one of the fastest among the flying dragons, and with them pulling the gondola, we would arrive in the Elven Forest in just a few hours. That's why their fares are quite high. And more importantly, the white dragon services are very popular among the nobles, and Lunamaria-san seems to have had a lot of trouble arranging their services. When Lilia-san and the others were discussing the route, Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and I were only looking at the white dragons. I've seen that flying dragon that Noon-san hunted before, but this white dragon is larger than that, with a 7-meter body and beautiful snow-white scales. It seems that it's classified as a monster, but it doesn't seem to be hostile towards us, probably because it's already used to humans. Well, he's not like my pet dog back then who would become emotional by the sight of people. They're just ignoring us like we're people they shouldn't be concerned with. I had the impression that girls wouldn't be good with reptiles, but as long as they look cool, it doesn't seem to be a problem. As Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san approached the white dragons and tried to touch it, but the white dragons were completely unresponsive. I was watching them from a distance when I spotted a small dragon less than a meter in length glancing at me from behind the 2 dragons. Could it be the child of the white dragons? I don't know if it's because it's still not very used to humans or not, but it was hiding in the back of its parents while looking at us with vigilance. It seems like Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san seemed to be too absorbed in the other white dragons to notice it. Frua. When I took a step closer, I was met with a tremendously hostile look. She kinda looks like an afraid dog, threatening to bite me if I continue to get closer. That's when I suddenly remembered my conversation with Kuro about how she said that my sympathy magic can help me interact with beings that can't speak. Since an opportunity appeared, I guess this is a good time to try it out. Thinking so, I tried releasing friendly emotions as much as possible, imbuing my intentions to be friends with her inside my magic power, and released it to the baby dragon with my sympathy magic. Q. Then, the baby dragon tilted her head and cried once, and she began staring at me. As it seems like she still feels fear, I released my sympathy magic with friendly emotions again. After repeating that a few times, it seems like the baby dragon became interested as she began coming closer to me, fluttering her little wings. Kyuk, kiwi-i. Kyukiwiwi. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. Smiling at the chirping baby dragon, I slowly held out my hand. The baby dragon shrank back in fear at first, but after sensing my friendly emotions, when my outstretched hand touched her paws, instead of running away, she began letting guard little by little. Once she dropped its guard, like a child, the baby dragon quickly became emotionally attached, meekly letting me pet her. I was expecting her skin to be tough because of her scales, but it seems like as a child, her skin is still surprisingly soft. It's not quite as soft as a machi, but it's about as soft as rubber and comfortable to touch. Hyuk, seeing the little dragon purr as if she was comfortable being petted, looks kinda cute. I thought dragons would just be something like a big lizard, but this white dragon seriously looks as cute as a kitten. Putting my hand away from her head, I tried holding the baby dragon with both of my hands, and the baby dragon no longer resisted, meekly holding within my embrace. Kukuiwi. Kukuru. Aha. The little dragon pressed and rubbed her head against my chest. The way she's acting like a spoiled child looked really cute, and a smile appeared on my face as I felt ticklish from her touch. Thereupon, the baby dragon looked like she's having fun as it used her little paws to climb up my clothes. Q. The sharp claws on her paws are a little scary, but they don't really make any holes on my clothes because the materials used in it is good. And as the little dragon cried out while climbing up my body, when she reached my right shoulder, it looks like she's satisfied, lying down on my shoulder. It's quite heavy. Kyoku. As the little dragon began to relax on my shoulder, it seemed like Lilia-san and the others finished talking, and when the Flying Dragon Services driver turned towards us, she spoke. Ah, that's right. I forgot to mention it, so that it could remember the route that we will be going through today. I brought the child of these 2 white dragons. She's still not accustomed to humans, and it's dangerous, so I ask you to stay away from her. Air. Q. The female driver's eyes widened when she turned towards me and saw the little dragon on my shoulder. In no way. H. How in the world did you? That little dragon isn't even emotionally attached to me yet. Please don't mind it. That guy is just, a special case. So you finally reached your claws to monsters. Mayama-sama, you really are. Along with the dumbfounded driver, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san looked amazed as they looked towards me. Although it's thanks to my sympathy magic, it seems that a baby dragon normally wouldn't get emotionally attached to someone quickly. While it looks cute, let me hold it too. Frua. Hi. The proof of this is that although this baby dragon is emotionally attached to me, she let out a low growl and threatened whenever Yuzuki-san tries to touch it. Don't worry, she won't hurt you either. Q. Yeah, that's right. That's why. You don't have to snarl at her. Q. When I explained that Yuzuki-san wouldn't hurt her either, the baby dragon tilted her head for a while before it nodded her head in understanding. It seems that she understands, as her feelings of hostility towards Yuzuki-san have eased. Yuzuki-san, it's all right to touch it now. Yes. Q. Fwa, it's so soft. This child is so cute. Upon receiving my words, Yuzuki-san reached out again, and the baby dragon didn't growl this time, meekly letting Yuzuki-san pet it. Seeing the situation, the female driver's mouth opened wide, looking stunned for a while, and then she approached me. You were from another world, right? Yes. What's the matter? If you ever decide that you won't return to your world and remain in our world, please contact me. We promise to hire you on favorable terms. You have a really great talent. If you can tame a flying dragon this quickly, you can even become the best flying dragon driver in the world. With some excitement, the woman begins to explain how difficult it is to tame a flying dragon. When I looked at Lilia-san and the others, asking for help after feeling a little pressured from her excitement, Lilia-san and the others just looked at me with a wry smile on their faces, as if they've completely given up. Dear Mom, Dad, meeting the white dragons of the Flying Dragon Service, a baby dragon became emotionally attached to me. What's more, with frightening excitement, I was scouted. Chapter 70. I met Sieg-san's parents. In the gondola, which unexpectedly isn't swaying at all, I look at the scenery with the little dragon who was completely attached to me and is sitting on my shoulder. Looking up from here, Symphonia Kingdom is brimming with greeneries, doesn't it? Although the Symphonia Kingdom's royal capital is that developed, it's very lush and beautiful when viewed from above. It doesn't look like they're just wilderness that would make one feel like they're uncharted territory. The scenery gives me the impression that they're really taking care of nature. Yes, the Symphonia Kingdom is home to the largest elven forest in the human realm and is a country with a great deal of nature. As expected, though, the primary factor is that the Symphonia Kingdom has a close relationship with World King Sama. Hearing my words, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san explained. The elves, in particular, were firmly worshipping World King Sama, and the Sacred Tree Festival is also considered as a festival to give thanks to World King Sama for the good harvest. Sieg-san vigorously nodded in affirmation to Lunamaria-san's words. Apparently, she really is equal to a god for the elves. If I remember correctly, Kronoisin told me that the World King is the spirit of the World Tree. So is that related to why they're considering her as a god? Yes, the elves lost the forest they used to live in when the Demon King's army invaded. When World King Sama learned of this, after the Treaty of Friendship was signed, she used her power to create vast forests for the elves. Since then, The elves have evidently treated World King Sama as their god, and they're holding firm faith to her. The elves are a large race, but no elvish chief has named himself a king since the Treaty of Friendship. Perhaps it proves that to the elves, the only king they have is World King Sama. It seems that the World King is the greatest benefactor of the elven race, and that's why they were strongly worshipping her. But even so, creating the world's largest forest, I guess that's to be expected from one of the 6 kings. She has a really outrageous power. Incidentally, as it was the Symphonia Kingdom who provided the land, since then, World King Sama has sent her spirit and fairy followers to the Symphonia Kingdom, resulting in the development of Symphonia Kingdom's food culture that is extremely rich in crops. I see. That explains what Liliasin meant earlier when she said that Symphonia Kingdom has a close relationship with the World King. I remembered hearing that there's no god of fertility in Symphonia Kingdom, so I guess the one who brings fertility to the country is the World King. On the way to the Elven Forest, Liliasin told me the story about the World King and the Elven Forest. After a short 3 hours of travel on the Flying Dragon services, we could finally see a city that's mostly made with wood in the center of the vast forest below us. Some of the buildings look like log cabins, others look like towers made of wood, and in the center of the city conspicuously stands a huge tree that looks like it's several hundred meters tall. That's probably the sacred tree that symbolizes this festival. Anyway, I heard that they were living alongside nature, so I thought the place would only be about the size of a large village. But even though their houses may be different from the humans, this place could already be considered as a large city. This is amazing. All of their buildings are made with just wood. As expected, they didn't just use wood, but they would use as much of nature as possible. The white dragons landed in a place that looks like the entrance to the city. It was amazing to see from the sky, but standing in front of it like this is also quite a sight to behold. It seems that Kusunoki-sen also felt the same way, as she seems to be deeply moved and muttered, "Stepping into the city of the elves that renewed our thoughts of how this really is another world. Is something nice to do if I was able to head straight into the city, but we first have to deal with a problem. Air. The little dragon that took a liking to me won't separate from me. Just as my sympathy magic directly transmits my emotions to others, at the same time, I can also understand others' emotions. I don't know if the baby dragon liked me that much, but it sat on my shoulder the whole time we were traveling, and even now, it still clings to my clothes and won't separate from me. Mayama-senpai, it has become really attached to Yuha. Just as Yuzuki-sen said, the female driver is somehow trying to separate her from me, but the baby dragon isn't listening at all. I don't know if I should be happy or troubled that she has become emotionally attached to me, but in any case, if I can't persuade this baby dragon, I can't get in the city of elves. No, it's not that they were preventing us from entering the city, but the fact is that this baby dragon isn't my pet. This is the Flying Dragon Service's baby dragon, so I can't just take it along for my own convenience. Don't worry. We can meet again when we're going back, and we can also meet back in the royal capital. So you have to diligently listen to what the driver says. Huey. The baby dragon looked very sad, but I managed to convince her with my words as it made a small nod. And then, her grip on my clothes weakened. And she suddenly bit me on my neck. I was startled for a moment, but it doesn't seem like she sunk her teeth on my neck, and after play biting twice, she let go. What was that just now? I don't really know, but the fact that the female driver is surprised probably means that it may be an act to show affection or something like that. Anyway, after that, the baby dragon separated from me, and as I waved my hands to her, she gave me a cry of reluctance even as she saw me off. She was a really cute child. I've heard that this Flying Dragon Service has set up a shop in the royal capital, so when we go back, I'll occasionally come to visit her. Saying it once again, we finally stepped into the city of the elves. This world has something called magic, and the big city is said to be enclosed inside a barrier magic, so there's no such things like an ostentatious wall surrounding the city, and we were able to easily enter. Everyone, we will now be meeting up with the people who will be guiding us here. The one who will be guiding us. Lunamarius said that although her father was a half-elf, she had never been to the elf city before. So could it be an elf acquaintance of hers? Or perhaps, there's someone who's working as a tour guide around here? I was about to open my mouth and ask Lunamarius the question, but right at that moment, I heard a loud voice that came out of nowhere. Symphonia Kingdoms. Duchess Albert and her entourage. The voice that came out of nowhere startled me, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, and for some reason, Sieg-san also had a shocked expression on her face. And when I moved my gaze towards the voice, I saw two shadows running towards us from the distance. A male elf with short blonde hair and a female elf with long red hair. The two of them each ran in a straight line from diagonally to the left and right in front of us, and they began crossing with each other a few distance in front of us. Till crossing with each other in midair, they somersaulted once before landing. And with that landing, the two elves struck a pose, standing with their backs behind each other. Welcome to the elven city of Rigfaretia. How the heck am I supposed to react to this? Something's wrong. Their tensions were obviously greater than even we, who had just come here, had. And then, seeing that Sieg-san's holding her hands on her head, could it be that these people are? Hey, Era? Why do I feel like all of you are drawing away from us? Could it be that our pose is a little too sophisticated for them? I guess that's to be expected from elves. The blonde man and the red-haired woman are both tremendously beautiful. But how should I say this? Their excitement was excessively out of place. In front of the dumbfounded us, Sieg-san, who was holding her head in her hands, slowly stands up and draws her two slender swords. Hey, Era? Sieg-chan, what's wrong? Your face looks really scary. She must surely be feeling bashful. However, I feel like she would try to slash me any moment soon. Wait right there, Sieg. Let's calm down and talk. Gaia. Sieg-san, who had turned into a Shura, attacked the two elves, and their miserable screams rang out. Lilia-san, could those people be? Yeah, they're Sieg's parents. What can I say, no? I don't even think that there's anything I can say. Just when she's about to attend a festival in her hometown with people she knows, and for her parents to suddenly appear with an outrageously high excitement, from a daughter's point of view, it would be nothing more than shameplay. Sieg-san's sad emotions were being fully conveyed, even without my sympathy magic, just from the deep blush and the anger that could be seen on her face. Dear Mom, Dad, we've arrived in the elven city of Rigfaretia, and there, I met Sieg-san's parents. Chapter 71, I remember them. A few moments after Sieg-san's parents' shocking entrance, currently in front of us, Lunamaria-san was on her knees with her hands on the ground, her body trembling in fear. I'm sorry. It's not that I meant any harm. I just forgot to say it. No, it really was just an accident. It's just that after I sent a letter of our visit to Rigfaretia, they graciously accepted to show us around so. Right next to Lunamaria-san's neck were two swords, pierced on the ground, while in front of her imposingly stands Sieg-san, her face filled with anger. Apparently, Sieg-san was the only one who wasn't informed that her parents were going to show us around. Well, considering that she was always near Lilia-san, so she should have been properly informed about this. I'm pretty sure that this useless maid's fate is already set in stone. Sieg-chan. Luna-chan didn't really mean any harm, so just leave it at that. Hi. Sieg-san's mother, the red-haired woman, tried calling out to her, but after she got glared at by Sieg-san, she immediately pulled back. It seems like it would take some time before Sieg-san's anger subsides. Mayama-sama, please help me. The heck, oi? Don't throw your problem at me, you useless maid. No. Even if you turn those relying eyes on me, what you did is... No, not just this situation. Even those previous times were just you, getting your just deserts, and I'm not related to why this happened at all. It's not my responsibility to help you, and I have no obligation to do so. So, please stop looking here, Lunamaria-san. I'm really weak against those relying look in people's eyes so... Geez. You, Sieg-san. Will you please let her get away for now? No, I understand how you feel, but I'm sure Lunamaria-san is reflecting, so please just leave it at that. Hearing my persuasion, Sieg-san looks like she's still quite unsatisfied even as she nodded her head, and she pulled out the sword away from Lunamaria-san's neck. Seeing that, Lunamaria-san looks like she's relieved from the bottom of her heart, but unfortunately for her, I don't intend to leave her like this. If I were asked which side I would take under this situation, I would say I'm with Sieg-san here. I really feel sorry for Sieg-san if we're just going to let this situation pass like this, so I'm going to do something that should work. Sieg-san, if Lunamaria-san does something strange again, please tell me. I have a great idea how to stop her from doing something again. Mayama-sama, that idea you mentioned. I'm going to ask Kuro to give you a scolding. Please accept my apologies. I'm begging you, anything but that. This threat seemed to be very effective against the zealot, as Lunamaria-san lowered her head so fast that she was already rubbing it against the ground. She's clearly more desperate about this than when Sieg-san was pissed at her. Anyway, this seemed to put Sieg-san in a better mood to some extent, and I faced Sieg-san's parents again. Now that the situation is settled, once again, everyone, welcome. I am Sieglin's father, my name is Reginhard. You can just call me Ray. And I am Sieglin's mother, Sylphia. Please call me FIA. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. With a bright smile on their faces, Sieg-san's parents introduced themselves. However, seeing them up close like this, both of them look really young. Let alone being in their 20s, they look young enough to be passable in their teens, but both of them apparently were already over 200 years old. Elves are amazing. It's been a while. Ray-san, FIA-san. I see that you're quite healthy, Lilia-chan. Have you finally found yourself a husband? No, that is. It was impossible even with the blessing of the god of love, so. Gofua? A beautiful body blow struck Lunamaria-san's abdomen just as she was about to speak unnecessary things. This fellow really isn't learning her lesson at all. It seems that Lilia-san is already acquainted with Sieg-san's parents as they exchanged very polite greetings. I thought they would show us around the city right away, but Lunamaria-san confirmed the location of the inn she had booked for us and told us that she was going to bring our luggage there, and so, Ray-san and Fi-san suggested that we relax until Lunamaria-san returned, so we ended up visiting Sieg-san's parents' home. Ray-san and Fi-san seem to have very cheerful personalities, and they've been talking to us while on the way. By the way, you mentioned your Mayama-kun, right? Yes. While walking, Ray-san suddenly spoke to me with a serious expression on his face. The serious expression on his face, coupled with his beautiful appearance, somehow looks sharp. What do you think? Our Sieg is quite cute, isn't she? What the heck is this person saying all of a sudden? No, even as her parent, I must say, Sieg is quite well-proportioned and extraordinarily beautiful. If you're a man, you'd understand Sieg's appeal, right? Yes. Well, it's true that Sieg is a tall and slender person, with a beautiful, well-defined face that seems to combine dignity and loveliness, along with her red hair and long ears that are the special characteristics of elves. I think it wouldn't be a mistake to call her a beauty. She has a gentle and kind personality, is good at cooking and baking, and has a good temperament, making her very attractive. However, why would her own parents ask such a question at this point of time? After hearing my response, Ray-san nodded, looking somewhat satisfied, and zipping his face close to mine in excitement, he spoke. Of course, I know you do. So, how far have you gone with Sieg? Yes. Again, I repeat, what the heck is this person saying? Have you gone on a date? Or have you already gone past the kissing part? No, it's not like Sieg-san and I have that kind of relationship. What did you say? Are you sane? You've already been living with Sieg for a month now, and for you to not lust after her. Are you even a man? I'm a little confused and my head can't keep up with what he's saying, but I guess Ray-san is just one heck of a doting parent. I can tell that she loves Sieg-san very much from the way he talks and his behavior, but I wonder what this is. This absurdly high disappointment I'm feeling. This won't do, of course, as a father. It's hard for me to see his cute daughter having a lover. However, at the same time, I also want my daughter to be happy. And today, for the first time in her life, Sieg came home to her parents with a man in tow. Even if tears still fall from my eyes, I'm all ready to accept, even if she's coming here to inform us of her marriage. And yet, you can't go on like this. It's fine if you sometimes act like a man. Go assault her like the beast you are? All right, I'll give you some money, so you and Sieg go on a date. Thank you. A fist slammed into Ray-san's face, who was overwhelming me with his frightening momentum at a tremendous speed. The one who slammed that fist into his face was, needless to say, Sieg-san. Sieg-san's face was bright red and her clenched fist was trembling. She looks very angry. Sieg, calm down. Daddy is just thinking about Sieg's sake. Phew. As Ray-san fell on his buttocks and tried to explain, Sieg-san's fist slammed into his face again. I can't feel any mercy from Sieg-san anymore, as she began swinging her fists down, one after another, faster than even before Ray-san could say anything. Era. Please excuse them, they're causing quite the ruckus. No. Is it alright even if you don't stop them? It's okay. It's his fault anyway. Looking at the extreme violence that her husband is receiving, Effinen told me in a relaxed tone. How should I say this? I feel like I can see how Sieg-san's daily life is back in her hometown. This kind of flow where Ray-san would mess around, Sieg-san getting angry, and Fi-san leisurely watching them, seems to be something usual for them. Well, it's not that he had any bad intentions. It's just that Sieg-chan seemed to like you a lot. Eh. Sieg-san's fist, which had been hitting Rei-san, stopped when she heard the words that F.N. nonchalantly said. I mean, the letters that Sieg-chan sends lately have always been about you. MGHHHM. Sieg-san. Fia-san tried to continue speaking, but before she could finish speaking, Sieg-san quickly moved and covered her mouth. Sieg-san's face is now bright red as she looked at me, frantically shaking her head for some reason. It's just my guess, but Sieg-san probably wrote about one of the rarely seen otherworlders, me, and sent it to her parents. But I guess that means Rei-san misunderstood her, huh? Then, it makes sense why Sieg-san is that flustered. After all, if they perceive something that the person herself intends to, and her parents suddenly start saying things that lack common sense, she will obviously get flustered. Aoi-senpai. Sieg-san looks pretty obvious to me, but is my Ama-senpai really that slow? His self-esteem is probably that low. I guess that an idea like that never came up in his mind. Dear Mom, Dad, Sieg-san's parents were quite lively, and it seems that Sieg-san is having a very difficult time. However, how could I say this in a good way? Looking at their flurries of exchanges, those times when Mom and Dad were still alive, I remembered them. Chapter 72. Something complicated may have happened. Arriving at Sieg-san's home, we were currently having a cup of tea while we waited for Lunamaria-san. Sieg-san's home is made of calming wood, and the interior is quite spacious and soothing. By the way, Rei-san, are you alright? Good gracious, my daughter's love really is quite heavy. I think I would need to use recovery magic on it. As we drank our tea, I called out to Rei-san, who looks like a firework just exploded right on his face. In response, he smiled and held up his hand to his face, and as his hand emitted a faint light, the wounds on his face quickly healed. As expected of the former court mage, what splendid skills you have. Haha. Well, as expected, I've been feeling that my skills have been on the decline lately. Especially if Lilia-chan and Luna-chan are going to participate this time. It's going to be hard for me to win the hunting tournament. Is Lilia-san really that strong? Apparently, Rei-san used to work as a court mage in the royal palace, and he is a very skilled mage. And that Rei-san highly evaluates Lilia-san's ability. So Kusunoki-san, who was wondering about it, asked so. Oya, you don't know? Within the Symphonia Kingdom, Lilia-chan is said to be the one who holds ability closest to the strongest. Just her battle capabilities make her worthy of being the Knight Order's leader. You, Rei-san, please stop. I've also heard others say Lilia-san is strong before, but was Lunamaria-san also that amazing? Regarding Lilia-san's ability, I could definitely see it from the fact that she was already the runner-up in a martial arts tournament even just when she was a teenager, but I've never heard of Lunamaria-san being strong before. But come to think of it, I can't really imagine it because of how she usually acts. But didn't Lunamaria-san mention that she was a former adventurer? I think it's safe to say that Luna is one of the favorites in winning the tournament. Her hunting skills, especially in the forests, are far better than mine because of her experience as an adventurer. Of course, Sieg is also one of the candidates to win, too. Although us elves are inferior to humans in terms of muscle strength, we have superior vision and hearing, and we're also unrivaled in hunting in the forests, especially since Sieg's sword skills are even better than mine. I see. I guess that it's already something I expected. Sieg-san is also quite strong as well. She's one of the elven race with excellent senses, and her sword skills are even better than Lilia-san's. To be honest, I wonder why do I get the impression that Lilia-san is more of a power type rather than a technique type? Is it because she knocked me out cold many times? Kaido-san, do you have something you want to say? I'm not saying anything though. Well, generally speaking, they're the best within the Symphonia Kingdom. Anyway, it seems that Lilia-san and the others are worthy candidates for overall victory. But as expected, the warriors of Rigphoretia, who usually hunt in the forest, are also excellent, so it doesn't seem to be so easy to win. The only one I've seen battling in this world is Kuro-so, but I don't think the fight would be that exciting if someone uses magic. Kaido-san, comparing us with someone like her is strange. You're comparing us to one of the strongest beings in the world, you know? And well, that's how our enjoyable conversation went, but a few moments later, the door flew open and Lunamaria-san rushed into the building. Luna. My lady? There's an emergency. What's the matter? Lunamaria-san, who came rushing in, must have come in too much of a hurry. Heavily breathing, she spoke to Lilia-san with an impatient look on her face. Lilia-san must have sensed the unusual atmosphere she had, and thus, she also turned serious as she began urging her to continue. Jay, just a moment ago, the prize for this year's hunting tournament was announced, and that is… The prize? Ah, come to think of it, they still haven't announced it, huh? That's right, the prize last year was a magic tool, so I was also wondering what the prize was this year. In the hunting tournament, a prize will be presented to the winner every year, and I've heard that it changes every year. There are a variety of prizes, from money to items like magic tools, but it seems that this is what Lunamaria-san wanted to talk about. But this time, as it's the 1000th anniversary of the creation of the Elven Forest, instead of the Elven Chief, World King Sama herself would be the one bestowing the prize. What? World King Sama would. Luna? That is. Don't tell me. Hearing the words that Luna Maria said, Ray-san and Fi-san also looked at her like they couldn't believe it. However, Lilia-san's expression looked even more impressive. Rather than shock, what's that called again? It's somehow close to looking aghast, but anyway, Lilia-san looks different from how she usually acts. It's as you're thinking. The prize would be the fruit of the world tree. At that moment, my sympathy magic sensed strong emotions. Deep regret and rage directed to me? And the person emitting those strong emotions was Lilia-san. What is this fruit of the world tree? Legend has it that this fruit can heal sickness, wounds, and even restore missing limbs. I've never seen one of it myself, but I've heard that on rare occasions, World King Sama would give to her followers as a gift. It doesn't just worth a lot of money. It's already priceless. Even some of World King Sama's followers may have never seen the real thing. Ray-san and Fi-san responded to the question Yuzuki-san had asked, but they also look like there are some complicated circumstances. I wonder what that is. This is. The one who I can feel the strongest emotions is Lilia-san, but both Lunamaria-san and Sieg-san somehow have a pained look on their faces. Thereupon, after saying, I have a few things to do, Lilia-san left with Lunamaria-san, while Sieg-san had a pained expression on her face, looking at their departing figures. Dear Mom, Dad, I heard that the prizes for this hunting tournament were very awesome, but Lilia-san and the others somehow looked strange when they heard what this year's prize is. It's something I don't know, but for Lilia-san and the others, something complicated may have happened. Chapter 73, We'll be exchanging letter. It's been about an hour since Lilia-san left, looking out of character, and I'm now walking the streets of Rigphoretia by myself. After Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san left, Ray-san and Fi-san seemed to have regained their composure and offered to show us around the city with a strangely high level of tension. For some reason, though, they wanted Sieg-san and I to go out alone, and after they forcefully pushed this formation, Ray-san and Fi-san ended up being the ones guiding Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, while Sieg-san will be my guide. So I was supposed to be walking around the city with Sieg-san, but, as expected though, Sieg-san's behavior was somewhat strange, as she seemed to be concerned about Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, so I told her that I was just going to stroll around the neighborhood, and that it was okay for her to go check on them. Sieg-san was hesitating at first, but in the end, she went to where Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san are, so I was left here alone. Well, it's good if she could take care of what may have been happening with Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, but I don't know Rigphoretia well enough to explore it alone, so I'm trying to wander around the neighborhood while avoiding places that look too weird. The town is lively and bustling with activity as the Sacred Tree Festival is coming up tomorrow. The atmosphere really is like that day before Christmas, as I could even see some couples here and there. It would be great if these ryujus would explode though. However, I knew that something like this would happen, but being alone within this atmosphere really isn't very nice. It would be great if I could at least find one person I knew here, but I'm afraid I don't know anyone in this place. It's Kaido-kun-san. Huh. Turning my head when I heard a loud voice, I saw a familiar pink blonde-haired fairy who looked less than 50 centimeters. I think she's roughly around 30 centimeters tall. Raz-san. Long time no see. The young fairy girl who I met when Kuro invited me to have barbecue before, Rasilia-san, a family member of Kuro's, flits around me with her small wings, with a bright smile on her face. It's been a while. I never expected that I would meet you here. Is Raz-san here for the Sacred Tree Festival too? That's right, the fairies also live in this forest after all, so there are plenty of Raz's friends here. I see, but I'm glad to see you again. Raz is also glad to see Kaido-kun-san. By the way, Raz-san has always called me Kaido-kun-san, because she said that this is because Kuro calls me Kaido-kun, so she just put san in there. Of course, I corrected her, but she never corrected the way she's calling me. Are ya? Somehow, haven't Kaido-kun-san become cooler? I don't really know why, but it feels gentle and warm near Kaido-kun-san. It feels like I'm near Shallow Vernal-sama. Shiro-san did give me her blessings, so. Oh, I see. Shallow Vernal-sama is the god of the world, so Kaido-kun-san, who received Shallow Vernal-sama's blessing, is loved by the world. That's why Raz, who was born from nature, feels so comfortable with Kaido-kun-san's magic power. I didn't know the blessing I received had that effect. I've never understood the effect of Shiro-san's blessing, but it seems that her blessing has the effect of making me loved by the world. And for a fairy that was born from nature, the magic power I was clad feels comfortable for them. I heard before that having a peaceful walk through the forest has a relaxing effect, so the effect may be something like that. Were you here alone, Raz-san? Nope, I came with Noon. With Noon-san? Yes. Noon looked like she's depressed, so we came here for a change of scenery. She's depressed, you say? What is Noon-san doing now? Look over there. What the heck is that? In response to my question, I looked in the direction Raz-san pointed at and saw a black armor sitting on the edge of the road. Sitting in that position we used to do in PE class. That's definitely Noon-san. But what the heck is with that situation? Oh, rather, how the heck could she sit like that even in full armor? What happened for her to be like that? That's the thing, since Kaido-kun-san taught her how to make tofu before, Noon was very excited about it. At first, Ain-san was the one making it, but she was determined to make it herself next time. Fumo. And then, she began working on it each and every day, that she even began to mumble about how it's not smooth enough, or not deep enough. She's quite particular about it, huh? Noon-san seems to be very particular about Japanese food, and she has been trying to make delicious tofu without compromising with it. I see. She said she would come visit to share some of the tofu when she finished making it, but she never came to visit us because she wasn't satisfied with the quality of the product. I didn't know Noon-san that well yet, but I can understand that she's a big Japanese food fan, and I guess she won't be convinced by a food made half-heartedly. Because of that, Raz and Akkoin became curious about tofu-san. But Noon wouldn't let us eat until she was satisfied with what she made. But Raz wanted to try eating it, so I asked Ain-san to make some. Ain-san would definitely make it in no time. Yep. She made it right away and ate it with Akkoin. Akkoin said it was tasteless, but Raz thinks tofu-san is soft, jiggly, and very tasty. I don't know if Raz is vegetarian or if it's because of her racial trait, but she can't eat any meat at all. Thinking back, I remembered that she only ate vegetables back when we're having barbecue. Anyway, for Raz-san, it seems that tofu made from soybeans was very tasty. And that's when she appeared. Noon came in right at that time and told us how she finished making her own tofu-san. Fumo. But seeing Raz and Akkoin eating tofu-san, it seems like she was confident with her own tofu-san, saying, even if it's made by Ain-sama, it's not going to be better than the one I made. What a daredevil. In other words, although the person herself doesn't intend to do so, Noon-san seems to have challenged that monstrous maid. That's no good. No matter how much I want to decide with Noon-san, the only future I can see with that battle is where she kneels in defeat. Then, after she said that, she took a bite of the tofu-san that Ain-san made. She just sat down on the ground, said, a bug of my size has shown disrespect to the maid, Ain-sama. My apologies. Please let me continue to eat this tofu even in the future, as she cried. Her heart broke. The self-confidence she had was just crushed to pieces. I see. So that's why she's that depressed. She spent nearly a month frantically going through trial and error, and if someone could exceed what she had just done just by making it once, her heart would certainly break. That is, how should I say this, really pitiful. Ain-san was also just listening to Raz and Akkoin's request, and didn't mean to hurt Noon. And so, with a troubled face that she usually wouldn't have, she consoled Noon. This may sound very rude, but I can't imagine that Ain-san looking bewildered. Well, that's how unexpected Noon-san's depression must have been for her. That's also why Raz-san invited her to the Sacred Tree Festival for a change of pace. And that's why we met right now. After hearing Raz-san's story, I approached Noon-san, who was still sitting there, and with a confused tone, I called out to her. Noon-san. It's been a while. Mayama-san? Ah, yes. Long time no see. For remembering a dung beetle like me who can't even make tofu properly. Thank you very much. Raz-san. What is it? I had an image that Noon-san was rather reassuring, but she's like that sometimes. Once she starts to get depressed, it will take some time before she gets better again. Since she was the first hero, I thought her heart would have monstrous toughness, but It seems that Noon-san is the type of person who can't stop herself from getting depressed. It certainly seems like she's taken the responsibility of making it, but I don't think that's something that she should be self-loathing for. Well, this feels really awkward. How should I say this? I don't think this is something I can show to the people of this world who worship the first hero. Air. Rasen has told me about it, but even you should know how outrageous of a being Ein-san is. I'm sure Noon-san's tofu would also have a taste that won't be inferior to others. Then, please try it. Huh. You'll know the difference once you try it out. Air. Alright. I tried cheering up the depressed Noon-san by saying something that I didn't know if it would be a good follow-up. Thinking that it was just a mistake to compete with a monstrous person like her to begin with, and that the tofu made by Noon-san, who's quite particular with Japanese cuisine, must be delicious. I told her about those things, but Noon-san just took out 2 types of tofu from her magic box and held them out to me. The one on the right is made by Ein-sama, and the one on the left is made by me. Compared to Ein-sama's, my tofu is just like trash. Under the pressure of her very depressed atmosphere, I tried each of the tofu. The tofu on the right, I don't know if just terrific is enough to describe it. It's smooth and doesn't get caught on the tongue, and the taste is so refined and elegant that even I can tell it's a top-quality product. Ein-san made this in one shot. Just how much of a monster is she? The tofu on the left is very homemade and has a warm and gentle taste. But isn't this just? As far as I'm concerned though, I prefer the tofu on the left though. No. I'm not really saying that either of the tofu is good or bad. However, the tofu on the right certainly is very elegant and tasty. But for me, I guess it tastes like home or something like that. I prefer the tofu on the left, which is simple and gentle. Hey, are you sure? After hearing my impression, Noon-san still looks like she can't believe it, as she raised her face that was being covered by her knees and looked up towards me. Yes, it tastes really good. It's so good that I would like to eat it every day. Phew. When I told her my honest opinion, Noon-san suddenly made a strange sound before standing up in one go. What's going on? I get the feeling like she suddenly got flustered about something, but my Ama-san. That is to say, why? You'd like to eat my miso soup every day. Hey, are you saying that with that meaning? Miso soup? Yes, if it's miso soup made by Noon-san. That sounds great, and I'd love to have some. The miso soup made along with this tofu. Noon-san is a Japanese foodie, and if she can make such good tofu, she must be a good cook, so if I'm not being a nuisance, I'd love to drink it. Please wait for a moment. This is the first time I've been said such by a man, and my mind can't keep up so. No, it's not like I'm forcing you or anything like that. No, I don't dislike my Ama-san by any means, and when we spoke before, my Ama-san had a favorable impression as you're a very kind person. However, I don't think we know much about each other yet. Yes, that's certainly true. What in the world is Noon-san talking about? Does that mean she isn't comfortable serving her home-cooked meal to someone she doesn't know well? No, I just wanted to try it if you're okay with it, Noon-san, but it's not like I'm forcing you to give me some of it. Could it be that because I'm Kuro's acquaintance, she just can't say no or something like that? Noon-san, you don't really need to mind it that much. If that's impossible, it's all right, and just say so. No, I think my Ama-san is a wonderful person. And I've been alive for a long time now, so I've also thought that it was about time to think about it, but please give me some time. First, let's start with exchanging letters. Exchanging letters? Yeah, I don't really mind, but why are we suddenly talking about exchanging letters? She did say earlier about how we still didn't know each other very well, so I wonder if it's related to that. In short, it seems that she wants to deepen our friendship first, and then she can serve me some of her home-cooked meals. I heard that Noon-san was born in the Taisho era, so perhaps the means they have to deepen their friendship with someone is to communicate by exchanging letters. I've never exchanged letters before, but since I have too much time in my hands since I came to this world, talking with her through letters would be great. Well then, I may be inexperienced. From now on, I will be in your care. Yes, me too. You? Well then, I still have things to do, so I'll be excusing myself. See you later. After Noon-san quickly told me that, she vigorously left. I'm not really sure what happened, but anyway, I guess it's great that Noon-san had become better, huh? Noon-san looked very bewildered, but do you have any idea why? Raz also doesn't know, but I'm glad to see she's gotten better. That's right. Yes. And that's thanks to Kaido-kun-san, thank you. Looking at Noon-san's departing back, I just tilted my head along with Raz. Dear Mom, Dad, the day before the Sacred Tree Festival, I met up with some people I never expected to meet. Later on, the flow of our conversation somehow turned strange, and before I knew it, we'll be exchanging letters. Two shadows stare at the figures of Kaido and Roselia, who are tilting their head from a few distance away from them. What do you think? Aoi-senpai. From what I see, it seems that there's also a problem with the other side. I know he said that she's a Japanese, but it may just be that even her way of thinking is also very old-fashioned. Aoi and Hina, who happened to pass by in the middle of their stroll and were watching the series of exchanges, mutter with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. I mean, why is Mayama-senpai's reaction like that? He doesn't look embarrassed from her reaction. It even looks like he's really confused. No, you may not have noticed it since they're speaking with each other normally, but I don't think you can expect Mayama-san to notice her reaction when he's talking with someone whose expression is hidden behind her helmet. Isn't Mayama-senpai supposed to have an absurdly keen sense towards emotions because of his sympathy magic? If he can't see the difference between like and love, it would be impossible for him even if he can read their emotions. The two women, who are conversing with each other with a resigned expression on their faces, are approached by Reginhard, who is acting as their guide. You stopped walking, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Yeah, we were just watching a natural womanizer in action. Chapter 74. I'm about to know about Lilia-san's past. It was a quiet night, in a room in a large wooden inn. I was lying on my bed in the room assigned to me, thinking, I guess that's to be expected, but Lilia-san and the others were still acting strange at dinner. On the surface, they were acting like normal, but from the emotions read by sympathy magic, I could feel quiet determination from Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, and mixed emotions from Seek-san. It seems that Rei-san and Fi-san will also participate in the hunting tournament, but the two of them also have something in their mind, and I'm feeling something's out of place behind their cheerful appearance. I'm sure the reason for that is due to the reward for this tournament. The fruit of the world tree. A mysterious fruit that is said to heal all wounds. There must be something big behind why they reacted like that to that fruit. Whatever those reasons are, I may be curious about it, and I'd also like to know, but I don't think it's a good topic to barge myself in, since I've only known her for a month or so. That said, I don't think I'll get an answer if I'm just thinking about it by myself like this. Should I tell you about it? As I agonize over my unanswered questions, a voice echoes in my head. I appreciate the thought, but I think it would be unfair to ask Shiro-san that. But I'm thankful for your concern. I see. By the way, Kaido-san, please hold out your palms up and in front of you. When Shiro-san offered to give me the answer, I gently rejected it. Thereupon, Shiro-san doesn't seem particularly bothered as she quickly changed the subject. My palms up and in front of me. I wonder why? I didn't really understand why, but I followed her words and held out my palms up and in front of me. And after my palm momentarily lit up, a small white ball about 1 centimeter in diameter appeared. I'm giving this to you. What is this? It just looks like a white marble to me. But since it was Shiro-san who gave it to me, is it something special? Or rather, why is she giving this to me now? Sorry, it's late, but I've decided that our previous meeting in the temple was an event. So this is my present. Shiro-san. You too, huh? I mean, I should have expected it, huh? Shiro-san was the one who taught Kuro those strange information after all. Well, putting that aside, what is this? A magic crystal. It seems that this orb is a magic crystal. I'm honestly happy to hear that. I've been getting used to magic lately, and although I'm still not able to create my own magic techniques, I've been able to use the magic that Kuro taught me without any problem. So, I think it's really good timing since I wanted to make a simple magic tool on my own as well. The white color means that the magic crystal isn't that pure, but since I'm still starting out, it's probably better to just use this level of purity. I'll gratefully use this. I'm glad that you like it. Well then, I'll be off. It seems that as she talked to me so that she could give me this, Shiro-san stopped our conversation right there. Thanking Shiro-san in my heart, I put the magic crystal I received in the magic box. Just doing it with Kuro is unfair, so please go on a date with me next time. Huh? What the Shiro-san? What are you suddenly saying? Wouldn't having a date with the god of creation, Shiro-san, be something really outrageous for me to do? I asked her back, surprised at the words she said in the end, but she's not replying anymore. When Shallow Vernal finished her conversation with Kaido in the Hanging Garden in the Garden Realm, Cronoise, who happened to visit the Hanging Garden on her errand and was waiting for Kaido and Shallow Vernal to finish their conversation, approached. Shallow Vernal-sama. May I ask what you talked about with my ama? We had an event, so I gave him a present. A present? My ama is fortunate to receive this from Shallow Vernal-sama. If you don't mind, may I ask what it is? A magic crystal. Oh, that is. And how pure is it? When Shallow Vernal said that she had given Kaido a present, Cronoise was quite surprised and asked her what her present is, to which Shallow Vernal simply replied, I don't know. Why did you tilt your head in that question? That's something I created so that one doesn't have the concept of purity. Something you created? You. What kind of magic crystal is that? When she heard Shallow Vernal saying that it was created, she understood that she created a magic crystal that's different from the ones currently existing in the world. So Cronoise was really anxious when she asked. Shallow Vernal-sama. However, Shallow Vernal didn't respond to her words, ignoring Cronoise. A table and chairs appeared before she started to drink tea. With that item, he won't die. Die? Are you talking about my ama? Does that mean something is going to happen? He will be injured. But whether it will be a serious injury or a minor one is still uncertain. Is it alright even if you didn't warn him about it? Shallow Vernal possesses power that can be described as almost omnipotent and is naturally capable of predicting the future. However, the future that she saw is one of the many possibilities, uncertain and shifting, and Shallow Vernal herself described it with the word uncertain. However, as for the part about Kaido getting injured, she spoke about it with certainty, so Cronoise asked, judging that it's a future that is almost certain to happen. Even if I were to warn him, Kaido-san would still act the same way. Is that so? For Cronoise, Shallow Vernal is her absolute master, and she will not dispute her decision. And the fact that Shallow Vernal is unwilling to give any more details about it is something that she can immediately understand as her longtime servant, and she doesn't ask any more questions. Also, I'm going to the human realm sometime soon. I will be going on a date with Kaido-san. Please wait a moment. If Shallow Vernal visits the human realm, all hell will break loose. I'll leave it to you. Why? Yes. As long as Shallow Vernal-sama wills it. Receiving Shallow Vernal-sama's unconcerned words, Cronoise twitched for a bit, but she just bowed her head. The one who drew the short end of the stick this time is the god of time and space again. As Cronoise had her head in her hands, Shallow Vernal slightly smiled as she sipped her tea and looked into the distance. Because of the conversation I had with Shiro-san, I couldn't fall asleep, so I went out of the inn to catch some night breeze. It's the night before the Sacred Tree Festival, but the night in Rigphoretia is a quiet one, and the cold wind feels good on my cheek. As I lay in the night breeze for a while, I heard a faint sound coming from the back of the inn. When I became curious about the sound and went around to the back of the inn, I found Lilia-san silently wielding her sword there. Lilia-san. Kaido-san. What's the matter? For you to be awake this late in the night? No, I just couldn't sleep for some reason. Lilia-san too. Are you training your swordsmanship? Yes, just for a while. She's probably lying. The atmosphere around her doesn't look anything like just for a while. Has Lilia-san been swinging her sword here ever since we finished dinner? Why would she go to such lengths? I want to know. I want to ask her what exactly is happening. However, I'm sure that would be an act of delving into the depths of Lilia-san's heart. It's not something I should ask just out of curiosity or any kind of trivial reason like that. If it's something I shouldn't be listening to, all I can do is support Lilia-san. Lilia-san has always been a kind person who has taught us many things, and the only thing I can do for her now is, after gathering my thoughts in my head, I removed the black necklace around my neck and held it out to Lilia-san. Lilia-san, here. Isn't this the necklace Ueno-sama gave you? Why are you holding it out to me? This necklace has been imbued in search magic by Kuro. I don't know much about magic yet, but I thought it might help you in the hunting tournament. You're aiming for victory, right? Thank you very much. I thought that if they were going to hunt in the forest, looking for prey, it would be useful if they have search magic in hand. So I handed her the necklace Kuro gave me. Lilia-san looked a little puzzled, but after a little while, she took it and said her thanks. Well then, I'll go back to my room. As for the tournament, please do your best. Unable to say anything else, I turned away and was about to go back to the inn after I said what I needed to say to Lilia-san, but right after that, I heard a small voice from behind me. Kaido-san, may I have a few minutes of your time? Yes, I don't really mind. It might sound unpleasant, but I'd like you to keep me company and hear a bit of my past. Her voice was quiet, I could somehow feel preparedness from her. It seems that Lilia-san is going to tell me about it. The story of Lilia-san and this year's prize, and the history behind it. Dear Mom, Dad, the night of the day I came to Rigfaretia arrived. Under the moonlight. I'm about to know about Lilia-san's past. Chapter 75. They were childhood friends. I sit down alongside Lilia-san under the bright moonlight. Lilia-san looks at the stars twinkling in the night sky for a while and is silent, and after a while, she slowly opens her mouth. Kaido-san, you know that I'm a former princess, right? Yes. I was in a very delicate position as a princess. Older brother. The current king is 18 years old at that time, and anyone knows how the ages of this country's first prince and first princess are close to each other. I think Luna should have already mentioned before that my brother and I are half-siblings. Yeah. I'm the daughter of the queen, while older brother is the son of a concubine. I'm quite surprised inwardly at Lilia-san's words, which she tells me point by point. The current king is the son of a concubine, and Lilia-san is the daughter of the queen. I honestly thought it was the other way around. As you can imagine, there was quite a struggle when older brother ascended the throne at the age of 25. I was the queen's long-awaited first child, who had long been childless, and there was a faction of people who insisted that I should be installed as this country's queen. In the end, since I was very young, it seems that older brother decided to take the throne. That should have been the end of it all, but now, I'm in a dispute with older brother's children about the next succession. That is, well, I don't know what to say. Don't get me wrong. Even if the people around us have some things to say, the relationship between us is good. My brother adored me as he did to his children, and the prince and princess love me like their sister. Lilia-san had a slight smile on her face when she said that, before her expression turned serious, as if she's regretting something that happened in the past. You already know about this. I'm currently taking the family name Albert rather than the royal name of Symphonia. The reason for that is simple. I ran away from the struggle for succession. I had the impression that Lilia-san didn't seem to have much interest in the throne, though. I don't have any interest at all. However, a lot of people expected me to do this, and I didn't want to betray them, so it has always been ambiguous. That's the biggest mistake I've made in my life. If I had made it clear as early as possible that I wouldn't be taking over the throne. If I had, Lilia-san bites her lip in frustration. Apparently, this seems to be the most important part of the story. Lilia-san wasn't interested in the succession to the throne, but the people around her. The people who were pushing for Lilia-san wanted her to be the queen. As a result of her ambiguity, Lilia-san was caught up in a battle for the succession, Sieg and I have been together ever since I can remember. Since Rei-san was a court mage working for the royal palace, Sieg used to play with me a lot since I was a child. Lilia-san and Sieg have known each other since they were children, Yes, it was Sieg who taught me swordsmanship. To me, Sieg is like my older sister, my master in swordsmanship, and an irreplaceable close friend. Thereupon, Lilia-san stops speaking once, turns her gaze to the sky again, and begins to speak the rest of the story with a somewhat distant look in her eyes. Actually, Sieg was supposed to be the division commander of the 2nd Division, but she recommended me because she thought it would be a good experience for my future, and she herself became my second-in-command, supporting me. Sieg was really, always there to help me, worrying about me in this complicated position I have. And yet Sieg advised me many times that if I wasn't interested in taking the throne, I should clearly state my intentions, but still, I remained ambiguous, and that decision of mine invited the worst thing that could have happened. The worst thing that could have happened. I think I can somehow imagine it. Sieg-san used to be a member of the Knight's Order, where she lost her voice due to a wound she suffered at that time. And what Lilia-san just told me about the struggle for succession and her expression of regret from the past. That is to say, at my invitation, that time was Luna's 2nd year in the Knight's Order who used to be an adventurer. Luna-san was also a former member of the Knight's Order? Yes. Well, she wasn't really concerned about becoming a knight, as when I got my peerage and left the Knight's Order, she readily quit and followed me. That certainly sounds like Luna Maria-san. Yes, seriously. Sieg, Luna, and I were always together. Luna would tease me. I'd get mad about it, while Sieg would just chuckle before calming me down. We had that kind of relationship. It seems that Luna Maria-san has always been like that, and that scene somehow came to mind. You could say that they are rightly regarded as best friends who know each other well, but I could tell from the look on Lilia-san's face that she really cares about them. At that point, Lilia-san paused for a moment again, and slowly began to cut to the main topic of the conversation. One day, it was decided that the first to the third divisions will be working together on the mission to defeat a monster outbreak. There are many powerful monsters, and our preparations were extensive. Based on the information given to us beforehand, the plan was for each of us to deploy our forces from 3 directions and take control of the area. We moved to a safe zone that had been identified by preliminary research, and I left command to Sieg, who moved with Luna to meet with the rest of the division. And it was there that a fact was revealed. A fact, yes. The information given to my division was swapped out, and the location where my division was deployed was next to the monster's nest. What? I was astonished to hear the words Liliasan told me. That is to say, Liliasan's division was caught by surprise by the monsters when she thought it was a safe zone and let her guard down. As I had just said, the monsters that were the target of our defeat were quite powerful and numerous, and it wasn't something that only one division could deal with. At worst, they could have even been wiped out. But thankfully, that wasn't the case. Sieg-san had, Luna and I soon joined in, and the rest of the division moved quickly and the monsters were defeated. My division was also very fortunate, as thanks to Sieg frantically battling the monsters, it was really fortunate that no one had died. However, Sieg was so badly wounded that she couldn't be healed with recovery magic, and she wandered between life and death for days. I don't know much about battles, but for her to fight against a large number of monsters that would need 3 divisions to deal with them, if she had to fight against them while protecting the other knights from dying, wouldn't she end up battling the monsters while using her body as their shield? That there were no deaths in that battle could really be called a miracle. And then, when Sieg regained consciousness a few days later, she had lost her voice due to the deep wound in her throat. In the end, I couldn't find the person who switched the information before the operation, but considering the timing, it was more likely that this was planned by someone from the prince or princess's faction who didn't want me to earn any more military honors than I have now. It was my fault. It's because I didn't make it clear to them. Because of that. Sieg, what should I say to her? If you ask me if it's Lilia-san's fault, after what she just said, I can see that it's not her fault at all. However, Lilia-san, who has a strong sense of responsibility, wouldn't agree with that. While I couldn't think of any words to say in reply, Lilia-san goes on with her story. Sieg didn't blame me. Rei-san and Fi-san also forgave me, saying that as long as their daughter forgave me, so did they. However, I can't forgive myself for that. And so, just when older brother was conferring me my peerage, I ran away from the struggle for succession. I couldn't bear to see the people I cared about get hurt anymore. And at the same time, I tried to find some way to bring Sieg's voice back, but none of the means I found were realistic. Could it be the fruit of the world tree? Yes, the fruit of the world tree is an incredibly valuable thing. So precious that even I, a duchess, have never even seen one in person. Having spoken until that point, Lilia-san doesn't continue to speak further and becomes silent. I see. That's why Lilia-san's eyes changed color when she heard about the prize of this year's winner. Because that's what Lilia-san has been looking for all along. Something that can restore Sieg-san's lost voice. Lilia-san. Yes. It's not like I'm just trying to say nice things. But I don't think it's Lilia-san's fault at all. Thank you very much. The conversation didn't last any longer, but I felt the tense feeling around Lilia-san eased up a little bit. Dear Mom, Dad, I was able to learn a bit about Lilia-san's past. Lilia-san and Sieg-san, they were childhood friends. Afterward, healing mages of the humans can't heal her. The Underworld King could heal her. The God of Creation, with a lot of composure, could heal her. The God of Time and Space could heal her. The Death King could easily procure the fruit of the world tree. If they had just asked Kaido, wouldn't everything be already settled? Chapter 76. I confronted a gigantic beast. The day of the hunting tournament finally arrived. There were so many people in the city of Rigphoretia that the atmosphere around us could rightly be called a festival, as compared to last night. Speaking of which, Rei-san, how are they going to determine the winner of the hunting competition? It's based on quantity and quality. There are various animals and monsters in the forest, and each of them has their corresponding points. Of course, the more powerful a monster is, the higher the points, but danger also increases. Well, a lot of people take part in this event every year, so if you ever get in danger, there are people nearby who will come to your aid. So, speaking of the most powerful monster, what monster is it? As we all walk around the city, I ask Rei about the hunting tournament. It seems that the rankings are based on a point system, and it's up to the individuals to decide whether they would hunt a large number of weaker animals or to defeat the more powerful monsters. How they tally up the points is still a mystery, though. Do they bring back parts of the beings as proof of their subjugation? The most powerful monster should be the black bear. Black bear? I've heard of a red bear before, but are they something similar? No, the red bear and black bear isn't similar. Red bears are very popular as prey because of the quality of their meat and fur. However, black bears have poisonous flesh that can't be eaten, and their fur is difficult to process, making them a vermin with hardly any use. Yeah. More than anything else, their strength is completely different. The red bear may be a fierce beast, but it's quite easy to hunt if you can use magic. However, black bears are as strong as wyverns. Their movements are slow, but their power is tremendous, and their fur is as hard as iron, and it can't be scratched by those with half-baked abilities. Thinking about wyverns made me think about those wyverns that were easily killed by Kuro, but it seems that Kuro is just too strong, and wyverns are very powerful monsters. If someone can defeat a wyvern on their own, they can be said as one of the best fighters of humans. Most participants will probably avoid it, but Lilia-chan, Lunamaria-chan, and Sieg should be able to defeat it Alonji, so the key to winning the championship will be how many of these black bears they can hunt. Is Raysen also aiming for those black bears? No, I've been retired as a mage for a long time. It's also a pain in the ass dealing with those black bears. If I could, I'd like to earn my points from somewhere else. Is there a chance that Lilia-san and the others can win? Raysen seems to have participated in many hunting competitions in the past and is familiar with many different situations here. So, I decided to ask him if there was a chance that Lilia-san and the others could win the competition. Honestly, it's going to be tough. I'm not saying that it's impossible for them, but there are far more participants in this year's tournament than usual, probably because of the prize this year. It seems that the captain of the Elven Guards will be participating as well. However, putting them aside, I looked around a bit this morning, and there were two people who were clearly different in status from the others. Different? Are you saying that they're stronger? Yeah. One of them is a pink-haired fairy. Fairies inherently aren't very powerful. However, that girl's magic power was far greater than mine. She might be among those great fairy-ranked. That kinda reminds me of someone I've seen before. And the other one is a knight in black armor. The way he carries himself, the atmosphere he wears, his magic power, it's all terrific. Perhaps that person might even have the power of a high-ranked demon. Isn't he talking about Raz-san and Noon-san? Noon-san used to be the hero, so she would certainly have the strength powerful enough to defeat the Demon Lord. And although I don't know how strong Raz-san is, Act is calling her sis, and Noon-san is quite respectful of her. She's probably a well-known figure among the fairies. I see. In Ray-san's opinion, Raz-san and Noon-san are the most likely candidates to win. If one of them wins, I should ask them if they would be willing to give up the fruit of the world tree. Both of them are kind people, so if I explain the situation to them, they might agree. Well, it would still be the best possible outcome if Lilia-san and the others win. Yawa Mayama-senpai? Aoi-senpai. There's a lot of amazing shops everywhere. They certainly are amazing. Yes, it really is a big festival. We saw Lilia-san and the others off to the starting point. But since we couldn't go into the forest where there are monsters and fierce beasts, we were left with nothing to do until the hunting tournament was over, so the three of us were now looking around the stalls. I don't know if it's because she likes festivals or not, but Yuzuki-san frolicked around like she's having fun, while Kusunoki-san and I watched her with wry smiles on our faces. Speaking of which, Mayama-san, we happened to see you yesterday, but are you acquainted with that fairy and that person in armor? Yeah, I talked about them before. They're Kuro's family, Roselia-san and Noon-san. Then, that person in armor was the one who gave us rice. I should have given her my thanks. They should still be here until tomorrow, so I think there's still a chance we could talk with them again. So let's just wait for that time. Anyway, Yuzuki-san is going to be out of our sight, so let's hurry. Geez, Hina-chan, you're too excited. If Raz-san or Noon-san were to win, I'd visit them to try negotiating with them. And I know there would be lots of things I need to think about before that, but for now, let's put aside the hunting contest and worrying for Lilia-san and the others. The only thing I can do now is to root for them. And while I'm cheering for Lilia-san and the others in my heart, I'm going to enjoy the Sacred Tree Festival for now. Senpai, quickly, come here already. Yeah, we're coming. After gathering my thoughts, together with Kusunoki-san, we went to where Yuzuki-san is. Having fun looking around the stalls with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, It was already getting close to lunchtime. Era? There's hardly any stalls around here. Yeah, you see the wall over there. This might be the last one around here. I see. Then, let's go touch down on that wall, and let's go make a U-turn. The number of stalls began to dwindle as we progressed considerably, and after walking a few steps further, we could see the wooden wall surrounding the town of Rigphoretia in a circle. It seems that this is the end of the stalls, and Yuzuki-san seems to be enjoying herself as she runs towards the wall. You're really having fun, huh? I've loved festivals since junior high. I would be in high spirits in times like when there's a cultural festival happening in my school. Ahaha, that certainly sounds like Yuzuki-san. Ah, it's almost noontime, isn't it? As I recall, the hunting tournaments lasted until 2 p.m. Yeah, I think that's right. How about we have lunch? Or shall we wait until after Lilia-san and the others returned? How about we ask Yuzuki-san what she thinks? What is that sound? As I was talking with Kusunoki-san about what to do about lunch, I suddenly heard a loud sound as if something was crumbling. When I turned my attention to the direction of the sound, I saw a large cloud of dust rising from where the wooden wall had been. Yuzuki-san. Hina-chan. Kusunoki-san and I called out Yuzuki-san's name, who should have been heading towards that direction. At the same time, the cloud of dust cleared, and when I saw Yuzuki-san standing there, I was about to pat my chest in relief. But something unbelievable was happening right before my eyes. A few distance in front of Yuzuki-san, a jet-black bear, standing over 4 meters tall, was revealed from the collapsed wall, pushing away the cloud of dust. It's a black bear. Has the barrier magic been broken? Just as we're seeing its appearance, we could hear screams from people around us. Why didn't I notice it? Was it because of the barrier magic that I didn't sense its approach with my sympathy magic? Anyway, doesn't the situation look pretty bad? The black bear saw Yuzuki-san's figure and slowly walked towards her. Hina-chan, run! Kusunoki-san shouted to Yuzuki-san. It's all right. It will be all right. Yuzuki-san can use that amazing body-strengthening magic. Rei-san also said that the black bear is slow, and since it was still a few meters away, she can easily escape. Hiya. SHD. Mayama-san. Her trembling voice leaking out of Yuzuki-san's mouth, I immediately ran towards Yuzuki-san. I'm an idiot. It's one thing if she has the ability to deal with that situation, but using that ability to deal with it is another. She's just a 16-year-old girl. Being faced with a monster like that all of a sudden, there's no way that she can keep calm and think of the best way to deal with the situation. Dashing forth towards Yuzuki-san, a magic circle appeared in my hand. And in response to that, magic power began leaking out of my body as I got ready to use the magic Kuro taught me. I'm not a saint or anything like that. I can't risk my life to save a stranger. However, there's no way I can do that for people I know. I'm a coward after all. I'm too cowardly to even dare abandon my friends after all, so I can't just leave Yuzuki-san here to die. Only a few seconds passed. When I reach Yuzuki-san, I pull with all my might on her shoulder while she's standing upright, and cut myself in between Yuzuki-san and the black bear. At the same time as Yuzuki-san, who has been thrown backwards, fell on her buttocks, the black bear saw my intrusion and sped up its approach. I'm not the protagonist of a battle manga, nor am I a hero. I've never been in a fight, and my athletic ability is just below the average for my age group. If you ask me if I have a chance of winning against the black bear, which the former court mage Rei-san is calling as a pain in the ass to deal with, the answer would be a flat no. Even if I had a sword in my hand that could kill a black bear with a single blow, I don't think I'd even be able to hit it. There's no way someone who has never even been in a fight before can fight just as he thought the battle would go. I can't even land a single decent punch. That's why, the first thing that came into my mind was the combat magic that Kuro taught me. If I can't decently fight, I should just find a way to protect myself when I'm forced to do so. My only weapon is the perception ability brought by my sympathy magic. This is enough to detect the approach of the wyvern at about the same time as Kuro, one of the 6 kings. That's why I asked her to help me come up with a magic that would make the most out of it. Kuro told me not to use it if possible, but I don't have any other options. As if it was ready, all my magic power burst out of my body at once, and the magic circle floating in my hand emits an exceptionally strong light. And just when it got in front of me, the black bear raised its paw overhead as if it was about to mark a tree, but I also unsheathed my single double-edged sword. Auto counter. When I say the name of my magic, all of my body comes off my control, leaving only my thoughts, and reacting to the hostile magic power read by my sympathy magic that has become clearer due to my magic. my body begins to force itself to move. Dear Mom, Dad, sometimes a man has to make a decision, even if he has to force himself. Isn't that what Dad used to tell me? I don't know if now is that time, but in the midst of the hustle and bustle, I confronted a gigantic beast. Chapter 77, Wrath of the Death King. A sword flash runs through the air, and the giant, deer-like monster crumbles down. After putting her sword away, Lilia approaches the defeated monster and cuts off its antler with a knife to prove its subjugation. Just at that moment, Lunamaria-san and Sieglinde, who happened to be hunting nearby, approached. My lady, I think it's about time for us to return. What do you think? I can't say we did great. We've been able to hunt a few thanks to the search magic, but I'm troubled since we can't find most of the black bears. It seems that it's also the same case for my lady. I've only fought against one black bear. Too few considering the time of the year. This hunting tournament also serves as a means to thin out the population of the vermins, the black bears, and for that reason, the black bears give out points higher than the others. Naturally, the tournament is also held for the time of the year when the number of black bears increases in the forest, and although this is the first time Lilia and the others have participated, they also felt that something's amiss. Well, anyway, if there are hardly any black bears here, they should be gathering somewhere else. Lilia was about to continue speaking, but her words stopped as if she sensed something while she's speaking. And that's what Lunamaria and Sieglinde seem to be doing as well. What is that? That strange feeling I had just now. Is my Amasama in danger? You also felt it too, Luna? Why? Yes, there's a sudden feeling of unease. Kaido has received the blessing of Shallow Vernal, the god of the world, and he is loved by the world. Therefore, aside from the underworld king who doesn't need the power of Shallow Vernal, would transmit Kaido's crisis to his acquaintances as a foreboding. I felt an unpleasant premonition. It looks like we'd better go back to Rigphoretia at once. Yes, I agree. Are you also fine with that, Sieg? She has already begun running before us. Unable to ignore that uneasiness they're feeling, Lilia and Lunamaria decided to return to Rigphoretia at once, and tried to call out to Sieg who should be nearby. But Sieg was already far ahead of them, running towards Rigphoretia. A huge paw swung down. This blow, which can easily crush a human body if it hits, is deflected with a left hand and counterstruck with a clenched right fist. The right fist strikes the face of the black bear as if it's catching it, but unfortunately, the weight difference between them is too great for the punch to be an effective hit. Gua. The black bear is enraged by my unexpected counterattack from someone he thought as a weak prey, and it lets out a roar, and this time, it tried sweeping away the enemy in its path with its paw, but it's still not fast enough. Bending my body to avoid it, I swung my right leg as if I'm leaping up and kicked the black bear in its jaw. Go. I heard someone say that the feet are several times more powerful than the hands, and that doesn't seem to be a false statement, as even the black bear is slightly thrown off its stance by the kick that slammed under its chin. However, it's only for a moment, and it immediately glared at me and recklessly swung around its paws. I fight back while dodging its raging storm-like attacks. Looking from the side, I was quite superior in offense and defense, but my thoughts weren't calm at all. It hurts. It hurts. My right is definitely broken. There's a strange sound that popped out in the joints in my legs, and I was in so much pain that I felt like weird sweat would come out from someplace. Yes, my body is currently moving regardless of my intentions due to the effect of auto-counter. In other words, it's as if this magic is making my body move in autopilot. Reading the enemy's attack with my sympathy magic, my body would respond before the enemy could strike. When you just read it like this, it may sound like incredibly useful magic, but in fact, there are many abnormal weaknesses. First of all, my body, which is enhanced by this magic, is in a state where its limiter is off, so to speak. Because of that, even I, who's not very good at using strengthening magic on my body, have been able to make a black bear stagger. Naturally, the act of releasing the limiters of my body would obviously have its backlash. The arm that punched the black bear is probably broken, and the pain that has been running through my whole body for a while now feels like they're tearing my muscle fibers to shreds every time I move. And as I'm feeling an absurd amount of pain in my body, the second drawback is that as soon as I activate auto-counter, everything but my thoughts are moving without my will, so no matter how much it hurts, my body won't stop and I can't even scream because I can't move my mouth. It would have been better if my thoughts stopped too, but then I wouldn't be able to cancel my magic, and I ended up just having to keep enduring the pain running through my body. And the third drawback is that this magic eats up a ridiculous amount of my magic power. My body is currently emitting magic power like a broken faucet in order to increase the accuracy of my sympathy magic. I don't have a large amount of magic power to begin with, so this spell will only last a few minutes. And when my magic power runs out, it will be forcefully released. It's a high-risk spell because it was originally intended to be used in a really critical situation, but thanks to this magic, even someone like me who has almost no experience in combat can fight. However, as I had originally expected, it's still impossible to defeat it. Although the black bear does stagger from time to time, it doesn't do much damage at all, so even if I could maintain this magic for an hour, it would still be impossible to defeat it. However, the chances of victory itself aren't zero. It's impossible for me to defeat the black bear, but since there's this much commotion, if I can buy enough time, the guards should arrive. The only question is, how long do I have to keep this up? Go! Attacks horrifying enough that I would be dead if a single strike hits me. I incessantly dodged it and sent my counterattack. Ouch, it hurts. This magic still has a lot of room for improvement. Specifically, if I'm fighting against an opponent as hard as iron, counterattacking will also be damaging me, so I will have to adjust that part too. A minute or so after I confronted the black bear, I saw armed people rushing towards us at the edge of my vision. Are they the guards? Or perhaps, participants of the hunting tournament? Either way, it seems that they were going to make it. Immediately after, my body loses its power and I collapse on my knees. This is bad. The effect of my magic already ended. Go! Aga! Mayama-san. No! The huge arm that was waving at me finally catches me, and I fly through the air as if I was just struck by a car. With the sound of Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san's voices, I collided with a nearby stall, destroying the simply made stall before falling to the ground, face down. Wow, I'm still alive from that. Could it be because of these clothes? If I remember correctly, Alice can guarantee the protection that this clothing provides, so, after we return, I need to say my thanks. But I think I'm still in trouble. I'm not sure if I can't feel anymore or not, but my body that hurts so much before feels like it turned numb. Slightly moving my head, I look at the black bear who sent my body flying. It would have been great if it had let out a roar of triumph, but the black bear turned toward my fallen body and raised its huge arms again. I thought the distance between us was a bit too far, but the black bear continues to raise its arms in the air. Then, its hands slightly glowed and blades of magic power were released following the trajectory of its claws. This guy can attack from a distance, huh? That's cheating. This is no good. If that hits me, I'm dead. Just as the flying claw strike seemed to be approaching in slow motion, I was ready to die, filled with a sense of resignation. And then, red hair like flames blazing entered my vision, and the claw strikes that had been flying in the air were torn out. Holding the twin swords wrapped in red flames, the figure interjected between me and the black bear looked like a crimson rose, blooming on the battlefield. Sieg-san. When I can finally clearly see Sieg-san standing as if she's protecting me, a little later than that, behind the black bear, Lilia-san's figure appeared crashing down from the sky, holding her slender greatsword above her head. It's as if Lilia-san had just kicked the air and swooped down, slicing the black bear in half with one slash. Amazing. Just one strike at that black bear that seems like a walking lump of steel. Or rather, Lilia-san, I should have known. You really are the power type. However, that's great. You made it in time. Seeing the arrival of Sieg-san and Lily-san, as if all tension in my body disappeared, my consciousness also disappears. Luna, go check Kaido-san. I'm on it. As soon as she cuts through the black bear, Lilia loudly screams, and Luna Maria immediately runs over to Kaido to check her condition. After touching Kaido's body a few times and checking her injuries, Luna Maria exhales in relief. He's fine. His injuries can't be called minor at all, but it's not life-threatening. Thank goodness. However, if we don't apply recovery magic Sue, leave that to me. Ray-san, sorry I'm late. I'll use recovery magic at once. Reginhard and Sylphia arrived a little later than Lilia and the others, and Reginhard, who is skilled in magic, holds out his hand to apply recovery magic to Kaido. Thereupon, Kaido's body slightly glowed, but immediately afterwards, a sound like shattering glass is heard and the light disappears. What? No way. Oh, once again. Reginhardt's eyes widened at the sight, and he held out his hand again, but the sound of shattering glass resounded again. This is impossible. The recovery magic is being nullified. It can't be. In that case, what about Kaido-san? In any case, we should apply first aid first. For some reason, the recovery magic that they were casting to Kaido was being nullified, and Lilia and the others hurriedly tried to treat him without using magic. But immediately afterwards, Kaido's let out a brilliant light, and a white sphere appeared a little above Kaido. After the small sphere emitted a strong light, Kaido's arm, which was red and swollen, returned to its original color. And not only that, but even his torn clothes and the dirt on his cheek, all of his body returned back to normal. What? Is this magic? This is already within the realm of God's miracles. The magic crystal that Shallow Vernal gave to Kaido last night. It was filled with the creator god, Shallow Vernal's recovery magic. It was a present from Shallow Vernal so that Kaido won't die? An absolute healing spell that automatically activates some time after Kaido becomes injured. It twists the law of cause and effect to regenerate him, even if his body is shattered. In other words, as long as this exists, Kaido will not die from anything aside from Kuromwena's power that can nullify Shallow Vernal's power. Lilia and the others didn't know what had just happened, but they exhaled in relief after confirming that Kaido was safe for the time being. And then, Lilia adjusts her sword with a serious expression on his face and calls out to Reginhard. Ray-san, the one that attacked him is just a scout, right? Yeah. Besides, you don't even have to check them to know your answer. Almost at the same time as Lilia and Reginhard exchanged words, multiple black bears emerged from the crumbling wall. The numbers they had are so bizarrely high, while further in the back, the figure of a huge black bear conspicuously stands. As I thought, a special individual. I'm not sure how many times I've seen something like this happen in the past, but I'm sure it was 400 years ago when they last appeared. For all the times for them to appear. One of the reasons for the mass generation of monsters is the appearance of special individuals. In rare cases, within the monsters and demons, such as orcs and ogres that have their own race names, a special individual would be born, having much more power than others, and their characteristics differ depending on their species. For example, the Blue Ogre Act, a special individual of the ogre race, is a symbol of fear for the ogres and is persecuted by his own kind before he became Kuromwena's family, while High Orcs, which is a special individual of the orc race, are revered as the head of their species. Each special individual differs, and the special individuals of black bears are similar to orcs in nature. They can lead the black bears that don't normally flock together, forming large groups. The emergence of this special individual is a disaster for the elves. I was only a child when they appeared 400 years ago, but I heard that at that time, they affected nearly half of the city of Rigphoretia. They sure have extravagant numbers on their side. Receiving Reginhardt's words, Lunamaria-san also muttered, as anxiousness could be seen on her face. The swarm of black bears emerged from the broken wall. Their numbers were well over 200, and considering that each of them had a power comparable to a wyvern, it could rightly be said that their numbers make the onlookers despair. Luna, you stay here and protect Kaido-san, Aoi-san and Hina-san. Yes. Tightly gripping her sword, Lilia told Luna Maria to protect Kaido and the others. The elven guards and the participants of the hunting tournament also began to gather, facing the black bears. As the unique black bear let out a roar, the black bears began charging in, clashing with the vanguards. A sharp voice resounded. I'll also be going in and attack. Raz-san, please cover me. Leave it to me. A person wearing jet black within the group of humans. Noon jumped out and headed towards the pack of black bears at a terrific speed. So fast. In the midst of Lilia's astonishment at Noon's speed, Noon made a black spear appear in the air and threw it as a projectile while running. The spear stabbed deep into the black bear that was at the head of the pack. Without slowing down, the neck of the black bear that was pierced by the spear is cut off with the sword that appeared in her hand, and afterwards, she grabs a one-handed axe that appeared in the air and throws it to the side while still swinging her swords, striking another black bear. The black bears, who had the initiative taken from them, looked confused for a moment, but they quickly raised their arms to intercept Noon, who was slashing past their group. However, their raised arms are pierced by a series of flying arrows. Noon, you don't have to care around you. Just fight as hard as you can. Yes. With her bow ready, Roselia punched out a hole at the arm of the black bear, aiming at Noon, with an accurate and peerless shot. With her support, Noon further increased her attacks, and struck down one black bear after another. Hey, amazing. With her here. No, the situation is still the worst. Noon and I can't use wide area annihilation magic either. No matter how strong Noon is, a lot of them would be able to pass through her. At the words muttered by one of the guards who had witnessed Noonsan's strength, Roselia bit her lip as she said those words. Just as Roselia said, Noon certainly is strong. However, her strength was most adept at one-on-one or against a small number of opponents, and there was no way for her to defeat a swarm of over 200 black bears before they could cause damage to the city of Rigphoretia. The proof of this was that Noon was always taking on 3 or more black bears, and she certainly was overwhelming them. But some of the black bears had already ignored Noon and started moving towards the city of Rigphoretia. This is bad. A couple of them passed through. Everyone, they're coming. The confusion of the black bears due to their surprise has subsided, and dozens of black bears began to march towards Rigphoretia. Hearing Roselia's voice, Lilia and the others, along with the guards and the participants of the hunting competition, all prepared their weapons and prepared to intercept the oncoming black bears. After just a few seconds, a large-scale battle that can be called a battle royal began. The moment everyone thought so, the movements of the black bears that were coming towards them all stopped at once. For some reason, looking at the black bears that suddenly stopped, a voice that sounds listless leaked out of Lilia's mouth. A little while later, the sword that was supposed to be in her hand fell. Then, Lilia realized that her hand was badly trembling. An unbelievable silence dominates the surroundings, and then, some of the assembled warriors fall to the ground unconscious, like puppets who had its strings broken. As if it was a trigger, the black bears turned their backs all together and began to flee with even more vigor than they had before. However, they weren't able to escape, as a huge ice wall appeared in front of the fleeing black bears, piercing through the heavens. And then, before they knew it, she appeared next to the fallen Kaido. With a hand as white as snow wrapped in pale light, she gently caressed Kaido's cheek as if she were being affectionate, before she slowly stood up. Give you, won't forgive 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 you, I will never forgive you. Every time she uttered, magic power raging like a storm was released, making the air tremble and the earth shake. That's right, the black bears had attacked a being that they should never have touched. All of you, not even a drop of your blood, will be left in this world. Accompanied by the great sin they committed, is the executioner of death, sweeping away all these foolish beasts. With an intensity never before, clad with the most vicious and powerful magic power of death, the angry Death King has descended. Next chapter, kill them all. As it's important, I'm saying this once again. The black bears have been annihilated. Chapter 78, kill them all. The Death King, Isis Remnant, is neither as brutal nor as cold-hearted as the world perceives her to be. She kills anyone she doesn't like without mercy. If you resist, the only waiting for you is death, a disaster that spreads death around her path. That's what the world says about the Death King. However, in fact, even in the long history of the world, there have only been a handful of times when she had the desire to kill a living creature. The reason for this is that she was originally a lonely and quiet person, but the most important reason is that the magic power of death that she's clad in is greatly influenced by her emotions. To Isis, most of the creatures are far below her standing, and she can easily pluck their lives even without the intent to kill them. Even the wyverns, which is a threatening monster for the humans, are nothing more than a mere hindrance to her, and just a whisper would immediately kill them with her magic power of death. Because of the power to cause the death of a living creature, even if it's unintentional, Isis usually suppresses her magic power of death as much as possible. Even if she can't completely suppress it, she was always being careful not to scare people away. But now, Isis is using that raging anger, filled with killing intent that she never had before, to control the space around her. The woman currently doesn't have an ounce of light-hearted emotions like suppressing her power. Those foolish beasts that have brought out her wrath. The future of those fools will be judged by the king. Died. At that moment, the magic power of death from Isis's body, along with violence she was originally capable of, was released. The magic power of death, filled with clear killing intent, was released along with her powerful words, and affected by Isis's tremendous rage, it gives her targets a vicious and cruel death. From the time those were unleashed, there was just less than a second before the black bears' lives were hunted down. However, in that short amount of time, the black bears would experience tens of millions of deaths. The tips of their fur died, their skin died, their flesh died, their blood died, their bones died, and every single cell in their body died. The moment of death, an irresistible and despair-filled death tasted within that extremely compressed time. At that moment of death's utter annihilations of their bodies, if there was still a shred of emotion left in the black bears, the beasts would only have one though. Ah, I'm finally dead. The magic power of death, unleashed filled with her powerful killing intent, completely killed the existence of the black bears, not to mention their bodies. Death was conferred even to their souls. In other words, it was a complete annihilation. Just as Isis declared, not even a drop of their blood would remain in this world, as the black bears disappeared before her eyes. However, Isis's anger did not end with the annihilation of the beasts in front of her eyes. Her magic power of death covered the entire elven forest and ate away the targets of her rage, uprooting all the black bears in the forest. In just a few seconds of time, the Death King had just said one word. But today, as of this moment, the black bears that inhabited the vast forest, feared as vermins, became extinct from the elven forest. All sound disappeared. None of the warriors who had gathered to defeat the black bears, Lilia-san and the people around her, not even Resilia and Noon could speak. That's how overwhelming the power of Isis was. Rightfully reigning in one of the top corners of the world. A powerful person of a different dimension itself, where those beneath her could only feel hopeless before her power. All those gathered continued to stare at the Absolute while their hearts were filled with fear. They are praying to the point of being torn apart, praying that they won't have to be the next one to be on the receiving end of her rage. After she finishes killing the black bear, Isis moves quietly towards Kaido, gently lifting his body up, as if she were carrying a fragile treasure. Lilia. Why, yes. Kaido. I will carry him. Where's the inn? This WWA. Shaking to the point that she isn't able to speak properly, Lilia told Isis the location of the inn, and after listening to her, Isis nodded before following after Lilia. The existence of the black bear trashes were no longer within her head, and she only cared about Kaido, who was still unconscious in her arms. Looks like it's all over, huh? What is? Shallow Vernal said as she put down the tea that she's been drinking, while Kiromwena just tilted her head as she ate her baby Castella. About Kaido-san being attacked by black bears. Kaido-kun was attacked? It's already over. The black bears were killed by the Death King. Isis did. So, then, what about Kaido-kun? Hearing Shallow Vernal's words, Kiromwena immediately stood up and was about to fly over to the elven forest with teleportation magic. But before she could do so, Shallow Vernal told her that it was already over. He received injuries, but he's safe. His injuries have also been healed. Is that so? That's good. However, in that case, where am I supposed to direct my anger? I don't know, you say, rather than that, Shiro. If you knew that Kaido-kun would get hurt, why didn't you tell me? Kiromwena looked dumbfounded by the fact that Isis has cleaned up the mess, and after expressing her sincere relief that Kaido is safe, she questioned Shallow Vernal, who knew about it beforehand but hadn't told her. While Kiromwena is clearly angry when she's questioning her, Shallow Vernal doesn't seem to be particularly concerned, as she indifferently replied to her. If I had told you, Kuro would be angry at the black bears, wouldn't you? Of course I would. I'm seriously angry. Even just the fact that I let Kaido-kun get hurt. When you're angry, Kuro would use magic to hit them, right? Of course I'll hit them. I'm going to seriously hit them. If you do that, not to mention the elven forest, you would wipe out nearly half of the continent. After hearing what Shallow Vernal indifferently said, Kiromwena, who had an expression that said she was angry, didn't know what words to say. So, I thought it would be less damaging if I let the Death King clean up this mess. That really might be so, but what were you going to do if Isis didn't make it? I would just make the black bear disappear myself. Hi. Geez. If Isis doesn't make it in time, Shallow Vernal said that she will be moving herself. As if she couldn't find the words to refute her, Kiromwena just puffed up her cheeks and turned away sulkily. It's good that Kaido-kun is safe, but I feel like I just burn out. I can't even direct my raised fist anywhere. Then, do you want to fight for the first time in a while? When was the last time we fought again? It's been 3,465 years. Just as Kiromwena's anger at the black bears seemed to be building up, Shallow Vernal told her that as if she has an idea and stands up, lightly waving her hand to create a space where only she and Kiromwena exists. Hiromwena also thought her idea was good so that she could vent her frustration, and after nodding her head, seeing the space created by Shallow Vernal, they turned to face each other. I'm not going to go easy on you today, alright? When did Kuro ever go easy on me in a fight? Speaking of which, I never did go easy on you. Well then, let's get started. This fight that we've never had for a while. Just when Kaido was brought into the inn by Isis. In a space where no one knows and sees. Shallow Vernal and Kiromwena, the polar opposites of white and black, were clashing violently, as if they were venting out their stress. Chapter 79. Her over-seriousness is also a problem. Slowly opening my eyes, I found myself in a dimly lit room. Seeing a ceiling I don't know isn't the case at all. I didn't get sent to another world again. I'm just seeing the ceiling of the inn we're staying at. Trying to raise my upper body up, that's when I suddenly realized something. Era? Isn't my body injured from fighting? I'm pretty sure my arm was broken, and I think I also broke a bone around my ribs, but there wasn't even a trace of it anymore. I see. It was all just a dream, huh? Since my body is so cleanly restored, it occurred to me that the fight against the black bear was just a dream, but that's when the door of the room was suddenly vigorously opened. Kaido. Huh? Whoa. The person who appeared from the open door was Isis-san, who isn't supposed to be here. Jumping on me with great speed, Isis-san's impact towards my body made me lightly slam against the bed. Thank goodness. Kaido. Era? Isis-san. The heck? What's with this situation? I may not know why Isis-san is here, but I know that most of all, the current situation is very dangerous. Isis-san's tightly hugged my body like she's clinging onto something, and her very soft and slender body is pressed against my whole body. How should I say this? It's like I just experienced one dream after another. Just when I escaped from that hellish dream of mine, I woke up, arriving in heaven. Kaido. It's already alright. Those who hurt. Kaido. I already killed them. Huh. I didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Those who hurt me? Is she talking about that black bear? However, the black bear that I fought was slashed by Lilia-san in half. Does that mean there were more of them? When I asked Isis-san for more information, it seems that a swarm of black bears appeared after I passed out, and Isis-san wiped them all out. I see. That black bear I fought was monstrous enough, and even if she said there was a bunch of thousands of them, I can't imagine the scene where Isis-san is beating them up at all, even if it actually was the case. Anyway, it seems that thanks to Isis-san, there was almost no damage to the city of Rigphoretia. Isis-san stayed still and kept hugging me for a while before she stood up with a slightly sad look on her face. I should go home now. If I'm here, Lilia and the others would get scared. Isis-san. I see. The reason why the always worrying Lilia-san and the others haven't come to my room even after I woke up. I guess the better way to describe it is that they can't get close due to the effect of Isis-san's magic power of death. A magic circle manifests beneath Isis-san's feet, probably a teleportation magic circle leading to her castle. Isis-san. What is it? Thank you very much for today. And, I'd like to thank you properly. Would you like to, have dinner with me another time? Is that alright? Yes. It will be my treat at that time. Otherwise, I won't be able to repay you. I'm really looking forward to it. I can understand that thanking someone buying them a meal is quite a short-sighted thought of me, but that was the only thing I could think of at the spur of the moment. However, the effect of those seemed to be immense, as Isis-san's expression, which looked sad, changed to a bright one as she nodded in response. And with a small wave of her hand, Isis-san left, wrapped in the light of the teleportation magic. After Isis-san left, I left the room and walked down the corridor of the inn to apologize to Lilia-san and the others for making them worry about me. This inn is one of the most high-class lodgings in Rigphoretia because it's only used by Lilia-san, who is a duchess, and the wide corridor is so quiet that anyone would think that this place was reserved for a private party. Walking for a while, I found myself in front of some kind of lobby or a lounge, but I arrived in a rather large room, and in the distance, I found Lilia-san and the others. Kaido-san. You've finally woken up, huh? Thank goodness. The three people there were Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san, and Sieg-san, and they all looked relieved when they saw my face. I'm sorry for causing you to worry. No, do you still feel any pain anywhere? Not anymore. I'm feeling completely fine. Is that so? That's really good. Answering to Lilia-san, who spoke to me with concern, that my physical condition is now perfectly fine. Speaking of which, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san don't seem to be here. Could it be that they have been injured? No, neither of them were injured. Since Yuzuki-san and Kusunoki-san weren't here, I asked if they have been injured after I passed out, but it seems that they are both fine. However, why do I feel like there's some meaning behind her words when she said that they're not injured? Did something else happen to them other than being injured? Aoi-san and Hina-san are now sleeping in their room. They were exposed to death, King Sama's magic power of death, and lost consciousness. Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san answered my question with a slightly pained tone. I see. It seems that they weren't injured by the black bears, but they fainted because of Isis-san's magic power of death. Incidentally, Rei-sama and Fi-sama are attending a reorganization meeting for the almost destroyed security force. Almost destroyed? Reorganization? I heard that the city received no damage though. Yes, the black bear didn't cause any damage. However, after being exposed to Death Kin-sama's frightening magic power of death, almost half of them had their minds broken. That's not surprising. Even I couldn't stop shaking for a while. It was rather fortunate that Kusunoki-sama and Yuzuki-sama were among the first ones to faint. In the aftermath, she broke the guard force's mind? How outrageous could her magic power of death be? How terrifying Isis-san was at that time can be seen by looking at the three of them trembling just as they remembered what they've seen. It seems that Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san were fortunate that they passed out before their minds could process the horror caused by Isis-san's magic power of death. Just when we were speaking about that, Lilia-san stood up with a serious expression on her face. She walked up to me and suddenly got down on her knees. Kaido-san, I'm really sorry. Lilia-san. What are you suddenly doing? I'm really confused about why suddenly kneeled on a Dajiza, and Lilia-san just held out the necklace I gave her last night. Kuros necklace. This necklace had a defensive magic imbued on it, though not a powerful one. That is to say, if I hadn't borrowed this, Kaido-san wouldn't have been injured like that. There's defensive magic in Kuros necklace? That's the first time I've heard that though. I thought there was only search magic in it, but it seems that there are lots of other magic in it as well. Lilia-san didn't seem to understand all the details about this necklace either, but after the earlier incident, she asked the former court mage Rei-san to take a look at this necklace and found out that it contained defensive magic. Deeply bowing her head, Lilia-san's voice was trembling as she continued to speak. No, if only I had been more level-headed right from the start. I said I would guarantee the safety of Kaido-san and the others just when we met, but I was so preoccupied with myself that I forgot to even have someone guard Kaido-san and the others, and because of that, Kaido-san got hurt. Everything's my fault. No, it's not like it's Lilia-san's fault or anything like that. No, it could have been prevented if I had only been more level-headed. If I had just been more careful. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Lilia-san's voice began to distort with tears as she continued to bow her head, keeping on apologizing to me. The heck? She's starting to get annoying. I repeat, I'm not some kind of saint. I don't remember it happening that much, but I can also get angry at times. Kaido-san, I'm really sorry. Lilia-san, I'm going to apologize in advance. After I told that to Lilia-san, who keeps on apologizing to me, I swung my knuckles down on her head as hard as I could. Ow. Even though Lilia-san is a person with great abilities, she isn't always using body-strengthening magic. My knuckles that struck her unprotected head seemed to be quite painful, and Lilia-san held her head down with both of her hands. If you just shut up there and stop murmuring like a creep there. How serious can you be that you distorted the facts and reached towards that conclusion? What happened before was just an accident, right? I got hurt because I got careless, and me being careless isn't Lilia-san's fault at all. Or rather, shouldn't I be thanking you instead, Lilia-san? Thank you for saving me before. Why, yes. Why, you're welcome. Hearing the words I blabbered about, Lilia-san flusteredly nodded, though she still had a puzzled look on her face. Good. Then, this is the end of this conversation. If you say anything more about it being your fault or anything like that, I'll hit you again. Why, yes. In the first place, thinking that everything is your fault is a bad habit of yours, Lilia-san. I know that Lilia-san is a serious person, but it still depends on the time and circumstances. Even that time too. Lilia-san, whose position quickly changes from a Dajiza to a Saiza, and I go on with my lecture-like words. I honestly don't think that this is something she's always doing, and maybe it's not something I should have said to her, but I think someone should tell off this overly serious person. Terrific. I am now inclined to give my Ama-sama a heartfelt round of applause. That's really well said. Luna. Sieg too. Don't just nod there, please help me out. Kaido-san somehow looks kinda scary right now. Lilia-san. I'm still not done talking yet. Why yes. I'm sorry. Lilia-san looked like she's becoming teary-eyed in a way different from a moment ago, but since I don't intend to be lenient to her, I'm going to continue my sermon. Dear Mom, Dad, I don't really think that this is something she's always doing, but I still scolded her for that. Well, how should I say this? Her over-seriousness is also a problem. Chapter 80. I think it was restored. After my sermon to Lilia-san ended, I decided to ask her again about the current situation that I'm curious about. Speaking of which, what happened to the hunting tournament? Due to the black bear incident, the tournament has been cancelled. Well, even if they were to calculate the points we gathered, the overall winner would be Death King Sama, right? My question is answered by Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san. I see. The tournament was cancelled, huh? Well, it can't be helped, but in that case, the Fruit of the World tree will be. I heard that it's going to be the prize for next year's Sacred Tree Festival instead. The Fruit of the World tree is a mysterious fruit that doesn't deteriorate with time, so it's said to be perfectly fine even after a year. I see. It seems that the Fruit of the World tree will be next year's prize, so Lilia-san and the others won't be able to get it, at least in this year's tournament. Considering how Lilia-san and the other are feeling right now, I probably shouldn't just lightheartedly talk about it. After a brief silence passed, Lilia-san turns to Sieg-san and opens her mouth. Sieg, I'm sorry. I said something like you should look forward to it, but in the end, I wasn't able to get the Fruit of the World tree. Receiving Lilia-san's words, Sieg took out a memo pad and pen from her pocket before writing something on it and turning it towards our direction. I'm going to apologize in advance. Lily, I'm sorry. Wait, Sieg. Don't tell me. What was written there kinda looks exactly what I had just said to Lilia-san a while ago. Seeing what's written there, Lilia-san's face turned pale before she took a step back. And then, Sieg-san clenched her fist and swung it towards Lilia-san without any hesitation. Gaia-s, she was blown away. Her iron fist, which is incomparable to my knuckle earlier, sends Lilia-san's body flying backwards with tremendous force. Did she just punch her with a punch filled with magic power? Hey, are you alright there, Lilia-san? Ouch. But then, Lilia-san, who had fallen on the floor, got up while holding her face. No. That force of that punch even sent you flying and made you spin twice in the air, you know? Being hit with that kind of power, and you just reacted to it with an ouch. Even if she says she had used magic power to defend herself, Lilia-san is already almost a monster. Sieg-san looks at Lilia-san, who is holding her face with tears in her eyes, and shows her what she wrote on her memo pad this time. Please don't make assumptions about my feelings without permission. I've told you many times. I'm not blaming you for what happened. Sieg. I don't regret losing my voice and resigning from the Knight's Order. I'm just happy that I was able to protect the people of my best friend. I somehow had the feeling that was the case. Lilia-san was desperately trying to heal Sieg's body, but Sieg-san was looking at Lilia-san and the others with a sad expression, rather with an expression that looks like she wants her voice to be healed. Then, Sieg-san turns to me and slightly smiles. Hearing what Kaido-san just said also woke me up. Lily, I've never been able to tell you, but I'm going to be clear with you. I've never once thought of healing this injury. What? Lilia-san's eyes widened, as if she had forgotten what had just happened to her face when she saw what Sieg wrote. However, I knew that Lily was feeling guilty about me. So, I thought that if returning my voice would make Lilia feel a little bit better, then I should not say anything and just wait. So, if Lily had obtained the Fruit of the World tree, I was going to take it with open arms. Sieg. Talking with written words, speaking without any sound. However, the feelings that Sieg-san wants to convey strongly resonates. I see. That's why Sieg-san was looking at Lilia-san so sadly. What was really hard for her wasn't the loss of her voice. Lily, I'm with you. I am also feeling guilty about you ever since that incident. If I'd been stronger, if I'd only been able to stand up for myself, I wouldn't have to burden you with such heavy shackles. As much as Lily wanted to bring my voice back, I also wanted to lighten what you're carrying behind your back as much as possible. I thought the best way to do that was to remain silent and accept your atonement. However, I finally realized just now that it was a mistake. Just as how Lilia-san felt responsible for Sieg-san losing her voice, Sieg-san was also feeling responsible for causing trouble for Lilia-san because she was weak. That's why I think Sieg-san is feeling painful seeing Lilia-san being so desperate, but still couldn't stop her, because she was convinced that it was her fault and that she had to accept Lilia-san's atonement to redeem herself. In the end, Lilia-san and Sieg-san may be similar to each other. Both of them had a strong sense of responsibility and couldn't forgive themselves, which is why they're crossing this path for so long. I was just running away. I was ashamed of my inadequacy and avoided facing you, making excuses to myself that it was for Lily's sake. However, if I really cared about you, I should have just told you exactly what I wanted, not run away. So, thereupon, Sieg-san stops writing and removes the scarf wrapped around her neck, revealing the deep, slightly discolored scar, which has been hidden by the scarf for a long time to keep it from driving Lilia-san into a corner. Sieg-san looked straight at Lilia-san. Then, she puts her hand on her own neck, and a thin red light made of magic power illuminated. Lily. Is tap, Ms. Anders. Tant. Ing. A hoarse, faint, choppy voice that sounds like it's being desperately squeezed out. Perhaps, she's using magic power to force her throat to tremble, producing a voice-like sound. It's hard to hear what she's saying. Still, it felt like that is the most beautiful voice I ever heard. Dis. Once. I gat. Were something. I'm proud of. Sieg. The words she would have wanted to convey the most. To Sieg-san, the large scar on her neck isn't something to be ashamed of, but a proof that she has protected something important to Lilia-san, her pride. As if that way of speaking was excessively exhausting, Sieg-san's breathing became heavy. With the gentle smile still on her face, she took up her pen and memo pad again. See, a voice is something easy for me to get. So, Lily, please don't blame yourself anymore. Please stop thinking about erasing my most important pride. See, guy? Lily has always been kind even back then. And you have always been a crybaby since you're a child. When exactly did that happen? However, I know that Sieg isn't the only one. Large tears fell down from Lilia-san's eyes as if something heavy was lifted from her shoulders. And seeing that, Sieg-san gently hugged her. The scene looks like they're real sisters. After the incident that occurred once upon a time, the relationship between the two of them has been unknowingly distanced from each other. But now, it seems as if they are repairing their relationship. Mayama-sama, should we slip away now? I guess so. Burying her face in Sieg-san's chest, Lilia-san sobbed like a child. Seeing this scene, Lunamaria-san silently called out to me, and nodding to her words, we left the place. Dear Mom, Dad, I was reminded once again how difficult understanding the heart is. They should have been thinking about each other, caring for each other, and that, in turn, pushed each other in a corner. But today, I think that the relationship between Lilia-san and Sieg-san that was filled with misunderstandings, in a real sense, I think it was restored. Chapter 81. It's Shiro-san's fault. After some time passed, I went back downstairs with Lunamaria-san and Lilia-san, and just at that moment, Rei-san and Fin came back with a slightly tired look on their faces. Mayama-kun, thank goodness you're finally awake. Yes, thank you for your concern. No, I'm glad you're safe. What about Kusunoki-chan and Yuzuki-chan? I think they're still sleeping. After exchanging some small talk, Rei-san sat down with Fin on the sofa in the common room and let out a big sigh. Good gracious, the situation has become really complicated. Well, I guess it's not impossible seeing Death King-sama's wrath. No, I'm really surprised. I didn't know that Mayama-kun was acquainted with Death King-sama. It would have been great if it was just the Death King-sama, though. The reorganization meeting must have been quite a rough one. Both Rei-san and Fin have very tired expressions on their faces. Then, after drinking the tea Lunamaria-san brewed, she leaks out a sigh before turning to me and mutters, gathering dumbfounded expressions from the others. Mayama-sama is also very close to Underworld King-sama. With Underworld King-sama. On the other hand, though, he's also blessed by God of Creation-sama. With the words that followed, Rei-san and Fin-san's eyes widened. Yes, seeing other people being dumbfounded like that, I can understand the abnormality of what happened to me. I've been in contact with two of the 6 kings, the pinnacles of the demon realm, and the god of creation, the pinnacle of the god realm, and one of the supreme gods, which is just one step beneath the god of creation. In the time we haven't seen each other for a while, Lilia-chan has learned to tell some pretty unique jokes, That's right, I was also surprised. It would have been great if I was just joking. Nowadays, I've even learned to bring stomach medicines no matter where I go. Seriously? Yes. Yeah, how should I explain this? Lilia-san kinda has a melancholic expression on her face. I don't know what to say. It's just, I'm sorry. As Rei-san and Fin-san remained dumbfounded for a while, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san courteously explained how I've developed such outrageous connections within the previous month. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, I only looked at them. Kaido-san, do you like pets? Is this person not equipped with the ability to read the mood or even think about the flow of the conversation? And also, isn't it strange to ask, do you like pets? Wouldn't you ask if someone likes animals first or something like that? Well, anyway, Shiro-san's asking me if I like keeping animals, huh? I like it. When I started living on my own, I couldn't have a pet because the place where I was living it doesn't allow pets, but my relatives had a dog and I used to take care of it a lot. Then, that's great. I've sent it in front of the inn. Huh? Wait a minute. What is this person talking about? Sent what? A pet? How did we even get towards that topic? Shiro-san. Shiru-sanin. What is it? You don't, what is it? Here, an explanation. Please give me an explanation. The pet I sent you is in front of the inn. That's what I'm talking about. I'm asking how this situation turned to something where you're sending a pet to me out of the blue. There was one soul left. When I asked for its wish, it said that it wanted to serve Kaido-san. So I gave it a body and sent it towards you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think I'd get a good answer even if I asked. But what I'm more worried about is that pet that the god of creation, Shiro-san, sent. Is that a monster or something like that? Feeling my head ache at Shiro-san's words, I explained the situation to Lilia-san and the others, and we all decided to move to the front of the inn. Walking outside, when we reached the entrance of the inn, a woman was standing there with a straight back and beautiful posture. Her black hair, which is about the length of a short bob cut, though I guess it could be described as a shaggy cut, huh? Anyway, combined with her sharp eyes, I could feel some gruffness from her. She is a little shorter than me. Her clothes are all black, looking like a military uniform that would give the impression of someone sharp and always acts efficiently. But she has a black fur cloak on, which is severely unbalanced with her uniform. And most distinctive of all were the ears peeking out of her black hair. They're obviously unlike the ears of a human. It kinda looks like the circular ear of a beast. Is she a beast, man? Good day, master. Yes. When the woman saw my face, she put her legs together and greeted me with a salute so neat that it even sounds like a snap. There are no other creatures around, and this woman is the only one in front of the inn. Does that mean that this woman is the pet that Shiro-san was talking about? Hey, isn't she clearly humanoid? What the heck are you doing now, Shiro-san? Heck, isn't the only animal part of her ears? Ear, you are. Huh. My name is Anima. I am Master's faithful servant. The woman, Anima-san, replied to my question while keeping up her salute. Or rather, her voice is so loud. Please wait. I don't really know what's going on. So, can you please elaborate? Huh. Roger that. But before that, I would like to ask you to do something presumptuous. You want to ask something? Yes. Please stop using honorifics and don't add titles on my name. I am Master's servant, as well as your tool. Please only call me with just Anima. Oh, okay. I understand. Then, Anima, can you explain? You can be at ease. Huh. By your command. I thought she just looks like one, but she really acts military-like. Anyway, when I told her that I want her to explain the situation, Anima removes her salute as instructed and changes to an at-ease posture with her hands clasped behind her waist. I am the damned beast that injured Master the other day. I was originally supposed to disappear like the other beasts, but I caught the eye of the god of creation, Shallow Vernal Sama, and thus, she gave me a new body. Huh. The disrespect I have shown to my master is unforgivable. So, with this fresh start I received, this life and soul, I will repay my master by dedicating these to his service. Diminutive I may be, please allow me to serve the great master. The explanation that Anima gave might be called an outrageous bomb that came out of nowhere. The beast that injured me? A new body? That black fur cloak and those round beast ears. Is she exactly what I think it is? Does that mean that you're? Could it be that you're the black bear I fought against? Yes. That's right. Yeah? Hearing the shocking words Anima told us, we let out a surprised shout at the same time. Dear Mom, Dad, lots of things have happened one after another today, but it seems that the incoming troubles haven't ended yet. I mean, regarding this trouble, isn't this completely Shiro-san's fault? Chapter 82. She seems to be absolutely obedient. Anima is a soldier-looking woman sent by Shiro-san out of the blue. I'm surprised when she told me she used to be a black bear, but the biggest question is why she wants to serve me. If she wants to serve me because I defeated her or something like that, I would have understood, but I didn't beat Anima at all. Rather than defeating her, she even beat me without a single scratch on her. Why do you want to serve my Amakuen? It's not like my Amakuen is stronger than you, right? It seems that Rei-san has thought about the same thing, as she threw that question to Anima. The questioned Anima sharply glared towards Rei-san before speaking. You fool. Do you think that power is the only thing that decided who is in charge? There are many knights in this world that are stronger than their king. In addition, if Master had the same physical abilities as me, that battle would have ended in an overwhelming victory for Master. My Amakuen. This child somehow have a totally different attitude compared to when she's talking with you, though? Anima, I'd like to know about that too. So can you tell me what made you decide to serve me? Huh. Compared to when she looks like she's about to swoop down on Rei-san. Where Anima is shouting at him like she's threatening her, when I asked her, she immediately corrected her posture. These days, many people run away from me even though they have weapons, but Master boldly challenged me with just his bare hands. Even though she's clearly inferior to me in terms of fighting ability, he held no fear nor hesitation at all. I see. No, that was just because of auto-counter, and I couldn't even move my face. I was actually freaking out on the inside. The circumstances just happened to be like that, and if I had encountered it alone, I would have run away immediately. Master's brave and courageous eyes at that time. It feels like my heart was burning before the fires of hell, as I became Master's prisoner. However, regretful it may be, but when I was a black bear, I couldn't oppose the fate of being under the command of the special individual. Is that because they have some kind of ability? Yes. Special individuals of the black bears have powers similar to brainwashing magic that allows them to make the other black bears follow them. But most of all, my current self may be a former black bear. I have been reborn with a different life, so there's no way I'm going to turn my fangs on Master. You don't have to worry about that. This body and mind exist for Master. In other words, if I were to summarize what Anima said that because I challenged her despite my obvious weakness, she was impressed by my courage and wanted to serve me. I felt like most of it was because of a misunderstanding, though. It seems that in Anima's mind, she has already determined that I'm her master. Yuan, I think I get the gist of what you're saying. Thanks for explaining it to me. I'm unworthy of those words. Then, please, Master, give me your orders. Anima is staring at me with eyes filled with tremendous anticipation, but even if she suddenly asks me to give her an order, no, I don't really have any orders now. In no way. See, could it be that I'm not of use for Master? No, don't just give me that look tinged with despair, as if the world is ending, okay? What do? Do I just have to give her an order? However, I can't just suddenly think of anything to order her. My Amakuen, I need to discuss something with you. As I was wondering what to do, Rei-san whispered to me. Actually, I think my Amakuen has heard of this before, but Rigforeshia's guard force is rattled for the moment. We're in a situation where we would even welcome the help of a cat. So, would you be willing to lend this child to me until we finish reorganizing to some extent? And since she said she used to be a black bear, I think she's more than capable in terms of fighting. That's fine with me, but Rei-san is talking about asking Anima's help to the guard force, whose minds were broken by Isis-san. It's true that I can't think of any specific orders at this point in time, and even though it might be indirectly, I still have some fault as to why the guards' minds were broken. Hearing what I said, Rei-san nodded once before turning towards Anima. Anima-kun, you must be confident with your fighting ability, right? Huh. Fking trash talking with me so casually. Want me to tear you apart, huh? How strong are you, Anima? Huh. When I obtained this body, I was given the same level of combat abilities as a Viscount-level high-ranking demon by Shallow Vernal-sama. I guess this child really is a former black bear. Other than when talking with my Amakuen, it seems like she's practically a berserker. Anima changes her attitude towards me and Rei-san to the point where it's easy to understand. How should I say this? This girl has quite the personality. Anyway, it seems that Anima's strength is even greater than what she originally had, as Shiro-san has given her power comparable to that of a high-ranking demon. Having the power of a high-ranking demon. As usual, that airhead goddess doesn't seem to know the word moderation. Then, Anima. The Elves Guard force is pretty rattled right now. I need your help with that until they could somehow reorganize. Huh. Roger that. This Anima will fulfill Master's will with all of my might. When I tell her that I want her to cooperate with the security force, Anima salutes with tremendous vigor, and with a gleeful expression on her face, she replies. She seems to be really happy hearing my orders. Yep, she's a really unique child. Well, That's quite reassuring. Well then, Animecapped, I'm going to talk to the guards, so will you follow me? Shut your trap, trash. The only one who can give me orders in this world is Master. Hearing Anima's approval, Raysan smiles and tries speaking to her, but Anima's nails stretched out and directly pointed them towards Raysan's neck. A black bear's weapon is its tremendous power and tough claws, but it seems like Anima's weapon is also her nails. Mayamakuin. Anima, I want you to listen to what Raya say. Reginhard Sans says. Huh. Forgive me, Reginhard Dono. For your guidance and encouragement, I will be under your care. How amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen a child so extremely straightforward before. Apparently, Anima really has no intention of listening to orders from anyone other than me, but when I told her to follow Raysan's instructions, she retracts her outstretched nails and salutes. After giving me a polite salute, I let out a big sigh as I watched their backs as Anima followed Raysan to the guard force. Dear Mom, Dad, the former black bear Anima had a stern, straightforward personality and was extremely aggressive towards everyone except me. But fortunately, when it comes to my orders, she seems to be absolutely obedient. Chapter 83. Intermission. Symphonia Kingdom, the World King's Visit. Symphonia Kingdom, in the audience room. This was originally a place where people would receive the audience of the King of Symphonia Kingdom, but the current situation was very different from how it normally is. The king steps down from his throne and bows to his guest, while the prime minister and the other important people in the country also took a similar posture, a scene that is rarely seen by the public. This is only because the person who has come to visit has far more authority than the king. I apologize for my unexpected visit. No, it would always be my honor and delight to see your face. World King, Lilywood Yggdrasil Sanat. That's right, the one who is currently visiting the royal palace. Is one of the 6 kings, the pinnacles of the demon realm, and the one who had deep connections with the Symphonia Kingdom for 1,000 years, the World King, Lilywood Yggdrasil. For the Symphonia Kingdom who had an abundance of nature, she's the being who brought about their bountiful harvest, and is truly the most important guest for the Symphonia Kingdom. Someone that they shouldn't express any disrespect at all. I will be quick. Symphonia's king rise Lia Symphonia 18. Why yes. Hearing her quiet voice echo, Symphonia's king, Rise's shoulders twitched. The voice announcing that just now was cold and intimidating, which was unusual for the very mild-mannered Lilywood. I heard that you made a dissatisfactory treatment against the otherworld of Mayama by deliberately not inviting him to the evening party. That is. Receiving Lilywood's words, Rise's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That one is an issue that's been bothering Rise very much lately. No, it was a mistake of the past. He was very much in love with his younger sister, Lilia, and he didn't like the idea of a man staying at her house. However, the other party was an otherworlder, and he couldn't just recklessly threaten him. That's why he didn't send him an invitation as a small harassment, but it caused him an unexpected situation. After that one incident, the underworld king Kiromwena has clearly become hostile towards the royal palace, and as if someone had told them something. The followers of the underworld king, who are also numerous in the royal palace, began to dislike Rise. They sent emissaries to the underworld king a few times, hoping to somehow get a chance to plead his case, but they were all sent back by a maid, half dead. Because of this, Rise's position in the royal palace had become quite bad, but he didn't expect to be pursued further by Lilywood here. Rise has somehow managed to explain to her, but Lilywood stopped him from speaking further and spoke to him, colder than before. Don't get me wrong. I didn't come here to ask you a question. I've already heard everything I need from my followers and know that what they're telling is the truth. Or perhaps, do you think my people have been lying to me? No, they didn't make any mistake. I'm not here to ask whether that act was done by you personally or that was the will of the country itself. No sound could be heard at all. The king's retainers also couldn't speak either. To speak out to her is in itself an act of opposition to the world king, and if they do so, they will lose their position. That's how important the existence of the world king is to the Symphonia Kingdom, and if they were to touch her anger, there is no other path for Symphonia King but destruction. Let me tell you the real issue here. There's only one thing I'm telling you to do. To make a clear and sincere apology to the otherworlder, Mayama, in a public venue. Do you understand what I mean? Why, yes. However, that is the demand of Lilywood, that is to say, for the king to bow down in public, is a tremendous blow to Rise from the eyes of the public. While Rise hesitated in his reply, Lilywood just looked at him coldly before she continued. If this isn't done as soon as possible, I will cut off all ties with the Symphonia Kingdom from now on. At those words, not only Rise, but all the people who heard her had their eyes wide open. It's not an exaggeration to say that Lilywood is the one who controls the fertility of the Symphonia Kingdom, and not to mention the elves. Many of the farmers also have faith in Lilywood as if she was a god. If Lilywood were to give up on the Symphonia Kingdom, many of the elves, fairies, spirits, and farms would turn their weapons to the royal palace at once. These words, so to speak, were so heavy that they could even be considered a declaration of destruction for the Symphonia Kingdom. Is that clear? Symphonia's king. Why, yes. I will do it as soon as possible. Good. However, I don't think this is a good way to end our conversation. So, I think I'd like to share with you some information that may be beneficial to you. Beneficial information. Having no other choice but to follow her demand, Rise powerlessly responded by saying that she will obey Lilywood's words. Thereupon, the sharpness Lilywood had before softened, and with a smile on her face, she gave him additional information. What I want to say is that it is beneficial for you to interact with the otherworlder Mangacap. That's because he has a very friendly relationship with the Underworld King and even the Death King. Wah! Not only Underworld King Sama, but also Death King Sama. Yes, so if you're against him, you'll be against them as well. However, if he had a favorable impression towards the country, it means that the value of this country will also increase for the Underworld King and the Death King. It wouldn't hurt to be friendly with him. After explaining the benefits of being friendly with Kaido, Lilywood stayed silent for a few moments. The shocking revelation conveyed by Lilywood caused those in the audience room to be noisy, and after the noise subsided, she spoke again. I've finished telling you what you need to know. I will be leaving for Rigphoretia after this, so I will take my leave. Symphonia's king. I would like to see a prompt response about that matter I just mentioned before. Yes, I assure you. I will give him my sincere apology. Good. Well then, if you'll excuse me. With those words, Lilywood's figure disappeared from the audience room. After leaving the royal palace, while Lilywood thought about her plans, she recalled the conversation she had earlier. That should do it. Just forcing an apology from him will cause some people to hold a vile grudge against Mangacap-san. It's best to make them realize that he's someone they should treat with friendship, even if he has to bow down to him. For the time being, Lilywood is relieved that it won't turn into a situation where Kuromwena and Isis would attack the royal palace, but that's when one of her followers approached. World King Sama, there's something you need to hear. What is it? Actually, I just received word from one of World King Sama's followers living in Rigphoretia that the black bears that were living in the elven forest have become extinct. Huh? Lilywood stiffened at the unbelievable words that were quietly said by her follower. Why? Were there even peerage-ranked high-ranked demons among the participants in the Sacred Tree Festival? No. That is, they were wiped out by Death King Sama. Isis did. Yes. We still didn't know the details, but apparently, a man who was participating in the Sacred Tree Festival, who is believed to be an otherworlder, was attacked by a black bear, and then Death King Sama appeared and exterminated all black bears in an instant. Hearing the report, Lilywood held her head in her hands. Black bears exterminated by Isis, the otherworlder who was attacked. She could somehow imagine the situation, but just thinking about it made her dizzy. It may be slightly earlier than planned, but I'll be heading to Rigphoretia soon. Before that, I'm going to investigate whether only the forest is affected by the magic power of death. Go convey that to them. Yes. If things had unfolded as Lilywood had assumed, Isis would definitely have unleashed her magic power of death along with her tremendous rage, and she could imagine the aftermath of that happening, affecting the trees in the elven forest. Just when she thought she had solved one of her troubles, an even more troubling event befell on her. Her shoulders heavily slumping, Lilywood uses her teleportation magic to move towards Rigphoretia. Chapter 84. I received the affection of a spirit. After seeing Anima off, I returned to the inn and found Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san in the room we were in earlier. The two of them were looking around, but their faces brightened after they noticed us. Mayama-san, Mayama-senpai. They run over to me and ask me a few questions to make sure I'm okay. When I told the two of them, who were asking me with concern, that there's nothing wrong with my body, they both looked relieved. And then, although I thought we would then begin chatting with Lilia-san and the others, Yuzuki-san stood in front of me with her face down. Senpai. Yuzuki-san. I'm sorry. I was so scared that I couldn't move. I knew immediately what Yuzuki-san was talking about. She seems to be feeling guilty that she caused me to be injured because she wasn't able to escape. Bowing down while her shoulders quiver, she apologized. Smiling as gently as I could to Yuzuki-san, I replied to her with words that reassure her. I'm glad you're not hurt. Son? Pai. Senpai. Whoa. Hearing my words, Yuzuki-san's body trembled for a bit before tears appeared in her eyes. And then, she jumped towards me. Because of the height difference, it looks like she buried her face in my chest, but Yuzuki-san continues to cry. Ayua. Senpai. It's all right. See, I'm as safe as I can be. Yes? Senpai. Thank you for saving me. Though even if I say that, I was also saved by Lilia-san and the others, so it isn't that I can proudly say I saved you. Yes, in the end, I didn't win against the black bear, and I think I would have died if it weren't for Sieg-san. So, when I tell her with a wry smile that I can't proudly say that I saved her, Yuzuki-san's arms which were behind my back squeezed my body tighter. That's not true. Senpai looked really cool. You looked really, really cool. I see. Thanks. Placing my hand on Yuzuki-san's head, I gently petted her. No further words are needed, as Yuzuki-san buries her face in my chest for a while, continuing to stroke her head until she calms down. After a while, Yuzuki-san releases her embrace and moves away from me. Once again, thank you very much. Kaido-senpai. Saying that, she brightly smiled like a blooming flower. Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san were back to how they usually act, and as I explained about anima and other stuff to them with Lilia-san and the others, Rei-san came back with a very tired look on his face. Rei-san, welcome back. What happened with anima? She's now guarding the area where the wall was broken now. You somehow look exhausted though. Well, that child really has quite a strong personality, huh? She immediately tried to strike the guard captain, who tried to give her instructions. Fortunately, thanks to Mayama-kuin's order, she followed my instructions. Because of that, I ended up joining the guard force for a while too. It seems that Anima is acting like usual even when they went to the guard force's barracks, as she refused to take orders from anyone but me, and she tried to bite the guard captain. It seems Rei-san ended up having to make a follow-up, deciding to join the guard force himself. That is, somehow I'm sorry. No, she certainly has a strong personality, but she has the ability to back it up. She was even able to carry a large amount of materials used to repair the wall with just one hand. Although he had some difficulties because of her personality, it seems that Anima, who has a power comparable to that of a peerage holder high-ranking demon, is a very useful manpower for the guard force. Even if you factor in her personality, it's said that her strength is enough to tilt the scales towards the positive side. I guess the next time I see Anima, I'm also going to tell her to follow the guard force's instructions. After that, Rei-san joins in our chat, and the topic of conversation shifts to the event for tomorrow. Sacred Tree Festival's Harvest Competition. Then, the Harvest Festival will be held tomorrow as planned. Yeah, we've taken every precaution to ensure that the Harvest Festival, which was originally made to be child-friendly, would be safe. And though it's ironic, because Death King Sama uprooted the black bears, we can say that it's rather safer compared to the previous Harvest Festivals. I see. It seems that with the extinction of the most dangerous beings in the Elven Forest, the black bears, the Harvest Festival is now safer. Speaking of which, where was the Harvest Festival going to be held in? It's going to be held in the Spirits Forest, east of Rigforestia. Spirits Forest? Yeah, the symbol of the festival, the sacred tree, is the spirit tree in which spirits live. The spirit trees only bear fruit at this time of the year, and that fruit is a local specialty of Rigforestia. Yuzuki-san's question is answered by Rei-san. It seems that the Spirits Forest is just as its name says, the forest where spirits live, and the spirit trees that grow there are apparently the sacred trees. Does that mean that the participants will harvest the fruits? That's right, and for the elves, it's also a perfect opportunity to make friends with the spirits. The fruit of the spirit tree is a strange fruit where it tastes worse if it's not harvested together with the spirits. The spirits are very shy though. The secret to harvesting more fruits is to be friendly to them. Fia-san and Rei-san explain my question in turn. Apparently, the spirits were very shy, which is why each participant goes into the forest separately to interact with the spirits and collect the fruits. In case you're wondering, the competition is ranked to see who collects the most fruits, but that's actually just an added bonus. Yes, after all, this event has an overwhelming advantage for spirit mages. Spirit mages? I've heard that the harvest festival, like the hunting tournament, will be ranked, but that's apparently just a bonus, as the prize for the harvest festival is an assortment of fruits harvested from the elves' forest, which is meager compared to the hunting tournament. And when FIA-san mentioned the unfamiliar term spirit mage, Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and I tilted our heads. A spirit mage is a mage who is loved by the spirits, and they can borrow the power of the spirits. For the elves, being a spirit mage is a very honorable duty. Incidentally, FIA here is a spirit mage. Then FISN can call spirits. Yes, it's been a long time since I did, so let's go call her. I don't know if girls were just really interested in seeing spirits or not, as Yuzuki-san asked in response to what Rei-san said, and with a gentle smile on her face, FIN made a small magic circle appear above her hand. The emerald green magic circle shimmered several times, before a small, translucent fairy, less than 30 centimeters tall, appears. The spirit, who looks like a translucent girl who's wearing green all over her body, really looks just as I imagined, and seeing her, Yuzuki-san gets even more excited. Yawa, she's really cute. Just a little touch. Fufufu, I told you, right? The spirits are very shy, and the only people who can touch their bodies are spirit mages. Yuzuki-san tried reaching out her hand, and the spirit quickly hid behind Fi-san. How about you try, Kaido-senpai? Me. I looked at the spirit who came in front of Fi-san again as Yuzuki-san told me that. The spirit noticed me and looked towards me, and after a while, she began fidgeting. When I felt that she reacted strangely, I slowly reached out my hand so as not to scare it, but when the spirit saw me reach out, it looked surprised before she disappeared. I guess that's impossible even if it's my Amasama, huh? No. In the first place, I feel like you're misunderstanding something. FIA-san. She disappeared? I didn't unsummon her though, but she disappeared instead of running away? Replying Lunamaria-san with Itsukomi with a wry smile on my face when I turned towards FIN. For some reason, FI-san had a strange expression on her face while she's quietly muttering something. As she tilted her head at the situation, the magic circle in FI-san's hand shone again and the spirit returned. Then, the spirit slowly approached me and after fidgeting for a while, she handed out something to me. A small fruit. Are you giving this to me? Seeing this scene, the three elves, Rei-san, FI-san, and Sieg-san, looked surprised. I was curious about why those three reacted like that, but when I spoke to the spirit in front of me, the spirit slightly nodded. Thank you. As I thanked her and received the fruit, the spirit spun around me looking somewhat happy, and then she started patting around my body. I thought the only person who can touch a spirit is a spirit mage? What's happening? Me, Mayama-san? How in the world did you do that? No, I didn't really do anything. Unlike when you're harvesting together in the harvest festival, giving you what they harvested is a gesture of affection for them. In other words, it's like that spirit is saying she wants to be friends with you. Is that so? I have no idea why, but it seems that this spirit liked me. As proof of this, when I reached out my hand to the spirit that came near me, the spirit didn't run away and I was able to touch her. And FI-san, who had been watching the scene looking dumbfounded, with her mouth wide open, her shoulders slightly slumped down. Are you alright? FIA. Ray? It took me 20 years to become a spirit mage, but for an instant, he was already able to. FIA-sama, I'm sure that you're well aware now that this person is just abnormal. That's right, FIA-san. Kaido-san is just unusual. He's really a monster in all sorts of ways. The burning reproach by Lunamaria-san, along with Lilia-san's follow-up, directly struck me. As far as Lilia-san's concerned, she's naturally treating me like I'm some sort of monster. But it's not like I used my sympathy magic this time as I did with the baby dragon. So why in the world did this happen? Dear Mom, Dad, I heard about the harvest festival and about the spirits. And for some reason, I received the affection of a spirit. Chapter 85. I guess we're getting along better, right? It's the second night since I came to Rigforetia, and tomorrow is the harvest festival where I'm participating in, and I want to rest already for the incoming day. I don't know if it's because I got lots of sleep in the daytime, or perhaps because I fainted earlier, but I can't sleep. Just when I was thinking about getting some evening breeze, there's a somewhat reserved knock on the door. Yes, I reflexively replied, but I received no reply. Under normal circumstances, I might have been distrusting when someone suddenly knocks on my door at night. But with my sympathy magic, I know who's visiting me. What's the matter? Sieg-san. I didn't receive any answer after her knock because the one knocking was Sieg-san. It's almost time for the date to change, but when I asked her what she wanted, Sieg-san made a small motion with her hand. Are you going for a stroll? Yeah, I also couldn't get some sleep. I don't know if Sieg-san also couldn't get some sleep either or she's just wide awake, but she asked me if I wanted to go for a stroll. Since I was about to get some night breeze anyway, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything with her around, I nodded in response to Sieg-san's invitation. I walked side by side with Sieg-san through the streets of Rigfaretia, which are lit by moonlight. In front of us is a glowing sphere-shaped magic tool, an item that was apparently called a portable illumination magic tool, which was often used to light up one's path. It's just like the flashlights in our world, but this magic tool doesn't need to be held in your hand, and you can adjust the direction it shines, making this one more efficient. After walking for a while, we arrive at a place that is like a plaza, and Sieg-san prompts me to sit on a bench there. Sieg-san also came to sit next to me like it's normal. As her red ruby-like hair faintly gleamed with the illumination magic tool, my heart can't help but skip a bit at her beauty from looking at her from her side. The night in Rigfaretia is very quiet, and the occasional breeze caressing my cheeks feels pleasant. After a brief moment of silence, I suddenly thought of something and called out to Sieg-san. Speaking of which, Sieg-san, I have been able to thank you properly. For saving me. Thank you, V. I was going to properly thank her for protecting me from the black bear's attack, but as I was speaking, Sieg-san held up her index finger in front of my face and interrupted me. Then, she shook her head a few times, and after taking out a memo pad and pen from her pocket, she wrote something on it. I think it should rather be me who's thanking you. Kaido-san, thank you very much. Thanks to you, I was able to restore my strained relationship with Lily to how it was back then. No, I didn't really do anything to. I only said what I thought at that time, and I think the reason why Sieg-san and Lilia-san were able to restore their relationship is because she sincerely thought about her when she scolded her. So, I replied that I didn't particularly do anything in particular, but Sieg-san shook her head again and began writing on her memo pad. I needed someone to push me, and you were the one who pushed me forward. Humility may be a virtue, but you should understand when to receive compliments. Yes. However, I'd like you to be a bit careful about something. Be careful? After writing up to that point, Sieg-san holds out a note with the rest of what she's trying to say while looking at me with her beautiful blue eyes. I know that the method you used earlier can't be helped, but please don't be too reckless. You being injured makes me sad, so I hope you'll take care of yourself. Yes. After scolding me like I'm her naughty younger brother, Sieg-san looks at me with a gentle expression on her face, and I give her my firm reply. Nodding after she heard my reply, Sieg-san then softly smiled and wrote some more in her memo pad. Kaido-san, can I borrow your shoulder for a moment? My shoulder? Ah, yes. I'm fine with it, but in that case, please excuse me. Sieg-san. I didn't really understand what she meant when she said she wanted to borrow my shoulder, but when I nodded as I didn't have any particular reason to refuse, Sieg-san leaned towards me with her head on my shoulder. Sieg-san's height is about the same as mine, and although it can be said that she had just the right height to lean on me, I never thought that it would turn into a situation like this. Her long ears, the peculiar characteristic of the elves, swayed slightly, and I can feel Sieg-san's body heat from her head placed on my shoulder. Sieg-san stayed like that for a while, with her eyes closed and leaning her weight on me. I'm naturally not calm at all as a beauty like Sieg-san is doing that to me, and my heart has been pulsing like an annoying alarm clock since a while ago. Kaido-san, will you always hear my voice? As I froze sitting there in place, a note was held out to me out of the corner of my eye, as if it had been written there at some point. As you can see, I can't speak, and perhaps my tall stature can be intimidating, but I don't get talked too much. Certainly, I also thought that Sieg-san was the cool type of person too. Sieg-san is about 170 centimeters tall for a woman with a very well-defined face and a calm atmosphere. So when I first met her, I had assumed that she was a cool, stoic person. However, you talked about a lot of things with me. Even when I can't answer you, you didn't feel adverse towards me, and I'm really happy with that. It's just that I enjoyed talking to Sieg-san. I did think you were a cool person at first, but in fact, when I spoke to Sieg-san, I found you to be very homely, kind, and easy to talk to. Thank you very much. After hearing my words, Sieg-san smiled a little shyly, and after closing her eyes again, she leaned her head on my shoulder again. The silence that came again wasn't uncomfortable, but it somehow feels warm and calming. Basking in silence for a while, as I yielded my body to the occasional night breeze and enjoyed the gentle flow of time, Seegsan slowly lifted her head from my shoulder and quietly stood up. It's not a good idea to stay up too late. It would hinder us in the event tomorrow. We should get back soon. Yes. Following Seegsan's words, I get up from the bench. And just as we were walking back the path we used, Seegsan grasps my hand as if it was normal. Wah. Seegsan. I'm surprised by the suddenness of the situation, but Seegsan doesn't reply and just continues walking forward. Seegsan's cheeks seem to be slightly reddish, though it might have been the light, as she placed her thin, soft hands over mine and walked a little in front of me, pulling me along. Separating from Seegsan at the entrance of the inn, I returned to my room. I somehow felt like what happened just now was just a dream, just as I was about to lie down in my bed, that when I noticed something. Before I knew it, there was a little note inserted in the pocket of my clothes, which was undoubtedly written by Seegsan, and picking it up, I leaned close to the room's illumination magic tool and read the note. Kaido-kun is always straightforward and kind, and that is why I like you. Please remain the kind person as you are now, even in the future. I'm troubled since I have lots of rivals, but I will do my best. So if you can, please also turn my way once in a while. Looking at this note, written in a way that seems to express something, I tilted my head in my room. I guess this means that she likes me, but what does she mean by rivals? If I remember correctly, Seegsan and the others won't be joining the Harvest Festival tomorrow, so I don't think she would be competing with other participants. I don't really know what she meant, but I don't particularly feel uncomfortable. Just thinking about it didn't seem to give me an answer, so I put the note away in the magic box, and after turning off the light, I laid down on the bed. I couldn't fall asleep earlier, but thanks to Seegsan, I feel like I'm going to get some good night's sleep. Dear Mom, Dad, Seegsan and I strolled down the street at night and talked about stuff. I don't really get her intentions from some of her actions, but I guess we're getting along better, right? Chapter 86. Intermission. Sieglinde, her voiceless thoughts. When I first saw you, the first thing that rose in my heart was sympathy. Yeah, the only thought I had for him was that I felt sorry for him, coming out of the blue to a different world where he didn't know anyone. The first impression I had of you was that you seemed a bit unreliable. It's like you have no initiative, always at the mercy of the situation. And yet, I felt like you had somehow given up, even before you acted. You may not be aware of it, but I've been watching you ever since you came to this world. I couldn't follow you into the temple, or when you were with Underworld King-sama or Death King-sama, but I was always there to escort you when you walked outside other than those times. If I were to describe myself using the knight's jargon, I'm a shadow, someone referred to as a person responsible for guarding her target under concealment. When all of you came to this world, each of you had a shadow assigned to you by Lily, and I was the one who was assigned to be in charge of you. I was chosen for a simple reason. I do not harbor any repugnance towards men. Although it may not be Duchess Albert, Lily's intention to do so, but the atmosphere around the Duchess mansion has somehow become an environment where males are prohibited, and many of the servants who have continued to work in such an atmosphere have feelings close to prejudice towards men. Even though Lily restrained them right from the start, it must have been an uncomfortable place for you. I followed you as a shadow, and just on the first day, I made the big mistake of losing sight of you. Lily told me that the other party was probably a high-ranking demon, so it couldn't be helped. It wasn't a topic that ended up being unforgettable for me, but after that, I reminded myself to put more effort into your protection and to watch your movements even more closely than before. I think it was after the new year was over that you started to change. You, who had been somewhat reluctant to interact with others before, began to actively interact with various people, as if someone had possessed your body. Or perhaps, it may have just been a trivial change to the extent where you say hello to someone you hadn't spoken before, but I think the environment around you has drastically changed. I'm sorry, Mayama-san. Even though you're our guest, this kind of... No, I've already been here for 2 weeks, and I don't want to keep asking for your help. I'm always happy to help if it's just something like this. Carrying a basket with large amounts of laundry in it, I saw you walking down the hallway alongside one of the maids. It was about 2 weeks after your arrival that I began to see this often. When you first arrived, there were 3 main types of servants in Duchess Albert's household. Those who were willing to accept you, like Lily and Luna, and those who aren't very fond of the otherworlders themselves because of some of the people who held the role of hero, who had gone impudent after being treated as a stage guest. And lastly, The fact that many of Duchess Albert's servants have served Lily since she was a princess had a negative effect on them, as they were people who would be prejudiced of you just because you're a man. If you put them all together, it's no exaggeration to say that nearly 80% of the servants here weren't happy with you. You may not have realized it. However, it's true that the environment around you has dramatically changed. Of those who didn't like you in the beginning, nearly half have already changed their perception of you. Since this feeling of theirs was born out of petty prejudice in the first place, it's only natural that your reputation would change faster if they could just directly look at you as an individual. You were essentially a good-natured, a gentle person with a soft smile that suits you very well. I've been watching you and been amazed by you. You are changing the environment around you by your actions, and that was very bright for me, as I was afraid to move forward for fear of failure. Take action to change your present condition on your own. It's easy to put it into words, but I think it's very difficult and daunting to do. How are you able to be so strong? Aren't you afraid that your present condition would worsen? Aren't you afraid of failure? Putting myself into your shoes, I ask myself that question. Fortunately, you still speak even to this mute me, and occasionally had TWTH me. Do you remember it? When I asked you about a question I had during our first few teas, you said, "That should be obvious. Failing is scary, right?" I mean, not too long ago, I was always thinking about the risks and stuff like the negative side of things, and I always end up not being able to act on anything. What about now? Yeah, I had some change in mentality. It may be just a bit, even if it was really just a bit, but it has helped me to think positively. I'm now thinking that if I could somehow do something now if I do my best, but if I just give up without even trying, isn't it quite a shame? No, that's actually also just something I heard before. However, once I was able to think like that, the pain I had been experiencing before became much easier. I was able to think about doing my best again and persevering for a bit more. The way you said that, it was like you're really shining. You looked really wonderful. Yes, I have a confession to make. I respect you, who is younger than me, with all my heart. Seeing you work so hard and keep on going gives me courage, and somehow, I also felt happiness. I think it was around that time that your presence began to grow in me. Did you know? I've noticed how many of the people who weren't happy with you before were now happily responding to your greeting. As a matter of fact, you're quite popular among the servants now. Did you notice? The changes you brought to the environment around you. That the chef who used to harass you now sometimes uses slightly better ingredients for your meals. That you have a maid who has always wanted to be in charge of making your bed in your room. As far as I can see, there are a certain number of people who would have held their love for you if given the chance. Did you know? How big your existence has become in my life. When I sensed that you were in danger, I was so worried that I felt my heart would break. Did you notice? When I was about to lose you, the feelings I had for you changed from respect to longing. You probably didn't even notice it. You are a very kind and nice person, but you seem to have a troubling habit of poorly estimating yourself. It's quite inconvenient not being able to express these thoughts out loud, but I think it should be enough for now. Right now, I still don't have the courage to tell you clearly either. So, it may be selfish of me, but I will continue watching as you do your best, though I will have to ask you to share some of your courage. And when I finally have the courage to take a step forward, I will share my thoughts with you. I'm troubled since I have lots of rivals, but borrowing your words, it would be a shame to give up without even trying. So, from now on, I'm going to try my best to approach you who I yearn for, even a little closer. Comment 1 comment. Chapter 87. I was chosen as a potential winner. There were some unexpected troubles, but the harvest festival where Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and I were going to participate was finally approaching. After gathering at the entrance of the inn, before moving to the Spirits Forest, where the event will be held, Sieg-san gave us packages wrapped in cloth when we gathered. Sieg-san, what's this? Our bento, huh? Thank you very much. Apparently, Sieg-san packed bentos for the 3 of us. The harvest festival is held from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and while some will return to the city once to eat, the majority prepare bentos to eat lunch. Sieg-san seems to enjoy baking, and I've tasted some of her sweets before. It was all really well made and delicious, and since she mentioned that she usually cooks, I'm looking forward to having my bento for lunch. After properly thanking Sieg-san, we received our bentos and everyone moved to the venue. Incidentally, Lilia-san and the others aren't going to participate in the harvest festival. This is because, although the threats of black bears is no longer a concern, the annihilation of the guards is still causing concern in terms of security of the area, and it seems that the participants of the hunting tournament have decided to call for volunteers to patrol the perimeter of the spirit's forest, and Lilia-san and the others will join them. When we arrived near the exit of the city of Rigfaretia, there was a large crowd of people who seemed to be participants of the Harvest Festival. What was different from yesterday's hunting tournament, though, was that I think there were very many women and children who participated, I think. There are lots of kids here. Yeah. The main purpose of the Harvest Festival is to get to know the spirits. Especially for the elves, a good performance at the Harvest Festival could become a pact for the future. All parents who have children want their children to participate in the festival. I see. For the elves, being loved by a spirit is a great honor, and if they were to perform well at the Harvest Festival, they will be able to become a spirit mage. It seems that spirit mage is a very privileged position among the elves, and I guess it would be expected for parents to want their children to follow that path. It seems that while Ray-san was explaining to us, Lilia-san applied for our participation, and the male elf who seems to be in charge of the Harvest Festival came to talk to us with a soft smile on his face. Well then, the three of you who will be participating need to listen to some explanations and things that you need to take note of. It's going to take a little bit of time. The male elf gave us welcoming looks and began approaching us while saying that, and immediately afterwards, his body floated. No, it was being lifted up. You dare waste the master's time, which is worth more than thousands of white gold, for such disrespect? You must be looking for death, huh? If you have such a death wish, let me tear your body to pieces, right here and now. Anima, let him go. Where the heck did you even come from? Huh? Anima suddenly appears and grabs the man's collar, making such a disturbing statement while easily lifting his body in one hand. Seeing this, I let out a big sigh before commanding her to let go of him. Anima obeys my order and immediately lets go of him, and after turning to me, she salutes. Good morning, master. I was patrolling just now. In the midst of my patrol, I happened to notice his disrespect towards master, so I came here to remove this disrespectful being. This child seriously is. Geez, let alone a knife pointed at others. It's like she's a dynamite that's ready to explode. I'll absolutely go warn her a lot later. You could even call it a super theory, but I decided to give Anima instructions for the time being while holding my head in my hands at Anima's thoughts. I'll be fine here, so you can go back to work. Huh. This Anima will now return to her duty. Do your best. Your words are wasted for this unworthy me. Well then, I will take my leave. After straightening as sharply and replying as loudly as ever, Anima returns to her patrol with a systematic march. After seeing her off, I bow to the man who looks confused. I'm sorry for Anima's impoliteness. Hey, Ano. I see. You are the rumored master, huh? Rumored? Yeah. I've been warned that if I say anything disrespectful to her master, in front of her, she'll instantly beat me up. I'm really sorry for everything. It's only been nearly half a day. How the heck did you make the people around be vigilant of you that it was being talked about how everyone should be careful of you? What the heck did you do, Anima? Even Ray-san's just sighing there like he had completely given up on the whole thing. Thanks to the sudden attack of Anima, I feel a sense of exhaustion even before I participated in the event, and I listened to the man's explanation again. The explanation of the Harvest Festival isn't so difficult, and once I heard it, I can immediately understand most of the content. The participants were given a bag with a function similar to my magic box, and the flow of the Harvest Festival is simple. Put the fruit you harvested into the bag. Also, this bag was made by a spirit, and it seems to have a function that determines whether the fruit in it is harvested this year or last year, so it's not possible to cheat. For the things that we are being warned of, we are told not to harm the spirits, not to throw garbage in the forest, and so on. If you break these rules, you'll be disqualified from the game. It is said that if you grip the magic crystal attached to the bag in case that there's a problem, the guards around the spirit's forest will be able to tell your location immediately. I guess that's to be expected since there are many children who are participating in this event. Many safety measures have been taken in that area. Well then, Aoi-chan and Hina-chan. Word of advice from someone with experience: the spirits might show up after a while that you were in the forest, but spirits are still very timid. Don't just approach them all of a sudden, but wait for them to come to you. As long as you remember that, the two of you can get good results. Yes. What about me? Kaido-kun. I think it's fine if you just do as you see fit, right? FIA-san gave Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san some advice, but she didn't tell me anything? Why? Mayama-kun. What is it, Ray-san? The winner's prize may just be an assortment of fruits, but the freshness of the fruits deteriorates quickly. I'd recommend putting it in the magic box as soon as possible. No, it's not like I've already won though. I don't know what the punchline of his joke is, but Racin makes it sound like I have a chance of winning. No, no matter how you say it, I don't think I could compete against the people from the place where spirit mages are born, right? Era? Luna, what's that? They are placing bets on the overall winner over there, so I've bet all in of my last month's paycheck to Mayama-sama. Go buy some for me too. I respectfully obey. Wait, Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san. When Lilia-san asked when she saw the wooden tag that Lunamaria-san had been holding before I knew it, to my surprise, it seems that Lunamaria-san has participated in what seems to be betting for the Harvest Festival. No, I don't care if you want to bet or not, but why are you betting on me? Ah, Luna-san. Me too, please. Me too. Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san too? Wait, why are you also taking out your money, Seek-san? I have no idea how this happened, but everyone started betting on me. No matter how you look at it, I don't have any chance of winning here though. Dear Mom, Dad, the Harvest Festival is about to start, and I'm going to be part of the festival. I don't know how it happened, but Lilia-san and the others, they've chosen me as a potential winner. Chapter 88. There's an outrageous amount of spirits here. In a part of the area around the spirits forest, not far from the city of Rigforetia, the figures of Reginhard and Sylphia who had joined the guard force could be seen. Half of the guards were decimated, an unusual situation in previous years, and these two people seemed to be quite serious at first as they were guarding the area. But contrary to such vigilance, the Harvest Festival was progressing peacefully and calmly, and soon, it would already be lunchtime. Nearly 2 hours have already passed since the Harvest Festival started, but let alone monsters, there's no signs of even animals appearing in front of the two of them at all. If you think about it, it should be natural that this would happen. The magic power of death released by the Death King Isis once covered the entire elven forest. Yes, if her magic power of death is so incredibly powerful that it could break the minds of half of the guards in just the aftermath. If that were the case, there's no way these wild animals and monsters that have the ability to sense danger in the wild would ever think of leaving their homes, and they would definitely stay in their nest for a few days, shivering in fear. If that was the case, there was no way the fierce beasts and monsters that would usually interfere with the Harvest Festival would come around, and thus, the two of them had a lot of free time at the moment. Just as these two stayed alert, but relaxed as they continued to keep the security in the area, with somewhat serene expressions on their faces, a man and a woman approached them. Ojai, Ray Fia. Oya, I never thought I'd meet you here. The male elf calls out their names while widely waving his hand, and it seems that they knew each other, as Reginhard Light raises one hand to return his greeting. The elven man and woman stops when they get close to the two, and this time, the female elf speaks to them with a gentle smile on her face. Did you two join the guard force? Yeah, we had that kind of situation after all. Well, it looks like that's something that we can't avoid. Are you two not going to join the Harvest Festival? Ah, well, I'm not joining this year. I'm just here to pick her up. Sylphia replies back to the woman's words, followed by Reginhard asking about the two of them. I was actually going to join the guard force, but he insisted that I join for some reason, so I'm joining the Harvest Festival. I'm just heading back for lunch. Well, that should be obvious. It wouldn't be much fun without you joining this festival, as your last year's winner. Yes, that's right. However, it's a shame Fia isn't joining this year. There's no point in competing without a rival to compete with. The female elf is a spirit mage just like Sylphia, and they are good rivals and best friends who work hard for each other. In fact, last year, the woman may have acquired victory, but the difference in points between her and Sylphia was very small. The fact that a rival with such equal ability didn't take part in the competition makes the woman look a little disappointed, and Sylphia, seeing this, tried to choose her words carefully before speaking. Hey, can we not do it this year? See, it's not too late, so you can still default now? Wait right there, Fia. What the heck are you talking about? No, Fia is right. I know what you're capable of. However, having that competition of yours isn't going to be good this year. The man and woman looked surprised at the words Sylphia told them, and when the woman listened back looking confused, Reginhard followed suit and recommended that they abstain. Oi, what kind of joke are you two pulling now? No, I'm not joking here. This year isn't good. A monster is participating this year. A monster? Hearing Reginhard's words as he tells them that, looking a bit pale, The man and woman nodded their heads with expressions that seemed to say they still don't understand their reasons. After a bit of silence passes between the four of them, Sylvia slowly opens her mouth. I was actually planning to participate since I was encouraged by Ray before. Yeah, but FIA withdrew from joining yesterday, after witnessing how outrageous that child is right before our eyes. That child. I thought it would be better if I abstained from joining. Otherwise, this pride I boasted and developed as a spirit mage will be smashed to pieces. I agree with FIA. I don't mean to underestimate you by any means. It's just that child is too much of a monster. Seeing Sylvia and Reginhard, who recommended abstaining so desperately that it even looks like they were talking about an incoming crisis, the man and the woman could understand that the two of them aren't joking at all. However, even if they did so, as expected, probably because that one point where they themselves have never seen this monster for themselves, but the threat that they have been talking about wasn't properly conveyed. Good gracious, you two seriously think she's going to lose? You remember how many fruits she collected last year, right? 186. That's the record highest even among the generations, right? That is. It certainly is a tremendous amount considering that the average amount of fruits harvested only amounts to 50, but certainly, if you normally think about it, even if it was a person with great ability, the person Reginhard and Cilia had in mind isn't a spirit mage. In that case, he shouldn't be able to beat this woman who have clear knowledge regarding spirits and has already gathered solid experience with it. Is what should have been the case, but still, the anxiety never disappeared in their minds. Fufufu, isn't it amusing? For the two of you to describe him to be such a being, wouldn't this mean that I won't lack rivals to compete with? I guess he would be someone I would need to take seriously. Oh, great. Let's go break the record again. Yes, I'm in great shape this year, and the spirits seem to be in a better mood than ever. I'll show you too how I crossed the 200 points mark this year. Reginhard and Sylvia thought for the woman's sake when they gave her advice, but it ended up igniting the spirit of the woman who wasn't very motivated for this competition since her rival, Sylvia, isn't joining. The woman declaring the unprecedented number of 200 left Reginhard, and Sylvia unconsciously at a loss for words. Ha, that's the spirit. Oops. If we spend too much time chatting here, we'll end up missing lunch. No, I'm passing on lunch. I'm going back to the forest. If it's someone that's even greater than Sylvia, I can't be negligent. I see. I'll be going back to Rigfaretia then. Yeah, look forward to it. Well then, you too. Thanks for the good info. I'll be off. The man and woman conversed in front of the two who just looked at them, petrified, and the woman turned back the way she came and went back to the spirit's forest, while the man also walked towards the city of Rigfaretia. As they majestically went their ways, Reginhard looked off the back of the woman who was well suited to say such words, and quietly muttered, FIA, she's quite an awesome spirit, isn't she? Yes, she's the head spirit mage, after all, the greatest among the elves. 200 should have been an outrageous amount of points, isn't it? Yes, it would truly be a history achievement. They quietly exchanged words as the woman disappeared from their sight. Looking at the direction she had gone in, the two of them quietly looked at each other again. But I wonder why? I still can't imagine a future where she can beat my Amakun. How unexpected. Me too. Thank you. Going around the forest together with them, I thank the spirit for holding them out in front of me before taking them and putting them in my bag. It seems that quite a bit of time has passed since the festival started, and when I look at my watch, it was already lunchtime. It's about time I took a break anyway, so I guess it's fine if I have lunch. How many do I have now? I think I already have about 300 now. Looking at the bag, which works the same way as my magic box and doesn't feel heavy at all, I thought, I've been harvesting fruits almost without a break so far, and I think I've harvested a little more than 300 fruits there. However, as a first-time participant, I'm not sure if that 300 is a large number or not. I wish I had asked Ray-san and the others before. No, in the first place, I don't know the reason why, but Lilia-san and the others treated me like I'm one of the people who had a chance for victory, and they even bet money on my name. Honestly, if it was just Lunamaria-san, it would have just been fine, and if I were to lose, then she would have got what she deserved, but with Lilia-san, Sieg-san, Kusunoki-san, and Yuzuki-san betting on me, I feel like a bit of pressure weighing down on my shoulders. Well, there's no point just thinking about it, so let's just do our best in the afternoon as well. Even so, having collected my thoughts, I suddenly move my gaze. Out of the corner of my eye, I see so many different colored spirits that they were filling my field of vision. Some spirits that noticed my gaze and waved to me, spirits that were flying around me as if they were having fun, and spirits that were repeatedly patting my body as if they found something of interest. As expected of the spirits forest, there are so many spirits here. The spirits aren't as timid as Ray-san and the others said. On the contrary, they were the ones guiding me to the places where there are more fruits growing on the trees, and they were even willing to help me harvest them. I guess since they were providing the place for this festival, the spirits were probably very friendly to the humans. Dear Mom, Dad, I think the harvest festival is going reasonably well, but I guess it was quite obvious since this place was named the Spirits Forest. In this forest, there's an outrageous amount of spirits here. Chapter 89. I encountered the World King. In a slightly open area in the corner of the Spirits Forest, I sat down on the root of a large tree and opened the bento that Seek-sen gave me. Whoa! Inside was a simple sandwich and some light dishes, and while it looked delicious, it was also kind of feminine and cute. I guess that's to be expected of Seek-sen, huh? The crusts of the bread are neatly removed, and the sandwiches are arranged in sizes that seem to be just right for eating. The filling is. I wonder what this is. I can vaguely recognize eggs and lettuce-like vegetables in it. And perhaps, she took into consideration that I'm a man who doesn't eat vegetables that much. There are also some sandwiches with some meat in between. It kinda looks like chicken, but what kind of meat is this? It's kinda air because of that tyrant worm. What I'm trying to say is that since I ate that huge caterpillar skewer without knowing it, I've become wary of the meat in this world. No, even if that huge worm meat was actually snake meat, I would still have a hard time eating it just as I did back on Earth. However, to the people of this world, it might just be a very common ingredient. Yes, it's already cooked, and I don't know what kind of meat it is, so let's just not think about it. And since I have a bad feeling about it, let's also not ask what the other ingredients are. Switching my mind, which seemed to be leaning towards a strange direction, I took one of the sandwiches in hand and brought it to my mouth. Delish. That sandwich isn't that outrageous that it would strip all my clothes while screaming delicious. But every time I bite into it, the carefully cooked meat will melt and become soft and tender, filling my mouth with its gentle flavors. It's not like the food you eat in fancy restaurants or anything like those. I guess it was as if you could taste the gentleness of home, a flavor I really like. And then, I tried the other side dishes. Perhaps because they are eaten with bare hands. All of the side dishes were made into bite-sized pieces and then stuck on wooden skewers so that they could be easily eaten with one hand. While feeling my heart warmed by Seek-san's typical meticulous attention to detail, I was moving my gaze to see which side dish to eat first when my attention was caught by something. Mini burger steaks. It seems that the burger steaks have been handed down in this world as well, and when I saw the skewer with bite-sized burger steak stuck on it, I can feel myself getting excited. Well, what can I say? I'm slightly embarrassed sounding like an excited child, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration when I say that burger steak is my favorite food to eat. As I recall, Seek-san asked me before what my favorite food was, and I remembered telling her about burger steaks. It seems like she remembered it, huh? Reaching for the mini burger steak skewer and putting it in my mouth, I noticed that it was a simple one with no sauce or anything else on it. For me, a simple salt and pepper seasoned burger steak is the best, and I don't remember eating mini burger steaks with demi-glace sauce when I eat in restaurants. That's why I can say that the burger steaks made by Seek-san are my favorite. Delicious, really delicious. The soft, crunchy texture, the juices seeping into my mouth, and the simple seasoning of salt and pepper accentuated the flavor of the meat, making the flavor so delicious it was like it was sinking into my body. Ah, this is it. This is what I like the best. As I slowly and frugally savor my burger steak, my eyes heat up a bit, and some nostalgic memories come flooding back in my mind. Kaido, what do you think? Mother's burger steak is delicious, right? Rather than that, Mom. Aside from the burger steaks you make, your cooking isn't very good. Ugh, hi. I'm not really that good at cooking after all. Speaking of which, Dad said the other day that other than her cooking, Mom would have been the ideal woman. Wait right there, dear. TSK, he ran away. Hey, stop right there. Mom was a terrible cook, isn't she? She was so careless that she would even carelessly burn herself, and she would even hold the knife improperly, so I remembered being nervous as a child whenever she's in the kitchen. She couldn't make elaborate dishes at all, and she would often make mistakes in the number of seasonings. However, the food that she always served with a smile on her face while she puffed out her small breasts was really warm. I was feeling a little pensive as I remembered the past, and before I knew it, there was a spirit in front of me, staring at my lunchbox with interest. Do you want to eat? When I asked him, thinking that he wanted to eat some of my bento when I looked at him, the spirit. No, the spirits vigorously nodded their heads. What should I do? Even if each one of them could only eat a small piece, when there are so many of them, I don't know if I will be able to distribute it to everyone. However, if I just give them to some of the children, the other children would be quite pitiful. That's right. If it's cookies, I have lots of them, but I wonder if they will like it. Taking out a large number of jam cookies from my magic box and showing them to the spirits, they looked at them with interest before all of them looked towards me expectantly. All right, let's eat together. Everyone would get some, so properly get in line. Exclamation point. It seems that jam cookies are good too, as the spirits follow my words and line up neatly in a row. For me, they were bite-sized cookies, but for the spirits, these jam cookies are as big as their faces, and it seems like it would be hard for one of them to eat one, so I break it in half and give it to them one by one. It took a while to finish handing out the cookies when there were more than 100 of them, but I finally finished giving them to everyone, and the spirits happily munch on the cookies little by little as I eat my bento, swinging their faces in the air. I've heard from people before how little things are cute, and it seems that it is as they say, as the spirits eating jam cookies are very cute, and watching them eat is quite a comforting sight. Thanks to the spirits, my mood is lifted, and I'm able to eat my lunch with many of them. The light shining through the trees illuminated our surroundings in a magical way, and I felt as if I had wandered into a fairy tale. After lunch, just as I was about to resume the harvest, the spirits suddenly looked unusual. They began to fly around in a restless manner. At first, I was worried that the jam cookies I gave them earlier had caused something wrong with their bodies, but my sympathy magic conveyed not pain, but a mixture of joy and surprise instead. What's the matter with all of you? You want me to follow you? Hey, all right. I didn't understand the situation, but the spirits seemed to be trying to lead me somewhere by pulling my hand and beckoning me to follow them. And even though I was confused by their sudden change, I compliantly followed them. Unlike the time when they led me to the places where there were a lot of berries, they seemed to be in some kind of hurry. Yes, if I had to describe it, it was like they're feeling as if they won't make it in time to something. I've been following the spirits. They seemed to be advancing deeper into the forest, and the wide, easy-to-walk path we were just traversing before had become more and more like a rough animal trail. However, the path I'm walking on isn't so much that I can't advance because the spirits are clearing the weeds ahead of me. However, I feel like I'm being led to an unexplored region, and I'm a little anxious about where they're going to take me. Well, if there are this many spirits, it's probably safe to a certain extent, but seriously, where in the world are we going? It's probably about 10 minutes or so, and as I follow the spirits through the animal trail, the scene in my eyes drastically changes. No, the fact that it's a forest hasn't changed, but I can see a tremendous number of spirits ahead of me. It's a ridiculous number compared to the number that was following me just a few minutes ago, as there are clearly more than 1,000 spirits gathered here. While tilting my head at this unusual scene, I stepped my foot even further, and there, I found a single tree. It seems that it hasn't affected you all too much. That's a relief. I can hear a voice resounding somewhere, but I can't see anyone at all. I mean, if my ears aren't out of whack yet. I think I just heard the tree in front of me sound like it was talking. Oya. As if to answer my question, I heard the voice of that tree again. And it seems like the trunk of the tree was rotating before. Wah. The tree moved as if it were looking back, and my voice involuntarily leaked out at the sight that met my eyes. In the tree's trunk, just around the center, there was a woman wearing an outfit that was reminiscent of a certain tribe somewhere buried. And, no, that's wrong. Rather than being buried, it appears as if her hands and lower body are fused with the tree. By the way, the reason why I thought the entity fused with a tree is a woman is because of those bountiful parts bulging that they can be clearly seen even on top of her loose, ethnic dress-style clothing. Well, I wonder to myself why I'm thinking like this in this kind of situation, but if you're a man, you'll have to forgive me for not being able to turn away my eyes from those atrocious bulges. Anyway, that woman was, how should I say this, an existence with an incredibly mysterious atmosphere. Her eyes were a beautiful emerald green like jewels, and her long, vibrant green hair glitter with the sunlight. No, looking at them closely, those aren't hairs. They're leaves. Those small leaves are strung together in layers to form a long hair-like shape. A body united with a tree and hair of leaves. If I were to base her with the RPG I used to play, she looks like those dryad monsters. Well, She at least doesn't seem to be a human. Huh. The woman quietly stared at me with her jewel-like eyes. The woman's face is quite high up in the air, and perhaps because she's fused to the tree, it kinda looks like she's looking down upon me, which makes me uncomfortable. Who could this woman be? If she's in the spirit's forest, does that mean she's a spirit? No, but something is clearly different about her from the spirits I've seen so far. Yes, something status. If I had to put it into words, would it be a sense of presence? The tremendous atmosphere, as if a tree so large it pierces the heavens exists in front of me, leaves me speechless. The woman continued to stare at me for a while, before calmly speaking to me. Are you, by any chance, Mayama Kaido-san? How should I say this? There's something strange in her voice, and the woman's mouth didn't even move, and it sounded as if the sound was coming from her whole body, not from her mouth. However, what was even more shocking was the fact that she said my name when we were supposed to have never met before. Who is she really? I'm certainly Mayama Kaido, but who are you? Forgive my discourtesy. It was quite impolite of me to ask your name without introducing myself. Hearing the question that spilled out of my mouth, the woman lightly bows her head once, before she gently smiles. My name is Lilywood. Lilywood Yggdrasil. In the demon realm, I'm the one known as the World King. As I heard the words that were calmly announced to me, I felt my thoughts completely stopped this time. Dear Mom, Dad, in the depths of the spirit's forest, arriving in the place where the spirits brought me, I encountered the World King. Chapter 90. I was warned. In the depths of the spirit's forest, I encountered one of the 6 kings, the pinnacle of the demon realm, the World King, Lilywood Yggdrasil. The person who has become one with the tree continues to speak calmly to the astonished me. I'm sorry to have surprised you, but in a way, it was fortunate that I met you here. I've been wanting to meet you once. Me? Yes. I heard about you from Isis and Kiromwena, and I thought I'd give you a visit after the Sacred Tree Festival. Kuro and Isis-sen, huh? Lilywood-sama. You don't need to add an honorific title. You can just call me by my name, like you call Isis and Kiromwena. Regarding Lilywood-sama. No, Lilywood-san. I had heard from Lilia-san and the other that she was one of the gentlest of the 6 kings, and it seems that what I heard were true, as Lilywood-san's voice is gentle, and she speaks to me, a mere human being, in a very polite manner. Well then, please let me call you Lilywood-san. You already know my name, but once again, my name is Mayama Kaido. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for your courtesy. It's nice to meet you too. It's a great pleasure to meet you here. Why was Lilywood-san planning to visit me? I bow once to Lilywood-san, who politely returned my greeting. And then, I asked what she meant when she said she was going to visit me after the Sacred Tree Festival. I don't need to doubt her now, but Lilywood-san is an existence with extremely high status. She's one of the pinnacle of the demon realm, and had a presence that won't undermine that title. That's why I wondered. It was just a coincidence that I met Kuro and Isis-san, and even though my encounter with Lilywood-san here was unexpected, she seemed to know me already and wanted to meet me, and I didn't know the reason why. Hearing my words, Lilywood-san gently smiles and replies. There were 2 reasons why I wanted to meet you. One was simply because I became interested in you, and the second reason was, I wanted to meet you once and express my gratitude. Gratitude, is it? For what exactly? All of the 6 kings are close to each other, but of all of them, I have the most opportunities to talk to Isis, and I can say that Isis is a longtime friend of mine. Indeed, if I remember correctly, when Isis-sen came to visit, she mentioned how Lilywood told her about it, and the 2 of them may be like close friends. Just as Lilywood-san was speaking, her eyes slightly narrowed in sadness before she continued speaking. I thought I understood the suffering she was going through, but I couldn't do anything about it. Because I'm a being with power comparable to Isis, I was unable to fulfill her wish to come in contact with the powerless as well, and to meet someone who would accept her even if such being doesn't have power. I was busy with my own affairs, and seeing Isis growing sad and lonely, I always felt frustrated. But then, you appeared at her doorstep. Me? She seemed to care very much about Isis and Lilywood and seemed to be feeling chagrined at her inability to make Isis-san's pain go away. Yes, ever since she met you. Isis has been smiling really happily, and every time she visits you, she happily talks about you. Seeing her like that makes me happy. I can't help but be really happy that she's able to laugh from the bottom of her heart. I don't think I really did that much, though. No, since Isis met you, the cold, hard ice that had bound her for so many years disappeared. For that, I owe you a debt of gratitude that is too great to convey in words. Kaido-san, thank you so much. No, that's... I'd really like to thank you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Looking at Lilywood-san as she deeply bowed her head to me and expressed her gratitude, I just scratched my head, a little confused. Now then, what do I do? If she said that she wanted to thank me out of the blue, it isn't that I want something in return for being in contact with Isis-san. I like being with Isis-san because she's a nice person who is kind and fun to be with, and I'm not thinking of anything by doing so. So it would be right to say no here, but there was one thing that inevitably stuck in my mind. Lilywood-san. Regarding Isis-san. I talk to her because she's an important friend to me and I enjoy being with her. So I honestly don't want to get rewarded for something like that. So please consider this as a request that has nothing to do with that. If you don't want to do so, you can decline, as I'm very aware that this can be a rude request. However, if it's possible, can I have one of the fruit of the world tree? Yes, the one thing that stuck in my mind was Sieg-san. She said she didn't want to heal the wound and that it didn't matter to her if she couldn't speak, but maybe one day, he would change her mind. There might come a time when she needs her voice. So, if there's a way to get her voice back when that time comes, I wanted to give it to Sieg-san, who has always been a great help to me. So, after saying that I'm not requesting this as compensation for befriending Isis-san first, I asked this while deeply bowing to Lilywood-san. After hearing my words, Lilywood-san was silent for a few moments before she calmly replied. Of course I don't mind. I'll give you as much as you want. Is that all right? Isn't that something incredibly valuable? No, it isn't really that valuable. In the first place, I'm restricting its distribution because I'm concerned that the fact that it can heal any wounds will never result in anything good. In response to my unreasonable request, Lilywood-san readily agrees without seeming particularly bothered. It seems that the fruit of the world tree, which is extremely rare and expensive for the world, isn't so rare for Lilywood-san. If this fruit that can heal any wounds could be easily obtained, those who specialize in recovery magic and medical treatment would lose their jobs. And not only that, it also deprives many people of the feeling of danger. The fruit of the world tree can heal wounds, but it can't reverse death. If people start thinking that it's okay to get hurt because their wounds will be healed, it will cause lots of chaos in the world. Therefore, I have placed restrictions on the circulation of the fruit of the world tree in the world. What Lilywood-san said is plausible. If all wounds are able to heal becomes normal, more people will lose their sense of urgency, and depending on how they use it, they can abuse it as much as they want. That's why Lilywood-san seems to be restricting the distribution of the fruits of the world tree. As I nod in response to Lilywood-san's words, a branch grew out of the tree that Lilywood-san is united with. That branch reaches in front of me and produces a fruit that looks like a transparent crystal. Here you go. This is the fruit of the world tree. Thank you very much. Receiving the fruit, which I could even feel divinity from it, I thanked Lilywood-san for it before putting it away in my magic box. Thereupon, Lilywood-san smiles with a somewhat troubled expression on her face. However, I don't think this is enough to return my gratitude though. No. I felt like I was being selfish when I asked you this, so. I can see it in your eyes. You didn't want it for yourself. It's for someone else, right? Then, it's still not enough to return my gratitude. No, Air. So here's what I'll do. Whenever you need my help in the future, please call me. I promise to be there for you. Saying that, Lilywood-san's eyes turned serious. What's with this? It's hard for me to imagine a situation in which I have to ask one of the 6 kings, Lilywood-san, for help, but Lilywood-san's eyes seem to be focused on something. I don't know if it's because I was having such thoughts or not, but Lilywood-san calmly spoke with her eyes, looking at me filled with seriousness. Please be careful of the phantasmal king, No Face. No Face is probably already looking at you as a unique entity. And now, that person is most probably assessing your worth, whether or not you're a danger to this world. And if that person judges you as a danger, No Face will mercilessly deal with you. So, if you notice anything out of the ordinary in the surroundings, please give me a call. For Isis's sake, I can't afford to lose you. To these words quietly spoken, I can't make any reply to them. The phantasmal king, No Face, one of the 6 kings that's still shrouded in mystery. As I recall, I remembered Chrono-san also saying that she doesn't really know what the phantasmal king is thinking. Dear Mom, Dad, I met Lilywood-san, and she gave me the fruit of the world tree. And she warned me that I should be careful of the phantasmal king. Chapter 91. Intermission. Phantasmal King: The Secret Maneuvers of the King of Abyss. Even within the vast demon realm, there's a large city that stands out from the rest. In the center of the city, in the huge Colosseum, the reigning existence tilted his head at his visitor. Huh? Isekaied? Who's that? He's an otherworlder who is in close contact with Underworld King Sama and Death King Sama. And it seems that World King Sama is also interested in him. An otherworlder? Huh. Hiromuena and Isis, and even Lilywood, huh? Is that guy strong? I don't know. I'm afraid we only received that much information. The messenger replied to the king, who speaks in a rough language with a slightly nervous look on his face. To give us such information, what the heck is that bastard planning now? Gee, I wouldn't know about it even if I asked you that, huh? Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't assist you. War King Megiddo Arjeet's Borns, Sama. Huh. So never thought about it before talking about it to me, huh? Want me to crush you to pieces? The messenger can't help but step back. After looking at the scene with a bored expression on his face, Megiddo tells him with a smile on his mouth. But well, this sounds interesting. I'm going to invite that otherworlder to come here. If he's strong, so be it. If he's weak, I wouldn't be interested in as much as a piece of his hair, and I will crush him right there and then. Also, tell this to that no-face fellow. I don't mind that bastard is sneaking around, but if that fellow interferes in my way, I wouldn't be lenient anymore. Understood. Receiving Megiddo's words, the phantasmal king's emissary bows his head deeply. As if he doesn't want to speak further, Megiddo removes his gaze from the messenger and looks towards the Colosseum. There were a huge number of demons there. You can find more than 100 high-ranking demons, including peerage holder high-ranking demons, all lying on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. Ora, how long do you all plan lying there? Just because we've had a mere 1,000 years of peace, but for all of you to be wearing cowardice. How pathetic. My apologies. Hoi, get your lazy asses up. Let's get another round. You bastards, show me some guts to even give me a scratch. Even with more than 100 high-ranking demons against him, this can't be anything more than a way to pass time for the War King. The most belligerent king in the demon realm, who loves fighting more than anyone and spends his days in battle. The War King Megiddo Arjeet's Borns. His tremendous howl still roared through the land around the Colosseum today. In the mountain range of the demon realm, where the dragons lived, their king, the Dragon King, was quietly listening to the messenger's words. This is the information I have received from my lord, Phantasmal King. I understand. We'll also make our moves. Tell that to No-Face. Although his tone is calm, his voice is so loud that it resounded to the sky. It's no wonder, since the Dragon King Magnoel Bascus Lardo Kurtzwald is the creature with the largest physique in the demon realm. No, in the whole world. His body is so huge that it no longer feels more accurate to describe it as height, but as elevation. If it were to be expressed in the unit of measurement of the other world, Earth, it would be more than 5,000 meters. It was a huge dragon, so huge that it really looks like it pierced the heavens. Seeing off the Phantasmal King's messenger as he left, Magnoel turned towards the high ancient dragons hovering around his body and muttered, I just don't understand that no-face fellow. What is that fellow scheming now? What are we going to do, Magnoel-sama? Hearing Magnoel's words, one of the dragons quietly asked. For the time being, let's just wait and see. I feel like that fellow is trying to skillfully lead our thoughts. Phantasmal King Sama did. The information that fellow's emissary provided certainly was intriguing. In fact, I too was somewhat intrigued by this otherworlder. However, I think that's exactly what that fellow's after. Does that mean that he was trying to use you, Magnoel-sama? Hearing the words Magnoel indifferently said, the dragon lets out a displeased sound. It was a voice laced with anger at No-Face for trying to use his master, but Magnoel didn't seem to mind that much as he continued to speak. There are too many unclear details in the information. I think it's reasonable to assume that that fellow is hiding it on purpose. In that case, though, what is No-Face's aim? Perhaps it was to make us meet the otherworlder. What good would that do for Phantasmal King Sama? That fellow isn't acting for his own benefit. However, that fellow does tend to focus on efficiency. In that case, does that mean that fellow wants me to deal with this otherworlder? No, that fellow would have just moved on his own if that were the case. I really don't know. Continuing to work in the shadows, No-Face seems to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Magnoel tried to figure out what he was planning to do, but no clear answer came out. Anyway, we'll just wait and see for a while. No-Face has probably sent a messenger to Megiddo as well. Then, we just wait for him to make his move before we make our own. I think if it's War King Sama, he would immediately try to make contact with him. I suppose. He's not stupid, but I don't he's smart enough to think of a plan. He'll probably make a move sooner rather than later, so I'll just wait for him. However, just wasting time waiting won't accomplish anything. To all my subordinates, gather information about the other worlder, Manhwa. Huh. At once. Now then, no face. I don't know what you're up to, but you're mistaken if you think that everything is going to turn out the way you think it would. After giving instruction to the dragons, the gigantic dragon king quietly stares at the sky, feeling that large waves are about to appear around the world, with one otherworlder being in the middle of it. In a dimly lit room, two demons were on one knee, giving their reports. These are the replies of War King Sama and Dragon King Sama. Good work. Continue monitoring Mangacapped. Yes. Are we still not going to take any action and only observe him? Yeah. I still haven't finished measuring his worth. I still can't decide whether or not it would be better for the world to leave him be. After sitting on his throne and listening to the reports of his subordinates that he sent to the other members of the Six Kings, No Face quietly muttered, "If he's beneficial to the world, I don't mind leaving him be, but if he were to bring chaos to this peaceful world, I'll just erase him." However, from the information we have, this otherworlder possesses a magic tool that can instantly heal all his wounds, and it may be difficult to kill him. Foolish. There are many ways to kill the mind without the body die. With a cold voice that doesn't have an ounce of compassion, No Face told them that he will kill Kaido if necessary. The magic crystal given by Shallow Vernal keeps his body from dying. But to No Face, it was not much of a problem. Because No Face was the king named after phantasms, and killing people's minds is his specialty. And be sure to tell whoever else is following him to not do as they please and stay put. The final decision is mine to make. Huh. Everything as Phantasmal King No Face Sama wills it. The subordinates who received No Face's words deeply bowed before disappearing from the area, and in the quiet room, No Face muttered as he stared in the void. With this, Megiddo will move. Magnuel will wait for Megiddo to make his move, but he will probably have his subordinates gather information. And with this, I can manipulate the information he gets. There wouldn't be any problems. In the dimly lit room, a faint light shines on No Face's face. From behind the robe he wears so deeply that his face can't be seen. His long, jet-black hair, which blends into the darkness, swayed. In the dim darkness, the phantasmal king No Face continues to secretly move, as if gazing at the world from within the darkness. Now then, let's see if you're up to the challenge, Mangacapped. Let's see if you're qualified to challenge the mysteries hidden by Kuromwena, or not. Chapter 92. I think it had turned to a tremendous result. After receiving various warnings from Lilywood-san about the Phantasmal King, we engaged in idle chatter for a while. The content is mainly about Isis-san and Kuro, and just as I heard, Lilywood-san is a gentle and kind person, and as she gently spoke to me, our conversation naturally grew lively. Fufu, Kaido-san, you're quite a pleasant person to be around in, huh? I can understand why the spirits like you so much. It's really magnificent, being able to win the trust of so many spirits. Oh no? I think the reason the spirits like me are probably because of Shiro-sa, god of creation's blessing to me. A fairy I know told me how she felt comfortable with my magic power. So it's not really because of my power. No, that's where you're mistaken. As Rasen told me, the world loves me because of Shiro-san's blessing, and it seems that my magic power is very comfortable for the fairies and spirits who were born from nature. That's also why I've been able to get so many spirits to help me. But when I told her that it's only because of Shiro-san's power and something I can haughtily boast about, but Lilywood-san quietly, but clearly shook her head. It certainly is largely due to Shallow Vernal-sama's blessing. However, it's by no means the only reason. Shallow Vernal's blessing is the kind of blessing that would make those born from nature have a good first impression of you when you're dealing with them. Having just her blessing wouldn't be enough for these spirits to be emotionally attached to you. Is that so? Yes. The atmosphere around you and your personality. They were so clear and beautiful, and that's why so many spirits continue to follow you. I see. It's thanks to Shiro-san's blessing that others would have a favorable first impression of me. But she's telling me that making the spirits attached to me is my own achievement. How should I say this? I'm feeling a bit embarrassed being straightforwardly praised. Besides, for whatever it may be, having a good first impression is advantageous. As expected, Shiro-san's blessings greatly influences it, but since it's a compliment, I'll obediently accept it. If it's Kaido-san, you would most probably get splendid results in this harvest festival. Is something the matter? I'm sorry, it's just that. I just noticed we've been talking for a long time. I wonder if you still have enough time. Air, if I get back now, I think I should be able to make it. Hearing Lilywood-san say that with a slightly flustered look on her face, I also remembered that I had completely forgotten about the Harvest Festival. When I looked at my watch, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had to return to Rigfaretia soon or I wouldn't be able to make it in time. I see then, I'll go with you. As she murmured so, an unusual phenomenon appeared on Lilywood-san's body, or rather, the tree she's attached to. The tree she's attached to swayed like waves, and her hands and lower body, which had been buried in the tree, came out. The tree then changed into a single large staff, and Lilywood-san, holding it in her right hand, slowly stood up with both of her feet on the ground. What a surprise. She can have a fully humanoid form. Lilywood-san, who has taken on the same form as a human, turns to me and smiles. Well then, let's go. Ah yes. Walking alongside Lilywood-san, we walk towards Rigfaretia. Lilywood-san moves her gaze as she walks, and as she does so, all the branches grow out of the surrounding trees at once, and a vast number of fruits are produced there. Let's put them directly into your harvest bag. I can't let your score drop because you were talking to me. I'll get the trees on the road to Rigfaretia to help me gather as much fruits as possible. Following what Lilywood-san said, I took out my harvest bag, and with tremendous force, fruits were thrown into the bag with speed almost as fast as a machine gun. It's as if the trees around me are playing the ball toss game with the bag I'm holding as their goal, and just by walking around with my bag, fruits were harvested one by one. And not only that, it seems that more than 1,000 spirits are cooperating with the trees, bringing their own fruits one after another. I wonder what's happening. This is, kinda, doesn't this look like it had turned into something outrageous? The number of fruits I have now. I mean, look at the tremendous momentum they have. It looks like the amount of fruit I've collected just now has already exceeded the amount I've spent hours collecting. Dear Mom, Dad, I've gotten to know Lilywood-san a little better, and she helped me gather fruits on the way back to Rigfaretia, but with the amount of fruits going into my bag, I think it had turned to a tremendous result. In the plaza at the entrance of the city of Rigfaretia, the tallying of the Harvest Festival, which was coming to an end soon, was about to take place. Aoi and Hina had also returned a step ahead of the others, joining Lilia and the others who had returned after handing over the guard duty to the regular guard force, and the tally of their scores had been successfully completed. Aoi-chan and Hina-chan are both amazing. To get over 60 on your first day, that's a pretty impressive score. Thank you. I had lots of fun harvesting. Aoi collected 62 fruits while Hina collected 61 fruits, which is quite a good number of fruits in the Harvest Festival where the average is around 50, and Sylphia generously gave them her congratulations. Reginhard, Lilia, and the others also moved their gazes to the center of the square while praising the two of them for their good work. Currently, the tallying of the previous year's winner, the Spirit Mage, is taking place, and the gazes of the people gathered around them are also focused. After the results were put a few moments later, they all cheered at the same time. 210 points. That's amazing. She broke the all-time record by 24 Along with the astonished Sylphia, Reginhard also let out the same impression. Words of praises from the people around her were being thrown for her feat that will definitely go down in history as she had harvested over 200 pieces. But, however, all of those only turned into an opening performance. The excitement of the highest score of all time being achieved hadn't diminished, when suddenly, a shout resounded. What the heck was that? Spirits? What's with those numbers? Could that be a herald to an incoming disaster? Hearing those voices, Lilia and the others also moved their gazes and saw over 1,000 spirits approaching the city of Rigfaretia from a distance. Sylphia's mouth opened wide at the sight, while Lilia was holding her head as if she had already guessed who was pulling all those spirits along. However, their shock didn't end there. It's World King Sama. World King Sama? She came for the Sacred Tree Festival. It looks like she's walking with a human. Lilywood became visible to them, causing a great buzz around the area, and they gave strange looks at Kaido who was walking alongside her. As they look at such a scene, Lilia, whose face had went beyond pale and already turned pure white, called to Luna Maria next to her. Luna, that's Kaido-san, right? Why? Yes, you're not mistaken. Why is he coming back with World King Sama? I don't know. The words ashen pale face perfectly applied to Lilia, who looks like she's about to faint. while Luna Maria looked stiff when she replied to her. Out of the corner of Lilia's eye, the man who is the facilitator of the tournament approaches Lilywood with a panicked look and kneels down on one knee. World King Sama. Why have you come? Why? I'm also a spirit, and I don't think there would be any problems cooperating with him as a participant under the rules, right? Why, yes. Yes, that's of course. Hearing Lilywood's words, the man repeatedly nodded, looking so horrified that he looked pitiful. While the people around him froze at the sight, Lilia spoke again. Luna, what do you think? Even if you ask me that, it's that, all over again, right? He somehow got along with someone outrageous, is what happened again, right? Why, yes. Right? So, after this ruckus, Kaido-san will be walking towards me with World King Sama, wouldn't he? That's probably what would happen. As Lilia muttered so without any expression on her face as if she's wearing a mask, Luna Maria also had cold sweat dripping from behind her neck when she replied, as Lilia slowly held her head in her hands. Why is Kaido-san? I just took my eyes away from him for a few hours. My lady, please keep yourself composed. And no murder. Kaido-san, you idiot. In the city of Rigphoretia, the sorrowful cries of troubled people resounded. Chapter 93. Ashura was there. When I returned to the city of Rigphoretia, well, I had already expected this to some extent, but a tremendous commotion occurred. That's no wonder since Lilywood-san, one of the 6 kings, is currently next to me, which must be a shocking situation for the elves who worship Lilywood-san like a god. Looking quite nervous, the man who is facilitating the event approaches. Well then, the bag of fruits you collected. Ah yes. As I handed the bag to the man, right after that, I think I heard Liliason shout something, but to be honest, that sounds scary. So, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. As I was thinking about that, Lilywood-san was talking to the man who was facilitating the game. Fumu, the all-time record was 210, but I guess I didn't even have to help you with collecting fruits. World King Sama, what does that? This person, Kaido, had already collected nearly 400 pieces before he met me. What? The man takes the bag from me in astonishment, while the other facilitators look at me as if I were a monster. The highest score was 210? Era? That's funny. I think you're missing 10 there. I mean, if that's really the highest score they can get, I might not want to think about it for a moment. Feeling uncomfortable from the gazes around me, I moved my gaze to watch the tallying, but just when one of the facilitators took the fruits out of the bag. We would need more baskets. Apparently, one basket wasn't enough, and the facilitator, with a stiff expression on his face, continued to transfer the fruits into the baskets, and eventually, when the number of baskets reached 15, it seems that the contents of the bags was finally emptied. The man looks at the baskets piled up like a mountain of fruits, and after staring at it for a few moments, he doesn't even count them, but just moves his gaze and lets out a loud voice. Winner, Mayama Kaido. Instantly, a crackling cheer erupted from those around me. The winner? Me? No. You haven't even counted them yet. Around 210 was just the average amount, is what I was thinking, but... Era? Isn't this bad? Amazing, that guy's amazing. What's with that number 1000? No, isn't that about 2000? And look at that number of spirits. The other spirit mages won't even reach his level. Yeah, he must be the apostle of World King Sama. Thank God for gracing us with your presence. Yep, how should I say this? I may have harvested too much. What should I do? I mean, it already causes a huge fuss around us, and somehow, some people started worshipping me as Lilywood-san's apostle. I need to settle this down immediately. This is dangerous. I feel like a wave of humans is about to surge towards me. Silence. The noise disappears all at once, as Lilywood-san shouts at the people who were about to rush towards me with excitement. Lilywood then stands a few distance in front of me and quietly looks around the people around us before speaking. First, we should do the awarding. If you wish to speak with Kaido-san, do so after the festival. When doing so, please keep everything in moderation and don't cause trouble. This is a strict order. Is that all right with everyone? Hearing her dignified voice resounding everywhere, many elves prostrate themselves with their knees and hands on the ground. It's safe to say that Kaido-san is now the winner, and since the atmosphere is already in place. Do you mind if I do the awarding? I would also know the amount of fruits he had acquired. Oh, of course. Well then, Kaido-san, come with me. After getting the facilitator's approval, Lilywood-san lightly taps the ground with the wooden staff she held. Thereupon, A tree grows from a little distance away, and it wriggles and turns into a large altar-like shape. Then, Lilywood-san moved to the center of that wooden altar and called out to me. You want me to go over there? While all these people had their eyes on me. Climbing up the wooden altar and standing in front of Lilywood-san, exposed to a level of attention that's already on the level of being in a public execution. I didn't know what to do, but since the other part is Lilywood-san, one of the 6 kings, and since we're in public, I decided to get down one knee and took the formal way of bowing to someone. Otherworlder Mayama Kaido. Why yes. You have communicated with many spirits at the Harvest Festival and won their strong and deep trust. For this great work, I commend you. Thank you very much. The awarding ceremony began in some sort of flow, and I very nervously responded to Lilywood-san's words. You have collected a total number of 2,321 fruits. This is a result unseen even back in the past, and it proves that you are truly loved by the spirits. Most of that number was the fruits collected by Lilywood-san, so it's not really collected through my efforts, but, unfortunately, this isn't the place for me to say such a thing. Lilywood-san then continues to praise me with her dignified voice, and the people around us applaud and cheer. The original winner's prize is of course as stated by the rules, but your achievement isn't something that can be evaluated on its own. Therefore, I would like to give you some kind of reward from me as well. Tell me, what do you desire? What? What a surprise. It seems that Lilywood-san is offering to give me something other than the winner's prize, and I completely freeze up when I hear those words. To be honest, even if she says something like rewarding me out of the blue, I just find it troubling. I've already received the fruit of the world tree, and I can't think of anything else I would like to have right away, but it might be rude to refuse her offer. However, I don't want wealth or fame, and I can't think of anything in particular that I would like to have. Isn't there anything that can come up in my mind? A reply that will get me through this without a hitch. I have to think of something. Thinking in silence for a few moments, I then came up with an idea before looking up towards Lilywood-san. Well then, this might be rude of me, but I'd like to ask you one thing. Yes, please speak. Rigphoretia seems to be in quite a mess from the black bear attack that happened yesterday, so I was hoping if you could do something to help them. Yes, what I thought of was in regards to the city of Rigphoretia. Yesterday's attack by the black bear destroyed the wall that had been protecting the city, and the guards have become quite rattled. The fact that this city is currently in considerable trouble can be clearly seen from Rei-san and the others' conditions yesterday and today, and I thought it would be great if she could do something to help them. This way, no one would feel envious that I'm the only one who received something nice from Lilywood-san. The city would become safer, and it will be beneficial to me if I ever get a chance to come visit in the future. Hearing my statement, Lilywood-san looks impressed before she kindly smiles at me. I understand. I will do as you wish and cast warding magic on the city of Rigphoretia myself. I will also send my people to guard later until the guard force regroups. Thank you very much. Once again, loud cheers erupted around me, and I heard voices praising me from all over the place, which made me feel very embarrassed, to say the least. Well then, once again, I would like to conclude the award ceremony by presenting to you this medal, as a proof of your victory. With these words, Lilywood-san handed me a wooden medal with a beautiful flower pattern on it, marking the end of the award ceremony. Lilywood-san then looked at me with a kind expression on her face and spoke. You must be tired too. Please rest your body and relax until the main festival in the evening. Yes, everyone, please try not to bother Kaido-san until the main festival. I see. I didn't know why Lilywood-san suddenly said she would be one giving the awards, but what she just said made it make sense. Lilywood-san understood that I was going to have lots of people asking me lots of questions if she didn't do something, and even if I was the winner, I couldn't leave the place without receiving the award. That's why she made it easy for me to leave this place by presenting the award herself as soon as possible. After thanking Lilywood-san for her thoughtfulness and that we would be talking when we meet up again at the main festival, a banquet-like festival held in the evening where everyone attends, I leave and head towards Lilia-san and the others. As I was leaving, I heard people saying from behind me stuff like, "How humble, what a splendid human, and a noble man truly worthy of being called a hero." Praises that were clearly not fit to my stature, so I just decided to not listen to them. Or rather, this kind makes me worried for the evening's main festival, you know? It would be great if it didn't turn into something really outrageous. Leaving the plaza as soon as possible, I found Lilia-san and the others and ran over to them. Thereupon, Lilia-san greeted me with a very beautiful smile. A smile that honestly sent a chill run down my spine for some reason. Kaido-san, welcome back. That was a wonderful statement you made when you thought about Rig Phoresia. Thank you very much. Era? She just normally praised me? Was that Shura that I thought I saw behind her earlier just my imagination? I'm feeling really proud of you for that. But let's put that aside for now. We just have something very important to talk about. Yes, it's very important. So, why don't we have a little chat in private? No, I have some things to do so. Itsokay, Yesh. Lilia-san has been smiling for the whole time she said that. However, there's something powerful hidden behind that smile that was conveyed even without her saying a word, as her hands, beautiful as whitebait, have veins pulsing on them. Ah shit, I'm going to die. I'm going to be killed. Well then, it's about time we depart. Wait, Lilia-san. A little slower. You're using too much strength. Wait, my arm hurts. It's breaking. It's breaking. Dear Mom, Dad, I won the Harvest Festival. But when I came back, Ashura was there. Chapter 94. I think I helped Sieg-san. Of course, I know that Kaido-san doesn't have any bad intentions. However, how many times have you done this already? Hiromwena-sama, God of Creation-sama, Death King-sama, and now World King-sama. Even if you leave Chronoi-sama out of that, you've already done this 4 times. Yes, I'm already at my wit's end. So aren't I allowed to scold Kaido-san at least once? It's as you say. In front of Lilia-san, who was standing in front of me with a sad expression on her face. Or rather, she's half crying already. I was sitting in a seizo while bowing my head. The content of our conversation was, of course, about Lilywood-san. And since she's already the 3rd one among the 6 kings, it seems that Lilia-san's patience reached its limit. But even so, I'm not sure if it's because she understands that I didn't intentionally do it, so she's not unnecessarily yelling at me. But it's more like she's complaining at me. Well, it's not that Kaido-san was hiding it this time, and fortunately, if it's the World King-sama, she wasn't a troublesome one. So, let's end the conversation here. Thank you. It seems that this is the end of the sermon, or rather, the complaints, as Lilia-san lets out a big sigh and her tense expression breaks down. Well, I'm really feeling sorry for pushing Lilia-san to this point. And I know that the people I got to know are so outrageous that the kind Lilia-san has an expression that looks like a crisis is approaching. No, I'm really sorry, but if I could just complain about just one thing. Lilia-san, I would have been happy if you could have reached that conclusion 30 minutes earlier. My legs are already numb, and I can't feel them anymore. Finally free of Lilia-san's anger, I went back to meet up with everyone. Everyone seems to have decided not to mention what happened with Lilia-san just now, as they greeted me quite normally. Mayama-sama. Over here. Lunamaria-san? What is this envelope? As soon as I came back, Lunamaria-san looked like she's somewhat in a good mood as she held out an envelope to me. And when I received it, I tilted my head and looked inside, and I found quite a bit of money in there. Well, I've earned quite an amount from Mayama-sama. I'm already in a state where I can't stop smiling. And so, this is just an expression of what I'm feeling. Apparently, Lunamaria-san, who bet all of her last month's salary on me, won big, and that was why she already had that angelic smile on her face. Seriously, this useless maid is. If the dirt on Einsan's nail would be boiled and she was to drink it, would she get even a bit better? But well, after responding to Lunamaria-san and moving my gaze away from her, I found Fia-san sitting on a chair with her hanging down. What's wrong with Fia-san? Mayama-kun, please leave her alone for now. Right now, Fia is facing the twilight phase of her life. 2,000. To have acquired 2,000. A monster. With an expression that somehow looks like she burned out, Fia-san muttered that I'm a monster. Confused from the sorrow on her face, I tried calling out to her to comfort her. No, I only acquired that many thanks to Lilywood-san's power, and I didn't acquire that much. Then, how many did you collect before you met World King-sama? 300-something. Please accept me as your disciple. Why? It seems that her mind is quite weak, and for some reason, Fia-san kneels into a dajiza and starts saying incomprehensible things. Rei-san and I tried to console Fia-san as she's in that state. And after a while, she finally looks up and returns to her earlier posture. Yep, I may have done it too much, in all sorts of ways. I knew I should have asked them properly beforehand about the scores of the previous harvest festivals. Well, Kaido-san really just keeps surprising me in so many ways. As expected, that would be the last one, right? Ah, no, that's... Do you still have? Taking a sip of the tea Lunamaria-san had brewed for me, when I heard Lilia-san's words about how she's sincerely tired of the surprises, I thought of what was in my magic box. That I had now a fruit-of-the-world tree in my possession. It's easy to imagine what the situation would be like if I were to take it out here. However, that doesn't mean that I'm going to hide it now. It's just that I'm afraid of the consequences, mainly from Lilia-san. I think about it for a moment, and then, rather than put it off, I take the fruit-of-the-world tree out of the magic box and place it on the table. What's this? It's beautiful. Looking at the fruit-of-the-world tree that looked like a transparent crystal, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san tilted their heads in curiosity. However, not only them, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san also tilted their heads when they saw it. Ah, come to think of it, Lilia-san also said she had never seen the real thing before. Me, my Amakuin? Don't tell me. This is... Apparently, Ray-san seems to have guessed what this is and looks at me with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if to say he can't believe he's seeing it. Yes, this is the fruit-of-the-world tree. I received it from Lilywood-san. In my words, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. It's no wonder since the fruit-of-the-world tree rarely appears on the public, and they were even surprised just to hear that it was going to be a prize at the hunting tournament. So it's only natural that they would have this reaction if the real thing appeared in front of them. Everyone stared at the fruit-of-the-world tree for a while, and then, the expression on Lilia-san's face disappeared. My lady. Lilia-san then stood up with a blank expression on her face and walked to the corner of the room and sat down with her knees held in her embrace. My lady. Why? Why? I couldn't even get my hands on it after years of searching. So why the heck that after getting out for a few hours, as if you just went outside to buy it, you quickly got your hands on it? My lady, keep a hold on yourself. You Geez, Kaido-san, I hate you. She started crying. It seems that it was quite a shock for her when I easily obtained the fruit-of-the-world tree, which she couldn't obtain even though she had been desperately searching it for years, and Lilia-san began crying like a child. As emotions began bubbling up from within me seeing such a scene, I took the fruit-of-the-world tree in my hand and held it out to Sieg-san. Sieg-san here? I heard from Sieg-san yesterday that you don't plan to heal that wound, but maybe someday, you'll change your mind, and you can use it then. Looking at the fruit-of-the-world tree I held out to her, Sieg-san vigorously shook her head. I've already somewhat predicted this from happening, as Sieg-san is probably refraining from receiving something that expensive. But as for me, I want Sieg-san to receive this at all costs, so I decide to give it to her a little too forcefully. Quickly grabbing Sieg-san's hand, I let her hold the fruit-of-the-world tree. Even if you won't use it, that's still fine with me. It's just that I wanted to do something for Sieg-san, who has always been a great help for me, so... Is she really that flustered? When I grabbed her hand, Sieg-san's face turned red and a bewildered expression appeared on her face. But she could still tell that I wouldn't give up, as after a little while, she accepted the fruit-of-the-world tree. Sieg-san holds the fruit-of-the-world tree with both of her hands as if it were important, and after a little while, she puts it away in her own magic box before taking out a piece of paper and pen. Thank you very much. Kaido-san. No, I didn't mean to be intrusive, but I think it's better if you have more options. Yes, I suppose. Right now, I still don't have an answer as to whether I'll use it or not, but I'll take good care of it. Yes, I think it's best for you to do what you want, Sieg-san. You really are. Sieg-san puts down her pen and paper just as she had written that much, and quickly reached out her arms to me and hugged me. Wait. Sieg-san. Sieg-san, who is almost as tall as I am, hugged the surprised me for a few moments, before she removed her arms and brought her mouth close to my ears. Thank you. Maybe it was my imagination, but when I heard such a voice, I felt like something soft touched my earlobe. Dear Mom, Dad, I gave the fruit-of-the-world tree to Sieg-san. She still doesn't seem to have the answer of whether she'll use it or not, but even for just a bit, I think I helped Sieg-san. Chapter 95. As I thought, Lilia-san fainted. After a good amount of time, Lilia-san came back to life, and after we moved to Ray-san's house, we listened to them talk about the main festival that would happen this evening. The main festival is, simply speaking, a big party. There's all the food and beverages you can eat and drink, and everyone gives their thanks for a year of good harvests. Well, with the presence of the World King Sama this year, it's probably going to be even bigger than that. I see, so we'll just relax and enjoy our food. Well, Lilia-chan and others would probably relax, but I doubt that's the case for you though. The main festival is described as a big feast, but in the end, it seems to be about having a meal while chatting with everyone, which is exactly just how busy festivals occur. But, for some reason, Raysan was looking at me with a strange look on his face. Mangama is the winner of the Harvest Festival. In the main festival, after the greetings are over to a certain extent, you will spend the night in the Spirit's Forest. That's the first time I heard that, though. Well, my bad. I didn't think any of you were going to win until what happened yesterday. Spending the night in the Spirit's Forest, where will I sleep? There's a shrine over there. A shrine? It is said that the winner of the Harvest Festival is expected to spend the night with the spirits in the forest every year. I heard that being allowed to stay in the Spirit's Forest is a great honor for the Spirit's mages. To me, though, it's like being thrown out in the forest for the night after a quick meal. Moreover, I would have to sleep at a shrine. No matter how I think about it, it's not a facility for sleeping, and of course, there doesn't seem to be any futon or anything like that. So if I'm not mistaken, it will probably be as if I was sleeping outdoors. That doesn't sound so safe. It's all right. The spirits will protect the winner of the Harvest Festival while he or she stays, and this year, the World King-sama is present, so there won't be any mishaps. Is that so? I wonder how this happened. It's supposed to be a joyful thing to say that I won, but how did we end up in this penalty game-like situation? Luna, please have a blanket ready for him. I respectfully obey. Mayama-san, please do your best. Senpai fighting. Apparently, it was already decided that I will be going camping. After thanking everyone who was throwing words of comfort and support with a stiff smile on my face, I let out a big sigh. It's useless to think any further about camping, or rather, whenever I think about it, I only think about how cold it looks or something bad may happen, so I decide not to think about it. As we were chatting for a while, the sound of the doorbell alerts us of a visitor. Oya? Who could it be? Muttering this, Raysan stood up and went to the front door and opened it. And seeing the visitor who appeared, Raysan slumped to the spot as if he lost the strength on his legs. Excuse my intrusion. Wah. WWW World King-sama. To our surprise, it's Lilywood-san, and of course, Raysan, and we're surprised. Lilywood-san looks at the surprised Raysan and us, and after slightly smiling, she bowed her head. I apologize for my sudden visit. No, you don't have to apologize. World King-sama is always welcome even within our drabby home. Once the main festival begins, I'll be busy with other stuff, so I thought I'd say hello to the noble that was taking care of Kaido-san. Hearing Lilywood-san's calmly telling us that, Lilia-san jolted and her back straightened. Perhaps noticing her movement, Lilywood-san moves her gaze towards Lilia-san before calling out to her. Oya, aren't you? Princess Lilian? Yes. No. I'm now calling myself with the name Lilia Albert. Is that so? I have seen you several times at the royal palace, but this should be the first time we spoke like this, right? As you may know, I'm Lilywood Yggdrasil. Henceforth, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Why, yes. Same here. Lilia-san is already understandably tense after being spoken to by Lilywood-san. It was the same with Kuro, but the reason why Lilia-san, the Duchess, is so nervous is that the other party is one of the 6 kings, a person you can rarely even meet. Yep, to be honest, I've met with 3 of them in a little over a month, so I don't have the impression that I can rarely meet them, but that's just my state of mind, and her reaction is the normal one instead. Lunamaria-san, when she mentioned Lilian, it was the My Lady before she received her peerage. Lilian Symphonia. That's what she was called when she was a princess. When she became a duchess, she changed her name to Lilia Albert. I see. Lilia-san used to be called Lilian, and it seems that she changed her name when she left the royal palace and received her peerage. She said before that she had no intention of succeeding the throne, and changing her name that shows that she's a member of the royal family may be as a statement of her determination. Duchess Lilia, it's a pleasure to meet you like this. I am truly sorry for barging in without prior notice. It's all right. I'm totally fine with it. Thank you very much. I had the pleasure of meeting and interacting with Kaido-san, and liked his personality. So, I would like to keep in touch with him. Of course, that also includes you, Duchess Lilia. Why, yes. Thank you, it's my honor. Lilywood-san speaks politely and gently, but as if her acting in a low profile is a calamity, Lilia-san looked like she's already really confused as she thanked her. Lunamaria-san, is Lilia-san always like that when she's flustered? She was originally a really hard-headed and stiff person. She's not very good at dealing with sudden situations. Well, She has only been getting that flustered about once a year before. I see. It seems that Lilia-san's unstoppable temper was originally on her personality. Also, it seems that she doesn't get that flustered originally. But the fact that I've seen Lilia-san in that state so many times in just 1 month means that it's only been a series of unexpected situations for her. Well, how should I put it? Lilia-san, I'm really sorry. I would like to visit Duchess Lilia's mansion again at a later date. Is that all right with you? Why, yes. Oh, of course, you're always welcome. Thank you very much. I will be in your care, Duchess Lilia. Once again, I apologize for this unexpected visit. Bowing deeply, Lilywood-san said. That action was a sign of Lilywood-san's gentle nature, but for the Lilia-san who could only see it as one of the 6 kings bowing down to her, it seems that she had finally reached her limits. Hiya. Awawawa. World King Sama. Please raise your head. Please don't lower your head to Samwa. Q. My lady. As if steam was already coming out of her ears. Reaching a critical point right when she's on the verge of confusion, Lilia-san's eyes rolled up, and she collapsed on the spot, while Lunamaria-san flusteredly rushed over to her. My lady, get a hold of yourself. What's the matter? If she's not feeling well. In that case, here's a fruit of the world tree. World King Sama? Please excuse my rudeness. But are you trying to deal the finishing blow? Seeing Lilia-san who suddenly fainted, Lilywood-san also looked flustered as she tried taking out a fruit of the world tree, but Lunamaria-san desperately stopped her from doing so. Certainly, in this situation, if she was made to eat something like the fruit of the world tree, it would only deal the finishing blow to Lilia-san's mind. Well, I'm 100% sure that Lilywood-san is only doing that with good intentions, but, dear Mom, Dad, Lilywood-san came to visit us and exchanged greetings with Lilia-san. Still, I guess I can say that I've already expected this conclusion, but as I thought, Lilia-san fainted. Chapter 96. She came along. Night had arrived, and the main festival of the Sacred Tree Festival had begun. The plaza in the center of Rigphoretia was beautifully decorated and crowded with people. I don't know if it's because the hunting tournament was canceled this year, or because I was the only one who achieved victory, but many people rushed to my side. Honestly, there are lots of people out here, and I was hoping that they wouldn't be able to find me easily, but they could tell I was the winner because of the medal on my chest. Congratulations on your win, you did really great. By the way, my daughter was just around your age. No, heir. For some reason, an adult male elf is desperately trying to introduce me to his daughter. I'm going to the royal capital, and I was wondering if you'd like to have dinner with me, or... A young female elf, with her cheeks dyed red, invited me to dinner. Mayama-sama, a caterpillar like me, was foolish enough to challenge you. Please accept my apologies. I don't even know who you are. And for some reason, a female elf who seems to be a spirit mage gets down on her knees just when we first met. Anyway, things got so dreadful and the flustered me couldn't handle them well. But then, someone I never expected became my savior. How rude. Don't talk to Master so casually, or I'll tear you to pieces. Yes, this is where Anima came into play. She gallantly appeared, and just like a breakwater, held off the people who were coming at me like a tsunami. Yep, it looks like a few people have gotten beaten up from time to time, but it really helps that the barrage of questions stopped. Thanks, Anima. You really saved me there. I'd like it if you were to keep things in moderation, though, but please keep it up. Master. Yes, this unworthy Anima is going to do everything for her duty. I don't know if she was happy to be praised by me or not, but she smiled at me like a blooming flower, and then turned away the people who were closing in on her with more vigor. I feel like the number of people who have been beaten up was increasing, though. Did she hear my instruction of keeping it in moderation? Another person flew away. With Anima's great efforts. No, it looks more like her great rampage. I went to greet the elven big shots. I guess I've expected it, but because of Lilywood-san, they all treated me favorably, and our greeting went smoothly. Kaido-kun-san, congratulations on your win. Thank you very much, Raz-san. Raz-san threw her congratulatory message at me, to which I returned my thanks. Thereupon, I suddenly realized that I couldn't find Noon-san, who was supposed to have come to the Sacred Tree Festival with Raz-san. Raz-san, where's Noon-san? That as well, Noon-san is acting strange again. Did something happen? I don't really know, but after she cheered up back on the first day of the Sacred Tree Festival, she would sometimes turn strange. Look, Noon. This way. It seems that Noon-san had apparently become strange, and when I asked her concern, Raz-san turned somewhere and called out. Turning to where she called out, I saw Noon-san hiding in the shadow of a building. When Noon-san turned our way, although it can't be seen from the armor she's wearing, she moved her body as if she was flustered, and after a little while, she slowly walked towards us. Noon-san. KK, Kaido-san, GG, good morning. It's currently night though. CC, congratulations on your VV victory. Why yes, thank you very much. Noon-san, are you alright? Yes? Indeed, Noon-san kinda looks different from normal. Or rather, she seems to be in some kind of panic, as she's even fumbling her words. Seriously, what's going on? Could it be that she's not feeling well, or something like that? Noon-san, could it be that you're sick? Awawa, Kaido-san, your face is too close. XX. Excuse me. Wait, Noon-san. I got worried and took a step closer, but Noon-san looked even more flustered and ran away at a terrific speed. After Noon-san left, the remaining Raz-san and I tilted our heads at each other. Noon-san, seriously, what's going on? I dunno. It's just that I think since we met Kaido-kun-san, she would sometimes mutter incomprehensible things like premarital discussions or weeding. Weeding? A wedding? No. The sudden talk of marriage here doesn't make sense, so she must have been talking about something else. I'm worried about her, but for the time being, I'll leave her to Raz-san. As I still have to continue giving my greetings to everyone, I exchanged some words with Raz-san before we parted ways. Away from the noisy yet joyful atmosphere of Rigphoretia, I'm now walking through the spirits' forest by myself. It seems that the spirits have their own customs, so instead of the large number of spirits approaching me in the daytime, there are only a few spirits around me who would be guiding me around. When I followed their guidance and walked through the forest, I came upon a shrine, or rather, a cave. This is even more. It was a much more difficult place to sleep in than I thought it would be. Entering inside, I could see a round hole in the ceiling where moonlight shines through it, creating a fantastic scene, while the spirits are lined up by the wall of this shrine. It seems like they really have lots of customs, as a large number of spirits are neatly lined up inside the spacious shrine, standing still in a neat row, staring towards me. What am I supposed to do now? Should I really just go in the middle and sleep there? Perhaps this was originally meant to be a way to show the spirits the face of the winner. I've seen Lilywood-san leading a mountain of spirits around, but essentially, being able to see so many spirits should have been a very valuable experience. After looking at the inside of the shrine under the moonlight while thinking about this, I moved my gaze to my feet and let out a sigh. Yep, putting aside the grandeur scene around me. As expected, as a modern kid, I'm having a hard time sleeping here. The floor is made of soil. Yep, it should have been obvious that I won't be sleeping in a bed made of sand. Should I be relieved that it's not made of something really hard like stone? Or should I continue thinking how the heck this happened? My body would be stiff after sleeping here. It's going to be tough even with my blanket. Then, how about we lay down a tatami? Yeah, you're right. I'd really appreciate it if there's some tatami. I thought I was just muttering to myself as I slumped my shoulders, but for some reason, I heard a reply. The spirits can't speak. Rather than them, though, that voice sounded rather familiar. Rather than just familiar, though, I think I've been hearing that voice almost every day. Why are you here, Kuro? I came along. Kuro replies to my words with a bashful smile on her face. That expression on her face, though, seems to shine in the moonlight. Dear Mom, Dad, as the winner of the Harvest Festival, I'll be spending the night in the Spirit's Forest. And then, for some reason, Kuro came along. Chapter 97. I'm getting closer to Kuro. The winner of the Harvest Festival spends the night in the Spirit's Forest. I've never camped out in the wild before, so I came to the shrine with a lot of anxiety in my heart. But then, for some reason, Kuro showed up, as if she just coincidentally passed by. Seriously, you really show up out of nowhere every single time, Kuro. I wanted to see Kaido-kun, so I went along with the flow and came here with you. Rather than that, how did you know I'm here? That's because of the technique used in Kaido-kun's neck. Of course, it's through my intuition. Oi, wait a minute there. What were you going to say just now? You were just talking about a technique you used, right? What? Is she about to say that she used some kind of magic on this necklace to track my whereabouts? How should I say this? I feel like that's something that shouldn't be overlooked, but the one in question, Kuro, just had a smile on her face before she spoke. Kaido-kun, I heard you were hurt. Are you okay? It's all over now. I see. I'm glad you're safe, Kaido-kun. That's right. I heard you won in the Harvest Festival. That's amazing, Kaido-kun. Congratulations. Thanks. I nodded my head, forgetting what I was going to ask, overwhelmed by Kuro, who told me those in rapid succession as if she was a machine gun. And also, how should I say this? What the heck's happening? Congratulations for your victory. I've been hearing those words enough times already that I feel like they're still resounding in my ears. I'm sure I've already said this to the big shot elves, but I'm not feeling worthy of that victory at all. However, when Kuro said those words to me, what surged up from within my heart was joy. Those words may be pretty simple, but it feels like my hard work paid off. I felt so fulfilled that I'm feeling that I have worked hard all day just to hear those few words. Seeing me like that, Kuro let out a smile as bright as the sun before taking out a familiar paper bag. For such a Kaido-kun, here, you can have this. I knew you would come out again, baby Castella. Fufufu. The baby Castella is Kaido-kun's victory congratulation version. This is different from the usual. The heck's with that. I thought it was going to be the reappearance of the usual baby Castella, but Kuro said that this time's baby Castella was special. Seeing the smug smile on Kuro while she's puffing out her flat chest, I wanted to ask her if she couldn't do something about her naming sense, but I held back and just picked up a baby Castella. It looks the same as usual, but is the filling the one that's different? Or is this one of those foods that was filled with strange things like that wasabi-filled baby Castella I ate back at Shiro-san's place? Stare. You're not supposed to say that with your own mouth. Stay. Thank you for the food. Kuro looks at me with expectations in her eyes, saying the onomatopoeia with her own mouth. It seems that I can't choose not to eat it, so I made up my mind and brought the baby Castella to my mouth. What do you think? No, it's delicious as usual, but it's kinda different than usual. The baby Castella I tried wasn't particularly different from the baby Castellas I ate before, and I would have normally thought it was the same as the usual baby Castellas. However, how should I say this? I just felt that there was something different from the baby Castellas I usually eat. It's hard to describe, but the taste was a little rougher than usual, and I could really feel like this baby Castella is handmade. To be honest, I like the taste of this one more than the usual. As I thought, it isn't as tasty as the usual? No. As far as I'm concerned, I like the taste of this one more. Really? Thank goodness, thought I would be no good since I can't compete with Ein in cooking. What does that mean? Oh well, actually, I was the one who made those baby Castellas. I'm glad it came out great. Apparently, these baby Castellas were made by Kuro, or rather, I thought Kuro had been the one making them all these times, but it was Ein-san who was making them. Even those baby Castellas filled with wasabi. While I was taken aback by Kuro's statement, I couldn't say anything since these baby Castellas really fit my taste, as I popped them into my mouth one after another in a pace faster than usual. After we finished eating baby Castellas, I sat next to Kuro on the tatami mat, watching the beautiful moon through the hole in the ceiling. Come to think of it, when I first met Kuro, didn't we also look at the moon together like this? I don't know why, it should have only been a month ago, but it feels like that happened a long time ago. That's right. Kaido-kun, Shaltir, praised you before. Shaltir? Who's that? The society calls her the Phantasmal King. No-faced. She's a good friend of mine, and she would sometimes come over to hang out with me. The last time I met her, she praised Kaido-kun, saying you're promising. It's really rare for Shaltir to praise someone, so receiving her praise is amazing. No, wait a minute there, will you? I don't think I've even met that Shaltir in person before, though. I never thought the name of the Phantasmal King would suddenly be mentioned here. However, for her to be praising me, even after thinking about all the people I met before, I still have no idea which one she is. No, I think you never really met her before. Shaltir's ridiculous amount of subordinates are spread out all over the world, and they are really everywhere. Shaltir is the most informed person in the world. She probably even knows Kaido-kun from the day you came to this world. The heck is that? That sounds scary. Apparently, the Phantasmal King is a being that seems to know everything. In short, there were agents lurking all over the world, and all kinds of information were being gathered by the Phantasmal King. Honestly, in a way, she might be the most fearsome among the 6 kings. I feel like she's also interested in Kaido-kun, so she might come and meet you soon. Would that be alright? It's just that Lilywood-san told me to be careful of the Phantasmal King. It's true that Shaltir can be dry in some ways, but I can talk to her easier compared to Megiddo, so it's okay. Megiddo was the war king, right? Is that Megiddo-san worse than her? The first thing he'll probably say to you when you meet is, let's have a fight. He loves to fight after all. The heck is that? That sounds scary. For him to suddenly challenge someone right as he met someone for the first time, that's one heck of a berserker he is. Or rather, if someone like him is being compared to the Phantasmal King, doesn't that mean that the Phantasmal King is quite dangerous? I still haven't met the War King, the Dragon King, and the Phantasmal King, but for 2 out of those 3 to be dangerous. No. But well, it isn't decided that I'm going to meet them. And that doesn't mean I'm going to meet them soon, so it's alright. It would be alright. Kaido-kun, your heart's beating pretty fast. What's with that? All of a sudden, when my mind was in chaos because of the Phantasmal King and the War King, Kuro muttered with a gentle tone in her voice. Kaido-kun has been working harder and growing up more than I ever thought you would. Kuro, who muttered that, didn't turn towards me. Her gaze was still fixed on the moon in the sky. Probably because she was originally cute, her figure as she basked under the moonlight looked something out of fantasy, as if it could only be found from artworks. There's something I want to acquire. I've wanted it for a long time, but I couldn't find it and wasn't able to get it. I've been searching for it for a long time. Probably, even right at the moment I was born in this world. It was hard to imagine the answer to those words she quietly muttered. She is powerful enough to fight against the god of creation, has the most money in the world, is well-liked by her family and followers, and has the reputation of being the pinnacle of the demon realm. What is it that Kuro, who is everything, hasn't been able to get since she was born? Is it something very valuable? Or could it be something else that doesn't exist in this world? Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Kuro turns to me and smiles. It isn't something that unusual. I'm sure that everyone else, including Kaido-kun, has it. However, I can't get my hands on it. No matter how many times I tried, I wasn't able to get it. I couldn't even find it. What in the world is that? It's a secret. However, let's see. If Kaido-kun finds it, I will probably be happy. Under the moonlight, the girl with many secrets smiles. It's a smile so beautiful that I can't take my eyes off of it, though it's as fleeting as the moonlight. Well, leaving that aside, I think it's about time for Kaido-kun to sleep, right? You must also be tired from all the things that happened today. Well. You're right. Kuro's words, which abruptly changed the topic, felt more like a plea to not step into it any further. In the end, my question remained unanswered as usual, and there are still many things I don't know about Kuro. However, I do know of one thing. She's looking for something she truly wants. I felt like if I knew that, I could get a lot closer to Kuro. A blanket and tatama mats. I guess I wouldn't get a pillow, but I think this should be enough for me to sleep. What are you talking about, Kaido-kun? If it's a pillow, there's one here. Where? Look here. Saying that with a smile on her face, Kuro pats her lap. No, as expected, that is. It's not like it's the first time you slept on my lap, so you don't need to be that reserved. You are alright. Yeah, just being upfront really is the best. In the end, I wasn't able to resist again, putting my head in Kuro's lap, feeling embarrassed. Thereupon, a small hand was immediately on my head, gently stroking my hair. That's all it took before I closed my eyes, feeling all my consciousness leave my body and letting myself get drowned in pleasant drowsiness. While feeling Kuro's warmth from behind and in front of my head, my consciousness slowly sinks into a slumber. Good night, Kaido-kun. Good night. Kuro. Dear Mom, Dad, Kuro is still the usual, someone hiding many secrets. However, I can feel it for sure. That little by little, step by step. I'm getting closer to Kuro, stroking the head of Kaido, who was peacefully sleeping on her lap. Kuromwena have slightly lonely smile on her face. Seriously, what a cruel child you are, Kaido-kun. Even though I should have given up long ago. Gently and compassionately stroking Kaido's head, Kuromwena murmured to no one. The expression on her face seemed to show the complexity within her heart, as she didn't know whether she should be sad or happy. Even though you'll be gone in a year, why do you trouble me so much? Her beautiful voice echoes in the quiet shrine, a voice that somewhat sounds like it's crying. A voice filled with very deep feelings, slightly lamenting, and yet filled with happiness. How many times has Kaido-kun betrayed my expectations? That conversation with Shiro, that encounter with Isis, that time when Kronois-chan told you about me. Thereupon, Kuromwena's hand that was gently stroking Kaido's head stops, and slowly, so as not to wake him up, she hugged his head. Because of that, I began hoping. That perhaps, if it's Kaido-kun. Continuing her embrace as if she were handling a treasure, her cheeks dyed red, and Kuromuena said her thoughts that she would never have told Kaido directly, right now. I love you. Kaido-kun. Chapter 98. She's a lost cause. It's been 2 days since I returned to the royal capital from the city of Rigphoretia. I'm now leisurely walking through the streets of the royal capital, exhausted from the events in the Sacred Tree Festival. I was only in Rigphoretia for about 4 days, but I feel like I was there for a long time because of all the things that happened there. I'm not sure if it was because I'm the winner of the Harvest Festival, but many of the elves were sad to see me return and told me to come visit again whenever I wanted. I'd also like to thank Ray-san and Fi-san for their help while we were intruding upon them, and I hope to visit them again with some souvenirs. By the way, Anima is still with the guard force in the city of Rigphoretia. Even if Lilywood-san promised to help reorganize the guard force, it's not something that can be done in a day or two. So I've decided to have Anima work hard until they finished reorganizing. Anyway, since I've thrust the job on her, when the reorganization is over and Anima comes to the royal capital, I'll take her out for something delicious to eat and let her have a good night's sleep. Lilywood-san seemed to be busy with lots of things, and we hadn't been able to talk much since we chatted in the Spirits Forest, but she made a suggestion before we went back. That promise I made with Isis-san. Lilywood-san would be picking me up when I go to visit Isis-san's home. It seems that there are a considerable amount of monsters in the demon realm, and since Isis-san's home is quite far from the city, I was very grateful for her offer. I will still be discussing the details about when I will visit Isis-san, but it looks like I'll be visiting the demon realm soon. If there was a big change after the Sacred Tree Festival, it would be the relationship between Lilia-san and Sieg-san. The rut has been resolved, and even though I didn't know if they began talking the same way they used to before, the chances of seeing Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san, and Sieg-san being together had clearly increased. What particularly caught my impression was how happy Lilia-san seemed to be and how she had a bright smile on her face, as if an evil spirit had taken possession of her body. Now then, the purpose of my current visit to the city is to give the owner of the miscellaneous goods store I met before, Alice, a souvenir I brought from the Sacred Tree Festival, or more like, some of the prizes I won as the winner. Well, to be honest, since it's called an assortment of fruits, I was expecting it would be something like a basket of fruits, but I was given an outrageous amount. It's already an insane amount of fruit, so much so that it feels too much even after sharing it with the servants in Lilia-san's house. According to Ray-san, it was more than usual, but I wonder if he was trying to look presentable since Lilywood-san was there. Anyway, it was so much I can eat them all, so I'm heading to Alice, who sold me a variety of good items at a discount. Well, I did buy around 5,000 worth of goods last time, so I don't think she would have any food problems like she did before. In an alleyway off the main street, there stands a small shop with a sign that says Miscellaneous Goods Store, just as it was before. When I got there, I opened the door of the store without thinking about anything in particular and closed it immediately. I think I saw something strange just now. No, maybe I was looking at it wrong, but it looked like there was a stuffed cat lying on the floor. This is bad. It's not like the skins of my stomach and back are sticking together anymore. I'm so hungry it's like my stomach has a hole in it. I really can't move. I can't even move one more step. A familiar stuffed costume lying on its back on the floor, mumbling to herself. To be honest, I was filled with the desire to leave immediately even if I just arrived, but I endured it and looked at the idiot in front of me. Kaido-san, you came to buy something from me again? Or rather, please treat me with something. Humph. Hiya? Wait. Why does it look like you're going to just trample down on me? That looks dangerous, you know. Sorry, I didn't see you there. No. We totally met eyes with each other just now. You were just about to step at me right as you came in. I tried stomping on the laid-down stuffed costume while pretending it's just a coincidence, but unfortunately, she quickly evaded it. That doesn't look like you can't move at all, though. How violent could you be that you would stomp on the face of such a beautiful girl as soon as you see her again, Kaido-san? No, I just can't see around that area because of my height. Well, it certainly may be unseeable based on your height. Then, it's all right. I see. That's right. Wait, no? Isn't that strange? Is that Noritsukomi? As I thought, this person really isn't ordinary. Is that admiration I'm seeing in your face? Rather than that, Kaido-san, aren't you too harsh on me? Please give me more affection instead. Affection. Once again, welcome, Kaido-san. Since when did you come home from the Sacred Tree Festival? It's been a while, about 2 days. Coldly staring at Alice, who got up and spread out her hands after making her joke. After a while, Alice greets me as if to reset the conversation again. Wryly smiling as she's still as enthusiastic as usual. After we exchange greetings, Alice dexterously rubs her stuffed hands together. So, did you come to buy something from me today too? Tell me what you're looking for. No, I'm not here to buy anything. TSK, you came here just to banter with me, huh? You're going to eat your meal while watching me suffer, huh? You're the type of person who savors other people's misfortune as if it tastes like honey, huh? I actually came to bring lots of fruits as souvenirs from the Sacred Tree Festival, but, well, Kaido-san, I've missed you so much. I was really lonely and sad while Kaido-san at the Sacred Tree Festival. We should have only parted for a few days, but just the wait feels like it's been years. Now come sit on this chair, I'll go brew some tea. This BTCH. I want to hit her so much. Watching Alice's demeanor suddenly turn 180 and prepare a chair in front of the counter, I'm tempted to punch her in the head as hard as I can, but I managed to restrain myself from doing so and took a seat. Thereupon, Alice begins to take off her stuffed costume, coming out wearing the opera mask I saw before. Era? You're wearing that mask in your stuffed costume this time. Yes, I don't want to be humiliated by having Kaido-san suddenly strip me and stare at my nakedness in broad daylight like before. Stop that misleading way of speaking. Putting that aside, Kaido-san. Food. Where's the food? Quickly, could please quickly take it out. Why, yeah. Slightly pressured by Alice, who was drawing near looking really ghastly, I take out a large amount of fruit from my magic box. Thereupon, Alice's eyes shone. Well, I can't actually see it well because of her mask, but I think her eyes were somehow shining based on her movements. There's so much. Can I really get all of these? Of course. Kaido-san, you're really an Ikeman. How dreamy. I'm so happy that I'm fine even if Kaido-san embraced me now. Please pardon me from that. You'd even use Kigo just to refuse. How should I say this? She's as boisterous as ever. Alice seemed to be extremely happy, as after she quickly went over after brewing me a cup of tea, she instantly bit into a fruit. Yua, my first meal after 4 days. It's so delicious. 4 days. Yes, I've had 0 customers since Kaido-san's visit before. I was seriously prepared to die. Hey, wait a second there. Didn't I spend nearly 5,000 our last time? What happened with that? When I heard Alice said she hadn't eaten anything for 4 days, I reflexively asked her back. I've bought about 5,000 our worth of goods from this store before, and that's nearly 500,000 yen. Even though the prices here may be different, I would have been able to live on for 2 months in this world with that amount of money. When I asked her where in the world her money went, Alice turned her face away before she squeezed out a mumble. All of it is gone already. How the heck did all of? Could it be you have debts to pay? What? If there's anything I can do to help. I don't know much about Alice yet, but when I met her before, she said she didn't have any money at all, so there might be some reason for that. If that's the case, it makes sense why she was so desperate to sell me her stuff. Perhaps it may be debt left by her parents, or perhaps she was tricked into taking on a large amount of debt. SHD, I should have listened carefully. Maybe Alice was having a hard time, and she was acting cheerful in an attempt to distract herself from it. I don't know what her circumstances are, but if there's something I can do to help her, I just can't stop. Gambling, ouch. When I heard she's messing around again, I reflexively slapped her head. Why did you hit me? Rather, why would you think I wouldn't hit you? Wait a sec, you. The reason why you don't have money and food to eat is just because you gambled it all up? It's all right. I was just unlucky at that time, but I'll get it all back next time. That's what all those folks who had become broke from gambling says. I'm not saying you shouldn't gamble here, but can't you at least do it in moderation? Keep it in moderation, will you? Don't spend it all that you don't even have food to eat. Kaido-san, it hurts. It hurts. Grabbing Alice's collar, I furiously rocked her body back and forth. This big fool. I thought she was a lost cause, but it's more than I imagined. No, if she's really worse than I imagined, I don't know what I was worried about before. Dear Mom, Dad, I met Alice again, and I've learned a bit about her situation. No, really, how should I say this? Alice is a really outrageous, lost cause. Chapter 99, I met someone new. Returning from the Sacred Tree Festival, I met with Alice again, but she was so useless that I think she would die if she keeps going like this, so I preached at her for a while. That's why if you're going to gamble, you need to learn to keep it in moderation. Geez, all those people who can't exert self-control are human trash. They're the worst kind of gamblers. Ouch. I'm talking about you. My head is starting to hurt. It would have been great if I could just end up in a conclusion where she got what she deserved, but unfortunately, it's difficult for me to say that because of my personality. Rehabilitation might be impossible, but I should at least make her change her trajectory of mind so that she won't become broke from it. After today, I would come visit and check her every now and then. With that in mind, I pulled out a Red Bear sandwich from my magic box that I had bought earlier since I liked it when I ate it before and was planning to eat again today when I got home. Hey, don't just eat fruits, eat this too. What is this? Is this the carrot gently held out to me after the stick? Kaido-san, you're so dreamy. You're making my heart beat fast. That's disgusting. Even within this flow of conversation, you're still throwing sticks. Saying another joke, Alice started eating the Red Bear sandwich I served her. As I watch her eat, I think about the future for a bit. As for the wasted money from gambling, she should be able to improve her life if I keep warning her in the future, but the problem is her income. To tell the truth, Alice's shop, by her own account, isn't getting any customers. It's been nearly 7 days since I was here, and I don't see how her life can improve under such conditions. Though I say that, it's not like I know everything about running a business, and making a shop popular is difficult. The problem is that the shop owner is too suspicious to begin with, and I don't think that area will improve at all. Even if I were to buy some stuff here every now and then, it's not going to last forever. Kaido-san, what's troubling you? Well, that's right. Do you have any recommended items in your store? Of course I have. It's my masterpiece. Masterpiece. I wonder why, but I have a very bad feeling about this. A recommended item that Alice is proud of. Wait. Hey, why the heck are you pulling out several pieces of those familiar stuffed costumes from the back of the store? What do you think? This magnificent craftsmanship. I will ask just in case, but what's that? They're stuffed costumes. As I thought, this guy's no good. She looks like she's doing her best to look smug, but what I'm only feeling now is the urge to strike her head again. Oops, is that doubt of the excellence of this product I see in your face? Fufufu, I would be troubled if you think that these stuffed costumes are the same as normal stuffed costumes. This stuffed costume is filled with multiple magic crystals that automatically keep it at a comfortable temperature, and it also cleans itself some extent. Plus, it's elastic and feels great on the skin. It also emits a faint recovery magic, giving the wearer a relaxing effect, showing how magnificent this item is. What the heck is with that uselessly high efficiency? It has a body temperature control function and relaxing effect. It automatically cleans itself, and it feels great on the skin. But all of those great functions were used on a stuffed costume. Its performance, which should make this considered as a magic tool, is tremendous, but the shape ruins everything. Why? Is it these stuffed costumes? Well, due to the fact that I have to put magic crystals in it, I need a certain amount of thickness in it. Since I can't make it into clothes, I made it into stuffed costumes. So are they selling? I've never sold one. Why didn't you make it as a futon or a coat? I asked this because I was simply wondering, but Alice froze as if time had stopped. Well, as I was saying, if you just made it because you need a certain amount of thickness, if you made a futon or a thick coat, even if it's a little more expensive, wouldn't a noble buy it? And since sleep is really important, if you had made it into a sleeping bag, wouldn't you be able to sell it to adventurers? Kaido-san. No, it's just a layman's idea, so if it's impossible, I guess it can't be helped. Are you perhaps a genius? No. It seems I'm mistaken. I quickly gulped down the urge to say she's just that much of an idiot. In the first place, I don't think there's anything I can do for you if the first thought you have to make is a stuffed costume. That certainly would sell like crazy. Kaido-san's amazing. Well, I still don't see a future where customers come in this store, so you might as well wholesale it somewhere else. Well, but I'm banned from the company in the royal capital. If I could, should I introduce you to my acquaintance? Even if she has good products, I thought it would be difficult to sell well because the store owner is as despairing as this. To begin with, Alice had quite the despairing business acumen, so I wouldn't know what kind of results she'll get if I just leave it to her. In the meantime, though, I need to find a stable way of earning income for her. It would be no laughing matter if someone came to the store and found her emaciated and dying. I'm sorry to say this, but I'll have to rely on Kuro's help. Kaido-san has a connection with a company. Which company is it? I think it was called Setich Magic Tool Company. Isn't that the topmost company? What? Kaido-san, are you a king from somewhere? No, I just happen to know her. Anyway, I'll ask her. So can you make a sample? For the time being, I'll go talk to Kuro about it. Her products actually look great, And if it weren't for the shop owner's personality, they would have been good enough as is. Well, for now, I guess I'll buy some clothes. Really? Thank you. Kaido-san, I'm falling in love with you. Anyway, that's it until next time. With this, I can have a round again, Gyaya. The next time I come, I won't accept the excuse that you gambled away all your money. Why, yes. Roger that. Seriously, I wonder why I got to know this person. I really dislike my own personality for not being able to leave people like this alone. Anyway, I'll try rehabilitating Alice for a while, and make sure she doesn't suddenly die a dog's death. While looking at Alice, who quickly got back on her feet and recommended a variety of products with a smile, I let out a big sigh as I thought about the future. Before I knew it, it was already past noon and I walked down the street, feeling that I had stayed there longer than planned. While I was moving for a while, I suddenly noticed something out of place. The road I'm currently walking down isn't exactly the main street, but when I usually pass by here, I would still see some people around. But now, I don't see any people at all. It may simply be that no one is passing by in this place by chance, but how should I say this? It's strangely silent. Hey, the guy over there. What? While I was wondering about the strangeness of the situation, I was suddenly called out from behind, and when I turned around, there was a strange being there that made me feel discomfort far surpassing what I had felt earlier. There was a soft, spherical object, lying on a sphere-shaped cushion floating in the air, and when viewed from the front, there was a breezy-looking purple-haired woman looking at me. It at least doesn't look like she's talking to any other people, so the woman, whose impression rather fits cute rather than beautiful, languidly scratched her long, light purple hair as she spoke. You're the child from another world, aren't you? I just wanted to ask you something. Is that all right? You are? With her half-opened eyes that had the same reddish-purple color as her hair, the woman looked at me as if she's feeling sleepy, while I tilted my head and asked her back. Me? I'm that. What's my name again? Oh well, there's that. You can just call me Fate. Nice to meet you. Ah yes. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mayama Kaido. Nice to meet you, Kai-chan. Kai-chan. With a lazy grin on her face, Fate-san called me by a strange nickname. Dear Mom, Dad. Various troubles happened since I came back, but it looks like the troubles haven't stopped yet. How should I say this? I will just end it with this. I met someone new. Chapter 100. She was the god of fate. A girl with a strange atmosphere that I met on the way back. Fate-san spoke to me with a languid look on her face. So Kai-chan, I've got something I want to ask you. Something you want to ask? What is it? I heard that there's a saying in the other world that working means defeat, or something like that, right? Lazily turning over on her airborne cushion, Fate asked in a carefree tone. Working means defeat? What's that? If she's talking about a saying that has a close meaning to what she said, could she be talking about that? Did you mean working is losing? That's the one. That's what I'm talking about. I knew that the other world is pretty advanced. Those words make up a terrific saying. And not only that, there are even a profession in the other world for those who don't work, right? Don't think it's a profession, but are you talking about the neats? Neat. That's good. That sounds cool. I, for one, entirely respect the neats. I'm also going to become a NET too. Her excitement suddenly increased. Fate-san started praising neats. I wonder what that is. That disappointing feeling wafting in the air. She just declared that she wants to be a NET, and the always languid look on her face. I see. She's that type of person, huh? Kai-chan. Huh? Ah, yes. We've already had a conversation like this, so we're now soul friends, right? Huh? Soul friends. That's right. We're friends whose souls are bound with each other. We're already best friends. A pair whose fate is connected with each other, right? She became vigorous all of a sudden, and it kind of feels like she's a person who can't read the tension. I don't really know how it happened. All I remember is that we've exchanged a couple of words, and now, she's saying something about us, being soul friends. How should I say this? I feel like she has some ulterior motive. So, Kai-chan, if I, your best friend, is in trouble, you're going to help me, right? That is, well, if it's something I can do. As I thought, it finally came. I almost feel like I've been caught by the trap of a salesman, but for the time being, I'll ask her what she's talking about. What should I do if she suddenly asks something like, go buy this vase? If I could somehow run away to the main street. Hide me. However, what she told me was far from what I expected. I was being pursued by a bad person. What do you mean? What in the world is going on? Explaining is a pain in the... No, I don't have the time, so I'll skip it. But anyway, I need your help. I understand. For now, let's talk to the person who I'm under the care of. It will be all right. She's a really reliable person. I feel like she was about to utter pain in the ass earlier, but it's probably just my imagination. In fact, I still feel like I'm being cornered, but I may just be confused after being met with a serious situation. For the time being, let's talk about this to Lilia-san. Even though this is the first time we met, if she really is in that kind of situation, I can't just leave her alone. Lilia-san is a noble, and she's a very level-headed and reliable person, so I'm sure she'll be able to help her out. Since she's being pursued, we should get to the mansion as fast as possible. All right, we're settled with that, right? Well then, Kai-chan. Pull me. Pull you. Moving is a pain in the ass, so. Seriously, are you being pursued? After giving me a smile, Fate-sen looked like a balloon who lost its air, the energy in her body disappearing. She laid down on her cushion while reaching out her hand to me. I felt like the trust one had when she said she was being pursued disappeared, but for the time being, I decided to take Fate-san's hand and pull her to the mansion. In the God realm, a section of the world which is smaller than the human realm and the demon realm, there exists several levels in its hierarchy. The God realm, an absolute vertical society, is a donut-shaped land, with the outer perimeters as the area where the low-ranking gods and the ordinary deities live, while the inner perimeters is the area where only the high-ranking gods and their subordinates can live. In the center of that donut-shaped land is a garden in the sky, the dwelling place of the god of creation, shallow vernal, and place closest to the center. In the innermost part of the land of the inner perimeter, there are 3 huge temples. The pinnacle of the gods who are qualified to build temples near the god of creation, and they who are allowed access to the floating garden. They're the temples of the 3 supreme gods. In the corridor of one of those temples, the god of time and space Chronois was walking down the corridor of the temple. This wasn't the temple where she lived, but the temple of another supreme god, the god of fate, she who controls fate. Chronois walked down the corridor of the large temple, and after reaching the room at the far end, she lightly knocked on the door before entering. I will be intruding, god of fate. It's about time for the New Year's blessing. So about the achievements of those you're in charge of. What? Chronois entered the room, but the god of fate wasn't there, and in the innermost wall, there was a large piece of paper. On that paper, which seemed to be a note, there was only one phrase written on it. I will not succumb to work. After being dumbfounded looking at that paper, Chronois slowly approached the wall and tore the paper off the wall, a vein appearing on her forehead. That fool. She ran away again. Shouting in anger, Chronois immediately walked out of the temple. She pressed for answers from a nearby high-ranking god. Oi, where did the god of fate go? G, god of time and space Sama. W. Well, she was shouting, I am the wind of freedom, while heading towards the human realm. T, that freaking slacker. I will also go to the human realm. It might waste some of your time, but go to my temple and tell that to my subordinates. I respectfully obey. Quickly giving instructions to the high-ranking god, Chronois immediately headed to the human realm to capture her troublesome colleague who regularly escapes. I forgot to ask, but how's the god of life doing now? I don't know. She's probably still sleeping, like always. Why? Why is neither of them acting like a supreme god? On that day, or should I say, even on that day, the cries of the struggling supreme god echoed in the god realm. When I returned to Lilia-san's mansion with Fate-san, I was lucky enough to find Lilia-san who I was looking for in the garden. Sieg-san and Lunamaria-san are also there, so maybe they were training together? Anyway, it's just fine. Fate-san seems to be in a pretty difficult situation, and we can now explain the situation to her as soon as possible. Lilia-san. Oya? Kaido-san, welcome me back. Lilia-san. What's the matter? I thought Lilia-san would just greet me with a smile when she noticed me, but her words trailed off, looking dumbfounded with her eyes wide open. Lunamaria-san and Sieg-san also have similar reactions, with their eyes and mouth open wide as they stared at me, or rather, at Fate-san, who I'm pulling. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this, and as if to affirm it, Lilia-san's trembling finger pointed at Fate-san. GG goddess of Fate-sama. Yao, nice to meet you. I will be under your support for a long time. Why is she suddenly? My heart's still not ready yet. Q. My lady. As soon as she sees Fate, Lilia-san's face turns pale, and after a few moments, her eyes rolled up, and she falls on the spot. Era? What did Lilia-san just say? The goddess of fate? Fate-san, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it, Kai-chan? Is Fate-san a god? That's right. And you're one of the supreme gods. Yep, I'm the one in charge of fate. Seriously? Seriously. Stunned by their reactions, I asked Fate-san for confirmation, while Fate-san carefree replied, Dear Mom, Dad, Fate-san, who I suddenly met, said she respect neats. I didn't expect it from a girl like that, but she was the god of fate.